She woke up in a stranger's body, knowing exactly when it would die. Her skill for crafting miracle cures drew attention from the powerful and dangerous. Then, she discovered a secret that could change everything, or destroy her. What happens when rewriting your fate makes you the enemy you were trying to escape? Chapter 47, Will Not Take Me, a web novel, Cultivation Xianxia. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1, The Light Was Wrong. Duan Wensi had expected morning through a window, pale and familiar, the sort of light that meant a dormitory room, a half-finished thesis, a phone timer about to drag her into another day of data sets and cafeteria rice. This light was amber, heavy. It fell through oiled paper in a room she had never seen, but recognized with a coldness that had nothing to do with temperature. Wooden walls, a low bed frame, a chipped ceramic cup on a nightstand holding water that had gone flat hours ago. Dust motes turning slow in the shaft of window light. The smell of dried herbs, old ash, and the faint metallic tang of copper vessels left unwashed. She knew this room. She had read about it, visualized it, annotated it in the margins of a digital file she kept titled Basin Geography for reference. The narrow cot, the crack in the ceiling beam that ran exactly 6 inches from the wall joint. The way the light fell at this hour, staining everything the color of cheap tea. Kuo Kuliang's room, Chapter 3, before the examination. Before anyone knew his name. Duan Wensi pressed her palm flat against her chest and felt a heartbeat that was not her own rhythm. Slightly faster, slightly thinner. The ribs under her hand belonged to a boy who had not finished growing. She pushed off the thin mattress and stood. Her legs were shorter. Her center of gravity sat lower. She crossed to the tripped bronze mirror hung beside the door and looked. 14 years old. Black hair tangled from sleep, straight and fine, the kind that slipped out of any tie before noon. Dark brown eyes that held too much alertness for a boy who should have just woken. A thin face, not yet hardened into the expression that the original Kuo Kuliang had worn in every scene. Resentful, watchful, quick to take offense. She raised her right hand and examined the thumb. No ink-burned scar yet. The furnace work would come later. But the pale mark at the base of her throat was already there. A faint discoloration, shaped like a thumbprint pressed too hard and left too long. She touched it. The body's prior poisoning attempts. The original text had mentioned it once, in a throwaway line. Kuo Kuliang had survived 2 low-dose toxin exposures before the story began, administered by someone who wanted to test his resistance. The author had not named the poisoner, had not followed up. The detail was just color. A way to make the minor villain seem damaged before his first appearance. Duan Wensi's fingers stayed on the mark. She had spent 3 years of her life reading this serial. She had followed Qi Wanji from his awakening in the outer basin through every breakthrough, every alliance, every battle that pushed him toward the province's ceiling. She had cataloged the supporting cast, mapped the faction lines, flagged the plot holes. She had loved the story the way she loved difficult problems, by taking them apart until she understood how every piece fit. And Kuo Kuliang had been a piece. A small one. A minor villain who appeared in 11 chapters total, caused exactly 2 meaningful complications for Qi Wanji's early faction, and died in chapter 47. Poisoned. The novel had not made it mysterious. The protagonist's allies had traced the source, identified the method, and moved on. Kuo Kuliang's death was a footnote, a warning, a way to show that the Assembly's politics reached even low-level disciples. Nobody mourned him. Nobody investigated why he had been targeted. The narrative treated his elimination as natural, the way a system pruned a branch that grew wrong. Duan Wensi had not thought twice about it. She had kept reading. She had finished the serial, written a long analysis post about the power structures in the Vermilion Basin, and gone back to her biochemistry datasets. She had not dreamed about Kuo Kuliang. She had not wondered what his inner life looked like, whether he had been afraid, whether he had seen the poison coming. Now she was wearing his hands. She lowered her arm and breathed slowly until her pulse stopped hammering against the base of her throat. Counting worked. 4 in, hold 7, out 8. The rhythm of a body she was still learning to inhabit. Chapter 47. She did not know how many days she had until that chapter arrived. The novel had never specified exact dates, but the examination was today. The original Kuo Kuliang had attended a public aptitude test on his first day in this room, and that test had been the beginning of everything. The attention, the offers, the resentments that built toward his death. A sharp knock hit the door. "Young Master Kuo, the delegation departs in half a bell. Senior Assessor Feng expects punctuality." The voice was male, flat, disinterested, an attendant. Someone who had delivered this same message to the original boy and received some variation of sullen compliance or bitten-back complaint. Duan Wensi looked at the door. The original Kuo Kuliang had been difficult. He had snapped at servants, belittled disciples he considered beneath him, and cultivated a reputation for petty sharpness that made no one sorry when he died. The story had shown that. The story had made sure readers understood he was not a loss. She could refuse to be difficult. She could walk out of this room and into the examination and give them nothing to resent. That was the obvious play. Stay small, stay useful. Do not become a target before she understood the board. But caution would not have full gift. The original Kuo Kuliang had possessed something that the serial had treated as a minor curiosity, an unusually refined sense of taste, capable of identifying ingredients in a pill after a single exposure. The story had mentioned it in passing, then forgotten it. Duan Wensi remembered it because she had annotated it, wondering why the author had introduced a Chekhov's skill and never fired it. Now she understood. The author had not forgotten. The skill was the reason Kuo Kuliang died. If she tasted a pill at the examination and reconstructed its logic the way her biochemistry-trained mind already wanted to, if she showed them what she could actually do, she would not be safe. She would be interesting. And in the Vermilion Basin, interesting talent was not celebrated. It was claimed, or erased. The knock came again, harder. "Young Master Kuo, I heard you," she said. Her voice was lighter than she expected. 14 years old, still settling into its register. She grabbed the plain outer robe folded at the foot of the bed and pulled it on. The fabric smelled of storage herbs and stale air. She was not ready. She did not know the full list of players in this room yet, did not know who had poisoned Kuo Kuliang the first time, did not know whether Jue Poyan was already watching, or whether Jiao Sanxi had already sensed the fracture. She had no notes, no allies, no time. But the countdown had started. She opened the door. The attendant was a middle-aged man in assembly gray, his expression carefully blank. He looked at her the way he would look at any minor disciple from a marginal family, without interest, without cruelty, without the slightest expectation that she would matter. "Follow me," he said, and turned. Duan Wensi followed. The corridor opened onto a compound courtyard where a dozen other young disciples were gathered, all roughly her age, all dressed in the same plain robes. Some fidgeted, some stared at the ground. One boy near the front was whispering something to his neighbor, a nervous stream of words that the other ignored. She did not know their names. The serial had not named them. They were extras, background texture for a scene that existed only to establish Kuo Kuliang's talent and his arrogance. She would not be arrogant today. She would be quiet, competent, forgettable. She would let the examination pass without incident and find another way into Jue Poyan's orbit, something slower, something that did not paint a target on her back before noon. The attendant led them through a gate and onto a stone path that sloped downward toward the examination hall. The building was low and wide, built from the same amber stone as everything else in this part of the basin, and its roof tiles caught the morning light like scales. Duan Wensi's throat tightened. She knew this building. She had written notes about its layout, its history, the scene that would take place inside it. She knew that Senior Assessor Feng would present a sealed pill to each candidate, ask them to describe its properties, and dismiss those who could not answer with curt disappointment. She knew that Kuo Kuliang, in the original scene, had tasted his sample and delivered a mediocre analysis, then sulked when he was not ranked first. She could do the same. She could give them nothing worth reporting. The line moved forward. The examination hall swallowed them one by one. The boy who had been whispering went in first, came out pale and silent. Another followed, then another. Then the attendant's hand touched her shoulder. You. She stepped through the doorway. The hall was larger than it had looked from outside. A raised platform dominated the far end, occupied by 3 seated figures in assembly robes. The center figure was Senior Assessor Feng, a woman with sharp gray eyes and a mouth that seemed permanently pressed into a line of mild disappointment. Flanking her were 2 younger assessors, their faces unreadable. A wooden table stood before the platform. On it sat a single pill, sealed in wax, the size of her thumbnail. Duan Wensi walked to the table and stopped. Feng's gaze settled on her. Name and lineage. Kuo Kuliang, 3rd branch of the Kuo household, Eastern Terrace. A flicker of something crossed Feng's face. Recognition of the name, probably. The Kuos were not powerful. They were respected only as far as their last useful formula reached, and that formula had been filed 20 years ago. Examine the pill, Feng said. Describe its composition, its grade, and the flame sequence used in its refining. Standard instructions, standard test. Duan Wensi looked at the sealed wax. She could take the easy route. She could scrape a fragment, taste it, deliver a safe answer. She could pass without distinction and walk out of this hall as forgettable as the whispering boy. But her hand was already moving. She picked up the pill. The wax was smooth under her fingers, cool, sealed with the assembly's stamp. She brought it to her nose first, the instinct of a biochemist who had spent years identifying compounds by smell before she ever touched a mass spectrometer. Nothing. The wax was too thick. She scraped the barest edge with her thumbnail. A dust-sized crumb came free. She touched it to her tongue. The world narrowed. Flavor exploded across her palate in layers she had no language for. Bitter roots, mineral edge, a sweetness that sat wrong. A metallic finish that told her the flame had been too hot in the 3rd interval. She tasted the stabilizer before she knew she was looking for it. A trace compound that should have been invisible even to trained alchemists. She tasted the ratio mismatch between 2 secondary ingredients, a 3% deviation that would halve the pill's efficacy. She tasted the exact moment the refiner had lost control of the flame sequence, 7 minutes into the 2nd stage. The information poured into her bones like cold water. She set the pill down. Senior Assessor Feng was watching her with that flat, assessing stare, waiting. Duan Wensi opened her mouth to deliver a mediocre answer. What came out was the stabilizer formula. Chapter 2. The words hung in the air like smoke after a furnace rupture. Duan Wensi heard herself finish the sentence and wanted to pull it back into her throat, but language did not work that way. The stabilizer formula sat in the silence of the hall, exposed, impossible. Senior Assessor Feng's gray eyes had not moved, neither had her mouth. But something shifted behind her expression, a door opening onto a corridor Duan Wensi did not want to enter. Repeat that. The command came flat, no room for refusal. Duan Wensi's pulse hammered against the pale mark at her throat. She could feel the old poison sites warming, as if the body remembered what happened to people who became interesting. The stabilizer, she said. Her voice sounded steady. That was dangerous, too. Crotonal isolactone, bound to a magnesium zinc chelate, estimated 3% by mass, used to suppress the volatility of the primary essence during the 2nd stage condensation. The off-pripting. The Tebel wane in the holobittery mantelfuter. The whole directing stairs logally, and suppressioning simple times slash carbs swalket forward get apparent. We probably fan work on the Lovell's collar, his troop Brant, but askance hires his deboats. They lifted the worst, in his hard time, with my feet back of the tinus off. With everything they've got to find, with everything they just espied this universe for Asturial. You received the gram of Badbin here, it spied, field displacely in the actable control. One of the younger assessors leaned forward, a man with a thin face and ink-stained fingers. How can you possibly let her continue? Fang's interruption cut him off. Her gaze had not left Duan Wensi's face. Duan Wensi's mind raced through exits, distractions, ways to make herself cell log in. She could claim she had read about the pill. She could claim luck. She could faint. Any of these would be better than standing here while the assessors calculated what her tongue was worth. But the examiner on the platform had already lifted a second sealed pill from a drawer in the table. He set it beside the first with deliberate care. Describe the ratio logic. Duan Wensi looked at the new wax seal. She could refuse. She could say her head hurt, her senses were overwhelmed, she needed rest. The words were right there, ready to be spoken. Instead, her hand reached for the pill. She scraped the smallest possible fragment from the edge. It came away on her thumbnail, a dust speck smaller than a grain of rice. She touched it to her tongue. The information flooded in again, faster this time, sharper. Her biochemistry brain took over before her survival instincts could intervene. 7 ingredients, 3-layer activation sequence. The primary essence is bone silver marrow, harvested from a third-cycle mountain spirit beast. The secondary flux agent is wrong. The refiners substituted blackthorn resin for white night gum, probably because white night gum is out of season. It creates a 3.7% efficacy drop and a latent toxicity risk in the meridians after the 4th hour. The flame sequence peaked too early. Mid-second stage, the refiner lost thermal control for approximately 12 breaths, which destabilized the ring structure of the marrow essence and reduced the grade from superior to high-middle at best. She stopped. The silence now was different. It had texture, weight, density. It pressed against her from all sides. The ink-stained younger assessor was staring at her with his mouth slightly open. The other assessor, a woman with silver clasps in her hair, was writing something on a strip of bamboo, fast. Feng had not moved, but her hand, resting on the arm of her chair, had curled into a fist. "Where," Feng said slowly, "did you learn to read formulations like that?" Duan Wensi's throat closed. The truth would kill her. A lie would be tested. A deflection would confirm what the assessors were already suspecting. "I have a sensitive tongue," she said. "It has always been this way." Feng's expression did not change, though Duan Wensi saw the assessor with the silver clasps set down her brush and signal to a disciple standing near the rear wall. The disciple nodded once and slipped out through a side door. Word was moving. Duan Wensi's stomach turned cold. "That is not a sensitive tongue," Feng said. "That is a structural analysis performed by a Grand Alchemist with 30 years of cultivation. You are 14 years old and have no recorded apprenticeship." "I know how it looks. Tell me how it looks." Duan Wensi met her eyes. "Like something that should be reported." Feng's fist tightened. Then, slowly, deliberately, she relaxed her fingers. "The examination is concluded for this candidate," she said. "You are dismissed." Duan Wensi bowed. Her legs carried her toward the door. Every step felt like walking through deep water. The eyes of the assessors stayed on her back, 3 sets of heat converging on her spine. She reached the threshold. "Kuo Kuliang." She stopped. Feng's voice came from behind her, quieter now, stripped of its official tone. "There are 3 sealed pills in my drawer that have been sent to me for verification. No one in the Basin has been able to identify their full composition. The Assembly's own archivists have failed." Duan Wensi did not turn around. "If you were to taste them, and if your analysis were to prove accurate," Feng paused, "do you understand what that would mean?" Yes, she understood perfectly. It would mean she was not a prodigy, she was an anomaly. And anomalies in the Vermilion Basin were not nurtured. They were processed, controlled, or removed. "May I be excused, Senior Assessor?" A long pause. "Go." Duan Wensi walked out of the hall. The morning light hit her face, but she felt no warmth. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs to stop the tremor. The waiting disciples had already been dismissed. The path was empty, except for a figure standing near the gate, a boy a few years older than her, wearing assembly disciple robes, his arms crossed over his chest. He was watching her with undisguised curiosity. "You're the one who made Feng go quiet," he said. "That's not easy to do." Duan Wensi walked past him without answering. "I'm Ruo Beishuan," he called after her. "Jue Poyan's senior apprentice." She stopped. The name hit her like a second examination. She knew that name. She had written notes about that name. In the original serial, Ruo Beixuan was the loyal right hand, steady, suspicious, and deeply connected to Qi Wanjie's faction. He was also, in the margins of the story, the first person to notice that Kuo Kuliang's death had been convenient. Jue Poyan's compound, he continued, stepping closer, is 3 streets east of here. If you intend to survive what happens next, you should visit before the sun reaches its peak. After that, the invitation expires. He turned and walked away. Duan Wensi stood alone on the stone path, the taste of 7 ingredients still sharp on her tongue, and watched the senior apprentice disappear around a corner. The side door of the examination hall opened. The disciple with the silver clasps slipped out, a sealed message tube in her hand, and moved in the opposite direction, at a pace that was not quite a run. The message was already traveling, and Duan Wensi had no idea who would receive it first. Chapter 3. The path back to the holding yard curved between 2 herb-drying racks, their bundled stems clicking in the wind like small bones. Duan Wensi walked it alone. The other disciples had already been dismissed, but the yard still held a handful of boys her age, apprentices from lesser branches who had been waiting for their own examinations and had nothing better to do than watch her pass. A pale-ribbed boy stepped into her path. Kuo Kuliang. She knew that voice. In the novel, this boy had been the first to mock Kuo Kuliang's origins, the first to call him a third-branch cast-off, and the first to receive a retaliatory slap that had cost Kuo Kuliang 3 months of favor with the Eastern Terrace assessors. She remembered the scene. She remembered the slap. She remembered exactly how the original boy had reacted. "You look like you swallowed a fungus," the boy said. His companions laughed. "Did Senior Assessor Feng grill you so hard you forgot how to speak?" Duan Wensi looked at him. He was taller than her, broader in the shoulders, with a cultivator's confidence that came from knowing his family had filed a patent in the last decade. His name was Zheng Bao, as she remembered. He had been promoted to the Assembly's outer registry by Chapter 20 and never thought about Kuo Kuliang again. "Your examination is waiting," she said. "You should go." Zheng Bao blinked. The words had come out flat, polite, and utterly unreactive. No tremor, no heat, no challenge. His companions exchanged glances. "I asked you a question," Zheng Bao said, recovering. "You asked if I had forgotten how to speak," Duan Wensi said. "I answered." She stepped around him and continued toward the yard's far wall, where a stone bench sat under the shadow of a dying locust tree. Her legs were still shaking from the examination hall. She needed to sit before she fell. Behind her, she heard Zheng Bao mutter something to his friends. She did not catch the words. She did not need to. The original Kuo Kuliang would have turned around. He would have snacked something cutting, something that sealed his reputation as a resentful minor talent with more pride than skill. He would have made an enemy. She had just undone that future. But the silence that followed her was not grateful. It was curious. The boys were watching her the way the assessors had watched her, as if she were a text they could not quite read. She sat on the stone bench and pressed her palms flat against her thighs. The pale mark at her throat pulsed with a faint, familiar warmth. Not pain. Reminder. Someone had already tried to poison this body twice. Someone had been testing Kuo Kuliang before the story even began. She had walked out of the examination hall with a public miracle and a private target painted on her back. And now she was sitting in a yard full of boys who had just seen her refuse to defend herself. That was not safety. That was a new kind of attention. A shadow fell across her. She looked up. Zheng Bao stood 3 paces away. He had lost the swagger. His face was harder now, more guarded. "Something's different about you," he said. Duan Wensi said nothing. Kuo Kuliang would have swung at me by now. Would he? Yes, he would have called me a provincial thug and promised to prove himself at the next refinement trial. Zheng Bao's eyes narrowed. "You didn't even flinch." Duan Wensi considered her options. She could deflect. She could claim exhaustion from the examination. She could play wounded pride and let him believe the old Kuo Kuliang was still in there, just tired. But the mark at her throat pulled again, warmer this time. She had spent 2 chapters of the novel watching Kuo Kuliang make enemies. She had seen every scene where his pride had cost him allies, where his resentment had been used against him, where his small cruelties had made his death feel deserved. She was not going to repeat that script. "I am tired," she said, "and I have somewhere to be before the sun reaches its peak. If you want to fight about the Eastern Terrace, we can fight another day." Zheng Bao stared at her. "You're strange now," he said. "I don't like it." He walked away. Duan Wensi let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The yard was quieter now. The other disciples had drifted toward the gate, losing interest. The sun had climbed another hand's width above the rooftops. 3 streets east. She looked at her hands. They were still Kuo Kuliang's hands, narrow-fingered and unmarked. No ink-burned scar yet, no furnace calluses, but she could feel the potential in them. The same potential the original boy had squandered on petty feuds and wasted examinations. She stood up. The bronze mirror in her room had shown her a face she did not recognize. The examination hall had shown her a talent she could not control. But the yard, with its herb-drying racks and its dying locust tree and its boys who expected cruelty, had shown her something else. She could choose differently. She could walk the path without leaving corpses behind. But the mark at her throat did not stop pulsing, and as she turned toward the gate, she caught movement in the corner of her vision, a disciple in silver-clasped robes slipping between 2 buildings, watching her with dark, patient eyes. She had not noticed being followed. She had not noticed being watched. She had been so focused on the enemies, she could see that she had forgotten the ones who stayed invisible. The disciple did not move, did not speak, just stood between the buildings, arms at her sides, head tilted slightly as if she were studying a specimen. Duan Wensi's pulse quickened. She turned and walked toward the east gate at a pace that was not quite a run. The disciple did not follow, but the mark at her throat kept its warmth, steady and patient, like a promise someone was still keeping. Chapter 4. The east gate opened onto a street lined with paper lantern shops and herb stalls already thinning in the morning heat. Duan Wensi kept her pace steady, neither fast enough to suggest flight, nor slow enough to invite another interruption. The silver-clasped disciple had not followed past the gate. That meant nothing. Followers who stayed visible were not the ones to fear. 3 streets east. Ru Ho Beishuan's words repeated in her head, measured and precise, the kind of instruction a senior apprentice gave when he expected obedience. Before the sun reaches its peak. She did not know how much of that deadline was real and how much was a test of urgency. The first street. Row houses with faded courtyard walls, a woman sweeping dust into the gutter, 2 children arguing over a bamboo cage. Ordinary life, the kind the novel had skipped over in favor of crisis and revelation. The second street. A repair yard for furnace casings, the smell of cooled metal and sealing clay. An old man sorting cracked ceramic rings into a basket. He looked up as she passed, blinked, returned to his work. The third street, narrower than the others. The buildings leaned inward, their upper floors almost touching, casting the lane in shadow. At the far end, a compound wall of gray stone rose higher than any she had passed. No sign, no plaque, just a plain wooden gate with iron hinges worn smooth from use. She stopped. The mark at her throat pulsed once, soft. She had expected guards, disciples, some kind of threshold ceremony that would test her right to stand here. But the gate was unguarded, the lane empty, and the only sound was water dripping somewhere inside the compound walls. She knocked. The wood was warm under her knuckles, warmer than it should have been, as if the wall itself breathed. Silence, then footsteps, light, unhurried. The gate opened a hand's width, then Rua Beixuan looked out at her. His expression did not change. He had known she would come. "You made good time," he said. "I was told the invitation expires." "It does." He pulled the gate open wider. "Come in." The compound inside was larger than the gate suggested. A courtyard paved with gray stone tiles, some cracked, others replaced with mismatched fragments. Drying racks stood in rows, covered with herb bundles that filled the air with bitter, earthy sweetness. In the center, a low furnace building with a chimney that breathed thin gray smoke into the morning. Ruo Bixuen walked ahead without checking whether she followed. "My master is in the archive room," he said. "She will see you after she reviews what you brought." "I brought nothing." He glanced back. His eyes held hers a moment too long. "Then you wasted the walk." He turned left through an open door into a narrow corridor lined with shelves, scrolls, ledger books, loose pages weighted with river stones. The archive room at the end was small and cluttered, a desk buried under paper, a single window letting in a blade of light that fell across an inkstone, and a stack of blank sheets. "She said you might want paper." Ruo Bixuen gestured at the desk. "There is ink, there is brush. Use them if you have something worth writing." He left. The door clicked shut behind him. Duan Wensi stood alone in the archive room. The blade of light had begun to shift across the desk, slow and patient. She had no notes with her, no formulas memorized from the examination, nothing but the memory of the second pill's composition and the stabilizer logic she had reconstructed in the hall. But that was enough. She sat down at the desk. The brush felt foreign in her hand. Kuo Kuliang's hand had learned calligraphy young. The muscle memory was there, but the coordination required to translate biochemistry into characters was not natural. She dipped the brush, held it, let the tip settle against the paper. 7 ingredients, 3-layer activation sequence. She wrote slowly at first, forming each character with deliberate care. But the words came faster as her mind caught up with her hand. Decimal measurements instead of the Basin's fractional approximations. Comparative stability tables showing the substitution cost of blackthorn resin against white night gum. A brief note on thermal control failure during the second activation layer, phrased in the neutral language of process analysis, not accusation. She did not write the pill's name. She did not claim authorship. She simply recorded what she had perceived, framed as an observation a junior apprentice might submit for correction. 3 pages. When she finished, the blade of light had moved a finger's width across the desk. The mark at her throat had cooled. She sat back and looked at what she had written. It was not a formula. It was a reconstruction. Any refiner who read it would understand that the person who wrote these lines had seen the pill's logic from the inside, not through instruction. That was the bait. She set the brush down and waited. The door opened. Ruo Bixuen stepped in, crossed to the desk, and picked up the 3 pages. He read them in silence. His face did not change. When he finished, he set them down and looked at her with the same flat, assessing stare he had used at the examination hall. "You wrote these just now?" "Yes." "From memory?" "From taste." A pause. He picked the pages up again, reading more slowly this time. When he spoke, his voice was lower. "My master's been testing circulation pills for 30 years. She has never recorded a stability table in decimal increments. I find them more accurate. More accurate than the standard system. Yes." He folded the pages once, twice, and tucked them into his sleeve. Then he looked at her with something that was not suspicion and not trust, but an acknowledgement that she had done exactly what he had not expected her to do. "She will see you now." Duan Wensi stood. Ruo Bixuen led her out of the archive room, across the courtyard, past the furnace building where the chimney's breath had thickened. At a doorway set into the far wall, he stopped and gestured for her to enter alone. The room was smaller than she had expected. A low table, a single oil lamp. A woman seated on the floor with her back to the door, facing a narrow window that overlooked the herb racks. She did not turn around. "Kuo Kuliang of the Eastern Terrace," the woman said. Her voice was unhurried, worn at the edges like a tool used too long. "The examination hall's impossible, child." Duan Wensi said nothing. "The notes you wrote," Jue Poyan continued. "They use a measurement system I have not seen in the Vermilion Basin. I find it more precise. Precision is dangerous, boy. It attracts attention." Jue Poyan turned. Her face was older than Duan Wensi had expected, lined and watchful, with eyes that had learned to read people the way refiners read flames. You already have far too much of that. She held Duan Wensi's gaze a moment longer, then smiled. But you already knew that, didn't you? It was not a question, and the mark at Duan Wensi's throat pulsed warm. Chapter 5. Jue Poyan waited. The oil lamp between them burned low, casting her lined face in partial shadow. She had not asked Duan Wensi to sit, had not offered tea, had not done any of the small courtesies that preceded a negotiation. She simply watched. Duan Wensi's throat mark pulsed once, twice, then settled into a steady warmth that matched her heartbeat. She kept her hands still at her sides. Meeting Jue Poyan's gaze without flinching was harder than facing Senior Assessor Feng. Feng had been suspicious. Jue Poyan was something else entirely. She read people the way a refiner read flame color, by the smallest shifts, by what burned and what refused to catch. That measurement system, Jue Poyan said. Where did you learn it? My teacher? A teacher in the Eastern Terrace. Yes. Name this teacher. Duan Wensi had prepared for this question on the walk from the archive room. He was a traveling scholar. He stayed with the third branch for 3 months. He taught me notation and left before winter. The lie was thin. She knew it was thin. The Vermilion Basin did not produce traveling scholars who taught decimal systems to minor branch families, and Jue Poyan knew the Basin's educational roots better than most. Jue Poyan's expression did not change. And what else did this scholar teach you? Formula logic, stability analysis, the relationship between ingredient purity and activation efficiency. All in 3 months? Yes. A pause. The oil lamp flickered. You are lying, Jue Poyan said. Not angry, simply stating a fact, as if she had identified a substitution error in a pill formula. But that is not the interesting part. The interesting part is that you chose to lie to me before I even offered you anything. That tells me you are afraid of being claimed, not exposed. Duan Wensi said nothing. Her throat mark burned. If I wanted to expose you, I would have sent your notes to the assembly archivists before you left the examination hall. I did not. Jue Poyan leaned back. Her hands rested on her knees, calloused fingers stained with residue too old to wash clean. I brought you here because I wanted to see whether the impossible child was a prodigy or a weapon. Prodigies I can shelter. Weapons I must handle differently. I am not a weapon. Everyone in the Vermilion Basin is a weapon, boy. The only question is whose hand holds the hilt. Jue Poyan studied her with those watchful eyes. You know how to read a pill's logic from a single taste. You record observations in a system no one in this province teaches. You walked into a Grand Alchemist's compound and do not ask for protection, do not beg for patronage, do not even bargain. You stand there waiting to see what I will do. Duan Wensi held still. That is not the behavior of a 14-year-old from the Eastern Terrace, Jue Poyan said. That is the behavior of someone who has already calculated the distance to every exit in this room. Behind her, near the doorway, Ru Beixuan shifted his weight. Duan Wensi had forgotten he was there. He had entered so quietly she had not registered his presence. When she glanced at him, he was watching her with the same flat, assessing stare from the archive room, but sharper now, like a blade being tested against a whetstone. You noticed me late, Ru Beixuan said. If I had been an assassin, you would be dead. I did not expect my host to set an assassin behind me during a first interview. And yet here I am. He did not smile. You were distracted by my master. That is a habit that will kill you. Jue Poyan raised a hand. Ru Beixuan fell silent, but his gaze did not leave Duan Wensi's face. The decimal notes, Jue Poyan said. I recognize the logic behind them. 30 years ago, I attempted something similar. I tried to quantify the relationship between flame temperature and ingredient degradation using a measurement scale that did not match the standard system. I filed nothing. I told no one. Because if the assembly had discovered I was trying to break their established methods, they would have removed me from the research registry within the month. Duan Wensi's throat mark pulsed cold. The warmth was gone. You tried something similar, she repeated. I tried. I failed. Jue Poyan's voice was unhurried, almost gentle. My system was incomplete. My data was flawed. I lacked the mathematical foundation to make it work. But you, child, wrote 3 pages of decimal stability tables in a single sitting, from memory, from taste, and every number in those tables is internally consistent. She leaned forward. That means either you are a genius who surpasses every refiner in the Vermilion Basin, or the scholar who taught you was carrying knowledge that does not belong to this province. Either way, you are not safe, and I cannot make you safe. I can only make you useful enough that the assembly hesitates before they dispose of you. Duan Wensi's hands were still at her sides. She kept them there. Useful how? You will stay in my compound as a provisional apprentice. You will refine what I assign, study what I permit, and speak to no one outside these walls about your methods. You will not publish. You will not demonstrate. You will not accept invitations from any assembly official without my explicit approval. The words settled like a seal being pressed into wax. And in return, Jue Poyan smiled. It was not a warm expression. It was the look of someone who had just placed a bet she was not certain she would win. In return, I will tell Senior Assessor Feng that you are under my observation, and that any further testing of your abilities must go through me. I will intercept the messages already moving through the Assembly's inner channels about the examination hall's impossible child. And I will teach you enough real craft that when someone finally ignores my protection and comes for you, you will be able to survive the first strike. Duan Wensi understood what was not being said. Jue Poyan was not offering shelter. She was offering delay. A window. A chance to grow strong enough to fight back before the trap closed. It was the best offer she was going to get. I accept. Jue Poyan nodded once. Then she turned to Ruo Beishuan. Show him the furnace yard. He will start with Lanyu tomorrow. Ruo Beishuan's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Master. He stays. A pause. Then Ruo Beishuan bowed. As you command. He stepped toward the door, gesturing for Duan Wensi to follow. As she passed him, he spoke in a voice low enough that only she could hear. She just gave you the one thing no one else in this basin would offer. Do not waste it. Duan Wensi walked out into the courtyard light. Behind her, the oil lamp burned low, and somewhere beyond the compound walls, a sealed message tube was already traveling toward hands that would not hesitate. Chapter 6. The furnace yard sat at the compound's rear, pressed against the gray stone wall like an afterthought someone had decided to keep. 3 furnaces stood in a neat row, their iron bodies blackened with years of use, and the air carried a dry heat that made Duan Wensi's skin tighten before she reached the threshold. Lanyu was already working. He did not look up when she entered. He was bent over the middle furnace, one hand resting against its curved side, palm flat against the metal as if he were listening to something inside the iron. His robes were plain, undyed, the sleeves rolled past his elbows. A smear of ash crossed his left cheekbone. Duan Wensi stopped at the edge of the yard and waited. The furnace made a low sound, not a crack, not a creak, something between a groan and a breath. Lanyu's hand stayed where it was. You are the new one, he said without turning. Kuo Kuliang. He straightened slowly. When he faced her, his eyes were the first thing she noticed, dark and still. The kind of stillness that came from watching things burn for years without flinching. I know who you are. He wiped his palm on his sleeve. The examination hall prodigy. The boy who tasted a sealed pill and named it stabilizer before the assessors could finish their notes. Duan Wensi kept her face neutral. That is not what I want to be known for. Then you should have held your tongue. The words were flat, neither accusation nor sympathy. Lanyu turned back to the furnace and lifted a small iron lid from a vent near its base. Steam curled out, thin and white, carrying a scent she recognized. Crystallized honey bark, low-temperature extraction. The kind of gentle decoction used to prepare base solvents for circulation pills. You are assigned to me starting today, he said. Do you know what a furnace keeper does? Maintains flame stability, monitors heat distribution, manages venting cycles so the refiner can focus on ingredient sequence. Lanyu set the lid down and looked at her again. This time his gaze held a fraction longer. That is what the handbook says. It is not what the work is. He gestured to the furnace. Touch it. Duan Wensi stepped forward and pressed her palm against the iron above the vent where the steam had escaped. The metal was warm, not hot. The heat spread evenly across the surface with no hot spots that she could feel. Now tell me what you feel. She closed her eyes. The warmth was steady, even, the kind of heat that came from patient burning rather than forced flame. She could feel the faint vibration of the fire chamber beneath her hand, a slow pulse that matched nothing in her own body. Even distribution, she said. Low and stable. The flame has been burning at the same intensity for at least an hour. You are preparing a base solvent, not a finished pill. Lanyu did not confirm or deny. He walked to the next furnace in the row, this one cold, its iron dark and unlit. This one is ready for prep. The refiner will start work on it after midday. What do you see? Duan Wensi examined it. The furnace was clean, scraped free of residue, its vent grates open and its ashtray emptied. A small clay dish sat on the workbench beside it, holding a measured portion of powdered bone-silver marrow. The marrow is already measured, she said. That suggests the refiner expects to use it in the first stage, but bone-silver marrow should be added after the base reaches a rolling heat, not before, or it will scorch and lose potency. Lanyu's hand stopped mid-motion. He had been reaching for a pair of tongs hanging from a hook beside the cold furnace. Now his arm hung suspended, and his eyes found hers with a new quality, sharper, more awake. You are certain of that. I read it. You read it, he repeated. In a book. Yes. Have you ever refined bone-silver marrow yourself? Duan Wensi paused. No. He amply lend the chief end there right now into bending. Lanyu set the tongs down. He walked to the workbench, picked up the clay dish, and held it out to her. Then prove it. She took the dish. The powder was fine, pale gray, with a faint metallic sheen that caught the morning light. She tilted it slightly, watching how the particles moved. They slid slowly, with too much cohesion, the way powders did when they had not been dried thoroughly before grinding. This batch was not dried long enough, she said. The particles clump. If you add it at the wrong stage, the moisture trapped inside will burst the grain and release unevenly. You should dry it again before use, or adjust the addition to a later stage where the heat is high enough to flash the moisture off before it can destabilize the solvent. Lanyu took the dish back. He said nothing for a long moment. Then he walked to the third furnace, the one farthest from the yard entrance, and lifted a cloth covering a small rack of tools. He selected a thin iron rod, curved at one end, and held it out to her. Light the cold furnace. Duan Wensi stared at the rod. Light it, he repeated. Feed it through the bottom vent. Build the flame from dry kindling to working heat in 4 stages. If you know theory well enough to critique bone-silver marrow preparation, you should know the ignition sequence. This was a test, not of knowledge, of instinct. Lanyu was watching to see if she could translate print into muscle memory. She took the rod. The cold furnace stood waist-high, its iron shell dark and silent. She knelt and found the bottom vent, a narrow slot just wide enough to admit the curved tip of the rod. Inside, the fire chamber was empty, scraped clean, the grate black with old ash residue. She fed the rod in and felt for the draft. The air moved slow, sluggish. The vent needed clearing. She withdrew the rod, found a thin wire brush among the tools on the rack, and scraped the vent channel until she felt the draft sharpen. Then she built the kindling. Her hands moved without her permission, laying the dry splinters in a cross pattern, leaving air gaps, stacking the fuel so the flame could breathe. She struck the fire striker against the flint edge, once, twice, and the spark caught on the third try. A small orange thread that crawled along the splinters and grew. She fed the first stage, thin twigs, placed carefully, letting the flame climb without smothering it. The second stage, thicker branches, arranged in a pyramid, the heat rising enough to make the iron sing. The third stage, charcoal chips, spread evenly, the flame turning from orange to a pale blue-white at its core. She reached for the fourth stage, the final fuel, and her hand stopped. Because Lanyu was standing beside her now, and the furnace was alive, its heat pressing against her face, and she realized she had not been thinking. she had been doing. Her body had remembered what her mind had only read. Lanyu looked at the flame, then at her. "You have never done that before." "No." He picked up a small iron scoop and fed the fourth stage himself, a measured portion of high-grade furnace coal that settled into the heart of the fire and made the flame pulse once, then steady. When he straightened, his face was unreadable. "Tomorrow you will come back, and I will show you how to read a furnace's mood before it breaks. But today I need to know one thing." He turned the iron rod in his hand. "The child I heard about in the examination hall used taste to break a sealed pill's formula. That is impossible. But you just lit a furnace you have never touched with a sequence you have never practiced, and you did it exactly right." He set the rod down. "So which impossibility are you, Kuo Kuliang? The one who tastes formulas, or the one who has done this before?" Duan Wensi's throat mark pulsed cold, and behind Lanyu, a shadow moved at the compound's inner doorway, someone standing still enough that they had been watching the entire time. Chapter 7. The furnace yard smelled of morning ash and damp stone. Duan Wensi stood at the third furnace, the one she had lit the day before, watching the flames settle into its working rhythm. Her hands still remembered the sequence, the weight of the rod, the way the kindling caught and spread. She had not slept well. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the shadow at the inner doorway, still and watching. Lanyu worked at the first furnace, feeding measured portions of charcoal into the fire chamber. He had not mentioned the shadow. He had not mentioned her question either, the one he had left hanging between them like a blade waiting to fall. "More draft," he said without looking at her. "The vent is too narrow for a full heat cycle." She adjusted the bottom vent, felt the air pull sharper through the channel. The flame lifted, a pale blue tongue that licked the furnace crown. "Better." She was about to ask about the morning's prep list when the compound's outer gate scraped open. Not the inner door where the shadow had stood. The outer gate, the one that faced the lane. Lanyu's hand paused over the charcoal pile. He straightened, wiped his palm on his robe, and walked past her toward the yard entrance. "Stay at the furnace," he said. "Keep the flame steady." She stayed. Voices drifted through the passage. A woman's voice, low and pleasant, the kind of voice that could sell ice to a winter merchant. Lanyu, answered in monosyllables, but the woman kept talking, unhurried, as if she had all the time in the basin. Then, steps, 2 sets. Lanyu, appeared first, his face unreadable. Behind him walked a woman Duan Wensi did not recognize, middle-aged, broad-shouldered, with silver rings on every finger and a leather satchel slung across her chest. Her robes were travel-stained but well-made, the kind that had seen every road in the province. Lanyu gestured toward the workbench. "Madame Suzing-nu," he said. "Herb broker. She brings deliveries for the compound." The woman smiled. It was a wide smile, practiced, warm enough to feel genuine without promising anything. "And you must be the examination hall prodigy," she said, setting her satchel on the workbench. "I heard a boy named Kuo Kuliang made Senior Assessor Feng's hands tremble. That takes talent or stupidity. I have not decided which yet." Duan Wensi kept her hands still. "Delivery," she said. "Delivery is the excuse." Madame Suzing-nu pulled a bundle of dried herbs from her satchel, wrapped in oiled cloth. "The real reason is curiosity. I trade in information as much as spirit herbs, and a boy who tastes sealed pills through wax is information worth investigating." She laid the bundle on the workbench and unwrapped it. Inside lay a cluster of pale root fibers, each one no thicker than a thread coiled in a tight spiral. The smell that rose from them was sharp, mineral, like iron filings left in rain. "Pale thread root," Duan Wensi said. Madame Sereng-Nuo's eyebrows lifted. "That is correct. Harvested too early. The root fibers should be dark gray, not pale. The color indicates the mineral content has not fully developed." The smile flickered, just for a moment. "You know your herbs." "I read." "Reading does not teach you to recognize harvest timing by eye." Madame Serang Nuol rewrapped the bundle, her rings clicking against the cloth. "Who taught you?" Duan Wensi said nothing. The silence stretched, and Madame Serang Nuol let it stretch, as if she were testing how long the boy would hold before filling the empty space. Lanyu broke it. "She is under Jue Poyan's protection," he said. "You know the rules. No questioning the workshop's people. Rules are for people who do not need information." Madame Tushiang No turned back to Duan Wensi. "I am not here to harm you, Kuo Kuliang. I am here to offer you a choice. I have access to ingredients the assembly cannot track. Rare herbs, unregistered roots, materials that never appear on any official manifest. In exchange, I occasionally need a formula corrected, a preparation sequence verified, a quality issue identified before it reaches a paying customer." She leaned against the workbench, her rings catching the light. "Your master has not filed a patent in 40 years. That means she does not need what the assembly controls. I work with people who need what the assembly denies." Duan Wensi studied her. The woman's posture was relaxed, her hands open, her smile patient. But the rings on her fingers were not decorative. Each one bore a small seal, the kind used to stamp manifest approvals. She was not just a broker, she was a route keeper, someone who controlled access to materials that traveled outside the assembly's ledger. "What do you want from me? Right now?" "Nothing." Madame Tzering Nuo pulled the second bundle from her satchel, this one wrapped in dark leather. "Consider this a gift, a sample of what I can offer. If you find it useful, you know where to find me." The caravan stopped at the Green Tile Inn on market days. She placed the bundle on the workbench and stepped back. "One more thing," she said, her voice dropping. "Too many people are asking about the examination prodigy. I counted 3 separate inquiries in the past 2 days. One from the Assembly's outer registry, one from a district I do not recognize, and one from a man who paid in spirit stones and did not leave a name." She smiled again, but this time the warmth did not reach her eyes. "The Assembly likes to know what it cannot explain. Be careful, Kuo Kuliang. Fame in the Vermilion Basin is a kind of poison. It takes a long time to kill, but it always finishes the dose." She turned and walked back through the passage, her steps unhurried, her satchel swinging against her hip. The outer gate scraped shut. Duan Wensi stood at the furnace, the flames steady at her back, the leather bundle sitting on the workbench like a question she did not know how to answer. Lanyu picked up the bundle, turned it over in his hands, and set it down again. "You should open it. Later. Suit yourself." He walked back to the first furnace, adjusted the draft, and did not look at her. "She is right about one thing. 3 inquiries in 2 days is too many. Your protection has not closed as many mouths as Jue Poyan hoped." Duan Wensi looked at the bundle. The leather was dark, supple, stitched with a pattern she did not recognize. She reached for it, her fingers brushing the surface, and felt the shape of something hard inside. She did not open it. Instead, she stood there, the furnace heat pressing against her back, the leather bundle cool beneath her hand, and realized that the shadow at the inner doorway had not been the only one watching. Someone had sent Madame Sering Nuo, either to test her, to recruit her, or to measure the distance between Jue Poyan's protection and the reach of the Assembly's inquiry. The mark at her throat pulsed once, warm and steady. She pressed her palm against it and felt the pulse match her heartbeat. Not yet, she told herself, not yet. But the questions were already circling, and the compound walls felt thinner than they had that morning. Chapter 8. The third furnace burned low and even, its flame a steady orange that needed no adjustment. Duan Wensi had spent the morning feeding it measured coal, watching the heat spread through the ceramic walls the way Lanyu had shown her, letting the rhythm settle into her hands instead of her head. Lanyu worked the first furnace in silence. They had not spoken about the shadow at the inner doorway. They had not spoken about the leather bundle still sitting on the workbench in her sleeping alcove, unopened. The morning had passed in the kind of quiet that felt deliberate, as if both of them were waiting for something to break the surface. It came at the bell for the 3rd hour. The outer gate scraped open, and Ruo Beichuan's voice cut through the furnace yard before his face appeared in the passage. "Kuliang, with me, now." Duan Wensi turned. Ruo Beichuan stood at the passage entrance, his robes dusted with road grit, his expression flat and urgent. What happened? Disciple from the Jade Lotus sect meridian blockage, 3 days deep. The standard circulation pills failed. Her master brought her to the compound because the assembly clinic would not see her before the next rotation. He paused. Jue Poyan wants you in the refining chamber. Duan Wensi's hands went still against the furnace rake. I am a provisional apprentice. I have been here 4 days. She knows what you are. Ruo Bishuan's voice carried no argument, only the weight of an order already decided. Move! Lanyu looked up from the first furnace, his dark eyes finding hers for a moment. He said nothing, but the stillness in his face told her everything. This was not a teaching exercise. This was a test conducted in full view of an outside sect. She followed Ruo Beishuan through the passage, past the herb racks, into the narrow corridor that led to Jue Poyan's private refining chamber. The door stood open. Inside, a girl lay on a low pallet, her face the color of ash, her breathing shallow and quick. A woman in jade lotus robes knelt beside her, one hand pressed to the girl's chest, her cultivation light flickering weak and uneven through the blockage. Jue Poyan kneeled at the workbench, already measuring ingredients. She did not look up when Duan Wensi entered. The blockage is in the 3rd and 5th meridians, she said. Standard circulation pills assume a linear obstruction. This one is nested. The 3rd meridian's failure is feeding the 5th, and the 5th is radiating back into the 3rd. A cascade pattern. She set down a mortar and turned. Her lined face carried no expression, but her watchful eyes held something sharper than curiosity. I'm going to refine a bifurcation pill. It splits the qi flow around the blockage before breaking it from both ends. The formula is not patented. It is not widely known, and it requires a secondary refiner to monitor the activation layer while the primary refiner manages the cascade dissolution. She paused. You will be the secondary refiner. Duan Wensi's throat tightened. I have never refined a bifurcation pill. I have never refined anything beyond laboratory preparations in my own quarters. You have the formula sense. You have the decimal system. You have a gift that makes senior assessors tremble. Jue Poyan's voice was level, unhurried. Now you will learn whether that gift produces results when a life depends on it. The woman on the floor looked up. Her face was young, younger than Duan Wensi had first judged, perhaps 16, with the kind of narrow features that belonged to a sect that bred for talent rather than luck. Her eyes were glassy with pain, but they found Duan Wensi's face and held there. Please, she said. The word came out thin, barely a breath. I cannot feel my legs anymore. The mark at Duan Wensi's throat pulsed once, warm and insistent. She looked at Jue Poyan. The older woman's gaze was steady, waiting, and Duan Wensi understood with cold clarity that this was not just a test of skill. This was a political exposure. If she succeeded, she would be watched. If she failed, she would be watched even more closely, for different reasons. Jue Poyan had said the compound was shelter, delay, a window to grow strong before the trap closed. This window had just been thrown open. What do I need to know? Duan Wensi asked. Jue Poyan's mouth moved, almost a smile. The bifurcation pill uses a dual hearth sequence. The primary flame manages the qi-splitting agent. The secondary flame stabilizes the activation layer, which is a reverse phase compound. If you let the secondary flame drop below the threshold, the activation layer solidifies inside the furnace, and the entire batch crystallizes into inert slag. She gestured to a smaller furnace built into the wall, its mouth dark and cold. You will light that furnace when I reach the 3rd stage of my sequence. You will feed it the prepared ingredients at the rate I call out. You will not adjust the flame. You will not improvise. You will do exactly what I tell you, exactly when I tell you. And if the activation layer starts to destabilize, then you will tell me before it does. Jue Poyan turned back to the workbench. Your formula sense is what I need here. The secondary refiner's job is to see the failure before it happens. The primary refiner cannot watch both flames. You can watch one. She picked up a pestle and began grinding, the sound steady and rhythmic against the mortar's stone. Light the furnace, Kuo Kuliang. We have 2 hours before the cascade pattern becomes irreversible. Duan Wensi crossed to the small furnace. Its bricks were cold, the ash bed pale and undisturbed. She reached for the flint and kindling, her hands moving through the motions Lanyu had taught her, the motions Kuo Kuliang's body already knew. The first spark caught, the kindling crackled. She fed it thin twigs, then thicker branches, then a measured scoop of charcoal chips, watching the flame grow from a trembling orange to a steady blue at the base. She did not look at the girl on the pallet. She did not look at the woman kneeling beside her. She looked at the flame and let it fill her focus, because if she thought about what was riding on this, her hands would shake. Jue Poyan worked in silence, her pestle moving in controlled arcs, the smell of crushed herbs rising through the chamber. The compound, bitter and green, layered with something metallic that made Duan Wensi's nose prickle. The mark at her throat pulsed again, warmer this time. She pressed her palm against it and felt the pulse match the furnace flame's rhythm. Ruo Beishuan stood at the doorway, arms crossed, his eyes never leaving her hands. The girl on the pallet stopped breathing for a moment, then resumed, shallow and ragged. And Duan Wensi stood at the secondary furnace, waiting for Jue Poyan's voice to tell her when the test would truly begin. Chapter 9. Lanyu appeared in the doorway behind Ruo Beishuan, silent as ash settling. He carried a clay bowl of coal dust and a length of oiled cloth, and he moved past the older disciple without acknowledgement, his eyes fixed on Duan Wensi's furnace. "You are feeding it too fast." The words came flat, unhurried, but they cut through the chamber's heat like a blade through wet paper. Duan Wensi's hand paused over the charcoal scoop. The flame beneath the small furnace burned steady, blue at the base, gold at the tips, exactly as the four-stage sequence had taught her. She had followed every step Lanyu himself had demonstrated in the yard yesterday. The rate was correct. The fuel distribution was even. "The secondary flame needs a slower climb," Lanyu said, setting the bowl down beside her. "You are treating it like a standard ignition. Bifurcation furnaces run tighter. The walls are thinner. They expand faster on the left side because the primary hearth draws heat through the shared brick." He touched the furnace's side with the back of his hand, barely a brush, and held there for 3 breaths. "Feel it." Duan Wensi placed her palm against the brick. The heat was even, consistent, nothing she would have flagged as irregular. But beneath the steady warmth, a faint vibration traveled through the stone, a hum that changed pitch when she shifted her hand toward the left edge. "The left quadrant is already pulling ahead," Lanyu said. "If you reach the activation stage with that imbalance, the secondary chamber will stress crack before the compound finishes binding." She looked at the flame. It looked the same. She looked at the hum under her palm. It was real, barely perceptible, but real. "How do you correct it?" "You do not correct it. You prevent it." Lanyu took the scoop from her hand and reduced the next feed by a quarter measure, then adjusted the vent opening by a finger's width. "You read the furnace before it tells you something is wrong. The furnace always tells you. You just have to listen before the crack forms." The flame settled, the hum shifted, and the vibration under her palm grew uniform again. Duan Wensi said nothing. Her throat mark pulsed once, warm, and she pressed her hand against it without thinking. "2 more feeds at this rate," Lanyu said. "Then hold until the master calls for the activation layer." He straightened and stepped back, his dark eyes meeting hers for a moment longer than necessary. He was not challenging her. He was measuring whether she would absorb the lesson or discard it. She absorbed it. The next feed she measured with more care, taking the scoop's weight against her palm, watching the coal dust settle before she added it to the flame. The furnace hum shifted but did not spike. The blue base held steady. On the pallet, the Jade Lotus disciple made a sound, a soft gasp that seemed to escape without permission. Her eyes were closed now, her breathing shallow, her hands curled against her chest like she was holding something precious that she could not let go. Jue Poyan worked without pause, her pestle grinding in steady arcs, the compound bitter and green and metallic. She had not looked at Duan Wensi since the instruction began. Ruo Beishuan had not moved from the doorway. His arms remained crossed, his eyes fixed on Duan Wensi's hands, and she felt the weight of his attention like a second flame against her skin. She knew what he was watching for. The moment her composure cracked, The moment she revealed that the precision was a performance and the knowledge behind it came from somewhere no 14-year-old disciple could explain. She fed the furnace a third time, the same reduced measure, the same careful vent adjustment. The hum held steady. The mark at her throat pulsed in rhythm with the flame. She was starting to notice the pattern now. The mark had pulsed when she tasted the pill at the examination. It had pulsed when she approached Jue Poyan's compound. It had pulsed when Madame Siri No spoke of 3 inquiries. It pulsed now, with the furnace, with the heat, with the tension that threaded through the chamber like a drawn wire. It was connected to something, to the danger, to the attention, to the poison in Kuo Kuliang's blood that she still carried. The 2 low-dose exposures that had left this pale thumbprint at the base of her throat. She did not know if it was a warning, or a compass, or a leash. But it pulsed, and the furnace held, and Jue Poyan's pestle kept its rhythm. "Third stage approaching," Jue Poyan said, her voice carrying across the chamber without rising. "Prepare the activation compound." Duan Wensi's hands moved to the prepared ingredients before her mind caught up. 3 bowls sat on the workbench to her left, a fine gray powder, a translucent yellow oil, and a cluster of dried petals that looked like bellflower but released a sharper scent when crushed. The bifurcation pill's activation layer. She knew the sequence from Jue Poyan's earlier instruction. Gray powder first, stirred into the flame until it smoked, then the oil dripped in at a count of 10, then the petals crushed and scattered across the surface while the smoke was still rising. Simple, measured, precise. She arranged the bowls in order of use. She checked the vent position. She checked the fuel level. The furnace hummed, steady, even, waiting. Lanyu had stepped back to the far wall, his arms loose at his sides, his eyes tracking her movements with the quiet intensity of someone who had already said everything he needed to say. Luo Beishwen remained at the doorway. Duan Wensi's throat mark pulsed, faster now, matching the heat rhythm. Jue Poyan's pestle stopped. "Now," she said. Duan Wensi took the gray powder and fed it into the flame. The furnace accepted it. The powder smoked, a thin white column rising through the vent, carrying a mineral tang that stung her nostrils. She counted to 10, feeling the seconds pass in her pulse. And when she reached 10, she lifted the oil bowl and began to pour. A thin stream, steady, measured. The smoke changed color, from white to amber, and the hum beneath her palm deepened, dropping in pitch until she felt it in her chest rather than her fingertips. She released the oil at the precise moment the smoke began to thin. Then she crushed the dried petals between her palms and scattered them across the flame's surface. The amber smoke swallowed the petals. The hum held, and then, beneath the hum, a sound she had not heard before. A low creak, like stone shifting under pressure, like something in the furnace wall beginning to move. She looked at Lanyu. He was already moving, his hand coming up in a flat warning gesture. "Do not adjust the flame," he said. The creak came again, louder this time, and Duan Wensi felt the vibration under her palm change, the steady hum fracturing into something uneven, something that ran in jagged pulses instead of a smooth current. The mark at her throat burned. She looked at the furnace wall. A hairline crack was forming on the left side, where Lanyu had said the shared brick drew heat from the primary hearth. It ran from the vent downward, thin as a thread, barely visible against the dark stone. But it was there, and it was growing. "The activation layer is not stable," she said, her voice tighter than she intended. Jue Poyan did not look up. "Read it. Tell me what it needs before it fails." Duan Wensi pressed both palms against the furnace, feeling the heat climb through her skin, feeling the vibration pulse in 2 distinct rhythms now, one from the flame and one from the crack spreading through the brick. She could not read this. She had never read this. The books had no chapter on cracks appearing during live refinement. The formulas gave no correction for a wall that was breaking while the compound was still binding. But her throat mark pulsed, and Kuo Kuliang's body remembered something her mind did not. Her hands moved, one to the vent, one to the fuel feed. She opened the vent a quarter term. She reduced the feed by half a scoop. The crack stopped spreading. The hum began to even out, the 2 rhythms merging back into one. She held her breath and watched the crack's edge, waiting for it to lengthen. waiting for the wall to split open and pour the furnace's heat into the chamber. It did not. The amber smoke thinned, the flames settled, the hum returned to its steady, even pitch. Duan Wensi pulled her hands away from the brick and saw that her palms were red from the heat, the skin tender but not burned. She had no idea how she had known to do that. Jue Poyan looked up from the workbench. The old woman's eyes were unreadable, dark and still, but her hands had paused over the mortar, and the silence she held lasted 3 full breaths before she spoke. "The activation layer is stable. Hold the flame. I will finish the primary sequence." She returned to her work and the pestle resumed its rhythm. Lanyu let his hand fall to his side. Ruo Beishuan remained in the doorway, but his arms had uncrossed, and his eyes had shifted from Duan Wensi's hands to her face, and there was something in his expression that had not been there before. Not suspicion, assessment. The mark at Duan Wensi's throat pulsed once, soft and warm, and she felt the heat of the furnace against her skin and the weight of 3 pairs of eyes on her back, and the knowledge that she had just done something she should not have been able to do. The crack in the furnace wall had stopped, but she could still feel it, waiting, ready to spread again if she gave it the wrong measure, the wrong breath, the wrong moment of inattention. She held the flame steady, and in the hallway beyond the doorway, she heard a footstep stop. Chapter 10. The mark at her throat pulsed once more, then settled into a low, steady warmth that matched the furnace hum. Duan Wensi kept her palms on the brick, feeling the crack's edge through the vibration. It had not spread. The vent adjustment and fuel reduction had bought them time, but the furnace's left quadrant still ran hotter than the right, and she could feel the disparity in the rhythm beneath her fingers. A slight waver, a hesitation in the current. Jue Poyan worked without pause at the primary hearth. The pestle had not stopped. The mortar had not been set down. But the old woman's attention was no longer singular. Duan Wensi could feel it. The way she adjusted her flame with half a breath's delay, the way her eyes flicked left at each turn. Lanyu stood at the edge of her vision, unmoving. "The crack will reopen," he said, his voice low enough that only she could hear. "When the primary sequence spikes, the secondary hearth will draw too much heat from the shared brick, and the line will run again." "How long? Before the spike?" He paused. 4 minutes, perhaps 5. Duan Wensi looked at the bowls on the workbench. She had used the gray powder, the yellow oil, the dried petals. The activation layer was stable, but the furnace itself was compromised, and if the crack reopened during the primary spike, the flame would vent sideways instead of upward, and the bifurcation would fail. The disciple's hands had curled tighter. "Remove the fuel," she said. Lanyu's eyes narrowed. "The activation layer will hold for 10 count cycles if the hearth temperature stays below threshold. Remove the fuel. Let the primary spike pass without the secondary hearth drawing heat. The primary sequence cannot complete without the secondary flame." "It can. The primary hearth holds the full sequence. The secondary only splits the flow for the twin activation. If I let the primary pass alone and feed the activation layer after the spike, the bifurcation happens in reverse order." Lanyu's hand stopped moving. "That is not how a bifurcation pill is refined. It is how this one will be refined, or the furnace ruptures and we lose both the pill and the disciple." She did not look at him. She kept her palms against the brick, feeling the waver in the vibration, counting the seconds until the primary spike would hit. She had never done this. She had read a similar sequence in a footnote once, a variation used for unstable furnaces in high-altitude refineries where the brick could not hold steady heat. The text had called it a lateral bifurcation, a method of last resort, and the margin note had warned that it required precise timing and a secondary refiner who could read the flame without looking at it. She did not know if she could do it, but Kuo Kuliang's hands were already moving. She pulled the fuel scoop from the feed tray, reducing the secondary hearth by a full measure, and the amber smoke thinned to a thread as the flame dropped. "Now," she said. Lanyu did not move. "If this fails, the pill is lost. The pill is already lost if the furnace ruptures. Give me the 4 minutes." He held her gaze for a breath. Then he turned and moved to the primary hearth, his hands going to the vent control, his dark eyes fixed on Jue Poyan's work. Jue Poyan did not look up, but she adjusted her flame sequence by half a beat, and Duan Wensi understood that the old woman had heard every word. The primary spike hit at 3 minutes. Duan Wensi felt it through the brick before she heard it. A deep pulse that ran through the furnace's foundation and up into the walls, and the left quadrant began to glow a shade brighter, the heat climbing faster than the right could vent. The crack did not reopen. But the vibration under her palms changed, the rhythm fracturing into 3 distinct pulses instead of 2, and she knew the furnace was forcing the heat through unsteady paths, trying to find a way out. "Feed the primary," she said. "Full vent." Lanyu opened the vent without hesitation. The heat surged upward, and the primary hearth's flame turned white, and the crack in the left wall wavered but held. Duan Wensi counted. The primary sequence would peak at count 15. The spike would last 3 breaths. She fed the activation layer at count 10. The flame would catch the compound before the spike fully dropped, and the bifurcation would happen in the gap between the heat's crest and its fall. She had never done this. The footnote had not said if it worked. The mark at her throat pulsed once, hard, and she pulled the gray powder bowl toward her. "Secondary hearth, refeed at count 8. Lanyu moved. She heard the scoop bite into the coal bin, heard the fuel feed open, and at count 8 she fed the gray powder into the flame, watching it catch and burn and turn the amber smoke to white. The heat surged. The crack's edge darkened, the stone glowing at the line, but the vent held, the fuel held, and the white smoke rose steady. "Drip at count 12, she said. The oil was in her hand. She counted. At 12 she poured, a thin stream that caught the flame mid-surge, and the smoke changed from white to deep amber, the color running through the vent and curling upward. The primary spike crested, and then the vibration beneath her palms split. The heat climbed, the crack held, and the bifurcation happened in the gap, the 2 sequences locking together in the space between the fall and the crest, the pill's structure binding when Duan Wensi crushed the petals into the amber smoke. The hum steadied. The crack's glow faded. She stood with her hands against the furnace brick, her palms red from the heat, and the vibration beneath them was even, steady, whole. The pill was complete. Jue Poyan set down the pestle. She crossed to the secondary hearth and looked at the bowl where the pill lay, a dark sphere still warm from the flame, its surface smooth and unblemished. She picked it up. She turned it in the light, and for a long moment she said nothing. Then she walked to the pallet where the jade lotus disciple lay, her hands still curled, her breath still shallow, and she pressed the pill between the girl's lips. The room waited. Duan Wensi counted the seconds in her pulse, feeling the heat of the furnace against her back, the weight of 3 pairs of eyes on her hands. The disciple's breath changed, not deepened, not quickened, but changed, the rhythm shifting from shallow and uneven to something that held, that settled, that found its own pace. The curled fingers began to loosen, slowly, one at a time. The left hand first, then the right, the tendons releasing their grip as the circulation pill worked its way through her system. The girl's eyes opened. She looked at the ceiling, and then she looked at Duan Wensi. "You saved me," she said. Her voice was thin, barely more than a whisper, but it held. The mark at Duan Wensi's throat pulsed once, soft and warm, and she did not answer. She turned back to the furnace. The crack in the left wall was still visible, a dark line running from the vent downward, but it had not spread, and the heat held even, and the vibration beneath her palm was steady. Lanyu is looking at her. Jue Poyan was looking at her. And in the hallway beyond the doorway, someone turned and walked away, the footsteps retreating through the compound's corridors. Duan Wensi did not turn to see who it was. She already knew. The impossible talent had been displayed. The word was already leaving the workshop, carried by witnesses who had seen a child rewrite a refining sequence she should not have known. The message tube from the examination hall was still traveling, and somewhere beyond the compound walls, the recipient was already reading it. Chapter 11. The furnace room emptied by degrees. Lanyu banked the secondary hearth first, scraping ash into the disposal bin with slow, deliberate strokes. He did not look at her. Jue Poyan had already withdrawn to her study, taking the remaining residue bowls with her, leaving only the smell of burnt oil and the fading warmth of the brick. Duan Wensi stood at the furnace wall. The crack line had cooled to a dark seam, harmless now but permanent, a scar in the stone that would widen the next time the furnace ran hot. She traced it with her fingertip, feeling the rough edge where the heat had forced the clay apart. "You should sleep." She turned. Ruo Beishuan stood in the doorway, arms crossed, his silhouette cut against the torchlight in the corridor. He had not left. He had stood there through the entire aftermath, watching her hands, her face, the way she had not moved from the furnace in the minutes since the disciple was carried out. "I will," she said. "You won't." She did not answer. He stepped into the room, the torchlight catching the line of his jaw, the set of his shoulders. He looked at the crack in the furnace wall, then at her hands, then at her face. "3 things happened tonight," he said. "You identified a bifurcation crack before it split the furnace. You stabilized it with a correction no apprentice should know. And you directed 2 senior refiners through a sequence that does not exist in any assembly manual." She said nothing. "The healed disciple will talk. The compound disciples who carried her out will talk. By morning, the Eastern District will know that Jue Poyan's new boy saved a life by rewriting a protocol no one has seen before." "I know. Then you know what happens next." She did. The word would spread like heat through dry tinder, carried by gratitude, curiosity, and suspicion in equal measure. The healed disciples' sect would send gifts or demands. The assembly's outer registry would update their file, and somewhere between the compound walls and the message tube still traveling through the Basin's courier routes, her name would settle into the wrong hands. "The question," Ruo Beixuan said, "is whether you planned it this way." She looked at him. "If I had planned it, I would have chosen a method that did not nearly rupture the furnace. You did not answer the question. I gave you an answer." He studied her. The torchlight flickered, and for a moment his face was unreadable, the suspicion that had marked every interaction since her arrival, shifting into something else. "I have watched you for 5 days," he said. "You act like someone who learned from a book but has never trusted one. You speak like someone who knows exactly how much to say and no more. And when the crisis came, you moved like someone who had already seen the end of this moment and was simply walking toward it." He paused. "I have seen that kind of calm before. It is not composure. It is the stillness of someone who has already accepted that they might not survive." The mark at her throat pulsed once, cold. "You should not be reading me," she said. "You should not be worth reading." The silence stretched between them, furnace heat and torchlight, and the weight of a question neither of them had spoken aloud. Then Ruo Beixuan uncrossed his arms. "The compound has 3 empty rooms in the eastern corridor," he said. "The one at the end has a lock on the door and a window that faces the outer wall. It is not comfortable, but it is quiet, and no one will bother you there unless you let them." He turned toward the door. "I will tell Lanyu you are not to be disturbed until the morning bell." "Why?" He stopped. "Because if you are going to rewrite the rules of this basin, you need to be alive to do it." He left. The footsteps receded down the corridor, steady and unhurried, and Duan Wensi stood alone in the furnace room with the scarred wall and the cooling brick, and the weight of his words settling into her chest like residue. She had not planned to be seen, but she had been. Not just by Ruo Beixuan, by Lanyu, who had followed her instructions without hesitation and would remember every detail of the sequence she had used. By Jue Poyan, who had watched her work and said nothing, storing the observation in a mind that had filed no patents in 40 years. By the healed disciple, who had whispered, "You saved me," and would carry that knowledge back to her sect. She was useful now, useful to the wounded who needed her skill, useful to the curious who wanted to understand it, useful to the officials who wanted to control it. And useful people were always, eventually, removed. She walked to the eastern corridor. The 3rd door had a lock, and the window faced the outer wall, just as Ruo Beixuan had said. She sat on the edge of the narrow bed and looked at the leather bundle Madame Seria Nua had left, still unopened, sitting on the corner of the table where she had placed it the night before. She picked it up. The leather was warm against her palm, worn soft from travel, tied with a cord that bore no seal, no stamp, no mark of origin. She untied the cord. Inside lay a single object, wrapped in faded silk, a small ceramic vial, its surface unglazed, its mouth sealed with wax that bore the impression of a character she did not recognize. She turned it in the light. The wax seal was cold. The vial was empty, or nearly so, its weight too light for liquid, too even for powder. She did not open it. She set it on the table beside the bed, and she sat in the dark, listening to the compound settle around her, the creak of wood, the distant hiss of a banked furnace, the footsteps of someone crossing the courtyard below. The message tube was still traveling. The healed disciple was already waking. And somewhere in the corridors of the Sovereign Pill Assembly, a clerk was sliding a file from a shelf and writing a name in the margin. Duan Wensi looked at the ceramic vial. She did not sleep. Chapter 12. She slipped out before the morning bell. The compound gate had a latch that did not quite catch, and Ruo Beixuan had said she was not to be disturbed until morning, not that she could not leave. She told herself that was permission enough. The list was simple. Jue Poyan needed more white night gum for the next circulation batch, and Lanyu had mentioned a stall near the West Market that kept late-season stock without the assembly markup. A straight route there, payment in coin, straight route back. She could be gone before anyone noticed. The streets were gray with early fog, the sun not yet above the ridge line that hemmed Vermilion Basin on every side. Merchants were already setting up, unrolling awnings, arranging ceramic jars in rows, sweeping yesterday's dust from their thresholds. The air smelled of wet stone and dried ginger, and the sharp undertone of charcoal smoke from furnaces that never fully cooled. She kept her head down. The West Market lane was narrow, crowded with stalls that leaned toward each other as if sharing secrets. She moved between them, counting paces, noting the position of each intersection, mapping the exits the way she had once mapped evacuation routes from lecture halls. Paranoia was not a flaw. It was a system. She found the stall, negotiated the price, and was tucking the wrapped gum into her satchel when she saw him. Qi Wanjie. He stood at a fruit stall 3 lanes over, easy to pick out even in a crowd, even in the fog. Broad-shouldered in plain travel robes, his posture relaxed and alert at once, the kind of composure that came from knowing you were the strongest person in any room. He was laughing at something the stallkeeper said, his head tilted back, his teeth white against his skin. Duan Wensi's blood turned cold. She knew that laugh from the serial. It preceded a duel. It preceded a revelation. It preceded the kind of disaster that reshaped a province and left side characters buried under the rubble. She turned. Not fast, not obviously. She turned like someone who had remembered she needed something from a different lane entirely. Her shoulders loose, her feet finding the gap between 2 stalls without hurrying. She made herself small. That was the trick. Qi Wanjie did not notice small people. He noticed threats. He noticed mysteries. He noticed pretty girls and powerful elders. He did not notice the 14-year-old boy who had not yet done anything worth remembering. She slipped behind a curtain of drying herbs and into the parallel lane. The detour took her through a section she did not recognize. The stalls here were older, their wooden frames darkened by years of smoke and weather. A tanner worked beside a basket weaver, the smells of cured hide and dried reed mixing into something heavy and strange. She kept moving. The lane bent left, then right, and she was calculating how far she had come from the market entrance when a boy crashed into her from the side. They went down together. The boy was younger than her, 12 at most, thin in the way of someone who ate only when luck permitted. He scrambled up first, and she saw the satchel in his hands, the one that had been slung across her shoulder a moment before. Not hers, someone else's. She saw it in the same instant she heard the shout from behind her. "Stop him! That boy stole!" The thief was already running. The shout had come from a merchant 3 stalls down, his face red, his hands gripping the edge of his counter. A woman beside him was pressing both hands to her mouth, her empty shoulder bag swinging. Duan Wensi could have stayed down. She could have let the boy vanish into the fog and the lanes and the maze of stalls where every shadow swallowed a runner. She could have picked herself up, dusted off her robes, and walked back the way she had come with her own ingredients still safe in her satchel. But the thief was heading straight toward the lane where Qi Wanjie stood. And if the commotion reached him, if the chase crossed his path, he would look. he would notice. And someone might mention the boy who had tried to avoid him. She ran. Not after the thief. She cut sideways, through a gap between two stalls that was barely wide enough for her shoulders, into a service lane piled with empty crates and discarded baskets. She could hear the thief's footsteps ahead, the slap of worn soles on wet stone, the ragged breath of someone who had not eaten well enough to run far. She reached the end of the service lane just as he did. He skidded when he saw her, his eyes wide, his chest heaving. The satchel was clutched against his ribs like a shield. "Move," he said. "Move or I will—" "You will not get past the next intersection," she said. "There is a cultivator there, young, broad-shouldered, wearing gray travel robes. He will catch you before you take 3 steps. The boy stared at her. "He is fast," she said. "And he is bored. Bored cultivators are the ones who show off, trust me. You do not want to be his demonstration." "I will go around." "There is no around. That lane feeds into the same intersection, and the guards at the far gate have already heard the shout. You have maybe 40 seconds before they start sweeping the stalls." The boy's face crumpled. She held his gaze. "Give me the satchel." "Why?" "Because I will return it to the merchant, and I will tell him the thief dropped it when he ran. He will get his goods back. No one will chase you, and you will learn where the gaps are before you run through them." The boy looked at her for a long moment. Then he thrust the satchel into her hands and vanished over a low wall, his footsteps fading into the fog. Duan Wensi turned. The market lane was quiet. The merchant was still shouting somewhere behind her, his voice growing hoarse. The guards had not yet reached this section, and the intersection where Qi Wanji stood was just visible through a gap in the awnings. She could still avoid him. She could walk back to the merchant, return the satchel, claim she found it on the ground, and slip out through the east gate before anyone thought to ask her name. She took a step. "Interesting approach." The voice came from behind her, low, calm, amused. She turned. Qi Wanji stood at the mouth of the service lane, his arms crossed, his head tilted. He had watched the whole exchange. He had seen her cut the boy off. He had heard her give the warning, and he had not interfered because he had not needed to. "How did you know I was there?" he asked. She did not answer. He smiled. "I saw you notice me," he said. 3 lanes over. You turned before I could even raise my hand. That takes awareness, or training, or fear." He took a step closer. "Which one is it?" The satchel was heavy in her hands. The white nightgown was still safe in her own bag, and the fog was beginning to burn off as the sun climbed above the ridge. "I returned stolen goods," she said. "That is all." Qi Wanji's smile did not waver. "I am sure you do." He looked at her the way a furnace keeper looked at a flame he had not yet learned to read. Chapter 13. "I returned stolen goods, that is all." Qi Wanji's smile did not waver. "I am sure you do." He did not move from the mouth of the service lane. The fog curled around his ankles, thinning as the morning light climbed, and he stood there like he had all the time in the world. Like the market and the shouting merchant and the vanished thief were background noise he could ignore at will. Duan Wensi held the stolen satchel against her chest and waited. "You are from Jue Poyan's compound," he said. "The examination prodigy, the one who tasted a sealed pill and named the stabilizer before the wax had cooled." Her throat tightened. So the rumor had already spread this far, this fast. 1 day since the examination, and a canonical protagonist who should not know her name had already attached a face to the story. "I am a provisional apprentice," she said. "Nothing more." A provisional apprentice who identifies pill compositions by taste, corrects a bifurcation furnace crack with an undocumented technique, and intercepts thieves in the West Market before breakfast. He said it like he was listing ingredients, calm, precise, as if he had read a report and was now verifying the details in person. "The thief was heading toward you," she said. "If he had reached your intersection, the chase would have drawn attention. I saved you the inconvenience." Inconvenience. Or the entertainment. I am not sure which you were looking for. His smile widened. "That," he said, "is a very carefully chosen answer." She said nothing. The satchel was growing heavy. The merchant's shouting had stopped somewhere behind her, replaced by the rumble of market life resuming its ordinary rhythm. The guards had not come. The thief had escaped, and Xianxia was still standing at the mouth of the service lane, blocking the only exit that did not require her to walk past him. "I should return this," she said, lifting the satchel. "By all means," he stepped aside. She walked past him, keeping her shoulders level, her pace steady, her breath even. She could feel his gaze on her back the way she would feel a hand hovering an inch from her spine. The awareness that he was watching, measuring, filing away every detail of how she moved. She reached the merchant's stall. The woman whose satchel had been stolen was weeping with relief. The merchant clasped Duan Wensi's hands and offered her a reward, which she declined. She gave her name as nothing. She said she had seen the thief drop the bag and had simply picked it up. The lie felt thin in her mouth. When she turned to leave, Xianxia was gone. She scanned the market lane. The fruit stall where he had stood was empty. The keeper was rearranging his display, oblivious. No gray robes, no broad shoulders, no smile. He had vanished as quietly as he had appeared. She let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The fog was nearly gone now. The sun had cleared the ridge, and the market was filling with buyers and sellers and the ordinary noise of commerce. She could slip away. She could return to the compound before Ruo Beixuan or He Lanyu noticed she had gone. She could pretend this encounter had not happened. She took a step toward the east gate. "Kuliang." The voice came from her left. She turned. A woman stood at the edge of a spice stall, half hidden by the shadow of an awning. She was young, maybe 20, with sharp cheekbones and dark hair pinned tight against her skull. Her robes were plain, but the quality of the fabric was unmistakable. Inner sect, one of Xianxia's people. "I did not give my name," Duan Wensi said, knowing. "You did not need to." The woman's eyes traveled over her with the same measuring quality Xianxia's had, but colder, less curious. "There is only one apprentice in the Basin who fits your description. Word travels faster than you think." Duan Wensi said nothing. The woman tilted her head. "You were watching him," she said. "3 lanes over, you saw him before he saw you. That is not a skill provincial apprentices learn in a furnace yard. I have good eyes. You have good lies, too." The woman stepped out of the shadow, and Duan Wensi saw the silver thread embroidered along her collar. A small sigil, a rank marker she did not recognize. "I am Zhang Yuhan," the woman said, "senior disciple of the Verdant Cloud sect, and I am telling you this so you understand that when I say I will remember your face, I mean it." She did not wait for a response. She turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd with the same ease Xianxia had shown. Duan Wensi stood at the edge of the spice stall, the smell of dried pepper and saffron thick in her lungs. She had come to the market for white night gum. She had left with a canonical protagonist's attention and a senior disciple's warning. The fog was gone now, and the morning was bright and clear. She walked back to the compound through streets that felt narrower than they had an hour ago. The latch on the gate caught exactly as it had before, and she slipped through without a sound. The furnace yard was empty. The compound was quiet. She climbed the stairs to the eastern corridor, her hand brushing the wall for balance. When she reached her door, she stopped. A folded paper was wedged beneath the frame. She picked it up. The seal was plain, no sigil, no mark. She unfolded it. 3 characters. Some was watching. She turned the paper over. Nothing. She looked up. The corridor was empty. The windows faced the courtyard where nothing moved. She folded the paper carefully, slid it into her sleeve, and stepped into her room. She closed the door behind her and stood in the silence, her back against the wood, her hand pressed to the folded paper in her sleeve. The ceramic vial was still on the table. The white night gum was still in her satchel. And someone had known she would find that note on her door before she had written it. Chapter 14. Sister Anmei arrived before the morning bell had finished ringing. Duan Wensi heard the gate from her room, the particular scrape of the faulty latch catching against a stranger's hand. She slid the warning note deeper into her sleeve, tucked the ceramic vial beneath her mattress, and was standing in the corridor with her hands empty by the time footsteps reached the stair. The woman who appeared at the top of the landing was not what she expected. Sister Anmei was small, narrow-shouldered, with gray threading through hair pulled back so tightly it pulled the corners of her eyes slightly upward. Her robes were patched at both elbows. The reed cloth bag slung across her hip bore the faded emblem of the Mercy Cloister, a single stem bent under a hand. She stopped at the sight of Duan Wensi. "You are the apprentice?" It was not a question. "Yes," Duan Wensi said. Sister Anmei studied her with the same stillness Wu Beishuan used when reading a lie, but without the threat. The assessment was professional, clinical. "I am here for the quarterly inventory," she said. "Jue Poyan's compound keeps a separate ledger from the assembly registry, and I reconciled the discrepancies. You will show me the furnace yard and the storage cabinets." Duan Wensi nodded and led her down. The compound was still waking. Lanyu was not yet at the furnaces. The courtyard held only the gray mist of early morning and the smell of cold ash. Sister Anmei did not speak as they walked. She glanced at the furnace doors, at the herb racks, at the sealed bins where Jue Poyan kept the higher-grade materials. Her eyes moved like a surface skim. She did not open anything herself. "You write your notes in the margins," she said. Duan Wensi stopped. "I have seen the activation logs from the bifurcation treatment," Sister Anmei continued. "The compound copy, Lanyu's hand is standard. The primary flame log is Jue Poyan's, but the corrections in the margin, the timing adjustments, the residue observations, those are yours." Duan Wensi said nothing. "The decimal increments," Sister Anmei said. "The stability comparisons, the notation that reads like a recipe for a process, not a record of one." She turned to face Duan Wensi fully. "I have been inventorying this compound for 11 years, she said. "No one has ever written margins like that." Duan Wensi kept her hands still at her sides. "I am thorough," she said. "You are precise." Sister Anmei's voice was flat. "Precision is not the same as thoroughness. Precision is a choice about what you consider important enough to measure." She reached into her reed cloth bag and pulled out a leather-bound ledger, worn at the edges, the spine cracked from use. "This is my record," she said, "from the past 3 years. Look at it." Duan Wensi took the ledger. She opened it to a page marked with a gray ribbon. The entries were not what she expected. They were not pill formulas or cultivation breakthroughs or rank advancements. They were case records. Names, ages, cultivation levels, symptoms. Wang Mei, 23, third stage qi condensation, chronic liver toxicity. Estimated pill intake, 18 circulation pills over 6 months. Current status, bedridden. Chen Nan, 31, peak qi condensation, 2 failed breakthrough attempts using assembly-grade foundation pills. Left arm tremor, refused further treatment. Current status, discharged. Lin Jie, 19, first stage qi condensation. Bought diluted third market pills after assembly rejected his patent application. Acute meridian collapse. Current status, deceased. Duan Wensi turned the page. More names, more symptoms, more counts. She turned again. The pattern was the same. She looked up. "This is the assembly's gatekeeping," Sister Anmei said. "Not the theory of it, not the justification, the cost." "How many?" Duan Wensi asked. 347 case entries in 3 years. 5 of those are deaths I could directly attribute to pill failure or toxicity accumulation from assembly-controlled supply. 15 more are probable. The rest are people who will never reach the next cultivation stage because the formulas they need are either too expensive, too restricted, or deliberately diluted to maintain profit margins. Duan Wensi looked back at the ledger. The handwriting was neat. The entries were sorted by date, by severity, by outcome. A system. A record. She thought of her own notes, the precise measurements, the stability tables, the timing adjustments. She had treated the pills as objects, formulas as puzzles, the whole system as a game board she needed to outplay. She had not counted the bodies. "The Reed Mercy Cloister treats the ones the assembly does not want to see," Sister Anmei said. "We patch the cultivators who fail the breakthrough tests. We drain the toxicity from the ones who buy diluted pills because they cannot afford the assembly's prices. We record the names." "Why are you showing me this?" Sister Anmei's eyes did not waver. "Because you are the anomaly that every faction in the Basin is starting to discuss. Because Jue Poyan took you in, and Jue Poyan has not taken an apprentice in 30 years, and that means you are either the solution to this pattern or another tool that keeps it running. Duan Wensi felt the weight of the ledger in her hands. I am not a tool, she said. Sister Anmei tilted her head. Then what are you? The question hung in the air between them. Duan Wensi did not have an answer. She looked down at the ledger again. The names, the deaths, the quiet, unrecorded destruction of people who had never been important enough for the assembly to notice. I did not know, she said. Now you do. Sister Anmei took the ledger back. She slid it into her bag with the same practiced motion she had used to pull it out. The compound inventory is standard, she said. Your margins are the only discrepancy I will note, but I will note them. She turned toward the gate. Sister Anmei, the woman stopped. I did not ask you to keep my notes quiet, Duan Wensi said. No, Sister Anmei said. You did not. She walked out. The gate scraped shut. Duan Wensi stood alone in the courtyard, the cold ash smell in her lungs, the names from the ledger still pressing against the inside of her skull. She looked at her hands. She had held pills. She had identified formulas. She had saved a disciple who lay on a pallet with her meridians collapsing. She had not asked who made the pills that put her there. She walked back to the furnace yard. The morning bell began to ring. Lanyu was already lighting the first furnace, his back to her, his movement steady and unhurried. Duan Wensi crossed to the workbench and pulled out her notes from the previous day. She stared at them. The decimal increments, the stability tables, the precise measurements of ingredient ratios and timing windows. Precision is a choice about what you consider important enough to measure. She folded the notes and slid them into her sleeve, next to the warning note. Then she walked to the furnace and took up the rake. The coals were still hot. She worked without speaking, and Lanyu did not break the silence, but she felt his gaze on her more than once, measuring. By the time the sun cleared the wall, she had refired all 3 furnaces and restocked the coal bin. She was scrubbing the ash from her hands when she noticed the mark at her throat. It was cold, not pulsing, not reacting to heat or danger or threat, simply cold, like the skin of someone who had been standing in the shade too long. She pressed her fingers against it. The cold did not fade. She looked toward the compound gate. Sister Anmei was gone. But the ledger was still inside her head, and the names, and the question she had not answered. She dried her hands. The warning note was still folded in her sleeve, the ceramic vial was still beneath her mattress, and someone was still watching. She turned from the basin and walked toward Jue Poyan's study. Chapter 15. The archive room was behind storage. Duan Wensi found it because she was looking for the wrong thing. Jue Poyan had sent her for a circulation formula reference, a standard text she could copy for the morning batch. The shelf was where Lanyu said it would be, 3rd row, east wall, between a treatise on flame sequencing and a cracked manual on spirit erg grafting. She pulled the volume and flipped to the indexed entry. The formula was there. The ratios were standard. The timing notes matched every other circulation base she had seen since arriving in the basin. But the page number in the index did not match the page she was holding. She checked twice. The index listed the circulation formula at page 47. The book she held had the formula on page 43, followed by a blank leaf, then a continuation of a different entry that started mid-sentence. Someone had removed a page. She stood in the narrow aisle between the shelves, the book open in her hands, and counted the remaining leaves. The binding showed no gap. The stitching was continuous. Whoever had done the work had done it cleanly, re-stitching the spine so nothing looked disturbed unless you checked the index against the content. She replaced the volume and pulled another. This one was a 30-year-old registry of approved pill variants. She found the entry she remembered from Jue Poyan's notes, a circulation variant that had been tested and then withdrawn. The index listed page 82. The actual entry was on page 79, followed by 3 blank leaves with trimmed edges. Same method, same precision. She worked her way down the shelf, pulling volumes at random, checking indices against page content. 1 in every 4 or 5 books showed the pattern: missing pages, redirected entries, edited records. The archivist found her on the fourth shelf. He was a thin man with pale eyes and a smudge of ink on his jawbone, and he appeared at the end of the aisle so quietly that Duan Wensi did not hear him until he spoke. "Can I help you find something?" She turned, the book still open in her hands. "Third Archive Circulation Registry," she said. "I was checking a variant reference." The archivist looked at the book, then at her face, then at the book again. "That volume is restricted to assembly-certified refiners," he said. "Grand Alchemist Jue Poyan sent me." His expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a fractional tightening at the shoulders, a slower blink. "I see," he said. "And did you find what you were looking for?" Duan Wensi closed the book. "I found something else." She held his gaze. The silence stretched. The archivist's hand moved to the shelf beside him, fingers brushing the spine of a ledger as if checking it was still there. "Perhaps you should return to the compound," he said. "The Grand Alchemist's assistant can request the documents you need through proper channels. I have a pass." "A temporary pass," he said, "valid for this morning only, and it does not cover the restricted shelves." Duan Wensi looked at the book in her hands, the circulation variant. Page 79, not 82. "I was on the wrong shelf," she said. She placed the book back exactly where she had found it, spine aligned with the edge, and stepped past the archivist toward the main aisle. He did not move to block her, but he watched her walk the length of the room, and when she glanced back at the door, he was still standing there, his hand on the shelf, his pale eyes tracking her. She left the archive. She did not go back to the compound. Instead, she circled the building, counting windows, memorizing the layout of the side doors and the delivery entrance. Then she walked 3 blocks to the Green Tile Inn. Madame Tezering Nuo was not there. The innkeeper said she had left at dawn with a caravan manifest and would return in 3 days. Duan Wensi sat at a corner table and ordered tea she did not drink. She thought about the missing pages, the clean stitching, the archivist's hand moving to the shelf to confirm the ledger was still in place. Someone had edited the record on purpose, someone with access to the binding tools and the skill to restitch a spine without leaving marks. Someone who knew what the missing pages contained and did not want anyone to find them. She finished the cold tea and walked back to the compound. The gate latch caught as she pushed it shut. She had to push again, harder, to seat it properly. The furnace yard was empty. Lanyu's tools were laid out on the workbench, clean and waiting, but he was not there. She crossed the courtyard and entered the main building. The hallway was quiet. The door to Jue Poyan's study was closed. She stood in front of it, the warning note still folded in her sleeve, the missing pages still counting behind her eyes. She raised her hand to knock. "Come in." The voice was calm, expecting her. Duan Wensi pushed the door open. Jue Poyan was sitting at her desk, a scroll spread in front of her, her brush uncapped. She did not look up. "The archive sent a message," she said. "They said you were examining restricted volumes without authorization." "I was looking for a circulation formula." "That is what they said." Jue Poyan set down her brush and looked up. "But I do not think that is what you found." Duan Wensi stood in the doorway. "The page numbers do not match the index," she said. "Someone removed pages from at least 7 volumes. The binding was restitched. The missing entries are gone." Jue Poyan's face did not change. "That is a serious accusation," she said. "I am not accusing. I am reporting what I saw." "How many volumes did you check?" "About 15. 7 had discrepancies." Jue Poyan picked up her brush again. She dipped it in the ink, held it over the scroll, then set it down without writing. "Which registries did you check?" "Circulation variants, approved pill formulas, grafting manuals." "Nothing older than 30 years?" "No." Jue Poyan nodded slowly. "Then you only saw the surface layer." Duan Wensi felt the cold at her throat intensify. "What is beneath the surface layer?" Jue Poyan nodded slowly. "Then you only saw the surface layer." Duan Wensi felt the cold at her throat intensify. "What is beneath the surface layer?" Jue Poyan looked at her for a long moment. Then she stood, crossed to the ashwood cabinet beside her desk, and pulled a key from a chain at her waist. She unlocked the cabinet. Inside were 7 ledgers, their spines cracked with age, their pages yellowed and brittle. "These are the originals," Jue Poyan said, "before the editing began." Duan Wensi stepped forward. The first ledger was dated 42 years ago. She opened it to the index. The page numbers matched. She turned to the circulation formula entry. It was there, complete, with marginal notes in a handwriting she did not recognize, corrections and additions that had never made it into the public registry. She looked up at Jue Poyan. "How long have you known?" "Longer than I want to admit." Jue Poyan closed the cabinet and locked it. "And less than I need to." "Who is doing the editing?" "I do not know." "Then who?" "I do not know," Jue Poyan said again. And this time her voice carried a weight that stopped Duan Wensi's next question cold. "But I know why." She turned from the cabinet. "And that is why I locked these ledgers away instead of bringing what I found to the assembly." She met Duan Wensi's eyes. "Because the reason the records are being edited is the same reason someone left a warning note under your door." Duan Wensi's throat mark went cold. "The records do not match the official history," Jue Poyan said, "and the people who are editing them want to make sure no one ever finds out what they changed." She looked at the locked cabinet, including me. Chapter 16. The Green Tile Inn smelled of old oil and damp straw. Duan Wensi sat at the corner table for the 3rd day, a single cup of tea cooling in front of her, and watched the door. The morning market had filled and emptied. Merchants had packed their stalls. The light through the window had shifted from gray to gold to the long amber of late afternoon. She had been sitting since the bell before noon. The innkeeper had stopped asking if she wanted food. She traced the rim of the cup with her finger and thought about the 7 ledgers locked in Jue Poyan's cabinet. The clean restitching, the missing pages, the archivist's hand moving to the shelf to confirm the ledger was still in place. Someone had edited the record on purpose. Someone with binding tools, with skill, with access. Someone who knew what the missing pages contained and did not want anyone to find them. The door opened. Madame Taring stepped through, travel-stained and broad-shouldered, her leather satchel slung across her chest. She saw Duan Wensi immediately and crossed the room without hesitation. "You look like someone who has been waiting," she said, settling onto the bench across from her. "I have." "For how long?" 3 days. Taring's mouth curved. She signaled the innkeeper for tea and set her satchel on the table. "That long, and you are still sitting in the same spot. Either you are very patient or very desperate." Duan Wensi did not answer. The innkeeper brought a fresh pot. Taring poured, inhaled the steam, and drank before speaking again. "I heard the compound has been busy," she said. "Heard you did something clever with a furnace and a cracked wall. Word travels. Word is a caravan. It moves faster when the cargo is valuable." Taring set down the cup. "You did not come here to discuss market gossip. I came because you owe me an explanation." "I owe you nothing. I gave you a bundle. You chose not to open it for..." She paused. "How long did you wait?" "Until it was safe." "And was it?" Duan Wensi did not answer that either. Taring studied her with the same measuring look she had used the first time they met. Then she reached into her satchel and pulled out a folded sheet of oiled paper. "I have something better than explanations," she said. "I have a problem." She unfolded the paper. Inside was a coarse gray powder, fine as milled dust, with a faint green tint along the edges. "Preservation compound," Taring said. "Standard formula, used to keep raw ingredients stable on long routes." Duan Wensi leaned forward, squinting at the powder. "It is degrading." "Correct. By the time it reaches the far stations, it loses half its potency. The assembly-approved formula works fine for routes under 3 days. Anything longer, and the stabilizer breaks down. And you want me to fix it. I want to trade." Taring's fingers tapped the oiled paper. "You tell me what is wrong with this powder, and I will tell you something you need to know." Duan Wensi looked at the powder. At the green tint along the edges, the uneven grain size, the faint metallic smell rising from the paper. She touched a pinch to her tongue. The taste hit her in layers. Chalk base, bone meal binder, a sparse trace of ironbark resin, and something else. Something that did not belong. A stabilizer compound, but the ratio was wrong. The binder was absorbing moisture instead of sealing it. She let the taste settle. "The stabilizer is correct for shore halls," she said, "but the binder ratio is calibrated for dry climate. If this travels through any valley with river mist, the binder absorbs moisture and the stabilizer hydrolyzes. By the time it reaches a far station, it is dead weight." Tearing Nua's eyes narrowed. "Can it be fixed?" "Sistrich, this places one remnant screen. Reduce the binder by 1/10. Increase the ironbark resin by half a measure. It will hold for 7 days instead of 3. Tearing Nua sat back. "You tasted that." "I did. 1 pinch. And you read the binder ratio, the stabilizer breakdown, and the moisture absorption curve from a single taste." Duan Wensi did not answer. Tearing Nua reached into her satchel again. This time she pulled out a rolled leather sheet tied with a cord. "A caravan manifest," she said. "My last 3 runs into the eastern valleys." She untied the cord and spread it across the table. The manifest was dense with entries. Names, quantities, route stops, dates. Duan Wensi scanned the columns, her eyes moving fast down the list. "What am I looking for?" 2 months ago, a man carrying a sealed shipment from the Assembly's outer depot vanished between Hollow Pass and the Copper Vale station. The shipment never arrived. The courier never reappeared. Duan Wensi's throat mark went cold. Copper Vale. You know it. She knew it. In the original serial, Copper Vale was the district where Kuo Kuliang's body was found. The chapter had described it in a single line, a shallow ravine outside the Copper Vale way station, the body already cold, a sealed pouch still strapped to his belt. "Go on," she said. 1 month later, a second courier disappeared on the same route. Same depot, same destination, same result. "And the third?" 10 days ago. Tuing Nua's voice dropped. "The pattern is not random. Someone is targeting the Copper Vale supply line, not stealing the shipments, intercepting them before they arrive." She tapped the manifest at a marked route stop. "This is the section where all 3 vanished. A stretch of road about 6 li long, with a narrow ravine on one side and a cliff face on the other. No side routes, no cover. Anyone traveling through that section is visible from both ends." Duan Wensi's mind was already moving. The edited records, the missing pages, the disrupted routes. The pattern was not 3 separate events. It was a system. Someone was cutting supply lines to Copper Vale. Someone who did not want anything reaching that district. Someone who had been doing it for months, maybe longer, and had edited the archive records to conceal the pattern. "What do you know about the shipments?" she asked. "Standard assembly manifests, raw ingredients, preserved herbs, nothing exotic. Nothing that would justify killing 3 couriers." Tearing Nua's eyes met hers. "That is what I have been trying to find out." Duan Wensi looked at the manifest again. The route stops, the dates, the empty spaces where shipments had been logged out and never logged in. One name caught her eye. Hollow Pass. She had seen that name before, not in the archive records, in something else. The warning note. She pulled the folded paper from her sleeve and laid it beside the manifest. The 3 characters, the clean, unmarked paper. Someone is watching. Hollow Pass was the route stop before the ravine, the last place the couriers had been seen alive. "You recognize something," Tarin Noe said to me. Duan Wensi did not answer. She was looking at the manifest, at the name of the route stop, at the empty spaces where shipments had been logged out and never logged in. And she was thinking about Chapter 47, about a shallow ravine outside the Copper Vale way station, about a boy who had found something he should not have found. The cold at her throat spread down her chest, settling beneath her ribs like a weight she could not shift. "I need to see the route," she said. Turing Nuo's expression did not change. "That is not a beginner's road." "I am not a beginner. You are a 14-year-old provisional apprentice with no combat training and a target painted on your back." Duan Wensi met her eyes. "I am also the person who just diagnosed your preservation powder from a single taste. And I am the person who found the missing pages in the archive." If someone is cutting the Copper Veil supply line, I need to know why. Taring Nuo held her gaze for a long moment. Then she reached into her satchel and pulled out a second folded sheet. I was going to give this to you whether you fixed the powder or not, she said. She unfolded it. It was a map, hand-drawn, marked with route stops, elevation lines, and a single red character at the ravine section. Caution. Duan Wensi's eyes traced the line from Hollow Pass to the ravine to Copper Veil Station. Then she saw it. A second path, branching off the main road just before the ravine, curling through the cliff face and emerging on the far side of the station. Someone had drawn it in faint ink, almost erased, as if the cartographer had not wanted it to be seen. Not all formula couriers vanish, Taring Nuo said quietly. Some of them take the old road. Duan Wensi looked up. The old road leads to the same station? It leads to a place the assembly does not want anyone to find. She pointed at a mark at the end of the faint path, a small symbol, 3 strokes arranged in a triangle. A safe house, Taring Nuo said, belonging to a refiner who filed his last patent 42 years ago. 42 years. The same year Jue Poyan's original ledgers were dated. The same year the editing began. Duan Wensi folded the map and tucked it into her sleeve beside the warning note. I need to borrow this. You are going. I am going to find out what was in those shipments. Taring Nuo studied her with something that might have been pity. You understand that if someone is willing to kill couriers to keep that route sealed, they will also be willing to kill you. Duan Wensi stood. Then I will make sure they do not see me coming. She turned toward the door. Behind her, Taring Nuo's voice stopped her. The preservation powder formula. Write down the corrected ratio. Duan Wensi paused. And the binder reduction. 1/10, half a measure of iron bark resin, no more. She walked out of the inn into the amber light of late afternoon. The map was warm against her arm through the sleeve. The cold at her throat had spread to her fingers, and somewhere on the road between Hollow Pass and Copper Veil, 3 dead couriers were still waiting for someone to find what they had been carrying. Chapter 17. The compound lay dark when Duan Wensi reached the gate. No lamps burned in the windows. No smoke rose from the furnace chimney. The gate latch sat exactly as she had left it that morning, slightly off its catch, ready to yield to anyone who knew how to push. She slipped through and closed it behind her. The cold had not left her fingers. It sat under the nails, in the knuckles, in the joints she curled against her palm as she crossed the yard. The map was still pressed against her arm through the sleeve. The warning note. The manifest copy Tyrian Wee had let her keep. She made it to the eastern corridor before she heard the voice. You were out late. She stopped. Gorbe Wen stood in the shadow of the covered walkway, arms crossed, back against a pillar. He was not blocking her path. He was positioned exactly where the moonlight did not reach. I needed air, she said. You left before the morning bell. I could not sleep. And now you are returning after curfew, carrying something that makes you hold your arm like it might fall off if you relax. She said nothing. He pushed off the pillar and walked toward her. His steps were unhurried. The same relentless calm he had used when he first read her decimal notes, when he had watched her hands in the furnace room, when he had told her she spoke like someone always preparing to vanish. You have been gone since dawn, he said. You missed 2 meals. Lanyu had to relight the middle furnace alone because you were not there to feed the charcoal sequence. I was not aware my schedule was being tracked. Your schedule is not being tracked. Your absence is being noticed. There is a difference. He stopped 2 paces from her, close enough to see the tension in her jaw, close enough to read the way she held her sleeve against her side. You found something in the archive, he said. It was not a question. She considered her answer. Partial truth. Enough to satisfy procedure, enough to make him stop asking. Logistical records, she said. Route manifests for the Copper Veil supply line. His expression did not change. Why? The circulation ingredients we ordered last month did not arrive. I wanted to see if there was a pattern. There is no pattern. Supply delays happen. 3 couriers have vanished on that route in 2 months. Silence. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly, as if she had confirmed something he already suspected. Come with me. He turned and walked toward the furnace yard. She hesitated, then followed. The yard was dark. The furnaces had been banked for the night, their vents closed, their embers pulsing low and orange beneath the ash. Ruo Beixuan stopped at the middle furnace and placed his palm flat on the brick. "You know what I was before I came here?" he asked. "A disciple. I was a file clerk in the Assembly's outer registry for 3 years." She said nothing. "I processed route manifests, delivery confirmations, and patent renewals. I saw every shipment logged in and out of the Vermilion Basin for 3 districts, and I learned something very early." He turned to face her. "People who notice patterns do not live long enough to finish tracing them." The cold in her fingers sharpened. "I am not tracing anything," she said. "I am checking a delivery." "You are lying." The words were flat, not angry, not accusatory, just a statement of fact, delivered with the same calm he used to measure furnace temperatures. "I have been watching you for 6 days," he said. "I watched you correct a furnace crack without knowing how. I watched you direct Grand Alchemist Jue Poyan through an unorthodox refinement. I watched you sit alone in a locked room with your back to the door and your eyes on the ceiling, calculating something you would not share." He stepped closer. "And now you are back after curfew, carrying route data you should not have access to, with a map folded into your sleeve that someone drew in ink that has been intentionally faded." Her throat tightened. "I do not know what you are looking for," he said, "but I know you are not looking for a delivery." The orange ember light caught the line of his jaw, the set of his shoulders. "You need to decide," he said, "whether you are working alone or working with the people who are trying to keep you alive, because partial honesty is the fastest path to a grave." She stared at him. The words hit exactly where he had aimed them. She opened her mouth to give him another partial truth, something careful, something that would close the conversation without revealing the map, the safe house, the 42-year gap in the records. But what came out was different. "I found something in the archive," she said. "Pages have been removed, systematically, for at least 42 years. He did not blink. "I know." "You know?" "I suspected. I did not have proof until you said it out loud." He turned back to the furnace. "The missing pages are concentrated in 3 categories: circulation variants, breakthrough acceleration formulas, and grafting manuals. The same categories that, if widely distributed, would break the Assembly's monopoly on advancement." She felt the ground shift beneath her. "You already knew about the suppression." "I knew about the pattern. I did not know the extent." "Then why have you not told anyone?" He looked at her. "Because telling the wrong person is the same as telling no one, and because I needed to know who else noticed before I acted." The embers popped in the silence. "I noticed," she said. "Yes, you did." He pulled his hand away from the furnace brick. "And now you have a map someone gave you, leading somewhere the Assembly does not want found, and you are planning to follow it alone." She said nothing. "Let me guess. You are going to leave before dawn. You are going to take the hidden path, and you are going to find out what happened to those couriers before anyone can stop you." "You cannot stop me." "I am not trying to stop you." He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a folded paper. "I am giving you this." She took it. It was a route pass, official, stamped with the Assembly's outer registry seal, bearing her name. "In case you need to cross a checkpoint," he said, "and in case you need to come back." She looked at the pass, then at him. "Well, because I have been waiting for someone else to see what I see." He walked past her, toward the corridor. "Be careful, Kuo Kuliang. The people who edited those records are not finished editing, and they know you have been reading." She stood alone in the dark furnace yard. The route pass was warm in her hand. The cold at her throat had spread to her chest, and somewhere in the darkness beyond the compound wall, someone was still watching. Chapter 18. The cold had spread to her ribs by the time she reached the way station. The route pass felt foreign in her hand, the paper too crisp, the seal too fresh. Ruo Beixuan had done his work well. The outer registry stamp carried the right pigment density, the right pressure pattern against the fibers. A clerk would wave it through without a second glance. She handed it to the gatekeeper without meeting his eyes. He glanced at the seal, glanced at her face, nodded. She stepped through into the crowded yard and felt the cold settle deeper. The way station was full. more full than it should have been for a midweek afternoon. Merchants crowded the loading platform. A cluster of disciples in pale blue robes argued with a man in assembly gray. The tension sat thick as furnace smoke in the air. Duan Wensi kept her head down and moved toward the eastern exit where the hollow pass road began. She did not make it. Kuliang, the voice came from her left, low, familiar. She turned. Jue Poyan stood at the edge of the platform, her lined face unreadable, her hands clasped in front of her robes. Grand Alchemist, Duan Wensi said. Walk with me. It was not a request. Duan Wensi followed her into a narrow alley between the way station's storage sheds. The noise of the yard faded. The smell of pressed herbs and damp stone filled the space. You have a route pass, Jue Poyan said. It was not a question. Yes. From Rural Baekshun. Yes. The old woman studied her for a long moment. The watchful eyes read her like a flame. He should not have done that. He was trying to help. Help is not the same as safety. Jue Poyan's voice was quiet, and a forged pass will not save you from what is waiting on that road. The cold in Duan Wensi's chest pulsed. Where did you go before you came here? Jue Poyan asked. Nowhere. I came straight from the compound. Then you missed the report. Duan Wensi's stomach tightened. What report? Jue Poyan reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. Gray. Official. Assembly incident notation stamped at the top corner. A dispute between sect affiliates erupted at the Hollow Pass checkpoint yesterday. 1 dead, 2 injured. The survivors gave conflicting descriptions of who attacked first. She held out the paper. Your name appears in the preliminary account. Duan Wensi took the report. The ink was dry. The handwriting was neat. A clerk's script, precise and unremarkable. Her eyes found the 4th line. 1 male, approximately 14 years, dark hair, slim build, seen in company of Qi Wanji's people prior to incident. Identity unconfirmed, awaiting verification. The cold in her chest turned sharp. I was not there, she said. I know. I have not been near Hollow Pass in days. I know that too. Jue Poyan took the report back and folded it into her sleeve. But the report exists, and someone filed it before the incident was properly investigated, before any witness was questioned twice. She met Duan Wensi's eyes. Someone wanted your name in the record. The world narrowed to the space between them. How long, Duan Wensi said, before an unconfirmed identity becomes a confirmed one? That depends on who is doing the confirming. Jue Poyan's voice was flat, clinical, the voice of someone who had read too many reports. The incident itself is small, a territorial dispute between 2 minor sects. The assembly will assign fault to whoever is easiest to blame. If your name is attached, you become the easy answer. And if I am not here to defend myself, then the report stands, and you become a named participant in a sect conflict you never joined. The cold in Duan Wensi's ribs spread to her stomach. This was not an accident. This was a test. Someone had watched her leave the compound. Someone had known she would head toward the supply routes. Someone had placed her name in a minor incident report, a small enough detail to go unnoticed by anyone not looking for it, but formal enough to become evidence if the larger trap ever needed a pretext. The report looked like paperwork. It was cover for poison. Who filed it? Duan Wensi asked. The way station clerk at Hollow Pass, name not recorded on the preliminary. Can you remove my name? I can suppress the report, delay its filing, argue that the identity confirmation is incomplete. Jue Poyan paused. But that will also confirm to whoever filed it that you are being protected, which means they will know they missed their target. The trap had layers. If Duan Wensi's name stayed in the report, she became a named partisan in an incident she never witnessed. If it was removed, the person who filed it would know someone had intervened, confirming that she had protection worth targeting. Either way, the Watcher learned something. Then leave it, Duan Wensi said. The words came out before she had fully decided. Jue Poyan's eyes sharpened. Leave it? If you suppress it, they know you are watching. If you leave it, the report stays unconfirmed, a loose thread, not a noose. And when they pull the thread, then I will be ready. The old woman's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a fraction of a degree toward something that might have been respect. You are walking toward Copper Vale, Jue Poyan said. Yes. You know what is waiting there. I know what happened there before. The silence stretched between them. Chapter 47. Jue Poyan said quietly. Duan Wensi's heart stopped. You know about Chapter 47? I know what the records say, and I know what they do not say. Jue Poyan turned and looked down the alley toward the way station yard. I have been watching the pattern longer than you have been alive. I know which chapters end in death, and I know whose hand wrote them. She turned back to face Duan Wensi. Master Jiao Sanqi is not the only one who reads prophecy residues. I simply do not tell anyone what I see. The cold in Duan Wensi's throat turned to ice. You know about Jiao Sanqi? I know he monitors fate fractures. I know he receives dream residue reports. I know he believes the seal against the outer heavens is fragile and that unrestricted knowledge would collapse it. She stepped closer, and I know he has read a new fracture in the pattern, one that did not exist 6 months ago. The air between them felt heavy. Me? Duan Wensi said. Yes. Jue Poyan reached into his sleeve again. This time she pulled out a small cloth pouch, worn at the edges, tied with a faded cord. Take this. Duan Wensi took it. The pouch was heavier than it looked. This will get you past the place where the couriers vanished, Jue Poyan said. It will not protect you from what is waiting beyond. What is in it? A key and a question. A question? Jue Poyan's eyes held hers. The question is whether you trust anyone enough to let them help you before the trap closes. She turned and walked back toward the way station yard. Duan Wensi stood alone in the alley. The pouch was warm in her hand. The report was still in Jue Poyan's sleeve, her name sitting in the 4th line, waiting for someone to decide whether she was a witness, a partisan, or a corpse. And somewhere beyond the way station wall, on the road to Copper Vale, the ravine where Kuo Kuliang had died in the original timeline was still waiting for her to walk into it. Chapter 19. The way station woke before dawn, but Duan Wensi was already moving. She passed the checkpoint without slowing, Ruo Baixuan's forged seal catching the lamplight for half a breath before the clerk waved her through. The road to Hollow Pass stretched east, pale under a sky still washing from black to gray. She did not take it. Instead, she turned north, where the Archine Annex stood 3 streets past the last Vermilion Gate, its entrance tucked between a shuttered herb shop and a wall scarred by old fire damage. The procedural pass took her through the outer door. A second seal got her past the reading room. The 3rd lock, the one Ruo Baixuan had drawn from memory and whispered into her palm the night before, opened the restricted shelf corridor. The air inside was dry and cold. No windows. Light from a single flame sconce at the far end, the kind that burned oil so stale it barely flickered. Shelves rose to the ceiling, packed with leather-bound volumes whose spines bore no titles, only ink-stamped numbers. Duan Wensi started at the oldest shelf. She worked fast, pulling volumes by their spine codes, checking the index against the actual page count, looking for the same restitched bindings she had found in the main archive. But here the pattern was different. The pages were not missing. They had never been bound in. The first volume ended at page 38. The index promised 72. She opened the next. Same gap. The third listed a circulation variant for late-stage meridian blockage, patent filed and approved 37 years ago, with a note stating the formula had been withdrawn from circulation pending stability review. No trial data followed. She pulled a 4th volume, then a 5th. Each held the same structure: patent approval, withdrawal notice, and nothing else. No formulas, no trial records, no explanation of what had gone wrong. But the patent numbers were sequential, which meant someone had filed them, approved them, and then removed every trace of the research that supported them. Duan Wensi's throat mark stayed cold. She found the breakthrough formula section at the back of the 3rd shelf, cammed between 2 volumes on grafting manuals whose bindings looked newer than their dates. The first patent in the sequence was 41 years old. It described a method for accelerating the first 2 stages of qi consolidation using a layered solvent extraction that reduced toxicity buildup by approximately 60%. The trial notes were attached, single sheet, handwritten. At the bottom, 3 characters in a different hand: approved, trialed, suppressed. She turned the page. It was blank. The next patent, 2 years later, refined the same method. The trial notes this time spanned 2 pages. The same 3 characters appeared at the bottom, followed by a 4th. Archived. Duan Wensi read it twice. Archived. Not withdrawn, not rejected. Archived. As if the formula had been placed in storage rather than released. As if someone had decided that a successful breakthrough accelerator was safer locked in a restricted shelf than circulating in the hands of cultivators who needed it. She kept pulling volumes. The pattern repeated. Patent after patent. Trial notes that documented measurable success, toxicity reductions, stability improvements. And then, at the end of each entry, a single character or a short annotation marking it for suppression. Some bore signatures, others were stamped. None of the stamps matched the Assembly's current registry seal. She found the oldest entry at the bottom of the 5th volume, wedged between the binding and the back cover, a single folded page that had been inserted after the volume was closed, rather than bound into it. The paper was different, thinner, yellowed along the edges. She unfolded it. The formula was for a circulation pill variant that reduced furnace time by 40% while preserving potency. The trial notes spanned 3 columns. At the bottom, in the same handwriting as the approved annotations but older, less steady, a single line of text. Withdrawn by order of the Heaven Reader. No further trials. Duan Wensi's fingers went still. The Heaven Reader. Master Jiao Sanchai. She looked at the date on the page, 42 years ago. The same year Jue Poyan's original ledgers were dated. The same year the refiner at the safe house had filed his last patent. She was still holding the page when she heard the footsteps. They came from the corridor beyond the restricted shelf seal, slow and deliberate, the sound of leather soles on stone. Not running, not trying to be silent. Whoever it was, they were not hiding their approach. Duan Wensi folded the page and slid it into her sleeve. She turned, scanning the shelf for the next volume in the sequence, her mind already mapping exits. The corridor had only one door. The flame sconce was fixed. The shelves were too heavy to move quietly. The footsteps stopped. A pause. 3 heartbeats. Then the scrape of a key in the seal lock. Duan Wensi dropped low behind the end of the 3rd shelf, pressing herself into the gap between the last volume and the wall. The seal clicked open. The door swung inward. Light from the corridor spilled across the floor. A figure stepped through, tall and narrow-shouldered, wearing the gray robes of an archive keeper. Not the man from the main reading room, someone older, with white hair pulled back and a face that looked like it had not changed expression in decades. He did not look at the shelves. He walked directly to the reading table where Duan Wensi had been working, and he stopped. He looked at the open volume, the empty chair, the faint dust marks where her sleeves had rested. Then he turned and looked straight at the 3rd shelf. Duan Wensi did not breathe. The archive keeper stood motionless for a long moment, his eyes tracking across the shelf bindings with the patience of someone who had done this before. Then he reached into his robe and pulled out a small sealing slip, the kind used to mark a shelf as inventoried. He placed it on the edge of the table. He did not look at her again. He turned, walked back through the door, and closed the seal behind him. The lock clicked. Duan Wensi stayed where she was. The sealing slip sat on the table, pale against the worn wood. It had no writing on it, no stamp, no mark. It was blank, which meant it was not an inventory marker. It was a message. Someone else knew the shelf had been opened, and whoever it was, they had left her a way to identify herself if she chose to take it. She reached for the slip. Her fingers were cold. From somewhere beyond the seal, she heard the footsteps resume, moving away, fading into the corridor's stillness. She looked down at the folded page in her sleeve. 42 years of suppressed formulas, a Heaven Reader's signature, and a blank sealing slip waiting for her to write her name on it. The archive keeper had not caught her. He had told her he knew she was there, and he had left the door open for her to walk through if she was willing to show herself. Chapter 20. She took the slip. The paper was heavier than it looked, a dense fiber stock used for formal markings, not casual notes. It had no seal impression, no watermark, no trace of ink. Whoever had left it had chosen this specific paper because it meant something to someone who would recognize it. Duan Wensi tucked it into her sleeve beside the folded page from the suppressed formula. She did not write her name on it. Not yet. The footsteps had faded completely. The corridor beyond the seal was silent. But the archive keeper had known exactly where to look, had walked past rows of shelves to the one table where she had been working, and had left a blank invitation rather than a confrontation. That meant he was either an ally signaling covert support, or a trap-setter who wanted her to identify herself before springing the net. She could not tell which yet. She turned back to the shelves. The fifth volume was still open on the table, the suppressed circulation variant exposed. She closed it carefully, noting the binding, the catalog number, the shelf position. Then she reached for the next volume in the sequence. The pattern held. Patent applications, trial data, approval stamps. Then, at the end of each entry, a withdrawal order. She worked through 3 more volumes in the same sequence. Each one followed the same structure. A breakthrough formula, successful trials, documented stability improvements, toxicity reductions, efficiency gains. Then, the Heaven reader's signature. Every annotation cited instability or incomplete testing as the reason for withdrawal. But the trial notes did not support that reason. The trial data showed measurable success, patient outcomes, cultivation advancement rates, reduced furnace time, lower toxicity accumulation. The annotations were lies. She found the second suppressed formula at the bottom of the 7th volume, a Qi consolidation accelerator that reduced breakthrough failure rates by 30%. The trial notes documented 18 cultivators who had used the pill successfully over 2 years, with 0 cases of meridian collapse or Qi deviation. The withdrawal annotation read, "Instability risk exceeds threshold. No further trials." There was no instability risk in the trial data. Duan Wensi sat back on her heels, the weight of it pressing against her chest. 42 years of this. Thousands of cultivators who could have advanced, who could have broken through safely, who instead remained trapped at lower stages or bought diluted pills from the assembly's controlled supply. Sister Anmei's ledger of 347 pill harm cases flashed through her mind. How many of those deaths were connected to formulas that should have been available but were not? She reached for the next volume. Her fingers were still cold. The sensation had spread from her throat to her chest over the past days, a slow chill that settled beneath her ribs like water seeping into fabric. She ignored it. The cold could wait. The shelf could not. She opened the 8th volume. The first entry caught her attention immediately, not because of the formula, but because of the name attached to it. Formula: Modified Nourishing Meridian Decoction. Applicant: Disciple Kuo Kuliang, Provisional Apprentice to Grand Alchemist Jue Poyan. Duan Wensi's breath stopped. The date on the patent application was 6 months from now, beyond Chapter 47. A formula she had not submitted, a trial she had not yet run. But the annotation underneath was already written. Incomplete trial data. Applicant deceased prior to completion. Formula withdrawn. Deceased prior to completion. Someone had already written the ending. She stared at the annotation, the characters black and steady, written in a hand that had not hesitated. This was not a record of what had happened. This was a notice of what would happen. A death certificate filed before the death had occurred. The original Kuo Kuliang had not been killed because he was inconvenient or resentful or easy to remove. He had been killed because he had found this shelf, and someone had already written the same ending for her. She turned the page, her fingers numb. The next entry was blank. Not a withdrawal annotation, not a formula description. A blank page, clean and white, bound into the volume where a patent entry should have been. She lifted the page and looked at the binding beneath it. The stitching was fresh. The thread was a slightly different shade of gray than the older bindings around it, the fibers not yet darkened by age and dust and handling. Someone had removed a page from this volume recently. Not 42 years ago, not during the systematic suppression campaign. Recently, days ago perhaps, hours. The keeper who had left the blank slip, or someone else entirely. Duan Wensi traced the fresh stitching with her fingertip, feeling the slight give of thread that had not yet settled into the paper. Whatever had been on that page, it was gone now. taken by someone who knew she was coming and did not want her to see it. She closed the volume and looked at the shelves around her. The restricted corridor stretched in both directions, low-ceilinged and dim, the flame sconce casting long shadows across the bindings. She had found 42 years of suppressed formulas, a death notice written before her time, and a page removed so recently the thread had not yet faded, and a blank sealing slip waiting for her to write her name. She pressed the sealing slip between her fingers, feeling the dense fiber, the weight of the invitation. She still did not know whose side the keeper was on, but she knew one thing now that she had not known an hour ago. The suppression was not random. The poisoning of Kuo Kuliang was not collateral damage. It was premeditated, and whoever had removed that page had done it knowing she would come looking. She slipped the sealing slip into her sleeve alongside the 42-year-old suppression order and the death notice that had not yet come true. Then she began searching for the next volume in the sequence. The cold in her chest had spread to her hands. She did not stop. Chapter 21. The room was cold. Not the damp cold of the archive annex, or the metallic chill that had settled in Duan Wensi's chest. This was a different cold, dry and still, the temperature of stone that had not seen sunlight in decades. Master Jiao Sanchai sat at a wide table of dark wood, his pale amber eyes fixed on the tablet before him. The tablet was bone, polished to a milky smoothness, its surface marked with fine cracks that had not been carved but had grown, like frost spreading across a window. Dream Residue did not record images. It recorded pressure, the places where fate had been touched, bent, or broken. He had been reading the same tablet for 3 hours. The fracture lines told a story he had already memorized. A new reader had entered the Basin's history 6 months ago, an anomaly that should not exist, a break in the pattern so clean it looked intentional. He set the tablet down and pressed his fingertips to his temples, where the faint, gold, vein-like marks pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm. The heaven reading left traces in the body, residue of its own. He had worn these marks for 42 years, since the first time he had ordered a formula suppressed. 42 years. He had been younger then, certain of his rightness in a way he no longer permitted himself. The door opened without a sound. A figure in gray robes entered, carrying a tray with 3 more tablets, the same pale bone, the same fine fracture lines waiting to be read. Jiao Sanchi did not look up, placed them beside the others. The attendant set the tray down and retreated, silent and efficient. The door closed with a soft click that seemed too loud in the stillness. Jiao Sanchi reached for the first tablet. The residue was fresh, no more than a few days old. He held it flat against his palms and closed his eyes, letting the pressure seep into his awareness the way cold water seeped through cracks in a wall. A girl. No, a boy. A young refiner working a furnace in a compound 3 streets east of the examination hall. The residue was faint, diffuse, the shape of the fracture still forming, but the direction was clear. Someone had altered the path. He opened his eyes and set the tablet aside, his expression unchanged. The second tablet was older, perhaps a week. The fracture lines were sharper, more defined. He recognized the signature immediately. The same reader, the same anomaly, made visible when she had corrected a furnace crack using a method no Basin refiner should know. She. He had begun thinking of the anomaly as female, though the residues did not carry gender. There was a precision to the fracture pattern that felt deliberate, studied, as if the reader knew where the original path was supposed to go and had chosen to step around it. He placed the second tablet beside the first. The third was the one he had been waiting for. He picked it up and felt the residue before he opened his eyes. The pressure was stronger here, more concentrated. A moment of high strain, high heat, a furnace crisis resolved through unorthodox means, a pill completed against expectation, a witness who had carried the story beyond the compound walls, and beneath it, a secondary residue. The reader had not been alone. Someone else had been present during the event, someone whose fate line had brushed against hers and shifted. Jiao Sanchi set the third tablet down and opened his eyes. The gold vein marks at his temples throbbed once, twice, then settled. He sat motionless for a long moment, his hands resting on the table, his gaze fixed on the 3 tablets arranged in a careful row. 6 months ago, the pattern had been clean. The fate lines of the Vermilion Basin followed predictable channels, supply routes and sect alliances, and the slow erosion of suppressed knowledge. He had read the dream residue reports every week for 4 decades, watching the fractures, sealing the ones that threatened the province's stability. He had never seen a fracture like this one. The reader had entered the basin from outside. Not physically, that would have been detected at the seal boundary. She had entered the way fate itself was written, stepping into a body that already existed and changing its path from the inside. He had suspected it 6 months ago, when the first anomalous residue appeared. He had hoped it was a reading error, a quirk of the dream reports, a temporary distortion that would correct itself. It had not corrected itself. It had grown. Jiao Sanqi stood and walked to the window. The glass was clouded with age, the world beyond it a blur of gray rooftops and the distant smudge of the mountain wall that enclosed the basin. He had spent his life maintaining that wall. Not the physical barrier, the other wall, the one made of silence and suppression and the careful management of knowledge. The seal that kept the basin stable, that prevented the chaos of open advancement, that protected 10,000 lives from the war that would follow if unrestricted formula release collapsed the province into sect-driven annihilation. He had killed for that wall. He had ordered formulas suppressed, couriers vanished, records edited. He had watched talented disciples rise and fall, knowing that some of them would have to be cut away before their knowledge spread beyond containment. He had done it because he believed the alternative was worse. And now an impossible reader had crossed into his history, carrying knowledge she should not possess, altering fate lines that should have been fixed. If fate could be altered once, it could be altered again. And if it could be altered, the seal could be broken. Jiao Sanqi pressed his palm against the cold glass and watched his breath fog the surface. The girl in the compound, the one who had corrected the furnace crack and completed the unorthodox refinement, the one whose name had appeared in the Hollow Pass report and the archive access logs. She was not a random variable. She was the proof that the system he had maintained for 42 years was vulnerable. She was the fracture that would widen if he did not seal it. He turned from the window and walked back to the table. The 3 tablets lay in their row, the bone pale against the dark wood, the fine fracture lines catching the lamplight like threads of silver. He picked up the 3rd tablet again and held it, feeling the pressure of the event, the shape of the reader's presence, the secondary residue of the witness who had stood beside her. He would need to learn more about this reader. He would need to know what she knew, how she had entered the basin's history, and whether she could be controlled, redirected, or removed before the fracture spread. And he would need to do it carefully. If she was as dangerous as the residue suggested, a direct move would trigger the very catastrophe he was trying to prevent. Jiao Sanqi set the tablet down and reached for a sheet of blank paper. The characters he wrote were small, precise, the handwriting of a man who had spent decades recording observations he never intended to share. Observe. Do not engage. Report frequency, daily. He folded the paper and sealed it with a pressed imprint of his thumb, the gold vein mark at the tip leaving a faint shimmer on the wax. The seal would reach its destination before dawn. He sat back in his chair and closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of the heaven reader marks at his temples, the slow rhythm of a body that had learned to carry the weight of 4 decades of decisions. The reader could not be allowed to continue unchecked. He would watch. He would wait. And if the fracture could not be sealed, he would cut it away. The lamp guttered and went out. In the darkness, the 3 bone tablets glowed faintly, the fracture lines holding their own pale light, the residue of dreams that would not stop pressing against the shape of what was meant to be. Chapter 22. The sealed order left before dawn. Jiao Sanqi did not watch it go. He stood at the clouded window, hands clasped behind his back, listening to the attendant's footsteps fade down the corridor. The room was cold. The lamp had not been relit. He had written the order in the dark. The bone tablet still lay on the table behind him, 3 pale rectangles catching the first gray light that bled through the glass. He did not need to look at them. He had memorized every fracture line, every pressure mark, every residue of a fate that should not exist. 6 months since the first anomaly. 6 months of watching, waiting, hoping the fracture would heal on its own. It had not healed. Jiao Sanqi turned from the window and crossed to the storage cabinet built into the far wall. The wood was dark, unpolished, the grain worn smooth by decades of use. He pressed his thumb to the catch and the door swung open. Inside was scrolls, hundreds of them, stacked in neat rows, their edges yellowed, their bindings cracked. Records that had never been filed in the assembly archive, records that would never be filed anywhere. He pulled the first scroll from its slot and carried it to the table. The seal was intact, the wax stamped with the mark of the old assembly council, the one that had governed before the heaven reader position was created. He broke it with the same motion he had used 1,000 times and unrolled the parchment across the table. The ink had faded to brown, but the characters were still legible. Casualty report, 8th year of the seal. Hollow Pass supply collapse. Faction, broken pill sect. Dead, 43 disciples, 2 elders. Cause, formula toxicity cascade, unverified origin. He read the names. He had not read them in years. He had not needed to. They were carved into the bone of his memory. 43 names of disciples who had died because a breakthrough formula had been released without proper controls, because a sect had pushed advancement too fast, because the seal had not been strong enough to contain the chaos. He set the scroll aside and reached for another. Choked ravine incident, 12th year of the seal. 3 sects contested access to a new herb terrace. Casualties, 112. Supply collapse, 9 seasons. Endemic pill toxicity, unreported. The numbers blurred. He had been a young man when he first read these reports, a junior archivist assigned to catalog the old tragedies, a clerk who believed knowledge was meant to be shared. He had spent his youth arguing for open access, for formula release, for the democratization of advancement. He had been wrong. Jiao Sanqi pulled the 3rd scroll from the cabinet. This one was different. The parchment was newer, the ink darker, the handwriting his own. Fate Reader's Assessment, 35th year of the seal. Projection, basin-wide instability within 2 generations if unrestricted formula release continues. Estimated casualties, 5,000 minimum, 12,000 likely, 20,000 possible. He had written that assessment 9 years ago, after studying the dream residue patterns for a decade. He had taken it to the Assembly Council and watched their faces shift from skepticism to silence. They had given him authority to act. He had used it. The 4th scroll was a supply ledger from the same year, showing the collapse of 3 independent herb routes after a sect war in the eastern valleys. The 5th was a list of breakthrough accidents, 47 cases in a single season, all involving formulas that had never been properly stabilized. Jiao Sanqi closed his eyes. He did not need to see the numbers again. He carried them in his body, in the gold veins at his temples that pulsed with each heartbeat, in the burn scar on his wrist from a refining accident he had not caused but had witnessed, in the slight stoop of his shoulders from years of bending over tablets and reports and casualty lists that never stopped growing. He knew what the Basin looked like at its worst. He had seen the reports from before the sealed order, from the era when formulas spread like wildfire and sects burned through their disciples like fuel. He had read the accounts of supply collapses that had left entire valleys without medicine for years. He had traced the pattern of toxicity cascades that had killed more slowly than war, but just as surely. The seal had ended that. The suppression had saved lives. And it had cost him everything he might have been. Jiao Sanqi opened his eyes and looked at the scrolls spread across the table. 42 years of records. 42 years of watching, deciding, acting. 42 years of knowing that every formula he suppressed, every courier he vanished, every record he edited, was a choice between 2 evils. He had chosen the smaller one, every time. But the smaller evil was still evil. He did not pretend otherwise. He did not sleep well. He did not look at his reflection without seeing the faces of the disciples whose names he had read in the casualty reports, the ones who had died because he had not acted fast enough, and the ones who had died because he had acted at all. The girl in the compound was not evil. He knew this. She was brilliant, precise, gifted with an impossible talent that should not exist in the Vermilion Basin. She had corrected a furnace crack using a method no local refiner should know. She had completed an unorthodox refinement that had saved a disciple's life. She had accessed the restricted archive and read the suppressed formulas. She was not evil. She was a fracture. And fractures, left untreated, spread. Xiao Sanqi reached for the blank sheet of paper and the brush. His hand was steady. It had been steady for 42 years. The characters he wrote this time were different from the sealed order. They were addressed to a specific observer, one who had been watching Jue Poyan's compound for months, one whose reports had already crossed his desk 3 times. Increase observation frequency to twice daily. Report on all visitors, all deliveries, all furnace activity. Note any patterns in compound access, any deviation from established routines. If the provisional apprentice leaves the compound, track destination and duration. If she accesses the archive again, note the volumes she examines and the time she spends. Do not engage, do not confront. Observe only. He signed it with his full name and title, Xiao Sanqi, Heaven Reader, Sovereign Pill Assembly. The seal went on with a press of his thumb, the gold vein mark leaving its faint shimmer in the wax. He did not sit back after he set the brush down. He stood over the table, looking at the 4 scrolls spread across its surface, at the casualty reports and supply ledgers and fate reader assessments that had shaped every decision he had made for 4 decades. The girl was not evil, but the basin was fragile, and he had spent too long holding the wall together to watch one brilliant child bring it down. He lifted his gaze to the window. Outside, the gray light had brightened to morning, revealing the cluster of rooftops that marked the compound district, and beyond them, the dark smudge of the mountain wall that enclosed the vermilion basin like the rim of a bowl. Somewhere in that district, in a compound he had never entered, a girl with an impossible gift was waking to a day she believed she controlled. Xiao Sanqi watched the light creep across the roofs and let the silence settle around him. She did not know he had seen her fate line. She did not know the fracture was visible. She did not know that the order had already been sent. He folded his hands behind his back and stood at the window as the morning grew brighter, as the rooftops sharpened from gray to brown, as the compound district stirred to life. The observer would begin the new schedule by midday. The reports would arrive by dusk, and Xiao Sanqi would read them, analyze them, and decide what the fracture required. He had cut away talented disciples before. He had the records to prove it. His hand moved to the rolled scroll at the edge of the table, the one marked with the old assembly seal, the one that held the names of the 43 broken pill disciples who had died in the 8th year of the seal. He touched the parchment and felt the weight of 42 years. The girl might not be evil, but the basin had survived before she arrived, and it would survive after she was gone, if that was what the seal demanded. Chapter 23. The furnace yard was quiet when Duan Wensi slipped through the compound gate. Lanyu had already banked the middle hearth, its glow reduced to a sullen orange pulse behind the iron door. The ash bucket stood beside the quenching trough, freshly emptied. A roll of oiled cloth lay across the workbench, untouched. He had left it for her. The morning's supply delivery would need wrapping. She did not stop to acknowledge the gesture. She crossed the yard with the suppressed formula pages and the blank sealing slip pressed flat against her chest, tucked inside her robe where the morning cold could not reach them. The pouch from Jue Poyan swung against her hip with each step. The compound corridor was empty. Ruo Beishuan's door was closed. No light showed beneath it. Lanyu had already withdrawn to his corner of the furnace shed. She reached her room, slid the door shut, and stood with her back against it, breathing. The archive keeper's blank slip was still in her sleeve. She had not written her name on it. She had not decided whether to trust him. But she had brought the suppression orders and the death notice. She pulled them out now, spreading the folded pages across the thin mat that served as her desk. The Qi Consolidation Accelerator's trial data. The circulation pill variant's withdrawal annotation, signed by Xiao Sanqi's hand 42 years ago. The pre-written death notice beneath her own patent application, dated 6 months ahead. And the blank page with the fresh stitching. Someone had removed a page from volume 8 within the past day or two. Someone who knew she was coming. Someone who was still moving ahead of her, cutting the trail before she could follow it. She sat on the mat and pressed her palms flat against the papers, feeling the cold of the archive still clinging to the parchment. She had walked into Coppervale's shadow and pulled out a pre-written death notice. But the archive was not the end of the trail. The archive was a mirror. What she needed was the street-level shape of the harm, Sister Anne May's ledger. The records of broken cultivators, failed breakthroughs, and dependency spirals that the Assembly's pill monopoly had created over 3 years. The ledger that documented the human cost of every suppressed formula. Duan Wensi had seen the ledger twice. Once when Sister Anne May had shown it to her in the clinic room. Once when she had carried it in her mind through the archive annex, comparing the suppression dates against the casualty counts. But she had not copied the numbers. She had not done the comparisons systematically. Now she needed to. She rose, folded the suppression orders back into her robe, and slid the door open. The corridor was still empty. The compound felt suspended between shifts, the morning tasks completed and the midday ones not yet begun. She walked to the main storeroom where Jue Poyan kept the supply logs, the formula working copies, and the nested ledgers of every pill that passed through the compound gates. The ledger she wanted was not there. She found it in Jue Poyan's study, lying open on the reading desk, as if someone had been working through it recently. Duan Wensi stopped at the threshold. Jue Poyan was not in the room. The study was empty, the brazier cold, the chair pushed back at an angle that suggested a hurried departure. The ledger lay face up, showing a double-page spread of entries from the past 2 months. Pill type, quantity, destination seal, recipient signature, approval stamp. She stepped closer. The handwriting was Sister Anne May's. Small, precise, the characters crowded together to fit the margins, the same hand that had written the 347 cases. Duan Wensi lowered herself into the chair and began to read. It took her an hour to map the comparison. She worked in silence, pulling the suppression orders from her robe and laying them beside the ledger entries, matching dates against dates, formula types against reported toxicity cases. The Qi consolidation accelerator had been suppressed in the 42nd year of the seal. In the year following its suppression, Sister Anne May's ledger showed a spike in breakthrough failures among low-resource cultivators. 18 cases with documented meridian damage, 6 deaths. The circulation pill variant had been withdrawn in the 41st year. The ledger showed a corresponding rise in Qi stagnation cases and dependency relapses, patients who had been stable on the variant's regimen and deteriorated after it disappeared from the supply channels. Duan Wensi traced the pattern forward. Every suppression date matched a toxicity spike. Every withdrawn formula corresponded to a measurable increase in the harm that the formula had been designed to prevent. The Assembly had not simply throttled advancement for profit. They had created the dependency, then removed the remedy, and watched the failure rates climb. She sat back, her hands flat on the ledger pages, the cold from her throat spreading through her chest like water seeping through cracked stone. Zhao Sunshi had not been suppressing formulas to protect the Basin. He had been engineering scarcity. He had been making the system hurt so that the system stayed controlled. The door behind her creaked. She turned, her hand already reaching for the suppression orders. No one was there. But the door had shifted, the latch catching unevenly in the frame. She stood, scanning the corridor. Empty. The furnace yard beyond was still, the middle hearth's glow steady and undisturbed. She looked down at the ledger on the desk. A single page had been turned. The page she had been reading was no longer open. The ledger now showed a different spread. Entries from 3 months earlier, routine circulation pill deliveries to a minor sect. She had not turned the page. She had been sitting in the chair the whole time, her hands on the papers, her back to the door. She had not moved. Duan Wensi looked at the ledger, then at the empty doorway, then at the suppression orders still clutched in her hand. The cold in her chest did not stop. She gathered the papers, closed the ledger, and left the study, walking fast, her pulse counting the seconds until she reached her room. The room was unchanged. The door slid shut behind her. She locked it. She crossed to her desk and stopped. The blank page with the fresh stitching was lying on the mat. She had left it folded inside her robe with the suppression orders, but it was on the mat now, separated from the others, lying flat and exposed, as if someone had placed it there deliberately. She had not placed it there. She had not taken it out of her robe. She stood in the center of the room, the suppression orders in one hand, the cold in her chest spreading like ink in water, and she understood with a clarity that did not shake. Someone had been in the study while she was reading the ledger. Someone had turned the page. Someone had entered her room while she was gone, searched her robe, found the blank page, and laid it out for her to see. The archive keeper's invitation. The observer Zhao Sanqi had stationed in the compound, the forger who had written the death notice. They were not all the same person, yet at least one of them was close enough to walk through her door while she was 3 rooms away. Duan Wensi sat down on the mat, folded the suppression orders, and placed them back in her robe. Then she reached for the blank sealing slip and looked at its empty surface. She had to decide whose name to write, or whether to write one at all. Outside, the compound settled into midday stillness, and somewhere in the assembly tower, Zhao Sanqi's observer was already writing the nightly report. Chapter 24. The cold from her throat had reached her ribs by the time the knock came. Duan Wensi did not move. The blank sealing slip lay on the mat before her, its surface empty, waiting for a name she had not decided to write. The knock came again, harder. She folded the slip into her sleeve, stood, and opened the door. Ruo Basin stood in the corridor, torchlight catching the line of his jaw. He did not enter. He did not greet her. "The middle furnace is relit," he said. "Lanyu asked where you were this morning." She said nothing. "I told him you were reviewing formula notes." "Then we are consistent." He did not smile. His gaze dropped to her sleeve, where the folded edge of the sealing slip pressed against the fabric. "You were not reviewing formula notes." She held still. "You were in the archive again," he said. "And before that you were in Master Du's study with Sister Anmei's ledger." The words landed flat, precise, a refiner reading a crack before it spread. "You have been watching. I have been watching since you returned from the West Market with a forged route pass in your robe and a map to a place I have never heard you name." The torchlight flickered. Behind him the compound was still, the furnace yard empty, the sky darkening toward evening. "What did you find?" She considered the question, considered how much truth it could hold before it broke the careful balance she had built. "Evidence," she said. "Of what?" She did not answer. Ruo Baishuan stepped forward, one hand pressing the door open wider. He did not cross the threshold, but the movement brought him close enough that she could see the thin line of tension at the corner of his mouth. "You move like someone who has already calculated every exit," he said. "You speak like someone who has practiced every answer before the question is finished. You record quantities in a system no one in this basin uses, and when I ask you where you have been, you give me a sentence that is technically true and tells me nothing." He stopped. "I thought it was arrogance." She did not look away. "I was wrong." The silence stretched. Somewhere in the compound, a door closed. The furnace hearth exhaled a low pulse of heat, and the air shifted, carrying ash and herb bitterness. "It is not arrogance," Ruo Baishen said. "It is terror." The word hit her chest like a second cold. "You are not hiding your skill," he said. "You are hiding the fact that you need anyone to know you cannot do this alone." She opened her mouth, closed it, the sealing slip pressed against her wrist inside the sleeve, a reminder of the question she had not answered. "You are wrong," she said. "Am I?" It was not a question. She looked at him, at the set of his shoulders, the way his hand still held the door edge, the faint shadow under his eyes from nights spent watching a corridor she had not known he guarded. He had been watching her for 6 days. He had given her a forged pass. He had warned her the record editors were tracking her movements. He had done all of this while she treated him as a variable she could optimize around. "There is a death notice," she said. The words came out before she could stop them. Ruo Bingxuan's hand stilled on the door. "It has my name on it," she said. "Filed 6 months early, with the date already stamped." She saw the calculation move behind his eyes. The same pattern recognition she used when tracing a formula's hidden stabilizer, reading the gaps, assembling the shape of something too large to see whole. "Who filed it?" he said. "I do not know." "Who removed the page from your volume?" "I do not know." "Who left a blank sealing slip on your table in the restricted archive, and then walked out without speaking?" She did not answer. His gaze dropped to her sleeve again, to the folded slip pressing against the fabric. "You have not written your name on it." "No." "Why?" She looked at him, and for a moment, just a moment, she felt the shape of the confession pressing against her throat. "Because I am not who you think I am. Because the boy you are protecting died in a shallow ravine in the original script, and I am wearing his face. Because I read your story before I ever met you, and I know you survived this arc, and I do not know if that means I am supposed to trust you or let you go." The words did not fall. The footsteps did. Both of them turned at the same instant, Ruo Beiquan's hand dropping from the door, his body shifting into a guard stance that was older than his apprenticeship, older than his years in the outer registry. The corridor was empty, but the latch on the compound gate clicked, a sound too deliberate to be wind, too controlled to be accident. Ruo Beiquan looked at her. She looked at the gate. The cold in her chest spread lower. "Stay here," he said. He turned and walked toward the gate, his silhouette cutting the torchlight, his hand dropping to the knife at his belt. The moment of confession was gone. She stood in the doorway, the sealing slip against her wrist, the silence of the corridor pressing in around her, and watched him disappear into the dark yard. The gate latch clicked again. And then, from the shadows beyond the furnace yard, a voice she did not recognize spoke a single word. Kuliang, Chapter 25. The voice came from the dark yard, and Duan Wensi's body moved before her mind caught up. She stepped sideways into the doorway's shadow, her shoulder pressing against the frame, the sealing slip crushed between her fingers. The cold in her chest had spread to her ribs now, a tight band that made each breath feel measured. The voice called again, softer this time. "Kuliang, I know you are there." Not hostile, not threatening, but familiar in a way she could not place. She saw Ruo Beiquan's silhouette halt at the gate's edge, his hand still on the knife. He had heard it too. He was waiting, reading the dark the same way he read a furnace before feeding fuel. A figure stepped into the torchlight, broad-shouldered, plain travel robes, a relaxed posture that did not match the tension of the moment. Qi Wanjie. Duan Wensi's throat closed. He was not supposed to be here. He was not supposed to know where she lived. In the original serial, Qi Wanjie had not crossed paths with Kuo Kuliang inside Jue Poyan's compound until the supply crisis of Chapter 41, and that had been a coincidence of logistics, not a deliberate approach. This was deliberate. Ruo Beiquan's hand left his knife. "Wanjie," he said. Not a question, a recognition. Qi Wanjie nodded. "Beiquan, I came to warn you." "Warn me about what?" The Hollow Pass inspection team arrived early. They are not inspecting routes. They are inspecting compounds. Duan Wensi stepped out of the doorway. Qi Wanjie's gaze shifted to her, and she saw the same expression he had worn in the West Market. Curious, measuring, the look of someone who had found a thread worth pulling. "You," he said, "the one who sees things from 3 lanes away." She said nothing. "There is a disturbance at the South Supply Depot," he said. "My people are holding the line against assembly enforcers who arrived without orders. If you want to know what the assembly is moving through Hollow Pass, you should see it before it disappears." Ruo Beiquan turned to her. She saw the question in his eyes. The same question she had not answered about the sealing slip, the death notice, the archive keeper's invitation. Trust. He was asking her to trust that this was not a trap. She looked at Qi Wanjie, at the white teeth visible even in the dim torchlight, at the relaxed shoulders that belonged to a man who had never lost a fight in the original story because he was the protagonist and the world bent around him. "How do I know this is not a trap?" she said. Qi Wanjie's smile widened. "Because if it were a trap," he said, "I would not have called your name twice before showing my face." It was not an answer, but it was the kind of non-answer that a protagonist gave when he was telling the truth in his own way. She followed. The South Supply Depot was a chaos of overturned carts and spilled herb bundles. Duan Wensi arrived behind Qi Wanji, staying in his shadow the way she had learned to stay in furnace shadows, low, quiet, watching the heat patterns before committing to a position. Rural Basin had stayed at the compound, his hand on the knife, his gaze on the dark yard where the gate latch had clicked. The enforcers were already gone when they reached the depot, but their work remained. 3 bodies lay in the trampled mud, their robes marked with assembly supply seals. None of them wore enforcer uniforms. They were couriers, their throats cut with the kind of precision that came from someone who knew exactly where the carotid ran. Qi Wanji's jaw tightened. "They were my people," he said. "They were holding a delivery manifest for me." He crouched beside the nearest body, a young man with a face that still held surprise, his hand curled around something that glinted in the torchlight. A brass token. Qi Wanji pried it free and held it up. Duan Wensi's breath caught. The token bore a mark she recognized. A circle divided by a jagged line, the symbol she had seen stamped on the suppression orders in the restricted archive, the same mark that appeared at the bottom of the death notice filed under her name. "What is it?" Qi Wanji said. She did not answer. She took the token from his hand, her fingers cold against the warm brass, and turned it over. On the reverse, a date was stamped. 6 months from now. The same date as the death notice. "Kuo Kuliang," Qi Wanji said again, and this time his voice had lost the amusement. "What is it?" She looked up at him, at the protagonist who was supposed to save this world, at the man whose story she had read and whose path she had tried to avoid. "It is a death warrant," she said, "and someone is already collecting." She pressed the token into her palm until the edges bit into her skin, and the cold in her chest spread down into her stomach, settling there like a stone. Chapter 26. The Mercy Cloister smelled of old ink and the faint, sweet rot of crushed herb pulp. Sister Anmei's workroom was smaller than Duan Wensi expected. A single oil lamp hung from a ceiling hook, casting a circle of yellow light onto a narrow table stacked with ledgers. The walls were lined with shallow shelves, each holding clay jars sealed with wax and labeled in a script so tight it looked like cracked mud. Anmei sat on the opposite side of the table, her gray threaded hair pulled back so tightly it pulled the corners of her eyes upward. She did not offer tea. She did not offer a seat. She simply opened a ledger and turned it toward Duan Wensi. "Start with these," she said. "The poison cases. Read by symptom cluster, not by victim name." Duan Wensi pulled the ledger toward her. The pages were dense with Anmei's handwriting, fine and unhurried, each entry recording a body's decline in clinical detail. Yellowing sclera, meridian tremors, chi stagnation that did not resolve with standard dispersants. The names were mostly unfamiliar, minor cultivators from scattered sects, independent refiners, children of families too poor to afford assembly-certified formulators. She read for an hour. The patterns began to surface. A toxin that caused meridian corrosion, slow and progressive, took 3 months to kill. A toxin that triggered chi inversion, violent and sudden, left the victim dead within hours. A toxin that mimicked breakthrough failure, subtle enough that the family often buried the cultivator believing they had simply lacked talent. But beneath the surface differences, Duan Wensi began to see a shared architecture. Each formula had a layered design, a primary agent that caused the visible damage, a secondary compound that masked the toxin's signature during standard examination, and a third component, buried so deep in the sequence that it looked like a processing residue that did nothing on its own but could be triggered to neutralize the first 2. A counteragent, built into the poison itself. "Why would a killer include an antidote in the formula?" she said. Anmei did not look up from her own ledger. "You tell me?" Duan Wensi traced the symptom progression of the first case with her finger. The victim had died on day 94. The counteragent had never been deployed. "Control," she said slowly. "The poisoner keeps the option to save someone. They decide who lives and who does not." The antidote is not mercy, it is leverage. Enmei's pen stopped moving. Keep reading. The second ledger covered the last 18 months. Duan Wensi found the same embedded structure in 12 of the 17 poison cases. The counteragent was always present, always functional, always unused, except one. She stopped on an entry near the back of the ledger. A mid-level refiner from the Azure Spring sect, a woman named Liao Jinfang, had been treated with a compound that matched the poison's counteragent signature almost exactly. The entry noted rapid recovery after a 3-day crisis. No residual meridian damage, no recurrence. She survived, Duan Wensi said. Enmei looked up. Someone chose to save her. Duan Wensi turned the page. The next entry was Liao Jinfang's follow-up visit. The woman had returned to the cloister 6 weeks later, not for treatment, but to offer information. The note at the bottom of the page was written in a different ink, darker, added after the original entry. Patient reported visit from Assembly Route Inspector 3 days before onset of symptoms. Inspector inquired about formula compliance. Patient declined to identify Inspector by name. Follow-up visit scheduled, but patient did not return. What happened to her? Duan Wensi said. She stopped coming to the cloister. I sent a messenger to the Azure Spring sect. They said she had transferred to a post in the Eastern Highlands. And you believe that? Enmei's face did not change. I believe she is alive. I do not believe she was transferred. Duan Wensi looked back at the entry. The counteragent pattern was there, clear now that she knew what to look for. The poison that struck Liao Jinfang had been designed to kill or spare, and someone had pulled the lever in her favor. But the price of being spared was cooperation, or silence, or disappearance. She flipped forward through the remaining pages, scanning for the same pattern, finding it in case after case until the symptoms blurred together and the names lost meaning. Who is creating these formulas? She said. Someone with access to assembly supply channels, Enmei said. Someone who knows how to sequence layered compounds without leaving trace signatures. Someone who has been doing this for years. Decades? Enmei was silent for a long moment. Decades, she said. Duan Wensi closed the ledger. The cold in her chest had spread to her fingers. She pressed her palms flat against the table, feeling the grain of the wood, anchoring herself to something solid. A knock at the workroom door broke the quiet. Enmei rose without haste, crossing to the door and opening it just wide enough to receive a folded slip of paper from a shadow in the corridor. She read it standing, her back to Duan Wensi, then turned. There is a new case, she said. At the Market District Infirmary. A journeyman refiner from the Hollow Pass supply line. Symptoms presented this morning. Poisoning? Unknown. But the examining physician recognized the progression pattern. He sent word to me directly. Duan Wensi pushed back from the table. I am coming with you. Enmei studied her for a moment, then nodded. You will stay behind me, she said. You will not speak unless I tell you to, and you will tell me if you recognize the formula. It was not a request. Duan Wensi followed her out into the corridor, past the shelves of sealed jars, past the dim glow of the oil lamp, into the colder air of the cloister yard where the morning light was thin and pale and the shadows stretched long across the stone. The journeyman refiner was already vomiting blood when they arrived. Chapter 27. The compound smelled of ash and morning damp when Duan Wensi returned from the infirmary. She had not slept. The journeyman refiner's blood was still under her nails, a thin crescent of dried rust she had not bothered to wash off. The man had died before they could stabilize him. The examining physician had said the progression was faster than any case he had documented. Enmei had said nothing, only closed the man's eyes with her thumb and stood for a long moment with her hand resting on his chest. Duan Wensi crossed the furnace yard with her head down, counting steps to keep her mind from circling. 17 cases. 12 with the embedded counteragent. 1 survivor. The pattern was there, a formula she could almost read, but the variable that mattered was missing. Who decided who lived? She reached the workshop door and stopped. The hinges were oiled. They had been dry yesterday. Someone had been inside since she left. She pushed the door open. The Jue Poyan sat at the work table with her back to the entrance, a scroll spread across the surface. her lined face catching the thin light from the high window. She did not turn. "Close the door, Kuliang." Duan Wensi stepped inside and pulled the door shut. The latch clicked. "You were at the Mercy Cloister last night," Jue Poyan said. Not a question. "Yes. And then the Market Infirmary." "Yes." Jue Poyan turned. Her eyes moved over Duan Wensi's face, then dropped to her hands, to the dried blood under her nails. She did not comment on it. "Sit." Duan Wensi sat on the opposite side of the table. The scroll between them was covered in formula notations, dense character sequences arranged in the standard Basin format, ingredient ratios written in fractional increments that made the math vague at the edges. "Read this," Jue Poyan said. Duan Wensi bent over the scroll. It took her 30 seconds to find the problem. The formula was for a grade 3 circulation pill, a standard variant used for mid-stage qi condensation cultivators. The ingredient list was correct. The flame sequence was orthodox. The activation timing followed the conventional curve, but the binder ratio had been written with a deliberate gap. The formula called for 3 parts pine gum resin to 2 parts crushed amber bark, but the measurement unit was left ambiguous. Jin or liang. The difference would change the final pill's consistency by an order of magnitude. "The binder is underspecified," Duan Wensi said. "Yes. The rest is clean. The gap looks intentional. Someone copied this from memory and left a placeholder where they could not remember the exact proportion." Jue Poyan's face gave nothing away. "What would you use?" Duan Wensi ran the numbers in her head. The formula's thermal curve peaked at the 4th bell of the burn cycle. With pine gum resin, the lower bound would produce a pill brittle enough to crack under sustained qi pressure. The upper bound would yield a pill so dense it would resist dissolution, creating a toxicity bottleneck in the cultivator's meridians. 2.5 parts resin, she said. 1.5 amber bark. Adjusted for humidity, the binder will cure at the right rate to match the thermal peak. Why not 3 in 1? The residual moisture in the amber bark will shift the resin's cure rate. If you use 3 parts resin and 1 part bark, the pill firms too fast. You get surface tension cracking before the 4th bell. Jue Poyan was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached into her sleeve and withdrew a second scroll. This one was older, the paper discolored at the edges. The ink faded to a brown that was almost indistinguishable from the fiber. She unrolled it and set it beside the first. It was the same formula, but the binder ratio was written in Jue Poyan's own hand, in the decimal system Duan Wensi had used since her first day in the compound. 2.5 plus 1.7. She had written it 30 years ago. "You already knew the answer," Duan Wensi said. "I wanted to see how you arrived at it. The miserias angos the deme. There is no other way to arrive at it. The numbers are the numbers." Jue Poyan's eyes held hers. Most refiners would have guessed by feel. They would have picked a ratio that felt right and adjusted during the burn. You calculated it before you touched a furnace. "I calculated it because I had the data." "And if you did not have the data?" Duan Wensi did not answer. Jue Poyan leaned back, her hands flat on the table. The gesture was deliberate, a refiner's habit, grounding herself before a difficult judgment. "You write around missing facts," she said. "I have watched your notes. When you do not know something, you do not guess. You mark the gap and move past it, as if the gap is part of the formula, as if you expect the missing piece to appear later. It is a method. It is a defense." Duan Wensi said nothing. Jue Poyan reached for the older scroll and turned it so the decimal ratio faced Duan Wensi directly. "You write in measurements I have not seen used in the Basin in 30 years. You calculate binder ratios by thermal curve rather than instinct. You do not guess. You never guess." She paused. "Who taught you to think this way?" Duan Wensi's throat tightened. The pale mark at the base of her throat pulsed once, a flicker of warmth that faded before she could read its meaning. "A teacher," she said. Jue Poyan waited. "A teacher who taught me that precision is the only thing that keeps a person alive when everyone else is guessing." It was true. It was also a shell, a statement that contained the shape of the truth, but none of its content. Jue Poyan studied her for a long moment. Then she rolled both scrolls and tucked them into her sleeve. "Clean your hands," she said. "There is charcoal in the bin by the well. Rub it into the nails, then rinse. The blood will come out." She stood. "The reformulation exercise was a test, Kuliang. You passed it, but you did not answer my question." Duan Wensi looked up at her. "You let me leave a lie on the table?" she said. Jue Poyan's expression did not change. "Because I know when a student is not ready to tell the truth, and I know when pushing will break more than it opens." She walked to the door. "Tomorrow we begin the actual exercise. The scroll you just read is missing more than a binder ratio. There are 3 errors in the flame sequence that will rupture the furnace if followed as written. Find them by dawn." The door closed behind her. Duan Wensi sat alone at the table, her hands flat on the wood, the blood under her nails dark against the pale grain. She had passed the test. But Jue Poyan had let her lie stand too easily, and that meant the old woman already knew the answer Duan Wensi had not given. She pressed her palms against the table, feeling the grain, anchoring herself. Then she went to wash her hands. The charcoal bit into her skin as she rubbed, black grit working under the nails, lifting the dried rust in dark curls. The well water was cold enough to ache. She dried her hands on her robe and walked back across the yard. The compound was quiet. Too quiet. Lanyu had not lit the morning furnaces yet. The middle hearth was cold, the ash undisturbed. No one had been in the yard since yesterday. She stopped at the furnace door and looked back at the workshop. The hinges had been oiled. Someone had been inside while she was at the infirmary, and Jue Poyan had not mentioned it. She turned toward her room, her steps slow, her mind already reaching for the scroll, the flame sequence, the 3 errors that would rupture the furnace if left uncorrected. The work would keep her awake. The work was the only thing that made sense. She reached her door and stopped. The latch was not seated, not broken, not forced, just lifted, a half-turn out of alignment, as if someone had closed it in a hurry and not checked the catch. She pushed the door open. The room was the same. The mat, the table, the shelf with her notes. Nothing moved, nothing missing. But the blank sealing slip from the archive keeper was no longer in her robe. It was on the table, lying open, and someone had written on it. Chapter 28. The writing on the sealing slip was 3 characters, pressed hard enough to leave grooves in the pulp beneath the ink. North Gate, dusk. Come alone. No signature, no mark. Just a time and a place and a command disguised as an invitation. Duan Wensi stood over the table, breathing shallowly, her reflection wavering in the dark window glass. The characters were crisp, deliberate, a hand that had written thousands of archive entries before learning to leave no trace. The same hand that had left the slip blank the first time, waiting to see if she would take it. Now he knew she had. Now he wanted to meet. She touched the paper but did not pick it up. The oil from her fingers would leave a residue, a timeline, evidence that she had handled it. She was already thinking like someone being watched. Behind her, the compound breathed in sleep. Lanyu's hearth was cold. Basin's door showed no light. Somewhere in the dark, the person who had oiled her hinges and lifted her latch was counting her hours. She pulled the slip toward her and read the characters again. North Gate. Dusk. Come alone. She should not go. She would go. She found Madame Nuo before the morning bell, not at the Green Tile Inn, but in the charcoal market behind the North Ward, haggling over a sack of bone-white bark with a merchant who kept his hands tucked inside his sleeves. Nuo saw her approach and did not smile. "Walk with me," she said, and turned without finishing the negotiation. Duan Wensi fell into step beside her. The market was sparse at this hour, a few vendors lighting braziers, a dog picking through fish heads in the gutter. The air smelled of damp ash and cheap tallow. "You look worse than the last time," Nuo said. "I have not been sleeping well." "No one sleeps well when they are being hunted." The woman's voice was flat, a statement of weather. "I heard about the depot, the couriers, the token. News travels fast. News travels faster when someone wants it to." Duan Wensi said nothing. They walked past a row of closed stalls, the canvas flaps rustling in a wind that carried the first hint of rain. "I have someone you need to meet," Nuo said. "A copyist, retired. He worked the archives for 34 years before he lost his sight in the right eye, and they pushed him out. Why would I need a retired copyist? Because he remembers what the current archive does not contain. Duan Wensi's step faltered. She recovered before it became a pause. The suppressed formulas, the whole branches. Tirine Nuo glanced at her, a quick sideways assessment. He does not tell me everything. I am not the one he has been waiting for. They took the alley behind the grain market, past a tannery whose vats released a chemical bite that made Duan Wensi's eyes water. The buildings leaned closer here, the light thinning, the ground uneven with old cobbles. The copyist's house was a narrow structure wedged between a closed cooperage and a wall of cracked brick. The door was painted, but the paint had blistered and peeled until the wood beneath showed through like scars. Tirine Nuo knocked twice, waited, then knocked once more. The door opened a hand's width. An old man's face appeared in the gap, one eye milky, the other clear and moving. He looked at Tirine Nuo, then at Duan Wensi, and the clear eye stopped moving. "This is the one," he said. It was not a question. "This is the one," Tirine Nuo confirmed. He opened the door. The interior was dim, crowded with shelves that held stacks of loose paper, bound ledgers, and wooden boxes whose labels had faded to illegibility. A single oil lamp burned on a low table, its flame turned down to a thread. The air was thick with paper dust and the ghost of old ink. The old man did not offer his name. He sat down at the table with the careful economy of someone whose body had learned to conserve motion, and he gestured for Duan Wensi to sit across from him. Tirine Nuo remained standing by the door. "You went into the restricted shelf," the old man said. "The third annex, the one with the false bottom on the fourth row." "Yes." "Who showed you the seal pattern?" "I drew it myself." The old man's clear eye narrowed. "You cannot draw what you have not seen." "I saw the gaps in the binding thread. The older volumes are stitched with 3-ply hemp. The newer ones use 2-ply silk blend. Someone rebound the tampered volumes with the wrong thread, and they did it fast enough that they did not care about the difference." A silence settled over the table. The old man reached into his sleeve and pulled out a folded sheet, yellowed at the edges, the creases so deep they had worn through in places. He laid it flat between them. "This is a list of every formula branch that was active in the 33rd year of the seal," he said. "There are 47 entries. Before the last copy cycle, there were 63. Duan Wensi leaned forward. 16 formula branches were removed from the record entirely, the old man said. Not suppressed, not archived under a false annotation. Removed, as if they had never existed. "Who ordered it?" The old man looked at her for a long time. "The same person who ordered the first archive purge 30 years ago. The same person who approved the burning of the original trial records for the circulation pill variant. The same person who ensured that every copyist who worked on those documents was reassigned to routes outside the Basin within the month." He did not say the name. He did not need to. Master Zhao Sanqi. "If you know this," Duan Wensi said, "why are you still alive?" The old man smiled, a thin expression that did not reach his eye. "Because I never wrote it down anywhere that could be found, and because I was very careful about what I remembered aloud." He pushed the folded sheet toward her. "There is a second list. I kept it separate. It names the 16 removed branches, their patent holders, their trial results, and the dates of their last filing. I've been holding it for 5 years, waiting for someone worth the risk." "Where is it?" "Not on me." He tapped the table. "I will give it to you. But first, I need to hear you say that you understand what holding it will cost." Duan Wensi met his gaze. "I already have a pre-written death notice in my name," she said. "A brass token with a synchronized execution date, a poison pattern that has killed 17 people, and a heaven reader who has identified me as an anomaly that needs to be cut away." She paused. "I understand the cost." The old man studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded once, a slow dip of the head that carried the weight of 34 years of silence. "Behind the 4th shelf," he said, "there is a loose brick. The packet is wrapped in oiled cloth. Bring it to the table. Duan Wensi stood. She crossed to the shelf, counting rows, finding the loose brick by the slight misalignment of its mortar. She worked it free with her fingers, the edges gritty against her skin. Behind it was a small packet, bound with twine, the oiled cloth dark with age. She lifted it out. Behind her, the old man inhaled sharply. She turned. He was staring past her, toward the rear wall, where a thread of smoke curled from beneath the door to the storeroom. "You have guests," No said, her voice flat. Duan Wensi moved before the thought finished forming. She crossed the room in 3 strides, pressed the packet into her sleeve, and reached for the lamp. The old man was already standing. "The rear window," he said, "through the pantry. It opens onto the slaughterhouse lane." Smoke was thickening now, a low, gray roll creeping under the door. The air turned acrid. "The list," Duan Wensi said. "The second list. Where is it?" "I told you. In the packet." "No. You said the list was not on you. You did not say the packet was the list." The old man's clear eye met hers. "Smart," he said. "The packet is the list, and something else. Something I copied from the original trial records before they burned." The smoke darkened, a cough rising from the old man's chest. "Go," he said. "I will slow them down." "You cannot. I am 71 years old with one working eye and a house full of paper that has just caught fire." He pushed her toward the pantry. "I am already dead. You are not. Go." Duan Wensi did not argue. She went. The pantry window was small, rusted shut, but No forced it with a shoulder that made the frame groan. They dropped into the alley as the storefront windows behind them blew outward in a sheet of glass and flame. They ran. Behind them, the fire climbed, black and deliberate, spreading too fast for a single lamp spill to cause, too wide for an accident. Someone had followed them. Someone had been watching the copyist for longer than tonight, and whoever it was had just burned 34 years of memory. Chapter 29. The slaughterhouse lane smelled of blood and ash. Duan Wensi ran until her lungs burned, the packet pressed flat against her ribs, a news boat striking the mud behind her. They did not stop until the alley opened onto a dry canal bed, the fire's glow reduced to a dull orange smear against the rooftops. News bent double, hands on her knees. "We cannot go back to the compound." "I know. Not the green tile either. If they followed us to the copyist, they know the route." Duan Wensi's voice came flat. "They know who you are. They know who I am." News straightened slowly, silver rings catching the distant flame light. "Then where?" Duan Wensi did not answer. She found a recess where the canal wall had crumbled, a hollow space just large enough for 2 people to sit with their backs against dry stone. She sat. She untied the packet. The twine was brittle, the knots set years ago. She worked them loose with her fingers, the oiled cloth dark and stiff against her palm. Inside lay 2 folded sheets. The first was a list, densely written in a hand that had learned to save space through long practice. 16 entries. Each one named a formula branch, a patent holder, a trial date, and the last filing date before removal. Duan Wensi read them once, then again, her throat marked cold against her collar. The circulation pill variant, the Qi consolidation accelerator. 14 others, all suppressed, all within a 5-year window, all bearing the same notation in the margin, withdrawn by order of the heaven reader, Jiao Sanchai. She set the list aside. The second sheet was older, the paper thinner, the ink faded to brown at the edges. Not a list, a record, a single trial result, copied by hand from a document that no longer existed. Case file, circulation pill variant, batch 7, trial conducted at Hollow Pass Way Station. Subjects, 18 mid-grade cultivators with confirmed meridian blockage. Outcome, all 18 achieved breakthrough within 3 days of administration. 0 collapses, 0 toxicity residues. The date was 42 years ago. Below the trial data, someone had added a note in a different hand, recommended for full patent approval. Batch 7 protocol forwarded to Assembly Archive for permanent retention, dated. The rest of the line was blank. Whoever had copied this had stopped writing before reaching the date. Perhaps because the date would have proved the suppression was immediate. Perhaps because they had been interrupted. Duan Wensi traced the blank space with her fingertip. The packet still held weight. She turned it over, felt the shape of something small and hard sewn into the lining. A seam that did not match the others. Stitches too regular, thread too new. She pulled at the hem until the hidden pocket opened. A single key fell into her palm. Small, dark iron, the head shaped like a flame with 3 tines. No markings, no seal. She held it up. Besides, Syme made the college commer pack the Tigan forms my scale. Ten a rug, Vulon, share, contoured, the mullets. Saint Escans and Salais be a night in this, that is their marst on these mills. These common actuation of my program. The Matatad Tackly babies will close the collavist and untypical Hebit comparations, where we're completely bred physical flage doll. She pulled at the hem until the hidden pocket opened. A single key fell into her palm. Small, dark iron, the head shaped like a flame with 3 tines. No markings, no seal. She held it up. Tizjinjano stared at it. What is that for? I do not know. But she said it wrong. She knew exactly what it might be. The copyist had died for this. 17 people had died for a poison pattern. 3 couriers at the depot, a journeyman refiner in the market district, and every name on the list of 16, 30 years ago, when they had walked out of the assembly archive with formulas that worked and never saw them again. Duan Wensi looked at the list again, the names of the patent holders. She read them from the bottom. Some she did not recognize, names that had died with their formulas, erased from the Basin's public memory. One name near the top caught her breath. Lanyu, the 5th entry. A grafting manual variant that had been submitted for trial, passed initial review, and been withdrawn before the 2nd round. She knew that name. Lanyu was the founder of the Broken Pill sect, the sect that had burned 43 disciples and 2 elders at Hollow Pass in the 8th year of the seal. The sect that Jiao Sanqi had recorded in his hidden cabinet as a warning, a precedent, a justification for every suppression that followed. But the record in Duan Wensi's hands showed that Lanyu formula had not caused the cascade. The trial data was clean. The withdrawal had come before the disaster, not after. Which meant the cascade was not a consequence of the formula. It was a cover. Jiao Sanqi had needed a reason to make suppression permanent, and the Broken Pill sect had given him one, whether they knew it or not. Duan Wensi pressed the heels of her palms against her eyes until colors swam. She was cold now. Not the throat mark cold. A deeper cold, the kind that settled in the marrow when the shape of a trap became visible. The original Kuo Kuliang had found this. Not the exact same documents, not the packet, but the pattern, the suppressed formulas, the names, the dates, the connection to Hollow Pass and the Broken Pill sect. He had found enough to know that the assembly's gatekeeping was not protection but a lie maintained by blood, and someone had killed him for it. Not because he was petty, not because he was inconvenient, because he had read the wrong file. Duan Wensi looked down at her own hands, the same hands that had pulled the packet from behind the loose brick, the same hands that had held the sealing slip, the death notice, the brass token with the same date. She was following the same route. Every step she had taken since the archive, the suppressed formulas, the ledger correlations, the poison pattern, the purge, the fire. It was the same search the original Kuo Kuliang had conducted. She was retracing his death. Turanguan watched her in the dark. You found something. It was already found. Duan Wensi's voice came out rough. Someone found it before me. A boy with no backing and too much talent. He traced the same records. He asked the same questions, and he died before he could speak. Turanguan was silent for a long moment. How do you know? Duan Wensi looked at the key in her palm. Because I know the script, she said. The words hung in the cold air. She thought of Jue Poyan, of the 30-year-old scroll written in decimal notation, of the sealing slip now bearing 3 characters, North Gate, dusk, come alone. The archive keeper's summons. She had a meeting to attend, and she was beginning to suspect that the person waiting for her at the north gate knew more than just her name. She tucked the key into her sleeve, folded the sheets against her chest, and stood. "Where?" Duan Wensi asked. Duan Wensi looked east, where the sky was beginning to lighten toward gray. "There is something I need to see first." She started walking. The compound walls rose ahead, familiar and dangerous, and behind her, the fire still burned, casting the shape of a shadow that had been following her all along. Chapter 30. The compound walls rose ahead of her, gray stone against a sky that had not yet decided to be morning. Duan Wensi paused at the gate, her hand resting on the wood. The packet pressed against her ribs inside her robe. The key. The list. The trial record that proved the broken pill sect had been burned as cover, not consequence. She pushed the gate open. The furnace yard was empty. Lanyu had not lit the first hearth yet. The windows of Jue Poyan's study were dark. The compound breathed the stillness of people still inside their dreams, unaware that a boy had walked back from a fire carrying a dead man's evidence. Duan Wensi crossed to her room without looking left or right. The latch was still lifted. She had not closed it properly when she left with Sering-nu. The sealing slip lay on her table where she had left it, the 3 characters still waiting. North Gate. Dusk. Come alone. She picked it up, turned it over, nothing on the back. She set it down again and pulled the packet from her robe, spreading the sheets across the table. The list, the trial record, the key. She lined them up like ingredients before a refinement, trying to read the shape of what she had not yet seen. The list of 16 was precise. Each entry had 4 lines: formula name, patent holder, trial status, withdrawal date. The handwriting was small and deliberate, the strokes of a man who had spent decades copying records that were never meant to survive. Duan Wensi read them again, slowly. Circulation pill variant, batch 7. Patent holder, assembly archive, general circulation. Trial status, full approval recommended, withdrawn. Qi consolidation accelerator, phase 2. Patent holder, Chen Fengyi, Azure Spring sect. Trial status, 18 cases, 0 failures, withdrawn. Grafting manual variant, silk vein adaptation. Patent holder, Lin Yujing, broken pill sect. Trial status, initial review passed, withdrawn before second trial. She stopped on that one. Ling Yujing, the founder of the sect that burned. The withdrawal had come before the disaster, before the cascade, before 43 disciples and 2 elders had died in a formula fire that the assembly still cited as proof that unregulated knowledge killed. But the formula had been clean. The disaster had been a cover. Duan Wensi pressed her fingers against her temples. The key sat beside the sheets, dark iron catching candlelight. 3 tines, flame-shaped base, no markings. She picked it up, weighed it in her palm. The old copyist had sewn this into the packet lining. He had kept it for 30 years, waiting for someone worth the risk. What did it open? She turned it over. Nothing on the back either. No maker's mark, no number, no identifying scratch. A key without a lock. She set it down beside the sealing slip and looked at the 2 objects together. The key from the copyist, the summons from the archive keeper. North Gate, dusk. Come alone. She would go. She had decided that in the canal bed, with ash in her lungs and the cold in her marrow. She would go because the archive keeper had left her the blank slip first, then written on it, which meant he had waited to see if she would take the invitation before committing to communication. That was not a trap setter's patience. That was someone testing whether she was worth the risk. Duan Wensi looked at the trial record again. The recommendation for full patent approval. The date at the top, 42 years ago. The same year Jue Poyan's original ledgers had been locked in the Ashwood cabinet. The same year the archive suppression had begun. Something had happened 42 years ago. Something that made Zhao Sanchai stop believing in open knowledge and start believing in control. She reached for the packet, checking the lining again. Her fingers found something she had missed in the canal bed. A fold of paper so thin it had pressed flat against the oiled cloth and become invisible. She pulled it free. The paper was small, the size of her palm, and covered in the copyist's hand. The ink was older than the list, faded to brown, the strokes trembling as if written under strain. For the one who reads this last, the seal was not always closed. Before my time, before the heaven reader's time, the Basin breathed the outer heavens freely. Formulas crossed the mountain passes. Cultivators came and went. The records say the seal was built after the first collapse, when uncontrolled chi flow from outside ignited 3 trial grounds and killed everyone inside. The assembly tells this story as a warning. What they do not tell is that the trial grounds were running suppressed formulas when the seal collapsed. The formulas were not the cause, they were the consequence. The heaven reader before Jiao Sanqi classified everything that touched those trial grounds, not because the formulas were unstable, because the seal's weakness was never supposed to be known. The fluctuations are real. The seal is not perfect. But the suppression is not about protecting the Basin from chaos. It is about protecting the assembly from the truth of what the seal cost. I have carried this for 34 years. Now it is yours. Find the trial ground records. They were moved, not burned. The key opens the cabinet where they were hidden. The address is in the lining. Duan Wensi turned the paper over. Nothing. She checked the packet lining again, running her fingers along the seam. At the bottom corner, her nail caught on a thread that felt different, thicker, newer than the rest. She pulled. The thread came loose, revealing a second fold of paper, even thinner than the first, tucked into the seam like a splinter. She unfolded it. 3 lines. Eastern Hollow, below the old wellhead. The cabinet carries a rust seal, not a spirit seal. The key will turn. Come before the snow melt. The flood will drown what remains. Duan Wensi stared at the address. Eastern Hollow, the old wellhead. She knew that crossroads. It was 2 hours past the Coppervale Ravine, on the same route where the 3 couriers had vanished, where the original Kuo Kuliang's body had been found in the cereal. She was still on his path. Every step carried her deeper into the same terrain where he had died. A knock at the door. Duan Wensi's hand moved before her mind caught up, sweeping the sheets and the key and the papers into her sleeve, turning to face the door with the sealing slip still on the table, exposed. Enter. The door opened. Lanyu stood in the frame, his dark eyes unreadable. Ash smeared across his left cheekbone. His sleeves rolled past the elbows. "There is an assembly notice," he said, "posted at the compound gate before dawn." He held out a folded sheet. Duan Wensi took it. The paper was heavy, official seal pressed into the corner. She unfolded it and read. By order of the Sovereign Pill Assembly, 7th Council, a general meeting is convened for the discussion of unstable supply lines, disputed patent claims, and emergency production quotas. All registered compound masters and their senior disciples are required to attend. Non-attendance will be noted as voluntary forfeiture of certification privileges. Attendance will be taken. The meeting begins at the 4th bell, 3 days from today, at the Assembly Hall, Hollow Pass. Duan Wensi read the last line twice. Non-attendance will be noted, not punished, not grounds for investigation, noted. Which meant the assembly was counting heads. They wanted to see who stayed away, who was afraid, who had something to hide. And the meeting was at Hollow Pass, the same Hollow Pass where the inspection team had arrived early, where the 3 couriers had been killed, where Duan Wensi's name sat in an incident report as cover for poison. She looked up at Lanyu. When was this posted? Before dawn. The ink was still damp, which meant someone had written it overnight and brought it to the compound gate before the first light. Someone who knew the compound would receive it first. Duan Wensi folded the notice and tucked it into her sleeve beside the key. Thank you. Lanyu did not leave. He stood in the doorway, his gaze moving past her to the table, where the sealing slip lay open. The 3 characters visible. North Gate. Dusk. Come alone. He looked at it for a long moment, then he looked at her. Whatever you are walking toward, he said, you are not the first person in this compound to walk into a trap and not come back. He turned and left before she could answer. Duan Wensi stood alone in the room, the sealing slip on the table, the key in her sleeve, the copyist's address burning against her ribs. 3 days until the assembly meeting at Hollow Pass. Dusk today at the North Gate, and beneath her feet, a wellhead in Eastern Hollow, holding a cabinet that a dead man had hidden for 34 years. She picked up the sealing slip. The ink was still dark, The strokes precise. North Gate, dusk, come alone. She had a meeting to keep. Chapter 31. Duan Wensi reached the north gate as the bell tower struck twice, dusk bleeding across the compound walls in long amber strips. The gate stood open. Beyond it, the street was empty. No keeper, no figure in gray robes, just the fading light and the smell of cooking fires from the lower market. She waited. The silence stretched until it became its own kind of answer. Then, footsteps. Not from the street, from behind her. Duan Wensi turned. Lanyu stood 10 paces back, his face half-shadowed, one hand raised in a gesture that was not quite a warning. He did not speak. He simply looked past her, toward the open gate, and waited. She understood. The archive keeper was not coming. Someone else was. The footsteps resolved into a group, 3 figures moving up the outer road with the unhurried confidence of people who had the right to be anywhere. They wore assembly gray, but the cut was wrong, cleaner, the fabric too fine for routine inspectors. The lead figure carried a ledger bound in pale leather, the kind used for inventories that were never meant to be accurate. They stopped at the gate. The lead inspector, a woman with silver threading through her dark hair and eyes the color of cold tea, looked at Duan Wensi without greeting. "You are the apprentice," she said, not a question. "I am senior apprentice Kuo Kuliang," Duan Wensi said, "under Grand Alchemist Jue Poyan." The woman's gaze moved past her, scanning the compound yard with the practiced efficiency of someone who had read the layout before arriving. "We are here for the quarterly inventory review. Your master was notified." Duan Wensi said nothing. There had been no notice. The assembly meeting at Hollow Pass was in 3 days. This was not on the same schedule. Lanyu stepped forward. "The furnaces are banked for the evening. If you wish to inspect the stores, I can light the lamps." The lead inspector finally looked at him. Her mouth moved into something that was not quite a smile. "You are the furnace keeper?" "Yes." "Show us the pill stores first." Lanyu led them across the yard without looking back. Duan Wensi followed at a distance, watching. The inspectors moved through the compound like people who already knew where everything was. They did not pause at the furnace vents, did not check the flame residue, did not ask about output rates or heat curves. They went straight to the storage shed where Jue Poyan kept the sealed batches. The lead inspector opened the ledger. Circulation pills, grade 3, batch designation JP-87, quantity. She looked up at Lanyu. He answered without hesitation. 42 sealed, 12 in active aging, 3 held for quality review. The inspector wrote something down. The other 2 inspectors moved past her, circling the shed, their attention fixed on the shelving, the labels, the seals. One of them stopped at a rack near the back wall. "What is this row?" Lanyu's voice stayed flat. "Sample batches for comparison. Reference compounds. No active formulas." The inspector reached for a sealed jar. Lanyu moved. Not fast, just a single step that put himself between the inspector's hand and the shelf. "That one is not for inventory." The inspector's hand stopped. His eyes moved from the jar to Lanyu's face. "I was not going to open it." "Then your hand was already in the wrong place." The silence hardened. The lead inspector closed her ledger. The sound was soft, deliberate. "Furnace keeper," she said. "You understand that assembly inventory reviews cover all stored materials within a registered compound. There are no exceptions." Lanyu did not step aside. "There are always exceptions," he said. "You just need to know which ones exist." The lead inspector studied him for a long moment. Then she turned to Duan Wensi. "Apprentice Kuo?" Duan Wensi met her gaze. "I understand you have been working with circulation pill variants, unorthodox refinements, experimental ratios." It was not a question. "I assist Grand Alchemist Jue Poyan in her methods," Duan Wensi said. "I do not deviate without her authorization." "Of course." The inspector's smile did not reach her eyes. "And where are your personal records kept? Work notes, observations, trial data?" Duan Wensi's pulse pressed against her collar. "In the workshop." "We will need to review them." "Then you will need to ask Grand Alchemist Jue Poyan for access." The lead inspector's expression did not change. She simply noted something in the ledger, turned a page, and continued writing. Behind her, the two other inspectors began opening cabinets. Lanyu did not stop them. He simply watched, memorizing every drawer they touched, every shelf they examined. The inspection took 40 minutes. They found nothing. The reference shelves were clean. The sealed batches matched the records. The workshop notebooks contained only standard observations, nothing Duan Wensi had written since arriving, nothing that would betray the decimal system or the suppressed formula she carried in her sleeve. The lead inspector closed her ledger for the final time. "Your records are in order," she said, "for now." She turned to leave. At the gate she paused. "Apprentice Kuo." Duan Wensi waited. "The assembly meeting at Hollow Pass, 3 days from now. I trust you will attend." The cold tea eyes held hers. "There are questions that need answers, and people who need to be seen giving them." She stepped through the gate and vanished into the darkening street. The other two followed. Duan Wensi stood in the yard, the silence settling around her like ash. Lanyu appeared at her side. "They were not here for the inventory." "I know. They were here for you." She did not answer. He looked at the gate where the inspectors had disappeared. "The one who asked about your records. She knew your name before she saw you." Duan Wensi's throat tightened. "She called me Apprentice Kuo before I introduced myself." Lanyu nodded slowly. "Someone gave her your description, a detailed one." The compound gate groaned as the wind caught it. Behind them, a door opened. Jue Poyan stood in the threshold, her lined face unreadable. She had been watching from inside the entire time. "Kuliang." Duan Wensi turned. Jue Poyan's voice was quiet, controlled. "The North Gatekeeper sent word. He was delayed. Confiscated records in the lower archive." Duan Wensi felt the words land like a blade. The keeper did not miss the meeting. He was prevented from attending it. Jue Poyan's eyes held hers. They knew where he would be. They knew when. And they know you were supposed to meet him. The compound gate groaned again. Somewhere in the dark, a bell began to toll the evening watch. Duan Wensi stood between the gate and the door, the copyist's key pressing against her ribs, the inspector's words still burning in her ears. There are questions that need answers, and people who need to be seen giving them. She looked at Jue Poyan. "I am not the only one they are watching," she said. Jue Poyan's face did not change. "No." She stepped aside, holding the door open. "But you are the one they came for tonight." The firelight from inside cast long shadows across the threshold. Duan Wensi walked toward it. Behind her, the north gate swung shut with a sound like a seal locking. Chapter 32. Dawn came gray through the compound walls. Duan Wensi had not slept. She had sat at her table with the copyist's list spread before her, the flame-shaped key in her palm until the light changed and the shapes of the characters began to blur. 16 formulas. 16 working formulas withdrawn by order of the Heaven Reader. She had read the list so many times she could recite it by heart. Circulation variants, chi accelerators, grafting manuals, each one suppressed within a 5-year window, each one filed by a patent holder who either fell silent or died. Ling Yujing. The name sat at the bottom of the list like a knot she could not untie. The broken pill sect founder whose formula withdrawal predated the Hollow Pass disaster by 2 months. The disaster that killed 43 disciples and 2 elders. The disaster that Jiao Sanqi used to justify permanent suppression. Duan Wensi closed her hand around the key. The metal was warm now from her grip. A knock at the door. She slid the key into her sleeve and folded the list before she answered. Sister Anmei stood in the corridor, reed cloth bag at her hip, gray threaded hair pulled tight enough to pull the corners of her eyes upward. "You are awake," she said. "I did not sleep." "Good. Come." Sister Anmei turned and walked toward the compound gate without waiting for a response. Duan Wensi followed. The infirmary smelled of vinegar and old bandages. Sister Anmei led her past the treatment tables, past the shelf of clay jars with faded labels, to a narrow room at the back where a single lantern burned. On the table lay 5 sealed jars. "These arrived yesterday," Sister Anmei said. "Circulation pills from the Hollow Pass supply line. The assembly distributed them to the market district 3 days ago." Duan Wensi stepped closer. The jars were identical, The same seal stamped into each wax cap, the same pale clay, the same batch marking scratched into the shoulder. She lifted one and turned it toward the lantern light. The pill inside was darker than standard circulation grade, a shade too deep, as if the binder ratio had been adjusted upward. "What is the complaint?" "Improved shelf life," Sister Anmei said. "The market vendors noticed the pills do not degrade as fast as normal stock. They thought it was an upgrade, but it is not." "No." Sister Anmei opened the jar and tipped one pill into her palm. 3 days of standard circulation use. That is what the vendors reported. Then the recipients began showing the same symptom progression we saw in the poison cases. Duan Wensi's throat tightened. "Show me." Sister Anmei handed her the pill. She raised it to her nose first. The surface scent was clean. Standard camphor notes. Standard herb blinder. Nothing wrong. She touched the surface with her tongue. The stabilizer hit first. Sharp. Clean. Exactly what extended shelf life would require. Then the undertone. Bitter. Metallic. The same signature she had tasted in the masking compound layer of the poison cases. She set the pill down. "This is not an upgrade." "No." Duan Wensi looked at the remaining jars. "How many people received these?" "The entire market district. 300 households minimum. Possibly more if the distribution extended to the outer lanes." 300 households. "Ingredients from the original circulation formula are here," Duan Wensi said slowly. "The camphor, the binding herb. But there is an additional stabilizer that does not belong in the standard record. It preserves the pill longer." "At what cost?" "The stabilizer reacts with standard circulation heat over repeated doses. Each cycle releases a secondary compound, harmless once, accumulative after the 5th or 6th use." Sister Anmei's face did not change. "Poison by design, poison by convenience," Duan Wensi said. "Whoever made this did not set out to kill. They set out to extend shelf life during the supply crisis. The toxicity is a side effect they accepted." She picked up the jar again. "But the stabilizer formula is too specific to be accidental. It matches one of the suppressed alternatives." Sister Anmei's eyes sharpened. "You recognize the structure?" "I recognize the signature." Duan Wensi turned the jar over and examined the seal stamped into the wax, a circle divided by a jagged line. Her blood went cold. "What is it?" Sister Anmei asked. Duan Wensi held the seal toward the lantern. "This mark. I have seen it on a suppression order, on a death notice, on a brass token found on a dead courier at the South Supply Depot." She set the jar down. "Someone in the Assembly Crisis Committee authorized this formula. The stabilizer substitution was not a mistake. It was a deliberate choice." Sister Anmei was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached into her bag and pulled out a folded slip. "I traced the supply seal. The batch originated from a processing station in Upper Hollow Pass. The station is managed by a committee under Assembly Emergency Authority." She unfolded the slip. "The name on the authorization is a deputy director of the Crisis Committee, the same deputy director who approved the distribution channel." Duan Wensi read the name. She did not recognize it, but she recognized the position. "He reports directly to the Assembly Council." "Yes, which means the formula substitution was either approved or ignored at a level that cannot claim ignorance." Sister Anmei folded the slip again. "There are 300 households in the market district who now carry a slow poison in their meridians. If we do not identify the counteragent within the next 7 days, the first wave of collapses will begin." Duan Wensi looked at the 5 jars. 7 days. The Hollow Pass meeting was in 3. There are questions that need answers, and people who need to be seen giving them. She picked up one of the jars. "I need to analyze the full stabilizer chain, the binder ratio, the thermal curve. If the counteragent was built into the same logic as the other poison cases, I can find it." "And if it was not?" Duan Wensi did not answer. She tucked the jar into her sleeve. Behind her, the infirmary door opened. Lanyu stood in the threshold, dark eyes settling on her immediately. "Assembly courier," he said. "At the compound. Delivered this." He held out a sealed scroll. Duan Wensi took it. The wax bore the Assembly's full authority seal. She broke it open. The message was short. "Hollow Pass meeting advanced to tomorrow dawn. Attendance mandatory. Non-attendance will be recorded and investigated." She read it twice. Then she looked at Lanyu. "They moved the meeting forward." His jaw tightened. By a full day. The timing is deliberate. Sister Anmei's voice was quiet. They are compressing your window, making it impossible to investigate the supply line before you appear. Duan Wensi stared at the scroll. 3 days had become 1. The market district still carried the poison in their circulation. The stabilizer formula still waited to be decoded. And she would be standing in Hollow Pass at dawn tomorrow, expected to answer questions she could not afford to answer. She folded the scroll and slipped it into her sleeve beside the jar. I need to go to the workshop. Lanyu stepped beside. Behind him, the morning light was sharp and unforgiving. Duan Wensi walked toward it, the poison jar pressing against her ribs, the assembly seal burning in her sleeve, and the countdown tightening around her like a second pulse she could not stop. Chapter 33. The workshop smelled of cold ash and settled dust when Duan Wensi pushed through the door. She set the poisoned jar on the workbench and lit the side lamp with a striker. The flame caught, steadied, and threw her shadow across the wall in a long curve. The morning light through the shutters was still thin, still sharp, still unforgiving. Lanyu had followed her. He stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, watching her unpack the jar's wax seal with her knife, dark eyes tracking every movement. He had not spoken since handing her the scroll. She worked the knife under the wax and pried it loose. These deliveries, she said without looking up. The compound's furnace supplies, have they arrived on schedule this week? Lanyu did not answer immediately. Then he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. No. She stopped cutting. What changed? The last 3 shipments arrived at different hours than the manifest stated. The charcoal was wet at the bottom of the first load. The second carried half the spirit stone powder we ordered. Half? Measured against the weight slip, the difference was not a recording error. She set the knife down and turned to face him. When did this start? The day after you returned from the archive. She counted the days in her head. 6. 6 days of altered deliveries. Wet charcoal, short-weighted powder, timing shifts that made it impossible to plan a furnace sequence without waste or loss. Logistical pressure, the kind that built slowly, unevenly, until a batch failed under conditions that could be called operator error. She had seen this pattern before, not in the Basin, in the original serial. Minder characters who became inconvenient found their supplies degrading first, their tools failing, their formulations slipping past the margin of safety. It was the assembly's quiet method, the one that left no traceable order and no single hand on the blade. Lanyu, he met her eyes. Who handles the delivery manifests for the compound? Jue Poyan usually, Bixuan when she is away. But you receive the shipments. I light the furnaces, I see what arrives. She turned back to the workbench. If someone is throttling our supplies to force a mistake, they will also adjust the timing of what we are asked to produce. The assembly will send an urgent quota notice within the day. Emergency production, short window, mandatory participation. Lanyu said nothing. She picked up the knife again. They will claim the supply crisis requires every compound to meet a minimum output. They will set the target just high enough that we must run the furnaces at full capacity, using whatever materials arrive, without time to test each batch. Pills cannot be rushed past their seasoning window. I know. She scraped the last of the wax from the jar's rim. But if the Assembly Crisis Committee orders emergency production, refusal looks like obstruction. And obstruction, at this moment, is a confession. Lanyu moved to the workbench and stood across from her. What do you need? Time, and a way to test every sealed batch before it goes into circulation. You cannot test 300 jars in a day. No, but I can test the first batch and refuse to release it if the stabilizer matches the poison pattern. And if they overrule you. She did not answer. The jar's seal came away clean. She lifted the lid and tilted the contents into the lamplight. A pale gray powder, fine as ash. She touched a grain to her tongue and let it dissolve. The stabilizer hit her palate first, sharp, metallic. It sat on the surface of the formula like a second skin, woven into the outer layer but not fused with the core. She closed her eyes and traced the heat curve backward through the compound chain. Bitter root, 3-stage flame sequence, a binder ratio she had seen before. She opened her eyes. It is the same signature. Lanyu's jaw tightened. The stabilizer formula matches the one I found in the archive, the one Master Jiao Sanqi suppressed 42 years ago. Someone reactivated it. Someone never stopped using it. They just made sure no record survived. She set the jar down and reached for her notebook. If I can reconstruct the counteragent logic from the suppressed formula's trial data, I may be able to predict where the secondary compound binds before it activates. You would need the full trial record. I have part of it. The copyist's packet included the batch 7 results. She opened the packet and spread the sheets across the workbench. Lanyu leaned over her shoulder without touching the paper. One sheet held the list of 16 suppressed formulas. Another carried the trial record for circulation pill variant batch 7. 18 cultivators, 18 breakthroughs, 0 collapses. The formula worked. Completely. And the Heaven reader buried it, because it worked too well. A pill that advanced 18 cultivators in a single trial would have broken the Assembly's control over advancement thresholds. They could not allow it to stand. She traced the trial record's notation with her finger. The counteragent was listed as optional, a secondary compound added during the final seasoning phase to suppress residual qi turbulence. It was never tested for toxicity because the formula itself was clean without it. But the poison uses the same stabilizer. Yes, someone took the original stabilizer and modified it to release the secondary compound under circulation heat. They weaponized a formula that was designed to help. Lanyu stared at the sheets. Then the counteragent for the poison is not in the suppressed record. No, but the record tells me how the original stabilizer was built. If I understand its structure, I can infer what the poisoner added and where the release point occurs. She picked up her brush. I need 4 hours. You have less. I know. The door to the workshop opened before she could set brush to paper. A compound messenger stood in the threshold, young, pale, breathing hard from running. He held a sealed scroll in both hands. Duan Wensi, Assembly Courier, Emergency Production Directive. She set the brush down and took the scroll. The wax bore the same full authority seal as the hollow pass summons. She broke it open. The message was longer this time. She read it once, then again. Then she set it on the workbench so Lanyu could see. Emergency production quota. Minimum output, 300 circulation pills. Deadline, 2 days. All participating compounds to draw materials from assembly-designated supply stations. Failure to meet quota will result in mandatory facility review and reassessment of operating authorization. Lanyu was silent. 2 days, Duan Wensi said. 300 pills, from wet charcoal and short-weighted powder. And if you refuse the materials? The directive specifies designated supply stations. I cannot choose my ingredients. Lanyu picked up the scroll and read it again. Then he set it down. The quota is impossible. I know. Meeting it with altered supplies will produce unstable pills. I know. Refusing it triggers investigation. She looked at him. I know. The morning light through the shutters had shifted from thin to bright. Outside, the compound was waking. Voices carried. Footsteps crossed the yard. Duan Wensi picked up the poison jar. She had 1 day until the Hollow Pass meeting. 2 days to produce 300 pills from sabotaged supplies. And somewhere in the market district, 300 households carried the first dose of a slow poison in their circulation. She turned the jar over in her hands. The seal on its base stared back at her, circled, divided by jagged line. Lanyu spoke without turning. There is one more thing. She looked up. The altered delivery schedule, he said. The charcoal, the powder. I traced the supply route back to the depot. And? The depot manager who signed the last 3 manifests. He paused. His name is on the Assembly Crisis Committee's deputy roster. Duan Wensi went still. The same deputy director who authorized the stabilizer substitution. Yes. She stared at the jar. The deputy director controlled the supply line into Jue Poyan's compound. He also controlled the processing station that produced the poisoned circulation pills. He was throttling her ingredients while flooding the district with the same formula she was trying to decode. She set the jar down. He knows I am investigating. He has known since you visited the archive. She looked at Lanyu. Then the quota is not the objective. What is? She held up the scroll. The review, the investigation, the reason to enter this compound and search it while I am at Hollow Pass. Lanyu's expression hardened. If they find your notes, they will not find my notes. She folded the scroll and tucked it into her sleeve. Because I am going to Hollow Pass carrying them. Chapter 34. The dream residue tablets lay arranged across the dark wood table in a precise grid. 3 rows, 7 columns, 21 fractures, each one a place where fate had bent under pressure. Master Jiao Sanqi sat with his palms flat on the polished surface, feeling the residual warmth bleed up through the bone. The gold vein marks at his temples pulsed in a slow rhythm he had learned to read like breath. He did not need the tablets anymore. He had memorized every line in the 6 months since the anomaly first appeared. The fracture at Kuo Kuliang's name, the smaller cracks radiating outward like a stone dropped into still water. The way the pattern kept shifting, healing, then breaking open again in new directions. But he kept them arranged. The act of arrangement helped him think. On a second table to his left lay the casualty projections. He had written them himself, in his own hand, over the course of 3 sleepless nights. The ink was dry. The numbers did not change no matter how many times he recalculated. Scenario 1. Open formula release. 17 sects within the Basin gained immediate access to the suppressed circulation variant. Breakthrough rates increased by an estimated 30% within the first cycle. Cultivators who had been bottlenecked for years advanced overnight. Projected result. Sect power balances destabilized within 4 months. Territorial disputes escalated into open conflict within 7. By the end of the first year, casualty estimates ranged from 8 to 12,000, assuming no external intervention. Scenario 2. Controlled release through assembly channels. The same formulas but parceled out according to rank, loyalty, and documented need. Breakthrough rates increased by 12%. The assembly retained leverage over every cultivator who advanced. Projected result. Sect tensions remained manageable. Occasional outbreaks of violence, suppressed by assembly authority. Long-term stability at the cost of perpetual hierarchical control. He set the first sheet aside. Scenario 3. Continued suppression. The formulas remained buried. The Basin stayed within its known advancement limits. Cultivators competed for the same scarce resources. Some died. Most did not advance beyond their natural ceiling. Projected result. The system held. Bitter, unjust, stable. He had been enforcing Scenario 3 for 42 years. He picked up the 4th sheet. This one was new. Scenario 4 contained removal of the fracture point. Kuo Kuliang died before the suppressed formula network could be exposed. The poison root was activated as part of the Hollow Pass crisis response, attributed to supply chain instability and sect sabotage. The investigation ended with the death of the primary witness. Projected result. The suppression network remained intact. The assembly crisis passed. The market district casualties were absorbed into the broader narrative of sect violence and resource scarcity. Total cost? 1 variable. Against 21,000 projected deaths in the first year of uncontrolled formula release. He stared at the number. 21,000. The same number of fractures on his dream residue tablets. He had not planned the symmetry. It had emerged from the math, clean and terrible, and now he could not unsee it. 21 fractures in fate. 21,000 lives balanced against 1. He turned to the 5th sheet, the poison root assessment. A detailed map of the supply chain from Upper Hollow Pass through the market district, the processing station where the stabilizer was introduced, the distribution points, the symptom progression timeline. First collapses expected in 7 days. If the counteragent was deployed selectively, the crisis could be contained to the targeted population. The poison architect had designed it that way. A weapon, yes, but a precise one. Jiao Sanqi had not ordered the market district distribution. He had not needed to. The deputy director on the crisis committee understood the arithmetic without being told. The poison route was already in place. The emergency authority was already granted. The supply chain was already compromised. All he had to do was let it run. He picked up the brush. The ink was fresh. The seal waited beside the scroll, its circle and jagged line mark already warm from the lamp. He wrote the authorization for the emergency production quota. 300 circulation pills, assembly-designated supply stations, mandatory facility review for any compound that failed to meet the deadline. The brush moved steadily. The characters came out clean. He set the brush down and read the words back. Then he picked up the seal. His hand hovered over the scroll. The gold vein marks at his temples pulsed once, twice. He saw Kuo Kuliang's face in the archive records. 14 years old, a thin boy with too much alertness in his eyes. The same face that had looked up from the examination hall floor 6 months ago and changed the shape of fate with a single identification. He saw the fracture line spreading from that moment, the way the boy had walked into Jue Poyan's compound and altered its orbit. The decimal notes, the furnace correction, the archive visit, the suppressed formula list, the copyist packet, the key. Jiao Sanqi did not know what the key unlocked, but he knew the boy had it. He knew the boy was carrying it toward Hollow Pass, and he knew, with the certainty of 42 years of reading fate's fractures, that if Kuo Kuliang reached the wellhead in Eastern Hollow, the truth of the seal would not remain buried. The seal pressed down, the wax cracked under the imprint, circle divided by jagged line. The authorization was complete. He set the seal aside and looked at the scroll. For a single breath, he did not move. Then he rolled the scroll and tied it with the assembly cord. He did not call for a courier. He carried it to the window himself and stood looking out at the compound below. The furnace smoke rose in thin columns. Figures moved between buildings. Somewhere in that haze, a boy was preparing to walk into a meeting that had already been blocked, with evidence that had already been marked for destruction. Jiao Sanqi pressed his palm against the cold glass. He had been a junior archivist once. He had argued for open knowledge. He had believed the truth would set the Basin free. 42 years ago, he had watched 21 cultivators die in a single afternoon because a formula released too quickly had ignited 3 trial grounds at once. He had held the hand of a 17-year-old apprentice while the girl's chi collapsed from within. He had listened to her scream until her voice gave out. He believed that boy in the compound was a good person. That was why he signed the order. Good people with impossible gifts did not change the world for the better. They changed it. And change, in a sealed province with 17 armed sects and a wall that was already cracking, was annihilation wearing a kind face. He turned from the window. The dream residue tablet sat in their grid. 21 fractures. 21,000 lives. He had made his choice. The scroll lay on the table, sealed and waiting. Outside, the furnace smoke curled toward a sky that never changed color. And in the compound below, a boy who should have died in Chapter 47 was still breathing. Chapter 35. The summons came before the morning bell. Duan Wensi heard the runner before she saw him, boots pounding across the compound yard, voice already raised before he reached the workshop door. Assembly mandate, emergency quota, 300 circulation pills, 48 hours, designated supply stations, failure to meet the deadline triggering mandatory facility review. She stood at the workbench with her hand still on the poisoned jar. The pale gray powder rested in its wax seal, the stabilizer she had identified hours ago. The stabilizer that matched Master Jiao Sanqi's suppressed formula. The stabilizer that, under circulation heat, released a secondary compound. Lanyu had been right about the timing. The quota notice had arrived moments after she finished speaking, as if the words themselves had triggered the mechanism. Now the compound was awakening. Jue Poyan appeared at the workshop threshold, her lined face unreadable. She took the scroll from the runner, read it once, and dismissed him without a word. The door swung shut. A long silence settled between them. Duan Wensi watched the old woman's hands. They did not tremble. They did not tighten around the scroll. They simply held it, as if the weight had already been calculated and accepted. 2 days, Jue Poyan said. Her voice was flat. 300 pills. Assembly-designated supply stations. The stabilizer substitution was authorized by the deputy director, Duan Wensi said. The same deputy who controls the depot manager throttling our supplies. The quota is a pretext for a facility search while I am at Hollow Pass. Jue Poyan's eyes met hers. I know. You know. I suspected before you confirmed it. The old woman set the scroll on the workbench beside the poisoned jar. The question is what we do with the confirmation. Duan Wensi's throat mark pulsed. She pressed her thumb against it without thinking. We produce the pills, she said. We meet the quota. We give them nothing to inspect. And the poison route? We stop it, but not from here. Jue Poyan studied her for a long moment. Then she turned toward the furnace yard. Rouse Lanyu. Tell Ruo Beishuen to open the ingredient stores. If we are going to meet a fake quota, we will do it with real discipline. The compound mobilized within the hour. Lanyu lit the primary furnace before the sun cleared the wall. Ruo Beishuen appeared with ledgers under both arms, his face tight with the same controlled urgency Duan Wensi recognized in herself. He did not ask questions. He simply began sorting the ingredient bundles into order of use, separating the verified supply from the compromised. Duan Wensi took position at the second workbench, grinding base herbs into measured portions. The work was mechanical. She could do it without thinking, which meant her mind kept circling back to the same locked room. 300 pills, 48 hours, assembly-designated supply stations. She was supposed to carry her notes to Hollow Pass at dawn tomorrow. She was supposed to walk into a meeting where her name sat in an incident report as cover for poison. She was supposed to survive long enough to reach a wellhead in Eastern Hollow that the original Kuo Kuliang had died trying to find. But first, she had to grind 200 portions of stability base. By midday, the workshop had transformed. The heat was relentless. The air carried ash, herb bitterness, and the sharp mineral tang of heated spirit stone. 3 furnaces ran simultaneously, their flames tuned to different temperatures. Lanyu moved between them with the economy of long habit, adjusting vents, checking color, never stopping. Ruo Beishuen handled the ingredient allocation. Every bundle crossed his table before it entered the workflow. His hands moved fast, his eyes faster, and Duan Wensi kept grinding. The work was deliberate. She measured each portion by eye, by feel, by the same precision that had marked her from the first examination. The decimal system was not a choice. It was the only way her mind worked. Around her, the compound breathed with the rhythm of production. But the compound was also being watched. She felt it in the way the runner had lingered at the threshold, in the way the compound gate stayed open longer than usual, in the way the sound of boots on packed earth seemed to come from too many directions at once. The quota was a test, a pressure test. See how fast they could produce. See what corners they cut. See what evidence surfaced when the rhythm broke. They would not let the rhythm break. The afternoon light shifted. The furnace heat deepened. Duan Wensi's hands moved through the sequence, grinding, measuring, sifting, transferring. Her back ached. Her vision had developed a faint edge of grain. She was reaching for the next bundle when she caught it. A scent. Wrong. She paused with the bundle half untied. It was a sealed batch from the designated supply station. The wax was fresh. The tag bore the assembly approval mark. Everything about it looked correct. But beneath the wax, beneath the sealing cord, the scent carried a wrong sweetness. Not strong, not obvious. A sweetness that had no place in a batch of stability base. The kind of sweetness that came from something added after the grinding, something that did not belong. She held the bundle closer. The scent was faint enough that she could almost convince herself it was imagination. But she had spent 6 months learning to read powders, residues, and the difference between a clean batch and a compromised one. She looked up. Lanyu was at the primary furnace, his back to her. Ruo Beishuen was reading a delivery manifest at the ingredient table. Jue Poyan had not emerged from the inner study since midday. The compound hummed with the sound of production, and Duan Wensi held a sealed batch whose scent should not be there. She did not open the seal. She set the bundle down exactly where it had been, and she waited for the moment when no one was watching to lift the wax with the edge of her thumbnail, just enough to let a single grain of powder fall onto her palm. The sweetness bloomed. Her throat mark burned. She pressed her finger to the grain, raised it to her tongue, and tasted. The stabilizer formula exploded across her awareness. Same suppression origin, same layer architecture, but the secondary compound had been altered, adjusted. The poison had been redesigned specifically for this batch, specifically for this route, specifically for someone who knew how to read it. The counteragent window had been removed. Anyone who consumed pills from this batch would die, and the first shipment was already moving. She turned toward the door. The compound gate stood open. Beyond it, the supply cart was being loaded, and in the cart, stacked in neat rows, sat the first 40 pills from the designated supply station. 40 pills, 40 doses, already heading toward Hollow Pass. Duan Wensi's throat mark burned white. The cart rolled forward, and she still had 24 hours before the assembly meeting where she would be counted, recorded, and blamed for a poison she had not stopped in time. Chapter 36. The workshop air had not thinned since midday. Duan Wensi set the bundle down with exact care, letting her fingers linger on the wax seal as though checking its integrity. Routine motion, nothing to catch the eye. The wrong sweetness clung to her palate. She rolled her tongue against the roof of her mouth, tasting the residue again. The stabilizer was the same suppression origin architecture. She had traced that signature through Sister Anmai's ledgers, through the copyist's trial records, through the powder from the market district jars. But the secondary compound was different here. Not the same delayed release mechanism, not the same thermal trigger. This one activated faster, required less heat. The counteragent had been stripped out entirely, and something else had been woven into its place. Something that would bind to circulation qi and amplify the damage instead of neutralizing it. She had to confirm before she acted. The compound was still watching her. She felt the weight of observation in the way the runner lingered at the threshold, in the angle of heads turned too casually, in the rhythm of boots that did not belong to any furnace cycle. She touched her throat mark. It pulsed once, hot against her fingers. Kuliang. Ruo Beishuan's voice cut through the furnace hum. That bundle needs to move to the loading station. She did not flinch. The wax is irregular. He stepped closer, ledger in hand, his shadow falling across the table. Irregular how? Uneven seal. Could be a draft at the supply station. She kept her voice flat. I want to check the batch before it ships. Ruo Beishuan studied her face. She met his gaze without blinking, the way she had learned to do when she needed him to stop asking questions. He held the look a beat longer than necessary. Then he nodded once and turned back to the ingredient table. She breathed. The bundle was not going to the loading station. She carried it to the back of the workshop, where the spent herbs were piled for composting. A corner the runners did not visit, a space where the furnace heat was lowest and the shadows lay thickest. She set the bundle on the ground and knelt. Her hands moved fast. She cracked the wax seal with her thumbnail, peeled back the cord, and tipped a single grain of stabilizer powder onto a clean shard of broken tile. The sweetness bloomed again, stronger now that the seal was broken. She pressed the grain flat with the edge of a spent herb stem, spreading it into a thin line. Then she touched the tip of her tongue to the powder and held it there. The taste hit in layers. First came the familiar bite of crushed spirit stone base, standard, inert. Below it, the stabilizer's metallic edge, the same signature she had traced through every poisoned batch in Sister Anmai's ledgers. Then a third note, bitter, thick, clinging to the back of her throat like burned resin. She recognized it. She had tasted it once before, in the smaller sample from the market district jar. But that version had been diluted, measured, controlled. This one was concentrated. This was the pure architecture. She closed her eyes and let the taste spread across her tongue, mapping each component by feel, by heat, by the way it reacted with her saliva. The primary agent was a meridian solvent. It would dissolve qi pathways from the inside, slowly, over hours. The masking compound was a circulation stabilizer. It would suppress the symptoms until the damage was irreversible. And the third layer. She had thought it was a counteragent, a key, a way to choose who lived and died. But this batch had no counteragent. Instead, the third layer was a trigger. A binding compound designed to lock the solvent to the meridian walls and prevent any later antidote from reaching the damage site. Whoever designed this batch had not intended for anyone to survive it. She opened her eyes. The grain of powder lay on the tile, pale gray, innocent. 40 pills made from this formula were already rolling toward Hollow Pass. and she had 24 hours. She scraped the grain off the tile and wiped her thumb clean on the compost pile. She rebundled the cracked seal as best she could, tucking the damage beneath the fold. Then she stood. The workshop continued around her. Lanyu at the furnace, Ruo Beixuan at the ingredient table, the runners moving between them. No one had seen her kneel. No one had seen her taste. But someone had known she would. The altered batch had arrived within hours of her identifying the stabilizer. The timeline was not coincidence. The poison architect had anticipated her discovery and adjusted the formula in response. She was not hunting the poison was hunting her. She turned toward the door, and then she heard it. Footsteps. Not the heavy tread of a runner, not the measured stride of Ruo Beixuan. Someone was walking toward the back of the workshop. Someone who did not belong among the compost piles and spent herbs. She did not turn. She kept her hands still at her sides, the rebundled packet pressed against her hip. The footsteps stopped. Kuo Kuliang. The voice was quiet, female, unfamiliar. Duan Wensi turned. A woman stood at the edge of the shadow, plain robes, gray hair pinned tight, eyes the color of riverstone. She held no ledger, no supply tag, no furnace tool. She was not a runner, not a refiner, not compound staff. She was someone who had walked into the workshop during production and crossed directly to the compost corner where no production work ever happened. "I am not supposed to be here," the woman said, "and neither are you." Duan Wensi's throat mark burned. "Who sent you?" The woman did not answer. Her gaze dropped to Duan Wensi's hip, where the rebundled packet pressed against her robes. "That batch was meant to pass without inspection," the woman said. "You were meant to ship it, attend the meeting, and let the count decide." "Who sent you?" The woman's mouth curved. Not a smile. Something thinner. "The same person who has been watching you since the examination hall." Duan Wensi's blood went cold. The woman reached into her sleeve and produced a folded slip of paper. She held it out. "Read it now. Burn it after." Duan Wensi did not move to take it. "I do not accept messages from unknown sources in dim corners." "You accepted the archive keeper's sealing slip." The words hit like a punch to the sternum. The archive keeper's slip. The one that had summoned her to the north gate. The one the inspectors had blocked. "How? I am not here to answer questions." The woman pressed the slip into Duan Wensi's hand. Her fingers were cold. "Read it. Burn it. Forget I was here." She turned and walked back into the workshop, blending into the rhythm of the runners, gone before Duan Wensi could speak again. Duan Wensi stood in the shadow of the compost pile, holding an unread message from someone who had known about the archive keeper's slip. Her throat mark pulsed. Once, twice. She unfolded the paper. 3 lines. "The hollow well does not wait for permission. The key must reach the lock before the seal closes. You have until the second collapse." No signature, no seal, but the handwriting was familiar. She had seen it before, on a scroll written 30 years ago, in decimal measurements that no one in the Basin should have been able to read. Jue Poyan's handwriting. Duan Wensi looked up. The workshop continued. The furnaces burned. Ruo Beixuan sorted ingredients. Lanyu adjusted vents. But Duan Wensi held a message that had been waiting for her since before she woke in Kuo Kuliang's body. She crushed the paper against her palm. The key, the well, the second collapse. She had 24 hours before the assembly meeting, 7 days before the market district poison took its first victims, and she was running out of time to reach the lock before the seal closed. Chapter 37. Ruo Beixuan found him in the compost corner, still holding the crushed paper. The older disciple's shadow cut across the spent herb pile before his voice arrived. "You missed the 3rd furnace cycle." Duan Wensi did not look up. She pressed the paper deeper into her palm, feeling the fold lines bite into her skin. "I needed air." Air. Ruo Beixuan's voice carried no belief. In the compost corner, during a quota run. She heard him step closer, the crunch of dried stems under his boots, the rustle of his sleeve as he stopped 3 paces away. "The woman who came through," he said. "She was not compound staff." Duan Wensi said nothing. "I have been watching people move through this workshop for 3 years. I know every runner, every supply carrier, every inspector who has ever crossed that threshold. A pause. I have never seen her before. You saw her. I saw you take something from her. Duan Wensi turned. Ruo Beixuan stood at the edge of the shadow, arms loose at his sides, face unreadable. But his eyes were not calm. They were the same eyes that had read her terror in the corridor 6 days ago, the same eyes that had seen through her before she learned to hide better. How long? He asked. How long what? How long have you known about the poison root? The words landed like a blade between ribs. Duan Wensi's throat mark pulsed. She kept her hand closed around the paper. I do not know what you are talking about. Stop! The single word carried weight. Ruo Beixuan stepped forward, close enough that she could see the tension in his jaw. I saw the supply bundle before you carried it to the compost. I saw you crack the seal. I saw you taste the powder. Duan Wensi's chest tightened. I did not see you. You are not supposed to. Ruo Beixuan's voice dropped. That is the problem, Kuliang. You are good at hiding. You have been good since the day you arrived. But hiding does not make you safe. It makes you alone. The words hit harder than she wanted to admit. I am not alone. You are carrying something you will not show, meeting people you will not name, tasting powders in compost corners while the compound runs emergency quota. He gestured toward the workshop. Lanyu thinks you are ill. Jue Poyan has not left her study since the summons arrived, and I have been watching you walk the edge of something I do not understand. Duan Wensi's hand tightened around the crushed paper. I am protecting you. By keeping secrets? By keeping the secrets from reaching you. Ruo Beixuan's expression flickered, something that might have been pain. You think I cannot carry the weight. I think the weight is designed to kill whoever carries it. The words hung between them. Ruo Beixuan stood still. His hands did not move. His breathing did not change. But something in his posture shifted, like a door opening a crack. Tell me what you found. Duan Wensi looked at him. She thought of the copyist's house burning, the archive keeper blocked at the north gate, the dead courier with the brass token, the 40 pills rolling toward Hollow Pass. She thought of the original Kuo Kuliang, who had traced the same pattern and died for it. If I tell you, she said slowly, you cannot unknow it. You cannot report it. You cannot walk away and pretend I said nothing. I know. You do not know. You think you do, but you have not seen what I have seen. She held his gaze. The assembly is not hiding a few bad formulas. They poisoned an entire district. They built a supply chain that can kill 300 households in 7 days, and the deputy director on the crisis committee set it in motion without being told. Ruo Beixuan's face went still. The deputy director? The same one who authorized the stabilizer substitution at Upper Hollow Pass, the same one who controls the depot that throttles our supply. That is not a rumor, that is a charge of treason. It is a fact. Duan Wensi's voice did not waver. I have the formula. I have the trial record. I have the seal mark that matches the suppression order, the death notice, and the brass token from a dead courier. Silence. Ruo Beixuan's hands were still at his sides, but his fingers had curled into fists. How long have you known? Long enough to know I cannot stop it alone. Then why did you not come to me? Because I did not know if you would believe me. Believe you? Ruo Beixuan's voice rose. I have been watching you for weeks. I saw you correct a furnace crack before you knew what you were doing. I saw you read a room like a formula. I saw you carry death notices in your sleeve and pretend they were shopping lists. He stepped closer. I believed you before you spoke a single word of this. I needed you to trust me enough to say it. Duan Wensi's throat burned. She had been wrong. She had been so certain that isolation was the only safe path. That trust was a variable she could not afford. That every person who knew her truth became a target. But the 40 pills were already rolling toward Hollow Pass. The compound was under surveillance. The poison architect was adapting faster than she could track. And she had been hiding from the one person who had been watching for exactly this moment. I am sorry, she said. Ruo Beixuan's jaw tightened. That is not what I need from you. I know. She held out the crushed paper. He took it, unfolded it, read the 3 lines. His face changed. The Hollow Well? The wellhead in Eastern Hollow, where the original trial ground records were hidden. The key? Duan Wensi reached into her collar and pulled out the flame-shaped key, suspended on a cord she had braided from torn fabric. Ruo Baixuan stared at it. Where did you get that? Soon into the packet that held the suppressed formula list. The copyist hid it before he died. The copyist died? His house burned with him inside, while I watched from a canal bed. Ruo Baixuan's hand tightened on the paper. Kuliang? I know. You have been carrying a key to the Assembly's deepest secret while running a poisoned supply route and walking into a meeting designed to bury you. I know. And you still tried to protect me from it. Yes. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he folded the paper carefully, crease by crease, and slipped it into his sleeve. We do not have time for you to learn trust slowly, he said. We have 24 hours. Tell me everything I need to know to keep you alive through tomorrow. Duan Wensi opened her mouth, and the footsteps came. Not from the workshop floor, from the outer passage. A runner's pace, too fast, too deliberate, heading toward the compost corner. Ruo Baixuan turned. The runner appeared in the doorway, breathless, face pale. Disciple Kuo, the runner's voice cracked. You need to come, now. What happened? The runner looked at Ruo Baixuan, then back at Duan Wensi. The supply cart, the one that left for Hollow Pass this morning. Duan Wensi's blood went cold. It was stopped at the outer checkpoint. The seals were broken before arrival. The words hit like a hammer. Broken seals, before arrival. Someone had intercepted the 40 pills before they reached Hollow Pass, and whoever did it had left evidence. Ruo Baixuan moved before she could react. He stepped past the runner and into the passage, his hand already on his knife. The cart, he said. Where is it now? Still at the checkpoint. The inspectors are holding it under assembly seal. Duan Wensi's throat mark burned. The inspectors. They had not intercepted the poison, they had collected it, and now they had proof that the compound had shipped tampered pills. No, she breathed. Ruo Baixuan turned back to her. His face was hard. That cart was supposed to reach Hollow Pass before you arrived. Someone knew when it would be stopped. Someone set the timeline so the evidence would be waiting for the inspectors. Duan Wensi's mind raced. The timeline. The altered batch arriving within hours of her identifying the stabilizer. The quota summons arriving moments after she predicted it. The woman in the compost corner delivering Jue Poyan's message. Everything had been timed. Not against her. For her. She was not the target of the trap. She was the delivery. Ruo Baixuan saw the realization cross her face. What? The message. Duan Wensi's voice was barely audible. Jue Poyan's message. It did not tell me to hurry to the well. Ruo Baixuan's expression flickered. What did it tell you? Duan Wensi looked at the runner. At the passage. At the workshop beyond, where Lanyu still tended the furnaces, unaware of what had just arrived at the checkpoint. It told me to wait. The silence stretched. Ruo Baixuan's hand stayed on his knife. Wait for what? Duan Wensi did not answer, because she did not know. But the cart was waiting at the checkpoint. The inspectors were waiting with it. And somewhere in the assembly tower, Master Jiao Sanqi was reading the casualty projections for the fourth scenario, Chapter 38. The runner stood in the doorway, still breathing hard, waiting for Duan Wensi to move. She did not move. The compost corner smelled of rot and old ash. The crushed paper was in Ruo Baixuan's sleeve. The key hung against her chest, warm where the metal touched her skin. Ruo Baixuan broke first. The cart was carrying 40 pills from the altered batch. Yes. 40 pills designed to kill anyone who consumed them. Yes. And the inspectors now have them under assembly seal. Duan Wensi nodded. Ruo Baixuan's hand stayed on his knife. That means the evidence chain starts at our compound. The seals were from our supply. The formula traces to our furnace. The formula traces to me. You did not make that batch. I identified the stabilizer. I sorted the compromised supply from the safe. I told no one outside this compound what I found. Duan Wensi's voice stayed flat. The inspectors do not need the truth. They need a name attached to the cart. Mine is the one someone wrote into the incident report before I ever woke in this body. The runner shifted. Disciple Kuo, the inspectors are asking for you. Of course they are. They want a statement before the Hollow Pass meeting. Ruo Basin stepped between Duan Wensi and the runner. He will not give one. Basin? Not without Jue Poyan present. Not without a compound witness. Not without the first sign came in her hands. Duan Wensi looked down at her fingers. They were trembling. Not the fine tremor of exhaustion or the shake of adrenaline wearing off. A vibration that started in the knuckles and radiated up through the wrists as if her bones had begun to hum. She flexed her right hand. The vibration did not stop. Kuliang, I am fine. You are not fine. You are shaking. I held the powder, the altered batch. I tasted a grain when I checked the seal. You told me you handled it safely. I used the wax layer as a barrier. I only touched the grain with my tongue. And the wax layer might have been clean? Duan Wensi looked at her trembling hands. It should have been clean. Should have. The powder was dry, the seal was intact. The third layer was a binding compound that only activates under circulation heat. There should have been no pathway into my bloodstream through a dry taste. Ruo Baishuan's grip tightened. But she felt it then, a coldness. Not external, not the chill of the evening air against her skin. A cold that began at the base of her throat, exactly where the pale mark sat, exactly where the 2 prior poison exposures had left their signature on Kuo Kuliang's body. The cold spread downward. It did not hurt. That was the worst part. It felt like clarity, like the moment before a formula click, like the body settling into something inevitable. There is no but, Duan Wensi said. I should not be symptomatic. I did not consume a full dose. I did not activate it with circulation heat. I was careful. She looked at her hands. They were still shaking. The binding compound was designed to lock the solvent to meridian walls. She heard herself speaking, voice detached, clinical. That means it needs a trigger to bind. Heat, chi flow, something I did not provide. The cold reached her chest. But she stopped. Ruo Baishuan was still holding her wrist. She could feel his pulse through his fingers, steady, living. It is already binding. The realization hit like a furnace rupture. The grain I tasted was enough. The binding does not need circulation heat. It needs contact with meridian tissue. Saliva, mucous membrane, any wet surface inside the body. The poison architect had designed the third layer to activate on contact with any internal moisture. She had put it in her mouth. I swallowed, she said. A grain, 1 grain of powder. I swallowed it before I identified the third layer. Ruo Baishuan's face went pale. How long? I do not know. Kuliang, I do not know. The poison was designed to lock the solvent to meridian walls and prevent any antidote from reaching the damage. The counteragent was removed. This batch has no survival mechanism. She was still using her clinical voice, still measuring the words, still trying to hold the panic behind a wall of observation. The original formula had a 2-hour onset before the solvent reached critical concentrations. But that formula included a counteragent that slowed the binding. This version was compressed. The architect removed the delay. She looked at Ruo Baishuan. I have less time than I planned. You need Jue Poyan. She already knows. She knows about the key and the well. She does not know you have poison in your blood. Duan Wensi's throat mark pulsed. It was warm now. The cold from the binding compound had reached her collarbone, but the mark at her throat burned with a different heat, a separate sensation, as if the old poison sites were waking to greet the new. I need to get to the hollow well. You need to survive the next hour. Those are the same thing. The runner had not left. He stood in the doorway watching them, his face uncertain. Disciple Kuo, the inspectors will not wait past the evening bell. Duan Wensi pulled her wrist free from Ruo Baishuan's grip. I will give them a statement. Kuliang, I will give them a statement after I speak to Jue Poyan. Tell them I am preparing my report. Tell them the compound master requested a private review of the supply logs before I submit to questioning. The runner hesitated. Tell them? He nodded and vanished into the passage. Ruo Beixuan watched her. You are lying to the assembly. I am buying time. You have poison moving through your meridians and you are talking about time. Duan Wensi pressed her palm against her chest. The key was warm. The throat mark was warm. Everything else was cold. I know what poison this is, she said. Ruo Beixuan's expression flickered. I read the original story. I know how Kuo Kuliang died in the serial. I know the progression. The trembling starts in the extremities. Then the cold reaches the chest. Then the binding compound finishes locking the solvent to the meridian walls. She looked at her hands. They are already shaking. Ruo Beixuan caught her wrist again. This is not the time for clinical detachment. This is the only way I know how to survive. It is the way the original Kuo Kuliang died. Alone. Cataloging symptoms. Trusting no one. Duan Wensi went still. Ruo Beixuan's voice was quiet. You told me you wanted to survive Chapter 47. You told me you were done hiding. You showed me the key. You gave me the paper. But when your body starts failing, you retreat back into the pattern. The cold reached her stomach. She felt it settle there, patient and certain, like a promise. Ruo Beixuan was right. She was doing it again. The analysis, the detachment, the certainty that if she could just describe the poison precisely enough, it would obey. It would not obey. This was a formula with no counteragent, and she had tasted it herself. Beixuan, when he had described for Shans, he scarps the woman there, my spro Chinese. She shouldn't approachly chested. I have been trying to solve this alone since I woke in this body. I planned alone. I investigated alone. I carried the key alone. I tasted the poison alone. She looked at him. And I am still alone, because I do not know how to let anyone carry part of this with me. Ruo Beixuan's jaw tightened. Then learn. The cold reached her heart. It did not stop. Chapter 39. The cold did not stop. Duan Wensi stood in the compost corner with her palm pressed against her chest and the key burning through the cloth of her robe, and she understood that she had run out of time to decide alone. Ruo Beixuan watched her. His hand was still on her wrist. The contact felt foreign, like a language she had never learned to speak. I need to see Jue Poyan, she said. Now you ask. Now I ask. He released her wrist and stepped back. The space between them felt thinner than it had a moment ago, as if something had shifted that she could not measure. The study, he said. She has not left it since the summons arrived. Duan Wensi walked. The compound was quiet. The furnaces had been banked low. The runners had withdrawn to their stations. She passed the workshop door and saw Lanyu still moving between the cooling hearths, checking seals, her sleeves rolled past the elbows, her face unreadable. She did not stop. Jue Poyan's study door was closed. A sliver of lamplight bled through the crack beneath it. Duan Wensi raised her hand and knocked. No answer. She knocked again. Enter. The voice was flat, controlled, the voice of someone who had been waiting for a confrontation and had already decided how much she would reveal. Duan Wensi pushed the door open. Jue Poyan sat at her work table with a scroll spread across the surface, her lined face half lit by the lamp, her watchful eyes fixed on the doorway like she had known exactly who would come through it. You are poisoned, Jue Poyan said. It was not a question. Duan Wensi stood in the doorway and did not deny it. Yes. How far advanced? The binding compound has reached my heart. Jue Poyan's expression did not change. Her hand stopped moving over the scroll, and the stillness in that gesture told Duan Wensi everything she needed to know about how bad the situation was. Close the door. Duan Wensi closed it. The study smelled of ink and ash and old paper. The locked ashwood cabinet stood against the far wall, its surface undisturbed. The ledgers were still hidden. Tell me what you have found, Jue Poyan said. Do not edit. Do not protect me from the truth. If you are dying, I need the full picture before the poison takes your clarity. Duan Wensi opened her mouth. The clinical words were there, the structured narrative, The evidence chain arranged in chronological order, the suppressed formulas, the archive purge, the copyist's packet, the flame-shaped key, the poison architecture, the deputy director who understood the arithmetic, the cart intercepted at the checkpoint, the death notice pre-filed 6 months before she should have died. She had organized it all in her mind like a formula she could recite from memory. But what came out was different. I found 16 working formulas that were suppressed by the Heaven Reader, she said. The circulation pill variant, batch 7 trial was fully successful. Every cultivator broke through. No collapses. The formula worked. And they buried it. Jue Poyan said nothing. I found trial records proving the broken pill sect disaster was not caused by Lanyu Jing's formula. The withdrawal predated the collapse. The cascade was a cover story to legitimize permanent suppression. Continue. The copyist who kept the records died in a fire while I watched from a canal bed. He gave me a packet. Inside it was a key, a flame-shaped key with 3 tines. It opened something beneath the hollow well in Eastern Hollow where the original trial ground records were moved. Jue Poyan's eyes sharpened. The key. You knew about it. I knew it existed. I did not know where it had been hidden. Duan Wensi reached into her robe and pulled out the key. The metal was warm against her fingers, warm in a way that had nothing to do with her body heat, as if it were responding to something beyond her perception. She placed it on Jue Poyan's work table. The old woman looked at it for a long moment. Then she looked at Duan Wensi. The poison. The altered batch has no counteragent. The architect removed it. The binding compound locks the solvent to meridian walls. Nothing can reach the damage once the lock is complete. How long? I do not know. The compressed formula accelerates the progression. The original had a 2-hour window. This version is faster. Jue Poyan stood. She moved to the locked ashwood cabinet and withdrew a small ceramic vial, identical in size to the one Seering Nuo had given Duan Wensi weeks ago, the one she had never opened. What is that? A contingency. Jue Poyan set the vial on the table beside the key. I have been preparing for this moment for 30 years. I did not know the face it would wear or the name it would carry, but I knew it would come. She looked at Duan Wensi. The decimal system you use, the stability tables, the comparative analysis. I wrote those same notes 30 years ago, and I buried them when I understood what the assembly would do to anyone who thought differently. Duan Wensi stared at her. You are not from the Basin either. Jue Poyan's expression shifted. No, I am not. The room went still. Duan Wensi felt the cold pressing against her ribs, the binding compound working its way deeper into her meridians, the poison doing its patient work. But she also felt something else. A crack in the narrative she had built about this world. She was not alone. She had never been alone. There is no time for the full story, Jue Poyan said. The poison is moving. The checkpoint cart is evidence waiting to be used against you. The Heaven Reader already knows you found the key. She picked up the ceramic vial. This will not neutralize the poison. It will slow the binding by competing for the same meridian pathways. It buys us hours, not days. Hours are enough. Are they? Duan Wensi met her eyes. I need Lanyu to stabilize my circulation while the binding is slowed. I need Sister Anmei to map the poison's progression and identify any variable the architect missed. I need Ruo Beishuan to seal the compound and intercept whoever is watching the gate. She paused. And I need you to complete the antidote I cannot formulate alone. Jue Poyan studied her. You came here asking for help. Yes. That is not something Kuo Kuliang would have done. Duan Wensi felt the words settle into her chest. Not cold, not warm, but present in a way that demanded acknowledgement. No, it is not. Jue Poyan nodded once. Then she moved. She crossed to the study door and opened it, her voice cutting through the compound's silence with a precision that made Duan Wensi's throat mark pulse. Lanyu, Anmei, Ruo Beishuan. Now. The compound stirred, footsteps in the passage, a door opening, the sharp clink of furnace tools set down in haste. Duan Wensi stood in the lamplight with the key on the table and the ceramic vial in her palm, and she realized she had done what the original Kuo Kuliang never could. She had told someone the truth before the trap closed. Jue Poyan turned back to face her. The binding compound is designed to resist antidotes by locking the solvent to the meridian walls, but every lock has a key. She gestured at the flame-shaped iron on the table, and every poison has a weakness the architect could not anticipate. Duan Wensi looked at the vial. What do I do? Jue Poyan's eyes held hers. I need you to tell me exactly how long ago you ingested the grain. Not approximate, exact. Duan Wensi calculated. The sun was past the roof peak, but not yet at the wall shadow. The runner arrived while I was tasting the powder. The seal was cracked. I swallowed before I identified the third layer. She looked at the lamp. 47 minutes. Jue Poyan did not flinch. She uncapped the vial. The binding window is 90 minutes at compressed speed. You have 43 before the solvent locks beyond reach. She poured a single drop of clear liquid onto the work table. It did not evaporate. It did not spread. It sat on the wood like a bead of glass, perfectly forward, perfectly still. This is not an antidote. It is a decoy. It will flood your meridian pathways faster than the binding compound can follow, forcing the solvent to compete for attachment sites it was not designed to share. Duan Wensi understood. You mean to distract the poison? I mean to slow it down long enough to build something that can stop it. Jue Poyan lifted the vial. Drink this. Duan Wensi reached for it. Her hand was shaking. The gold had reached her fingers. Chapter 40. Duan Wensi drank. The decoy hit her tongue like cold spring water, nothing like the bitter metal bite of the poison. It spread through her chest in a widening ring, pushing against the cold the way oil pushed against water, forcing the binding compound to slow, to hesitate, to compete for pathways it had already claimed. She set the empty vial on the work table. The room had filled while she drank. Lanyu stood at the study threshold, sleeves still rolled from the furnaces, ash smeared across his left cheekbone. Sister Anmei had arrived with her reed cloth bag and a ledger tucked under one arm, her patched robes catching the lamplight as she crossed to the table without being asked. Ruo Beixuan was already at the door, his hand on the latch, waiting. Jue Poyan looked at each of them in turn. Kuo Kuliang is poisoned. The binding compound is active. The decoy gives us time, not victory. She placed her palm flat on the work table. I need the furnace at a stable 7th heat pulse. I need the poison's progression mapped to the breath. I need the compound sealed against whatever is watching from the ridgeline. And I need silence while I work. Lanyu moved first. He crossed to the study's small hearth, the one Jue Poyan used for warming solvents, and began feeding it with measured precision. His hands knew the rhythm before his mind chose it, the same way he had known the bifurcation furnace's crack before it spread. I need an hour, he said. Maybe less. The hearth is small. I can hold 7th heat if no one opens the door. Sister Adeline was already at Duan Wensi's side, her fingers finding the pulse at Duan Wensi's wrist with a pressure that felt more like measurement than comfort. Tell me where the cold is reached. Duan Wensi forced her voice steady. Ribs, both sides, spreading toward the spine. The throat mark burns where the old poison sites are waking. Sister Anmei's ledger opened. Her pen moved in tight, abbreviated strokes that no one else in the basin would read. The decoy is holding the binding at the chest wall, but the architect designed this for a 90-minute window. The decoy will fail before the window closes unless we strip the solvent from the meridian walls. She looked at Jue Poyan. The antidote must reach the solvent before the binding locks. Every minute the decoy holds is a minute we can use. Jue Poyan was already at her cabinet. She pulled out a scroll case sealed with wax that had not been broken in years. The wax bore no assembly mark, no registry stamp, nothing that could be traced. The original circulation pill variant, batch 7, the one that worked. She unrolled it across the work table. The solvent in this poison is a derivative of the same stabilizer the assembly suppressed, which means the antidote is also a derivative. She looked at Duan Wensi. You reverse-engineered the poison's 3rd layer on a single taste. Now I need you to reverse-engineer the antidote's primer sequence while I build the compound. Duan Wensi's hands were shaking. The cold had reached her elbows. I can do it. She said it because she needed to believe it. Jue Poyan pushed a sheet of blank paper across the table. Write the primer. I will build the compound. Duan Wensi picked up the brush. The characters blurred at the edges. The cold was making her vision unreliable, the way frost blurred a window from the outside. She blinked hard and wrote the first sequence from memory. Solvent structure, binding site, counteragent architecture. The brush moved like it belonged to someone else. Kuo Kuliang's hands, Kuo Kuliang's muscle memory, Kuo Kuliang's body doing what it had been trained to do before Duan Wensi ever woke inside it. She wrote the primer sequence. Then she wrote the variant. Then she wrote the counteragent pathway that the architect had removed, the one that should have been there, the one that would have let someone choose who lived and who died. The brush stopped. Jue Poyan was reading over her shoulder. You reconstructed the missing counteragent. I reconstructed what the architect removed. The architect removed it because it made the poison containable. You just gave me the key to making it containable again. Jue Poyan took the paper. Her eyes moved across the characters with the speed of someone who had been reading decimal sequences for 30 years. This will work. She did not say it with surprise. She said it with certainty. Lanyu's hearthpulse reached 7th heat. The flame turned from orange to white at the core, and the room grew warmer in a way that made Duan Wensi's skin prickle. Sister Anmei's pen stopped. The cold has reached her elbows. The decoy is losing ground. We have maybe 30 minutes before it reaches her hands and locks the binding beyond reach. Ruo Bixuan spoke from the door. The gate is sealed. The outer passage is clear, but there are torches on the ridgeline. 3, maybe 4. They are not moving. Jue Poyan did not look up. How long until they reach the compound? Not long enough. Then seal the inner door as well. Ruo Bixuan's jaw tightened. If I seal the inner door, no one gets out, including you. Then we do not need to get out. He looked at Duan Wensi. She met his eyes. Do it. He sealed the inner door. The bolt slid home with a sound that felt final, the kind of final that pressed against the chest and demanded acknowledgement. Duan Wensi stood at the work table with Jue Poyan, the flame-shaped key between them, the primer sequence still wet on the paper, and the poison pressing against the decoy's weakening ring. Jue Poyan began building the compound. Her hands moved with a precision that came from decades of practice, from 30 years of waiting for this moment, from knowing that the assembly's suppression system would eventually force someone to the edge. She measured. She ground. She layered. The hearth pulsed at 7th heat. Sister Anmei's pen traced the poison's progression across the ledger page in a line that curved like a death sentence. Ruo Bixuan stood at the sealed door with his hand on his knife, and Duan Wensi felt the cold reach her wrists. The decoy was failing. She could feel it the way she had felt the furnace crack before it spread. A hairline fracture in the barrier between the cold and her core. A fault line that would widen and break and drown her in the binding compound's final lock. Jue Poyan? I know. The decoy is failing. I know. How much time do I have? Jue Poyan did not answer. She was adding the primer sequence to the compound, her hands steady, her breath measured, her focus absolute. The hearth pulsed. The cold crept. The torches on the ridgeline began to move. Ruo Bixuan saw them first. They are coming down the slope, fast. Lanyu's voice came from the hearth. I can hold 7th heat for 15 more minutes. After that, the furnace will crack. Sister Anmei closed her ledger. The poison will reach her hands in 10. Jue Poyan's compound was not finished. Duan Wensi knew it before Jue Poyan said it. The mortar was still wet. The primer sequence had not fully bound to the base. The antidote was half-formed, suspended between theory and substance, between survival and the death that had been waiting for Kuo Kuliang since before Duan Wensi woke in his body. The first strike hit the outer barrier. The compound shuddered. Dust drifted from the ceiling beams. Duan Wensi felt the poison surge against the decoy's weakening ring, felt the cold push past her wrists toward her palms, felt the binding compound begin its final lock. Jue Poyan did not look up. She kept working. And the second strike hit the barrier harder than the first. Chapter 41. The third strike hit the barrier. Duan Wensi felt it through the floor, a vibration that traveled up through her knees and settled in her chest like the prelude to a crack. The cold had reached her palms now, the binding compound pressing against the decoy's failing ring like water against a dam with too many hairline fractures. Jue Poyan did not look up. Her hands moved across the mortar with the rhythm of someone who had performed this sequence 1,000 times in her head before ever touching the ingredients. The primer sequence Duan Wensi had written was propped against the lamp, the characters still wet, and Jue Poyan was feeding them into the compound grain by grain. How long? It was not a question. Sister Anmei answered anyway. 8 minutes before the cold reaches her fingers, maybe 9. Not the poison, the furnace. Lanyu's voice came from the hearth, tight and controlled. 12 minutes before the brick gives. The 7th heat pulse is eating the inner wall faster than I predicted. Jue Poyan's hand did not slow. Then we have 8 minutes. The 4th strike hit the barrier. This one was different. It did not shudder through the floor like the others. It cracked. A sound like stone splitting under frost, sharp and wrong, and Duan Wensi heard Ruo Beishuan's knife leave its sheath before she saw him move. "They have a ram," he said. His voice was calm, the kind of calm that came from accepting that the door would open and that when it did, he would be standing in front of it. Lanyu looked at the hearth. The flame at the core had turned from white to something almost blue, and the brick around the furnace mouth was beginning to glow. "I can push the pulse higher, gain maybe 2 minutes before the crack reaches the outer wall." "No." Jue Poyan's voice cut through the room like a blade. "You hold it 7th. If you push beyond, the furnace goes before the antidote does. Then we all die for nothing." Lanyu's jaw tightened, but he did not push. He held. Duan Wensi watched the flame through the hearth opening, watched it pulse at 7th heat, watched the light play across Jue Poyan's face as she worked, and she felt the cold reach the base of her fingers. She could no longer feel her palms. The binding compound had locked through the decoy's ring at her wrist and was moving into the small bones of her hands, threading through the meridian pathways like thread through the eye of a needle, pulling tight. She had 8 minutes, maybe 7. Jue Poyan's compound was still liquid in the mortar. The primer sequence was binding slowly, too slowly, because the base was cold and the air in the room was still cool despite the furnace, because the architect had designed this poison to kill fast and designed the missing counteragent to take time. Time they did not have. The 5th strike hit the barrier. The crack became a fracture. Dust rained from the ceiling beams, and Ruo Beishuan moved to the door, not to open it, but to stand at the bolt, one hand on the wood, the other on his knife. "How many do you think?" Duan Wensi asked. Her voice was steady. She did not know how. The poison was in her hands now, cold and certain, and her voice was still steady. 3 on the ram, Ruo Beishuan said. "Maybe 2 more holding the flanks. The torches were not a full squad. Can you hold them?" He looked at her. For a moment, something passed between them that was not calculation and not strategy. It was the look of someone who had decided that the answer to a question mattered more than the risk of giving it. Yes, he did not say he would. He said he could. Duan Wensi turned back to Jue Poyan. "The compound is not binding fast enough." "I know. What do you need?" Jue Poyan looked at her. For the first time since the decoy had begun failing, Jue Poyan looked at Duan Wensi directly, and Duan Wensi saw something in the old woman's eyes that she had not seen before. Fear. Not fear of the attackers, fear of the countdown. "The base needs heat," Jue Poyan said. "Not furnace heat, body heat, meridian heat. The kind that comes from living circulation, not from flame. The primer will not bind to a cold compound." Duan Wensi understood. The antidote needed to be finished inside someone whose meridians were still warm enough to complete the binding, someone who had been poisoned by the same base the architect had used. The 6th strike hit the barrier. The door groaned. Lanyu's hearth pulsed. Sister Anmei's pen scratched across the ledger, tracking the cold's final approach. Duan Wensi lifted her hands. She could not feel them. The cold had reached the tips of her fingers, and the binding compound had locked through every joint, every bone, every meridian channel that ran through her palms. But her arms still worked. Her shoulders still worked. She reached across the work table and took the mortar from Jue Poyan. "I will finish it." Jue Poyan's hand did not let go immediately. "This is not the sequence I planned." "I know. If the binding reverses while the compound is inside you, it will double the poison speed. You will not have minutes. You will have seconds." Duan Wensi looked at the mortar. The compound was still liquid, still unbound, still waiting for the final heat that would lock the primer to the base and turn it from a theory into a cure. "I wrote the counteragent," she said. "If anyone's body knows how to complete it, it is mine." Jue Poyan let go. The mortar was warm in Duan Wensi's hands, warm despite the cold that had locked through her fingers, warm because Jue Poyan had been holding it against her own meridian heat while she worked. Duan Wensi lifted it to her mouth. She did not drink. She tipped the contents into her palm where the cold had already claimed the skin, where the binding compound's final lock was still spreading. The compound pooled in her frozen palm. She pressed her other hand over it. The cold met the warm liquid. The primer sequence met the binding compound's locked meridian, and something changed. She felt it first in the root of her tongue, then in the back of her throat, then in the hollow of her chest where the decoy's failing ring had been holding the poison at bay. The compound sank into her skin. It did not go down. It went in. The seventh strike hit the barrier. The door splintered. Ruo Beixuan pulled his knife, but Duan Wensi was not looking at the door. She was looking at her hands. The cold was not gone, but it was changing. The binding compound in her meridians was finding the primer, one grain at a time, one locked pathway at a time, and the antidote was not destroying the poison. It was rewriting it. The solvent was still there, but the lock was loosening. Jue Poyan saw it in her face. "It is working." It was not a question. Duan Wensi nodded. The barrier broke. Chapter 42. Ruo Beixuan met the first man through the gap. The knife did not sing. It punched. 3 quick strikes, the kind that did not aim to kill but to make space, and the first attacker staggered back with blood running down his arm. Ruo Beixuan did not follow. He stayed in the doorframe, blade low, breathing even. Behind him, Duan Wensi could not move. The antidote was still rewriting her meridians, one grain at a time, and her hands were locked open against the table where the compound had sunk in. She could feel the cold receding, but it did not retreat like a tide. It pulled back in threads, each strand of binding compound unraveling separately, and between those threads, the primer was still binding to the base, still completing itself inside her. She could not lift her hands to help. She could not stand to fight. She could only sit and wait for the rewriting to finish. The second attacker came through the gap low, trying to take Ruo Beixuan's legs. He pivoted, took the strike on the flat of his blade, and kicked the man's wrist hard enough to send the weapon skittering across the floor. 3 on the ram, he said, his voice flat and calm. 2 more outside. The ram is down. The door is still the only way in. Lanyu did not leave the hearth. The furnace pulsed at 7th heat, steady and deep. And Lanyu's hands were on the intake vents, holding the pulse even while the door behind her splintered. She did not look back. She had her job. She was doing it. Sister Anmei had not stopped tracking. "Gold is receding from the fingers," she said, her pen moving across the ledger. "The metacropal channels are clear. The binding compound is losing its lock at the wrist. Rate of reversal is accelerating." "How long?" Jue Poyan asked. 3 minutes until the hands are fully free. 5 until the poison is fully rewritten, assuming nothing changes. Duan Wensi heard the qualification. Assuming nothing changes. The third attacker did not try the door. He smashed through the window frame on the east wall, glass and rotten wood spraying across the floor, and Ruo Beixuan could not reach him in time. The man was already inside, blade drawn, and he was looking straight at Duan Wensi. Jue Poyan stepped between them. The attacker stopped. Not because he recognized her, because she held up her hand, and in it was a small ceramic bottle with a faded assembly seal, the kind that had not been used in 30 years. "You know this mark," Jue Poyan said. "You know what it means." The attacker's blade did not lower, but he did not advance. "What I have in this bottle," Jue Poyan said, "is more valuable to your master than my apprentice's life. If you kill me, you will never learn where it is." The attacker's eyes flicked to Duan Wensi, then back to Jue Poyan. He was deciding. Ruo Beishuan moved. He did not charge. He did not shout. He simply stepped forward, knife level, and the third attacker turned to meet him, and the decision was no longer relevant. Steel met steel. Ruo Beishuan drove the man back through the broken window frame, and for a moment the room was quiet, save for Lanyu's furnace and Sister Anmei's pen. Then Duan Wensi felt her fingers twitch. The cold was gone. The binding compound had been rewritten, strand by strand, and her hands were her own again. She lifted them from the table. I am done. Jue Poyan turned, the ceramic bottle still in her hand, and looked at Duan Wensi's face. No, she said. You are not. The old woman's eyes were not relieved. They were searching, reading Duan Wensi's pulse, the color of her skin, the way her shoulders were already dropping from the tension of the countdown. You feel the poison is gone, Duan Poyan said, but you also feel something else, something that was not there before. Duan Wensi stopped. She had not noticed it until Duan Poyan named it, but it was there, a faint resonance in her meridians, not pain, not cold, but a kind of echo, as if the poison had not only been rewritten but had left a shape behind, a channel where it had run that now conducted qi differently. The compound changed you, Duan Poyan said. The primer sequence you wrote bound to more than the poison, it bound to you. Sister Anmei was already moving, her fingers finding Duan Wensi's wrist, reading her pulse. She is right, Sister Anmei said. There is a new pathway, dormant, braided through the existing meridian structure. It did not exist before the antidote bonded. Duan Wensi looked at her own hands. The cold was gone, but something else was growing. She could feel it in the hollow of her chest, a warmth that was not illness, not poison, but a second thread of something unfinished. It is designed, Jue Poyan said slowly. The poison architect did not only remove the counteragent. They anticipated that the counteragent would be reconstructed. They anticipated that someone with Kuo Kuliang's gift would be able to reverse engineer the missing component. Then they built a dormant pathway into the poison, Duan Wensi said, knowing that the antidote would unlock it. Jue Poyan said nothing. She did not have to. The room was quiet, and the understanding settled like ash. The poison architect had expected Kuliang to analyze his own cure. That was not a guess. That was a plan. Someone inside official channels had known exactly how Kuo Kuliang's gift worked, known that he could taste a formula from a grain of residue, known that he would identify the missing counteragent, known that he would write the primer sequence himself. And they had built the dormant pathway as a second pulse, timed to activate under circulation stress hours later, when the antidote was already in his meridians and the guard was down. Sister Anmei's fingers tightened on Duan Wensi's wrist. The pathway is not inert, she said. It is waiting. I cannot tell yet what it will do when it activates, but I can tell you when. She looked up. 8 hours, maybe 9. It will align with peak circulation stress, the hour when the body is most taxed by the rewritten poison. Ruo Beishuan's voice came from the broken door. The third attacker is down. The other two have fallen back, but they are not gone. They are waiting. Lanyu did not turn from the furnace. When will the path activate? 8 hours, Duan Wensi said. Lanyu nodded once and adjusted the vent. Then we have 8 hours to decide what we are. Duan Wensi looked at the ceramic bottle still in Jue Poyan's hand. What is in that bottle? Duan Wensi looked at the ceramic bottle still in Jue Poyan's hand. What is in that bottle? Jue Poyan did not answer immediately. She held it up, turning it in the light, and Duan Wensi saw the faded assembly seal on the wax, the mark of a bureau that had not existed for 30 years. Insurance, Jue Poyan said, and a trap. She looked at Duan Wensi. The same seal is on the bottle that holds the second pulse formula, the bottle that was filed in the archive with the original circulation pill variant, the one I preserved, the one the assembly never knew I kept. Duan Wensi's throat mark pulsed warm, not with old poison, with recognition. The poison architect filed the second pulse formula in the same archive where the original trial records were hidden, Duan Wensi said. They did not destroy it, they archived it. Jue Poyan nodded, because they expected someone to find it. The furnace hummed. The broken window let in cold air. The door was shattered, and Ruo Beishuan's blade was wet with blood, and somewhere in the compound, the two surviving attackers were waiting for the signal to move again. Outside, beyond the ridgeline, assembly torches were beginning to gather. Chapter 43. The third attacker lay sprawled across the broken window frame, his neck at an angle that told Duan Wensi he would not rise again. Ruo Beixuan stood over him, breathing hard, blade dripping. He did not sheath the knife. He knelt instead, one knee pressing into the splintered wood, and began to search the body with the methodical precision of someone who had done this before. Duan Wensi watched his hands move. Quick, efficient, no wasted motion. He found the belt pouch first, a small leather sack sewn shut with double stitching. He cut the threads with his knife tip and tipped the contents onto the floorboards. Coins, 2 copper seals, a folded scrap of paper that looked like it had been carried against the body for days. Ruo Beixuan unfolded it. His face did not change, but his hand stopped moving. "What is it?" Duan Wensi said. He held it up. The paper was covered in a grid of small marks, tally strokes grouped in sets of 5, each column headed by a character she did not recognize. At the bottom, stamped in black ink, was a seal she recognized. The Assembly Emergency Transport mark. The same mark that had been on the quota summons. Ruo Beixuan set the paper down flat and began searching the other 2 bodies with the same quiet efficiency. He found similar slips on both. Same grid, same seal, same black ink stamp. "These are transport tallies," he said. "Every assembly authorized courier route logs cargo quantities at checkpoints. The tally slips are filed at the depot for reconciliation." He pointed to the bottom of one slip. "This seal is from the Upper Hollow Pass processing station, the same station that authorized the stabilizer substitution Sister Anmei traced." Duan Wensi's throat vark pulsed warm. These attackers were carrying assembly transport tallies. Ruo Beixuan did not nod. He did not need to. "They were not rogue enforcers," he said. "They were operating under assembly authorization. Someone in the supply chain sent them." He, Lanyu, spoke from the furnace without turning. "How many layers deep?" "At least 3, Ruo Beixuan said. "The tally slips are coded by route. These correspond to emergency supply runs, the kind that bypass standard checkpoint inspection. Only someone with crisis committee authority can issue those codes." He turned one of the slips over. On the reverse, written in a different hand, was a single string of characters. Duan Wensi read them. It took a moment for the meaning to settle. "A courier route," she said. "Already approaching." Ruo Beixuan's jaw tightened. "Not approaching. Already in transit. The slip was stamped 4 hours ago." He looked at Jue Poyan. "The courier is coming here." Jue Poyan set the ceramic bottle down on the work table. Her lined face was still, the watchful eyes tracking the implications. "There is only one reason to send a courier to a compound that has just been attacked," she said. "To deliver an official response to the assault." "Or to seal the outcome," Ruo Beixuan said. "The attackers were meant to succeed. The courier arrives afterward to document what happened. Official report, official finding, official conclusion." Duan Wensi understood. The attackers were the first move. The courier was the second. If the attackers killed her, the courier would document a disciplinary action, a rogue alchemist eliminated, a failed inspection, a tragic accident. The story would be pre-written. If the attackers failed, the courier would still arrive. But then the story would need to be different. "How long?" she said. Ruo Beixuan checked the slip again. "The route markers put them at the North Hollow crossing. 2 hours, maybe less." Lanyu adjusted the furnace vent. "That is not enough time to finish a second counteragent." Sister Anmei held Duan Wensi's wrist, fingers pressed to the pulse point. "The dormant pathway is stable for now, but it will activate in 6 hours, maybe 7. The stress of a confrontation could accelerate it." Duan Wensi looked at the tally slips spread across the floor. The grid marks, the black ink seal, the route code, evidence. She reached down and picked one up. "If the courier is assembly authorized," she said slowly, "then the courier is the official record. Whatever they write in their report becomes the truth the assembly files." Jue Poyan watched her with the same careful attention she gave a furnace about to flame. "What are you thinking?" Duan Wensi turned the slip over. These attackers carried assembly transport tallies. That means the evidence of who sent them exists. Somewhere in the supply chain there is a record of who authorized this route. She held up the slip. But only if we survive long enough to follow the chain. Ruo Beixuan straightened. The courier will arrive in 2 hours. We have a shattered barrier, a wounded compound, a dormant second pulse in your meridians, and an assembly investigation closing in. He looked at her. What do we do? Duan Wensi looked at Jue Poyan. The ceramic bottle sat on the work table between them. Insurance and a trap. How many people know about the bottle? Duan Wensi said. Jue Poyan's lined face did not move. Only the people in this room. Then we have 2 hours. She knelt and gathered the tally slips, stacking them in order by route code. Before the courier arrives, we need to know what is in that bottle. And we need to know why the poison architect filed the second pulse formula in the same archive where you hid the original variant. Jue Poyan studied her for a long moment. Then she picked up the bottle. I will show you. She looked at Ruo Beixuan. Hold the compound. If the courier arrives early, delay them. Ruo Beixuan nodded once. Jue Poyan turned and walked into the inner study. Duan Wensi followed. The door closed behind them. Outside, beyond the broken window, the assembly torches were still gathering on the ridgeline, waiting for the signal to move. And somewhere on the North Hollow Road, a courier was already riding toward the compound, carrying the stories someone had already written. Chapter 44. The inner study smelled of old paper and something metallic, like dried blood ground into ink. Duan Wensi leaned against the work table, the ceramic bottle between them, its faded assembly seal catching the lamplight. The warmth from the antidote still moved through her chest in slow pulses, but the second pulse waited beneath it, coiled, patient. Jue Poyan did not open the bottle immediately. She set her palm flat against its side, the gesture almost reverent. Do you know what the Heaven Reader fears most? Duan Wensi's throat was dry. Collapse, the seal breaking, uncontrolled advancement. Those are the words he uses. Jue Poyan's lined face was unreadable. But they are not the thing itself. What he fears is that someone else will hold the same power he does, that he will no longer be the only one who decides. She worked the seal loose with her thumb. It cracked cleanly, a single, clean break. The bottle's mouth released a scent Duan Wensi knew immediately. Bitter, copper-edged, familiar. Her stomach turned. That is the stabilizer, she said. The suppressed one, from batch 7. Yes. Jue Poyan tipped the bottle and let a single grain fall onto the work table. It caught the light like crushed mica, gray with veins of deep red running through it. But not the formulation you reconstructed. This is the architect's version, the one with the second pulse already braided into the base. Duan Wensi stared at the grain. You have had this the whole time. I have had it for 30 years. Jue Poyan sat down heavily, the motion older than her body should allow. After the Hollow Pass disaster, the assembly burned every trace of Lin Yujing's work. Every scroll, every trial record, every apprentice's notebook. They sent men into the valley with fire urns and did not stop until the ash stopped smoking. She touched the grain with the tip of her finger. But before they burned it, the Heaven Reader at the time preserved one sample, as a reference, as a warning. He locked it in a ceramic bottle with the assembly's own seal so that no future Heaven Reader would forget what uncontrolled formula release looked like. Duan Wensi's pulse beat against the dormant pathway. And that sample is the poison architect's base. Yes. Jue Poyan's eyes met hers. Someone in the assembly has access to the sealed archive. Someone who knows what was locked away and how to retrieve it. They did not reverse engineer the poison from scratch. They started with the sample that was never supposed to leave this bottle. Duan Wensi looked at the grain again, the red veins, the bitter copper scent. She reached for it, her fingers still trembling from the antidote's residue. May I? Jue Poyan did not stop her. Duan Wensi picked up the grain and held it to her tongue. Not tasting, just letting the residue settle against the moisture of her skin. The dormant pathway in her meridians stirred. Recognition. The second pulse was not a separate mechanism. It was the same architecture, mirrored and inverted, designed to activate when the antidote rewrote the poison's primary structure, like a seal keyed to a specific lock. She set the grain down. The architect left a window. Jue Poyan's head tilted. Explain. The dormant pathway activates under circulation stress. That is what Sister Anmei measured. But activation is not the same as release. Duan Wensi's voice was hoarse, but the logic was clear. The second pulse is a secondary binding. It locks the poison deeper into the meridian wall. Once it activates, the toxin becomes untreatable. But until it activates, the dormant pathway still contains a residue of the original counteragent. She looked up. The architect did not remove the counteragent entirely. They buried it inside the second pulse. Only someone who survives the primary poison and knows where to look can access it. Jue Poyan's face went still. That is not a trap. No, Duan Wensi said. It is a filter. Silence stretched between them. Whoever designed this did not want to kill everyone, Duan Wensi said slowly. They wanted to kill most people, but they built a way to save one, a chosen target. Someone who could reverse engineer the primary poison, survive the antidote, and recognize the second pulse for what it is. Jue Poyan's jaw tightened. The crisis route. Yes. Duan Wensi pressed her palm flat against the work table, steadying herself. The poison was never meant to be a mass assassination. It was meant to be a test. The architect is not trying to eliminate a political faction. They are trying to find someone who can read the architecture, survive the antidote, and understand what the second pulse preserves. She looked at the grain. They are recruiting. Jue Poyan's breath was slow, measured. Then the courier is not the second move. Duan Wensi shook her head. The courier is the messenger. The attack was the first filter. If I died, I was not worth recruiting. If I survived and understood, the courier would arrive with the next stage. She pushed the grain back toward the bottle. Which means the crisis route is not finished. The architect is still testing. There will be another shipment, another batch, another chance to find the person who can read the code. Jue Poyan stood. Then we intercepted. Duan Wensi looked up. Before the courier arrives? Before the courier arrives, Jue Poyan said. We take the bottle, we take the tally slips, we take the evidence of the attack, and we ride to meet the shipment before it reaches the distribution point. She met Duan Wensi's eyes. The architect expects a survivor in the compound, waiting for the courier. They do not expect the survivor to move first. Duan Wensi's hands were still trembling, but she stood. Lanyu needs to stay with the furnace. Sister Anmei needs to keep tracking the second pulse. Ruo Beishuan can delay the courier. She looked at the tally slips. I will come with you. Jue Poyan studied her for a long moment. You are still weak. I am still alive. The words hung between them. Jue Poyan nodded once. Then we go now. She reached for the ceramic bottle, resealed it with a strip of cloth, and tucked it into her sleeve. Duan Wensi gathered the tally slips and followed. The hallway was empty. The furnace room door was closed. Beyond the broken window, the assembly torches still watched from the ridgeline, waiting for the signal to descend. Ruo Beishuan stood at the compound gate, knife drawn, eyes fixed on the road. When he saw them, he did not lower the blade. The courier is early, he said. I can see the dust on the North Hollow Road. Duan Wensi's blood went cold, but Jue Poyan did not slow. Then we leave now, she said, before they arrive. She walked past Ruo Beishuan, through the broken gate, into the dark. Duan Wensi followed. Behind her, she heard Ruo Beishuan's blade shift in his grip. And somewhere on the North Hollow Road, the courier was already close enough to hear the hoofbeats. Chapter 45. Ruo Beishuan did not follow them through the gate. He stood in the gap, knife still drawn, watching the dart swallow Jue Poyan's back and Duan Wensi's slower steps behind her. The dust from the North Hollow Road was visible now, a pale plume rising against the black ridgeline. The courier would reach the compound in minutes. He turned. Lanyu stood in the furnace room doorway, ash on his cheek, eyes fixed on the broken gate. She sealed it, he said. What? She sealed the compound. Lanyu's voice was flat. Before she walked out, she turned at the threshold and touched the doorframe. The formation activated. The barrier is back up, but it is not the old one. Ruo Beishuen's blade lowered. He walked past Lanyu into the furnace room. The hearths were still burning, 7 flames, steady pulse, but the air felt different, pressed. The windows had a faint amber sheen that had not been there before. He touched the frame, and his fingers met resistance, warm and humming, like skin over a wound. A containment seal, he said. She locked us in. Lanyu did not sound afraid. He sounded like a man reading the logic of a furnace crack. Protective custody, Ruo Beishuan said slowly. She sealed the compound to keep the assembly from entering while she and Kuliang are gone. Anyone who tries to breach this barrier will leave a signature the formation remembers. He looked at the hearths. She did not tell us. She told us by doing it, Lanyu said. We are the decoy. We hold the compound. We delay the courier. We make it look like Kuliang is still here. Ruo Beishuan's jaw tightened. He sheathed his knife. Then we do it. Lanyu was already moving. He crossed to the storage racks behind the main furnace and pulled down 3 small ceramic cylinders, each the length of a forearm, sealed with iron bands and wrapped in oiled cloth. Portable cores, he said, if we need to refine in the field. They hold enough heat for 1 batch each, maybe 2 if the ambient temperature is low. He set them on the workbench. How long until they crack? 4 hours of continuous use. 5 if I ventilate them manually. Lanyu's hands moved as he spoke, checking seals, testing the iron bands. They are not meant for sustained work, but they will hold long enough to finish a counteragent if you reach the shipment. Ruo Beishuen watched him for a moment. You already prepared these? I prepared them 6 months ago, Lanyu said, when the first supply irregularities started. Jue Poyan did not tell me to. But I knew. He did not look up. I knew this was coming. The furnace hummed between them. Ruo Beishuen turned toward the main hall.
Who else is in the compound?
Sister Anmei, in the East Infirmary. 2 junior apprentices in the storage wing, no one else. The apprentices. Can they fight? They can carry messages and hold a seal, that is all. Ruo Beishuen nodded. Then we work with what we have. I will take the portable cores and 2 runners to the North Supply Road. I need you to hold the compound barrier until the courier arrives and delivers their message. Then seal the inner door behind me, and do not open it for anyone who does not give the decimal code. Lanyu's hands paused. What decimal code? Jue Poyan's system. She and Kuliang use it. If someone returns claiming to be them, ask for a decimal count. If they cannot give it, they are assembly. Lanyu's dark eyes met his. You are leaving the compound. I am following the shipment route. Kuliang is too weak to intercept alone. Jue Poyan is fast, but she cannot fight and refine at the same time. They need someone on the ground who can handle whatever guard is guarding the cargo. Lanyu did not argue. He picked up the first portable core and held it out. Take all 3. You will need them. Ruo Beishuen took the cores. They were heavier than they looked, dense with compacted hearth clay and residual qi. He strapped them into a harness. Lanyu handed him, adjusting the straps across his chest until the weight sat even against his ribs. The east wall, Lanyu said. There is a drainage sluice beneath the old herb garden. The barrier does not extend underground. You can crawl out through the runoff channel and emerge behind the ridgeline where the assembly torches are waiting. Ruo Beishuen's eyes sharpened. You knew about that channel? I dug it 3 years ago. Jue Poyan does not know. Lanyu said it without apology. You will be in the dark for 600 paces. The channel opens into a dry stream bed that runs parallel to the North Hollow Road. If you move fast, you can reach the second switchback before the courier passes it. Ruo Beishuen studied him. What else have you dug? Nothing you need to know. The answer was flat, final. Ruo Beishuen let it stand. He turned toward the east wall. The portable cores settled against his chest and stopped when the main door of the compound rattled. Not the gate, the door. Someone was knocking. He Lanyu's hand went to his belt knife. Ruo Beixuan did not draw. He crossed to the door and pressed his palm against the wood, feeling the vibration through the grain. "Who?" The voice that answered was crisp, official, female. "Deputy Courier of the Assembly Crisis Committee. I bear a summons for immediate transfer of disciple Kuo Kuliang to the Hollow Pass Examination Hall for protective evaluation under Article 17 of the Assembly Charter." Ruo Beixuan's blood went cold. Article 17, Protective Examination. That meant the Assembly had already declared Kuliang a threat to the Basin's stability. They were not asking for voluntary attendance. They were demanding custody. He Lanyu stepped closer. "She is not here." "I know." The courier's voice was calm. "That is why the summons is addressed to whoever is holding the compound. The Assembly is aware that disciple Kuliang departed the premises approximately 15 minutes ago with Grand Alchemist Jue Poyan. This summons is in order to produce them both within 12 hours, or the compound's Assembly certification will be revoked and all personnel present will be detained for obstruction." Ruo Beixuan's hand stayed on the door. He looked at He Lanyu. He Lanyu's face was unreadable. The courier spoke again. "I am not here to arrest anyone. I am here to deliver a message from Master Jiao Sanqi directly." Silence. "He asks that you read what is inside the summons before you decide which road to take." Ruo Beixuan pulled the door open. The courier stood in the torchlight, a slim woman in gray travel robes holding a scroll sealed with black wax. The seal bore a single character, classification. She held it out. He took it. The moment his fingers touched the wax, the seal cracked open on its own and the scroll unrolled in his grip. The message inside was 3 lines. "The shipment your master is intercepting is a decoy. The real cargo passed through Eastern Hollow at midnight. There is nothing left to intercept." Ruo Beixuan stared at the words. He Lanyu read them over his shoulder and went still. The courier did not move. "He asks that you choose wisely," she said. "You have 11 hours and 47 minutes before the protective examination window closes. After that, Article 17 authorizes lethal force against any party harboring the subject." She turned. She walked back toward the North Hollow Road. The torchlight swallowed her shape. Ruo Beixuan stood in the broken doorway with the scroll in his hand and the portable cores heavy against his chest. He Lanyu's voice came from behind him, low and empty. "The hollow well in Eastern Hollow." Ruo Beixuan did not answer. He was already running. Chapter 46. The scroll was still in his hand when He Lanyu caught his arm at the east wall. The portable cores pressed against Ruo Beixuan's chest. The drainage channel waited beneath the herb garden, black and narrow and dark. Every instinct told him to drop, crawl, run. He Lanyu's grip tightened. "Look." Ruo Beixuan followed his gaze. The torchlights on the ridgeline had not moved, but one was brighter now, closer, not descending, signaling. He Lanyu's voice was low. "They saw the courier arrive. They are waiting for her to return before they act. You have a few minutes at most." Ruo Beixuan looked down at the scroll in his hand. 11 hours and 47 minutes before Article 17 authorized lethal force. But the torches would not wait that long. He Lanyu was right. If he ran now, the Assembly forces would see him. The barrier was sealed. The compound was a cage, and the ridgeline was the lock. He needed another way. He turned back toward the compound door, still open, still waiting. The courier's figure had vanished into the dark, but the summons remained in his hand, and with it, a question he could not answer. What was in Eastern Hollow that Jiao Sanqi wanted him to find? Not Jue Poyan, not Duan Wensi. Him. He Lanyu followed him back inside and sealed the door behind them. The compound's main hall was empty. The torch in the bracket had burned low, casting long shadows across the floor. Sister Anmei stood at the edge of the hearth room, her reed cloth bag clutched to her chest, her face pale. She spoke before he could. "The courier, she left something." Ruo Beixuan's head snapped up. "Where?" Sister Anmei pointed at the work table. A second scroll lay there, smaller than the first, sealed with the same black wax and the same character. Classification. He Lanyu moved first. He crossed to the table and picked up the scroll, turning it over in his hands. The seal was intact, unbroken. "She must have dropped it," He Lanyu said. or left it deliberately. Ruo Beixuan took it from him. The seal looked identical to the first, but the paper was different, rougher, the kind used for manifest copies and route ledgers. He broke the seal. The scroll unrolled in his grip. The handwriting was not Jiao Sanchai's. It was cramped, irregular, written in a hurry by someone who did not want their work read in daylight. 3 caravan manifests rerouted under assembly seal: North Hollow, Copper Vale, Eastern Hollow, all scheduled for midnight departure. The courier did not know she carried this. Ruo Beixuan read it twice. Lanyu read over his shoulder and went still. Sister Anmei's voice was barely a whisper. 3 routes, all sealed. That means the assembly has already moved whatever they want out of reach before the Article 17 window expires. Ruo Beixuan stared at the words. Eastern Hollow. That was where Jiao Sanchi's message had pointed him. The real cargo had already passed through at midnight. The courier had not known she carried this second scroll. Someone else had planted it. Someone inside the assembly who wanted him to see the full picture before he moved. He looked up at Lanyu. How long before the torches descend? 10 minutes, maybe less if the courier signals from the ridge line. Ruo Beixuan made his decision. He tore the second scroll into strips, fed them into the dying torch flame, and watched the paper blacken and curl. Lanyu watched him without speaking. Sister Anmei pressed her hand over her mouth. Ruo Beixuan turned toward the east wall, where the drainage channel waited beneath the herb garden. He stopped at the threshold and looked back at Lanyu. Hold the compound as long as you can. Stall them. Say I am searching the grounds. Say Kuo Kuliang is still being questioned. Say anything. Lanyu's voice was flat. And when they search the compound and find you gone? Ruo Beixuan met his eyes. Then you tell them I ran toward Eastern Hollow. You tell them exactly where I went. That is the only way they will believe I am the target. Lanyu understood. He nodded once. Ruo Beixuan turned and dropped into the drainage channel, lowering himself through the narrow opening as the earth swallowed him. The dark was complete. The channel walls pressed against his shoulders. Water, cold and shallow, soaked through his robes and pulled at his boots. He moved forward by touch, one hand on the damp brick, the other steadying the portable cores against his chest. 600 paces. He counted them. At 300 he heard voices above, faint and muffled through packed earth. The assembly torches had descended. The compound was being searched. He kept moving. At 500 the channel curved upward, and he felt cold air on his face. Fresh. Open. He crawled out through a narrow gap in the stream bed, scattering stones as he rose to his feet. The sky was dark. The ridgeline was behind him. Ahead, the road to Eastern Hollow unwound through the low hills, empty and waiting. He ran. The portable cores beat against his ribs with every stride. The message from the second scroll clawed at his thoughts. 3 caravan manifests, 3 routes, all rerouted under assembly seal. But Jiao Sanchai's message had said only one: Eastern Hollow. Ruo Beixuan pushed harder. The road curved left, following the dry stream bed through the hills, and as he rounded the bend, he saw it. A column of torches. Moving. Not torches. A guarded convoy, moving fast, heading toward the hollow well from the opposite direction. He stopped. The convoy had already passed. The real cargo was already inside Eastern Hollow. He was racing to meet it, not to intercept it. He was racing to a confrontation, and someone had wanted him to know exactly where to find it. He pushed forward into the dark, toward the torches, toward the hollow well, toward whatever waited beneath the earth that Jiao Sanchi had planned for him to reach. Chapter 47. The escort arrived at dawn. 4 of them, gray-robed, no sigils, carrying a transport writ stamped with the Crisis Committee's seal. They stood at the compound gate while Lanyu's makeshift barricade still held the assembly search party at the outer wall. Duan Wensi watched them from the courtyard. They were not the search force. They were carrying a writ of transfer, not a warrant of arrest. Someone inside the assembly had already completed the paperwork before Article 17 expired. "You are to come with us," the lead escort said. Flat voice, practiced. The kind of man who had delivered this exact sentence before. Duan Wensi did not ask where. She knew where. Kuo Kuliang died on a transit road between checkpoints. escorted by men in unmarked gray, poisoned by a pill offered as a courtesy dose to steady the prisoner for travel. No witnesses, no evidence. Just a body found at the edge of a ravine 3 days later, cold enough that even Sister Anmei's autopsy had been inconclusive. The serial had described it in a single sentence of backstory. A minor disciple found dead en route to Hollow Pass. Cause unremarkable. Case closed. Duan Wensi had read that sentence 5 times across 3 rereads and never thought about it again. Now she stood in the courtyard where the escort waited, and every detail lined up like a formula she had already solved. Gray robes, no sigils, morning departure, courtesy dose before travel. "Give me a moment," she said. The lead escort's jaw tightened. "The order is immediate. Then you will wait 1 moment or explain to the crisis committee why a classified transfer arrived with a corpse instead of a witness." Lanyu's breath caught. Sister Anmei, standing in the infirmary doorway, went very still. The escort fused Duan Wensi's gaze. Then he nodded once. She turned and walked into the inner study. Jue Poyan was not there. The study was empty, the ceramic bottle gone from the work table, the ash in the brazier still warm. Duan Wensi had not seen Jue Poyan since they returned from the decoy shipment and found the compound already under siege. She did not have time to wonder where she had gone. She crossed to the locked cabinet, pulled the flame-shaped key from her belt, and opened the drawer where Jue Poyan kept the evidence they had gathered. The crushed paper note, the transport tally slips from the dead attackers, the sample from the altered batch. She took them all. She stepped back into the courtyard and walked past the escort toward the gate without waiting for their formation. "I am ready." The lead escort fell in beside her, 2 behind, 1 ahead. They did not search her. They did not ask what she carried. That told her everything. The road unwound through the low hills. The escort moved at a steady pace, not fast enough to draw attention, not slow enough to delay. They passed the outer checkpoint where the supply cart had been intercepted. The seals were still in place, the cart still held under assembly authority. Duan Wensi counted the landmarks. The bend where the road curved toward Copper Vale. The dry stream bed where Kuo Kuliang's body had been found. The transit checkpoint where the courtesy dose would be offered. It came into view at the 2nd hour. A small station, stone-built, with a single covered platform where supply carts stopped for inspection. 2 clerks sat at a wooden table. A sealed jar of circulation pills sat between them, standard issue for traveling officials. The lead escort gestured toward the platform. "We will rest here. Take the courtesy dose before the next leg." Duan Wensi stopped. She looked at the jar, the standard seal, the same shape as every other circulation pill container she had seen in the Basin. She looked at the clerks, bored, unaware. She looked at the escort's hand, already reaching for the jar, already knowing which pill had been prepared for her. "I will take it from the jar myself," she said. The lead escort's hand paused. "It is standard procedure? Then I will follow standard procedure." She kept her voice flat. "You will watch me take it from the sealed jar. You will watch me break the seal yourself. That is how it is done, is it not?" The escort's eyes flickered. The clerks looked up. Behind her, one of the rear escorts shifted weight. The man ahead of her turned slightly, adjusting his grip on something at his belt. Duan Wensi held the lead escort's gaze. She had 90 seconds. Maybe less. "I am a provisional apprentice of Grand Alchemist Jue Poyan," she said, louder now. "I am being transferred under crisis committee authority. If I am to accept a courtesy dose before travel, I will accept it from a sealed jar opened in front of witnesses." The checkpoint clerks were watching now. A supply driver had stopped his cart on the road. A merchant at the far end of the platform had turned to look. The lead escort's jaw tightened again. "Break the seal," Duan Wensi said, "or explain to the committee why you refused." The silence stretched. Then the lead escort reached for the jar and broke the seal with his thumb. He lifted the lid. Duan Wensi stepped forward and looked inside. 20 pills. Uniform. The same color, the same shape, the same faint herbal sweetness that every circulation pill carried. She reached in and took one. She held it up to the light. The escort watched her. The clerks watched her. The merchant, the driver, the wind moving through the dry grass. Duan Wensi turned the pill between her fingers. She did not taste it. She did not need to. She had already smelled it. The bitterness underneath the sweetness. The same layered bitter that had been in the altered batch. The same architecture. The same signature. She lowered her hand. "These pills are poisoned," she said. The lead escort's face went cold. "You will not. I will." She held up the transport tally slips, the sample from the altered batch, the crushed paper note with Jue Poyan's decimal measurements. "I carry evidence of a systematic poison distribution operating through assembly-authorized supply channels. The same formula has been found in circulation pills distributed to the market district. The same seal mark links this checkpoint, the crisis committee, and the attack on my compound last night." She set the slips on the table. "These clerks are witnesses. That merchant is a witness. The sun is overhead, the road is open, and I am not dead yet." No one moved. Duan Wensi looked at the lead escort. "Send your report. Tell the crisis committee that Kuo Kuliang survived the journey." The escort's hand twitched toward his belt. Duan Wensi did not flinch. Then a sound cut through the silence. Hoofbeats. A rider came over the ridgeline, fast, dust streaming behind the horse. He pulled up at the checkpoint, dismounted before the horse had fully stopped, and walked past the escort as if they were not there. He carried a scroll. Not gray, not white. Sealed with dark wax bearing a sigil Duan Wensi had never seen in person, but recognized from Jue Poyan's description. Master Jiao Sanqi's private seal. The rider held it out to her. "For Kuo Kuliang," he said, direct from the heaven reader's hand. The escort stared. The clerks stared. Duan Wensi took the scroll. The wax was intact, the seal unbroken. She did not open it. She held it in her palm, feeling its weight, feeling the eyes of every witness at the checkpoint fixed on her. The script had ended. Whatever came next was not in any chapter she had read. Chapter 48. The scroll sat in Duan Wensi's palm, dark wax unbroken, the sigil pressed deep enough to leave a raised ridge on the reverse side. The checkpoint had gone silent. The lead escort's hand had stopped halfway to his belt. The clerks had stopped pretending to work. The merchant had stopped loading his cart. Even the wind seemed to hold still, as if the road itself understood that something had just shifted beyond the reach of anyone present. Duan Wensi did not open the scroll. She turned it over once, feeling the weight. The paper was heavy, nothing like the thin supply manifests the assembly used for daily business. This was meant to travel, meant to survive. The rider who had delivered it stood waiting, his horse blowing hard behind him. He did not bow to the escort, did not acknowledge them at all. His eyes stayed on Duan Wensi. "Read it here," he said. "I carry no counter-order. I carry no instruction to wait for privacy." From behind her, Sister Anmei's voice came low. "Kuliang." Duan Wensi did not turn. She broke the seal. The wax cracked cleanly, splitting along the sigil's deepest line. She worked the fold open with her thumb and pulled out a single sheet of paper, covered on one side in a tight, precise hand that she had never seen but recognized immediately. The characters were small, each stroke measured, the ink never once blotting or hesitating. "To Kuo Kuliang, provisional apprentice of Grand Alchemist Jue Poyan, you have survived the first filter." She stopped reading. The words sat in her chest like a stone dropped into still water, rings spreading outward. Not a greeting, not an accusation. An acknowledgement, delivered flat and without ornament, as if she had simply completed a step in a process that was already mapped before she woke in this body. She read on. "The second filter is not in my hands, it is in yours. The dormant pathway in your meridians will activate when the next seal fluctuation reaches its peak. You have until that moment to find a counteragent, or you will not survive the alignment. I am not telling you this as a threat. I am telling you because the fluctuation is measurable, and you will have the same timeline whether you know it or not. A controlled parley has been arranged at the 7-layered terrace on the 3rd day from now. Grand Alchemist Jue Poyan is expected to attend alone or with one witness of her choice, provided that witness is you. The assembly will not interfere with travel to the terrace. The terrace will be warded for privacy, no observers, no hidden relays. I will be present. I will answer what you ask. provided you are prepared to hear the answer. Consider this an invitation. The decision to accept belongs to your master. Below the final character, a second seal had been pressed. Not Zhao Sanqi's personal mark, a different sigil, smaller, shaped like a bird in flight or a character folded into itself, carrying a meaning she could not read. Duan Wensi lowered the paper. The escort was watching her. The rider was watching her. Sister Anmei had gone still in the doorway of the infirmary cart, her hand pressed flat against the frame. "Where is Jue Poyan?" Duan Wensi said. No one answered. She looked at the rider. "You came from the compound. Did you see her?" The rider shook his head. The compound was empty. The outer building, the workshop, the inner study. No one answered the door. The old woman's work table had nothing on it but ash. Duan Wensi folded the letter and pressed it against her palm. The escort cleared his throat. "The transfer is suspended." The word came from the infirmary cart. Sister Anmei stepped down onto the road, her robes patched at both elbows, her face set in something that was not quite anger and not quite fear. "The apprentice has been publicly summoned by the Heaven Reader on an open road with witnesses," she said. "If you take her now, you answer to him. Do you want to answer to him?" The escort did not move. Sister Anmei walked past him as if he were furniture. She stopped beside Duan Wensi, close enough that their shoulders almost touched, and looked at the folded paper in Duan Wensi's hand. "He wants to talk," she said quietly. "Not kill. That is worse, is it not?" Duan Wensi did not answer. She was thinking about the words on the page, the second filter, the seal fluctuation, a countdown she had not known existed until 30 seconds ago, delivered by the man who had orchestrated the original Kuo Kuliang's death. He wanted to classify her, not hunt her, not erase her. He wanted to study her, measure her, decide which category she belonged in, and file her away where she could no longer disrupt the arithmetic. That was worse than a blade. That was being turned into a variable. "He knows about the second pulse," Duan Wensi said. "He knew before we did. He knew the antidote would trigger it. He let us administer it anyway." Sister Anmei's breath caught. "He has been watching the entire time," Duan Wensi said. "Through every step, through the archive, through the checkpoint, through the antidote, through the attack. He let it happen. He wanted to see what I would do." She looked down at the folded paper. "And he is still watching." The escort had not moved. The clerks had not moved. The merchant had frozen with one hand on his cart. Duan Wensi turned away from all of them. "Send word to the compound," she said. "Tell Lanyu that Jue Poyan is not there, and that I am going to look for her." "You know where she went?" Sister Anmei said. "No." Duan Wensi pressed the folded letter into her sleeve. "But I know where she will need to go." She started walking down the road, toward the empty hills, the folded letter warm against her wrist. Behind her, the escort's voice rose once in protest, then fell silent. The wind picked up, carrying dust across the checkpoint. Far ahead, beyond the second ridgeline, a thin column of smoke rose against the gray sky, too straight and too dark to be a cooking fire. Someone was burning records. Again, Duan Wensi walked toward it. She had not opened the letter twice. She did not need to. The seal fluctuation, the invitation, the countdown that started the moment the antidote finished. She had less time than Zhao Sanqi's letter suggested. He had rounded up, or rounded down, giving her a margin that did not exist. But that was not what made her keep walking. What made her keep walking was the shape of the second seal at the bottom of the page. Small, precise, folded into itself like a bird in flight. She had seen it before, on a ceramic vial sealed with wax, sitting on a work table that was now empty. Jue Poyan had taken the bottle, and Zhao Sanqi's letter had known she would. Chapter 49. The smoke column drew Duan Wensi across two ridgelines before the ground changed. The grass gave way to bare earth, then to ash. A circle of scorched stone marked where the fire had burned hottest. Embers still glowed at the edges, sending thin ribbons of gray into the wind. Charred parchment fragments tumbled across the clearing like wounded birds. Duan Wensi stopped at the ring of heat. She had expected a small fire, controlled, selective. This was a pit, wide enough to hold a body, deep enough that the stone at the bottom had cracked from the heat. Whoever burned the records had built the fire to destroy everything, not just surface traces. She crouched at the edge. A single fragment had escaped the pit, caught beneath a stone at the outer rim. She picked it up. The parchment was black at one edge, still brown at the other, and the characters on it were barely legible through the soot. Seal fracture recorded at depth 17. 3 cultivators reported chi collapse within 30 breaths. No counteragent deployed. Archived by order of Heaven Reader, 4th cycle. Duan Wensi turned the fragment over. Nothing on the reverse. Reading someone else's ash is a lonely habit. She spun. Jue Poyan stood at the tree line 30 paces away, her lined face half in shadow, her robes smudged with soot. The ceramic bottle hung from a strap across her shoulder, the bird-in-flight seal catching the gray light. "You left the compound," Duan Wensi said. "I left the compound." Jue Poyan walked toward her, stepping over the scorched rim as if the heat did not matter. "The Assembly's Crisis Committee sent a purge order to the archive annex 2 hours ago. Every record connected to the trial grounds, the suppressed formulas, and the hollow well was scheduled for destruction by nightfall." She gestured at the pit. "I got here first, but not first enough." Duan Wensi looked at the ash. "How much survived?" "Fragments, maybe a tenth of what we need." Jue Poyan stopped beside her, her watchful eyes fixed on the smoke. "The rest is gone. Names, dates, formula sequences, the chain of custody that proved who authorized the original suppression. All of it." She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "Except this." Duan Wensi took it. The paper was warm, as if it had been pressed against skin for a long time. She unfolded it and found a single page, densely written in cramped characters, with a diagram at the bottom showing a meridian pathway she recognized. "The second pulse." "This is the original formulation," Duan Wensi said. "From the architect's own hand," Duan Poyan said. "Lanyu Jing's original notes on the second pulse. I found it in a false-bottomed drawer in the archive keeper's private office, filed under failed variants, deliberately mislabeled so no casual search would find it." She paused. "The archive keeper is dead. The fire took him before I could ask what else he knew." Duan Wensi stared at the page. The characters were precise, almost beautiful, each stroke placed with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what they were building. The meridian diagram showed the pathway braided through the primary poison structure, the inversion point clearly marked, the counteragent buried inside it like a seed. She could read the architecture now. The second pulse was not a bomb, it was a lock, and the counteragent was the key. "If I had this formulation 3 hours ago," Duan Wensi said slowly, "I could have neutralized the second pulse before it embedded in my meridians." "Yes," Jue Poyan said. Silence stretched between them. "You could not have known," Duan Wensi said. "I could have suspected." Jue Poyan's voice was flat. "I knew Lanyu Jing's work. I knew the second pulse existed. I should have searched the archive annex the moment I recognized the poison architecture in the compound." She looked at the ash pit. "I did not search because I did not want to find it, because finding it would mean admitting the poison architect was still alive, still active, still working inside the Assembly's supply network. And if she was still alive, she would know I had not stopped her." Duan Wensi turned the page over. No seal, no signature, no identifying mark beyond the handwriting itself. "Who is Lanyu Jing?" she said. "A woman who believed knowledge should belong to whoever could reach it." Jue Poyan's voice was quiet. "She built the Broken Pill sect on that principle. She taught her disciples to refine from source ingredients, without patented formulas, to reverse engineer assembly-controlled pills, to share breakthrough methods across sect lines instead of hoarding them." She paused. "For 7 years, her sect produced more breakthroughs than the rest of the Basin combined. Circulation efficiency increased by 40%. First-stage cultivation time dropped from 3 years to 18 months. Poor cultivators who could never afford assembly-certified pills began advancing on formulas she made public." Duan Wensi waited. Then the seal began to fracture. Jue Poyan's lined face tightened. "The seal that holds the Basin closed against the outer heavens is not a wall. It is a membrane, sustained by the Assembly's monopoly on breakthrough-grade chi. Every time a cultivator advances without assembly-certified pills, the membrane thins. Every time a suppressed formula circulates freely, the thinning accelerates. When Lanyu Jing's sect reached critical mass, the membrane tore." She met Duan Wensi's eyes. Not a full collapse. A tear, wide enough that qi from beyond the seal bled into the basin for 3 days. Foreign cultivators who crossed through the tier attacked everything they found. They did not negotiate. They did not surrender prisoners. They killed every sect outpost in the valley below Hollow Pass and kept climbing. She looked at her hands. The Assembly's suppression network was built in the aftermath of those 3 days. The Hollow Pass disaster, the seal fracture, the purge of the broken pill sect, and the decision that some formulas would never be permitted to circulate again, no matter how many lives they could save. Duan Wensi held the page tighter. That is why Lanyu Jing's work was burned. Yes. And why the poison network exists. Yes. And why Kuo Kuliang died. Jue Poyan did not answer. Duan Wensi looked at the ash pit, at the scorched stone, at the fragments of records that would never be reassembled. He explained it to me once, she said. Jiao Sanqi. He told me unrestricted formula knowledge would collapse the basin, that the seal was fragile, that open access would drown the province in war. And you did not believe him. I believed he believed it. Duan Wensi's voice was steady. I did not believe it made him right. Jue Poyan was silent for a long moment. Then she reached into her robe and pulled out a small hand mirror, its surface dark as still water. She held it up, angled toward the gray sky, and Duan Wensi saw the reflection shift. The mirror's surface rippled. And Jiao Sanqi's face formed in the glass. He looked older than she remembered. The gold vein marks at his temples pulsed faintly, and his pale amber eyes were shadowed with exhaustion that the controlled composure of his letter had hidden. Kuo Kuliang, he said. Master Jiao Sanqi, you have the architect's formulation. Duan Wensi did not deny it. I want to offer you a trade, Jiao Sanqi said. The complete counteragent for the second pulse, guaranteed safety for Jue Poyan and everyone in her compound, full amnesty for all evidence gathered since your arrival in the Basin. In exchange for the records you have collected and your future work. Every formula you reverse engineer, every pill you analyze, every breakthrough you make, contained, classified, kept within the Assembly's controlled framework. His amber eyes held hers through the mirror's surface. Your talent will not be destroyed. It will be preserved, filed, used where it is safe, and sealed where it is not. You will live. You will refine. You will never be hunted again. The air around the ash pit was very still. Duan Wensi looked at the formulation page in her hands, at the meridian diagram, at the pathway that would kill her if the next seal fluctuation arrived without a counteragent. Then she looked at Jue Poyan. The old woman's face was unreadable. The price, Duan Wensi said slowly, is every truth I have found, buried again. Yes, and every cultivator the Assembly poisons to maintain the seal continues dying, unnamed, uncounted. Yes. Duan Wensi folded the page. The answer, she said, is no. Jiao Sanqi's expression did not change. Then you will die, he said. Then I will die. Jue Poyan's hand closed around her wrist, firm, not restraining. The Valley War, Jue Poyan said. Her voice was quiet, but it carried through the clearing like a blade drawn from a sheath. The Hollow Pass disaster, the seal fracture. You told us what happened, Heaven Reader, but you did not tell us what you did. Jiao Sanqi's eyes shifted to her. In those 3 days, Jue Poyan said, when the foreign cultivators climbed out of the tier and killed every outpost below Hollow Pass, when the seal was broken and the Assembly was scrambling to contain the damage. She paused. What price did you pay to close it again? The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of something Duan Wensi could not name. Jiao Sanqi's gold vein marks pulsed once, twice, and then he spoke. 27 alchemists, he said. 11 archivists, 6 couriers, a heaven reader who had served for 43 years. The seal did not close by itself. It had to be fed. His voice was flat, clinical, the voice of a man who had stopped feeling the shape of the words he spoke. The Assembly chose the feeders. The heaven reader chose first, then the senior alchemists. Then the archivists who knew the suppressed formulas best. When the seal had taken enough qi and enough life, it sealed again. He looked at Duan Wensi through the mirror. Lanyu Jing was one of the 27 alchemists. She volunteered. She believed her knowledge had caused the tear, so her life should mend it. Jue Poyan's grip on Duan Wensi's wrist tightened. The poison network was not built to punish, Jiao Sanqi said. It was built to prevent a second hollow pass. Every poisoned cultivator, every suppressed formula, every sealed record, all of it is the cost of keeping the seal intact. And I have been paying that cost for 30 years, so that 27 alchemists and 11 archivists and 6 couriers and 1 heaven reader did not die for nothing. He looked at Duan Wensi. You were not supposed to survive Chapter 47, he said. You were not supposed to exist at all. And now I am asking you, will you help me keep the seal intact, or will you let the next fracture drown everything you are trying to save? Duan Wensi stood at the edge of the ash pit, the formulation page in her hands, and felt the weight of every word he had spoken pressing against her chest like a stone. She knew what he was doing. He was giving her a choice that was not a choice. Accept the seal, become part of the suppression, live, or refuse and let the seal break, taking everything she was trying to save with it. She looked at Jue Poyan. The old woman's eyes were wet, but she did not blink. 30 years, Jue Poyan said, and you never told me she volunteered. Jiao Sanqi's face in the mirror did not change. Some truths, he said, are too heavy to share. Duan Wensi turned the formulation page over in her hands. The meridian pathway was still beautiful. The lock was still waiting for its key. And somewhere beyond the ridge, beyond the ash and the smoke and the sealed records, the next seal fluctuation was already building, counting down toward a moment she could not stop with anger or intelligence or refusal. She had to decide. I will meet you at the 7-layered terrace, she said, alone with the formulation page, and I will listen to your arithmetic. Jiao Sanqi studied her through the mirror. And if I ask you to accept containment? Then I will tell you what arithmetic cannot count. She folded the page and pressed it against her chest. But I need to know something first. She walked closer to the mirror. Lanyu Jing volunteered. She gave her life to close the seal she broke. She held Jiao Sanqi's amber gaze. But you told me the second pulse is a recruitment test, a filter, a way to find someone who can read the architecture and survive. She stepped back. Who is the current poisoned architect, heaven reader? And why did they design a test to find a successor who could do what Lanyu Jing could not? The mirror trembled, and Jiao Sanqi's face went very still. Chapter 50. The mirror did not tremble again. Jiao Sanqi's face held perfectly still, the gold vein marks at his temples pulsing in a rhythm Duan Wensi had learned to read as calculation. He was weighing something, not her question, the cost of answering it. You ask who the current poison architect is, he said, as if there has ever been only one. Jue Poyan's grip on Duan Wensi's wrist tightened. I was there at Hollow Pass, Jue Poyan said. I saw what the seal did to Lanyu Jing. Do not tell me she was replaced by committee. She was replaced by necessity. Jiao Sanqi's voice remained flat. The seal does not stop needing care because one architect volunteers to feed it. The work continues. The formulas continue. The deaths continue. Jue Poyan kept her eyes on his. That is not an answer. It is the only answer I can give you without breaking the protection I am offering. Protection. She let the word hang. Jiao Sanqi's amber eyes did not waver. I am trying to keep you alive, Kuo Kuliang. I am trying to keep the basin intact, and I am trying to prevent a second hollow pass from drowning everything I have already lost. He paused. There was a valley war 63 years ago, before your time, before Jue Poyang's time in the assembly. The seal had been stable for 2 generations. The crisis committee believed the basin could absorb limited formula circulation without destabilizing the membrane. Duan Wensi felt Jue Poyan's hand slacken. 3 sects obtained a breakthrough circulation formula, Zhao Sanqi continued. It reduced cultivation time from 3 years to 18 months, increased efficiency by 40%. The same improvements Lin Yujing would later produce, the same collapse. He looked at her through the mirror. The Valley War lasted 76 days. 6,000 cultivators died in the first 3 weeks, not from fighting, from breakthrough failure. Their meridians could not sustain the accelerated advancement. The formula had not been stabilized for bodies that lacked the sect's resource backing. The ash pit crackled. When the seal tore the first time, it was not at Hollow Pass. It was at a valley well, where 4,000 corpses had been stacked to slow the bleed. The membrane absorbed them. It closed, and the assembly learned what open access costs. Duan Wensi's throat tightened. You are telling me the suppression was justified. I am telling you what I saw. You are telling me the dead were necessary. The dead are always necessary. Kuo Kuliang. The question is whether they die with purpose or without it. She wanted to argue. The counterexamples pressed against her teeth. Sister Anmei's ledger, the 300 poisoned patients, the dependent cultivators who had never been given a real choice. But the image of 4,000 bodies stacked around a bleeding well would not leave her skull. Zhao Sanqi watched her struggle. Every poisoned cultivator you found in Sister Anmei's records, he said. Every dependent, every failed breakthrough, every dead courier and burned archive keeper and sacrificed alchemist. I counted them before you did. I accepted them before you were born. He leaned closer to the mirror. I did not enjoy it. I did not celebrate it. I accepted it. The word lodged in Duan Wensi's chest like a stone. Jue Poyan's voice came out ragged. You let Lin Yujing volunteer because you had already accepted her death. Yes. Did she know? Zhao Sanqi's face went still again. She knew I would not stop her. She did not know I had already calculated the 27 feeders before she stepped forward. Jue Poyan's hand dropped from Duan Wensi's wrist. And the 11 archivists? The 6 couriers? The Heaven Reader? I calculated them separately. The Heaven Reader was the only variable that did not fit the model. Duan Wensi stared at him. You modeled the Hollow Pass sacrifice as an equation. Everything is an equation, Kuo Kuliang. The seal, the formulas, the Basin's survival, the number of lives required to keep the membrane intact. The only question is whether you will learn to read the numbers before you become one of them. He straightened. You are an unmodeled variable. You were not in any projection I ran before you appeared. You were not in the dream residues or the fracture reports or the casualty scenarios. You entered the Basin's fate from outside its boundaries, and I have not been able to classify you since the day you woke in Kuo Kuliang's body. He looked at her with something close to exhaustion. The next seal fluctuation will activate the second pulse. You have 72 hours before the Parley at the 7-layered terrace. If you are still alive when we meet, I will answer your question about the current poison architect. And if I am not? Then you were a variable I could not contain. He reached toward the mirror. The surface rippled. The image of his face dissolved into smoke and ash and the sound of something closing. Duan Wensi stood at the edge of the pit with the formulation page pressed against her chest and the weight of 4,000 bodies pressing against her throat. Jue Poyan did not move. He counted them, Jue Poyan said. He counted every single one, and he still chose. Duan Wensi looked down at the formulation page. The meridian pathway was still beautiful. The lock was still waiting for its key, and somewhere beyond the ridge, beyond the ash and the smoke and the sealed records, the next seal fluctuation was already building, counting down toward a moment she could not stop with anger or intelligence or refusal. She had 72 hours. She had a question he had not answered, and she had the bitter, terrible feeling that for one moment she had understood why he kept counting. Chapter 51. They set up the forge in Jue Poyan's inner study, where the walls were bricked double thick and the window faced away from the ridgeline. Sister Anmei arrived first, her reed cloth bag slapping against her hip, robes still smudged with infirmary ash. She carried a clay jar of rendered stomach-bind compound and a roll of diagnostic needles wrapped in oiled silk. Jue Poyan unfolded the formulation page across the work table. The meridian pathway glowed under the lamp oil. Each line a question Duan Wensi did not know how to answer. "This is not a counteragent," Sister Anmei said after reading the first column. "This is a map of where the poison will go when the fluctuation hits." "Same thing," Jue Poyan said. "If we know the path, we can build a wall." Duan Wensi pressed her palm against the paper. The ink was warm from Jue Poyan's handling. She closed her eyes and let Kuo Kuliang's gift rise, the taste sense that recognized composition the way a tongue recognized salt. She tasted the second pulse. It was not a poison. It was a lock that had been waiting for the right key to turn it. The formulation page showed the pathways the lock would follow as it opened, channeling the seal fluctuation through her meridians like water through a sluice. "The architect built this to activate," Duan Wensi said. "Not to kill, to transform." Jue Poyan's hand stopped over the brazier. "Transform into what? I do not know. But the counteragent cannot be a block. It has to be a redirection. Something that channels the energy somewhere else before it reaches the meridian roots." Sister Anmei spread her diagnostic needles across the table. "Then we need to know where your meridians already run before the fluctuation arrives." She pressed the first needle into Duan Wensi's forearm. The cold bloomed. Duan Wensi watched the white thread of Sister Anmei's qi travel through the steel, mapping the channels that the second pulse would use. The needle quivered. Sister Anmei's jaw tightened. "Your meridian structure is not standard for a 14-year-old cultivator. The antidote rewired you deeper than I estimated." "Can you still trace the pathways?" "I can trace what is there. I cannot predict what the seal fluctuation will wake." Duan Wensi looked at Jue Poyan. The formulation page shows a bypass route, a secondary channel that braids around the root meridian before the poison reaches the heart. If we refine a counteragent that occupies that bypass, the second pulse will follow the occupied path and burn itself against the block instead of reaching the root. Jue Poyan's eyes tracked the ink lines. "That requires a compound that binds at the same rate as the second pulse. If the counteragent binds too fast, the poison does not enter the bypass. If it binds too slow, the poison passes through before the block forms." "How precise does the timing need to be?" "To the breadth of a single breath." Sister Anmei pulled the needle from Duan Wensi's arm. "Then we need to know how fast the second pulse travels through living tissue, not theoretical tissue. Yours." Duan Wensi looked at the empty crucible on the work table. "I can taste the rate if the formulation is present, but I need a sample of the second pulse to calibrate the timing." Jue Poyan reached into her sleeve and pulled out the ceramic vial with the bird in-flight seal. "You have had this vial since before you knew what it was." Duan Wensi's throat tightened. Jue Poyan held it out. "I kept it because I did not know whether it would save you or finish you. I still do not know. But we do not have time for certainty." Duan Wensi took the vial. The wax seal cracked under her thumb. The contents were liquid, pale as bone broth, with a faint copper smell that she recognized from the formulation page. She raised it to her lips. Sister Anmei grabbed her wrist. "Are you certain?" "No." Duan Wensi drank. The liquid sat cold on her tongue for 3 heartbeats. Then it spread. Not through her throat or her stomach, through the meridian map Sister Anmei had just traced. She felt the pathway open. The second pulse was not painful. It was like a door swinging inward on oiled hinges, a space inside her body she had not known existed suddenly lit and accessible. She could taste the rate. The answer arrived faster than thought. The second pulse traveled at exactly the speed of the heart's resting rhythm through the bypass channel. 1 beat, 1 inch. 18 beats from the outer meridian to the root. 18 heartbeats, she said. That is how long the bypass stays open before the poison reaches the root. Jue Poyan was already measuring ingredients. Then the counteragent must bind at the 16th beat, late enough that the poison fully enters the bypass, early enough that the block forms before the root. Sister Anmei pulled out her diagnostic needles again. "I can stabilize Duan Wensi's heart rhythm to a fixed rate while the counteragent binds. If the rhythm does not change, the timing stays constant. Can you hold it through a seal fluctuation?" "I can hold it until my own meridian collapses." Duan Wensi watched them work. Lanyu, arrived at the door with a portable core cradled in both arms, its surface already warm from activation. Bixuan is not back, he said. Jue Poyan did not look up. Then we refine without him. Lanyu crossed to the furnace and began adjusting the flame before anyone asked. His hands moved over the vents like he was reading a language, written in heat and pressure. Duan Wensi tracked his movements. The flame rose, the crucible heated. Duan Poyan fed the first ingredients in sequence, each one measured by eye rather than scale. Sister Anmei pressed a needle into the hollow of Duan Wensi's throat. Tell me if the cold changes direction. Duan Wensi felt the counteragent take shape in the crucible. She could taste it through the steam, a half-formed thing still deciding what it wanted to become. The ingredients aligned, the ratios matched the formulation page, but the flame was wrong. She felt it before she could name it, a lag in the heating curve that would throw the binding time off by half a beat. Lanyu. I feel it. He adjusted the vent. The flame faltered, adjusted again. The heat climbed, but the rhythm was uneven, the crucible absorbing energy in pulses instead of a steady rise. Too fast, Jue Poyan said. The third ingredient denatures at that rate. Lanyu did not answer. He closed his eyes. The flame shifted. Duan Wensi watched him work by feel rather than sight, his hands adjusting the vents in sequence that no formula could predict. The heat evened. The crucible settled into a rhythm that matched the human heartbeat. Counteragent night. She understood what the formulation page had not said. The cure was not a formula. It was a conversation between the furnace and the hands that fed it, between the poison and the body that could taste its shape, between the lock and the key that had been waiting for her since before she arrived. The crucible chimed. Jue Poyan lifted it off the flame. 18 heartbeats, she said. Starting now. Sister Anmei's needle pressed deeper. Duan Wensi closed her eyes and felt the path open, the second pulse rising through the bypass channel, the counteragent waiting at the 16th beat like a door held open for someone who had not decided whether to enter. The seal fluctuation was not predicted for another hour, but the ground trembled. Jue Poyan's hand steadied on the crucible. That was not the furnace. Duan Wensi's eyes snapped open. The walls of the study were vibrating, a low hum that traveled up through the stone floor and into her teeth. The diagnostic needle in her throat wobbled. Sister Anmei's face went pale. The fluctuation is early. Chapter 52. The ground kept trembling. Duan Wensi felt it through the stone, through the diagnostic needle still pressed into her throat, through the counteragent steaming in Jue Poyan's hands, the second pulse rising. Not the poison, the lock. 16, Sister Anmei said. Jue Poyan moved. The crucible tilted and the counteragent ran into Duan Wensi's mouth, hot and bitter, coating her tongue like copper dissolved in ash. She swallowed. The liquid hit the back of her throat, and the bypass channel opened wider, the second pulse surging toward the root, the counteragent racing to meet it at the 16th heartbeat. The ground heaved. The crucible slipped from Jue Poyan's grip. It struck the stone floor and rolled, empty. Sister Anmei's needle wobbled. Lanyu caught the furnace before it tipped. One hand braced against the brick, the other still riding the vent. Duan Wensi felt the counteragent bind. Not at the 16th beat, earlier, harder. The impact traveled up through her teeth and settled behind her eyes, a pressure that did not break but held. The second pulse and the counteragent locked together in a dead standoff neither could finish. Then the trembling stopped. Silence settled over the study like ash after a fire. Sister Anmei pulled the needle out. Her hand was steady, but her face was pale, the corners of her mouth tight. Did it hold? Duan Wensi took a breath. The pressure was still there, a lens waiting to be focused. Yes. Jue Poyan retrieved the crucible and examined it in silence, turning it over twice before setting it down. She did not speak for a long moment. That was not the seal fluctuation. The timing was wrong, Duan Wensi said. An hour early. Not early. Triggered. Lanju's hands stayed on the furnace vent. By what? No one answered. Dawn arrived gray and still. Duan Wensi stood at the compound gate, watching the path. The pressure behind her eyes had not faded. If anything, it had sharpened, each breath clarifying the space where the second pulse and the counteragent had fused into something that was neither poison nor cure. Sister Anmei had gone to the infirmary to prepare bindings for the needle wounds. Jue Poyan had retreated to her study without a word, leaving the empty crucible on the furnace brick. Lanyu had not moved from the vent. They were waiting. For Ruad Beishuan, for the next messenger, for whatever came through the gate first. What came first was noise. Duan Wensi heard it before she saw it. The clatter of cartwheels, the murmur of many voices, the uneven rhythm of feet on packed earth. She stepped through the gate and watched the column approach. Madame Sering Nuo rode at the front. Behind her stretched a train of battered supply carts, worn-down walking figures, and faces Duan Wensi did not recognize. A merchant with a bandaged arm, a woman carrying a child whose skin had the waxy look of mild toxicity, a stooped healer in patched robes. Sering Nuo reined in and slid off the lead horse before the animal had stopped moving. "The checkpoint is compromised," she said. "Your witnesses have witnesses." Duan Wensi looked past her at the column. "How many?" 12 suppliers who saw the exposed jar. 5 healers who treated men from that distribution route. 3 cultivators with breakthrough injuries that matched the toxicity pattern you described. And 1 courier who found something he was not supposed to see. Sering Nuo jerked her chin toward the back of the column. "He will not speak to anyone but you. Claims he knows who ordered the record fire." Duan Wensi walked past the carts. The courier sat on an overturned crate near the rear wagon, a young man with soot-stained sleeves and a bandage wrapped around his left hand. His eyes tracked Duan Wensi as she approached, watchful and unblinking. "You are the one who exposed the checkpoint." It was not a question. "I am." The courier looked at his bandaged hand. "I was at the Copper Vale Storehouse 3 nights ago. A clerk from the crisis committee arrived before midnight with a paper order. Burn everything in the manifest log for the past 6 months. I asked for the authorization seal. He looked up. He did not have one. He told me to alter the record instead. Mark the shipments as stopped for inspection and never delivered." "What did you do?" "I refused." The courier pulled the bandage aside. The burn beneath was not from fire. It was a seal mark, pressed deep into the flesh, the edges still red and weeping. "They do not need you to cooperate. They have your signature because they always kept a copy of it. The manifest I refused to alter was already rewritten before I left, but I saw the original routing before they burned it." He named the storehouse. Duan Wensi felt the pressure behind her eyes shift, the lock and the counteragent realigning into something new. "Of course." Sering Nuo. The caravan master stepped closer. "Get everyone inside the compound. Lanyu, seal the gate. Sister Anmei, I need a list of every name these people can give me before the assembly learns they are here." Jue Poyan appeared in the study doorway. "Where are you going?" Duan Wensi looked back at the courier's burned hand. "To find out what the crisis committee stored at Copper Vale before they burned the proof." Behind her, the column of witnesses had begun to move, shuffling past the compound gate like refugees entering a city they did not know was still standing. Chapter 53. The compound courtyard had never held this many bodies. Duan Wensi stood at the edge of the press, watching Sister Anmei move through the crowd like a physician at a battlefield triage. The small woman's gray threaded hair caught the morning light as she bent to examine a supplier's outstretched arm, turned it wrist up, and traced a line of discoloration from the pulse point to the elbow crease. "Where was this batch distributed?" The supplier swallowed. "North Hollow, 7 weeks ago. The overseer said it was inspection-delayed pills, discounted because the chi retention was low." "How many doses did you take before you stopped?" 4. The 5th made my fingers numb. They never came back right. Sister Anmei released the arm and made a note on her palm with a charred stick. No ledger, no paper. She was writing on skin. Duan Wensi understood why. Records could be burned. The witnesses themselves were the only archive the assembly could not pre-script. She found Sibring Norn near the well, counting heads. 23 now, the caravan master said without looking up. 2 more came from the North Trail while you were at the gate, a sawyer and a grain merchant. Both refused to alter their delivery logs. They refused and they are still alive. Give it a day. Duan Wensi looked at the faces around the courtyard. A woman with a child whose skin bore the waxy sheen of cumulative toxicity. A man whose right hand was wrapped in cloth stained a color that was not blood. A young cultivator in faded robes, sitting against the wall with his eyes closed, breathing in a rhythm that was too deliberate to be rest. She walked to Sister Anmei's side. How many names so far? 17 with direct exposure to the altered batch, 34 with documented symptoms matching the managed toxicity pattern from the past year, 110 if I include secondhand cases from dependents who shared living quarters with the exposed. Sister Anmei looked up. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but dry. These people did not come here because they heard about the checkpoint exposure. They came because they recognized the poison pattern from the description the merchant spread. They have been waiting for someone to name what happened to them. The merchant? The one who was with you when you opened the exposed jar. He told his route partners before he reached the next station. They told their neighbors. By the time Severing No's column left, the news had moved ahead of us. Duan Wensi felt the pressure behind her eyes sharpen. None of them knew they were part of a managed system until you described it, Sister Anmei continued. They thought their bodies were failing. Their breakthroughs were slower. Their children sicker. They blamed themselves, their bloodlines, their cultivation discipline. They did not know they were being counted. She held up her palm with the marks. They told me everything I had not been able to prove, because I asked the right question. What question? Sister Anmei's voice dropped. I asked if anyone they knew had gotten better. The silence that followed was the loudest thing in the courtyard. A man stepped forward from the wall, the young cultivator with the deliberate breathing. He looked at Duan Wensi. No one gets better. His voice was flat, not angry, just certain. I came from Copper Vale 6 months ago. My breakthrough injury was 4 years old and it should have healed in 8 weeks. I took what the assembly prescribed. Every shipment, every variation. The toxicity markers climbed. The breakthrough did not progress. The healers said my foundation was weak. He pulled up his sleeve. The arm was mapped with pale lines, like scars that had never fully healed. I stopped taking assembly pills 3 months ago. I have not had a new marker since. Duan Wensi studied the lines. They were not random. They followed meridian pathways, spaced at intervals that matched distribution cycles. You were being calibrated, she said. The markers are not a side effect. They are the delivery record of your dosage history, written into your body because the assembly wanted to know who could survive more and who would break first. The cultivator's jaw tightened. Is that supposed to make me feel better? No, but it means you can prove it. Sister Anmei called for quiet. The courtyard settled into a strained hush. Even the child stopped shifting. Each of you will give me your name, your district, your first symptom date, and the last assembly pill you took, Sister Anmei said. I will write nothing that can be burned. I will memorize the pattern instead. She looked at Duan Wensi. If I am removed, the pattern dies with me unless someone else hears it. Duan Wensi nodded. Then we make sure more than one person hears it. She turned to the crowd. Who here knows the symptom onset dates for at least 3 other people in this courtyard? A dozen hands went up. Good. Pair with someone you did not arrive with. Trade your data. Learn each other's names and dates until you can recite them by heart. When you leave this courtyard, you carry the pattern, not a document. The cultivator with the marked arm looked at her with something that was not yet trust, but had stopped being suspicion. You think like someone who has done this before. Duan Wensi met his eyes. I have been studying the pattern since before I knew I was in it. The work went on through the morning. 12 suppliers, 5 healers, 3 cultivators, 1 courier, 2 more arrivals from the North Trail. A clerk who had transcribed the altered manifests before they were burned and had kept a duplicate. Sister Anmei marked names, dates, symptoms, and districts on her palms, her forearms, the inside of her wrists. By midday, she had run out of skin and began writing on the margins of her sleeves with the charred stick. Duan Wensi moved through the crowd, listening, tasting names and places and timestamps until the pattern crystallized behind her eyes. Managed toxicity was not new. It had been running for at least 3 years. The same supply channels, the same symptom markers, the same calibrated dilution that kept cultivators alive but never advancing. The assembly did not need to kill everyone. It only needed to keep them below the threshold where they could threaten the monopoly. The pressure behind Duan Wensi's eyes pulsed. She had the shape of it now. The distribution routes, the symptom progression, the districts where the dosage was higher and the districts where it was barely detectable. They were not being poisoned equally. They were being poisoned according to a map. A commotion near the well. Duan Wensi turned. The sawyer who had arrived from the North Trail was on his knees. His face was gray. His hands were pressed against his chest as if holding something closed. Sister Anmei reached him before Duan Wensi did. "Give me your wrist." The sawyer did not resist. His pulse was visible in the veins of his neck, a stuttering rhythm that did not match the beat of a stable heart. Sister Anmei pressed her thumb to the inside of his elbow and went still. "His marker is not old," she said. "This is recent." She looked at the sawyer. "When was your last assembly dose?" He tried to answer. The sound did not come out. His hands fell away from his chest. The stain on his bandages was not red. It was a pale, watery brown, the color of something that had already begun to break down inside the body. Duan Wensi felt the pattern shift behind her eyes. The managed toxicity was not only history, it was still being distributed. Right now, while they counted the dead, someone was still writing new markers into living bodies. Chapter 54. Ruo Beixuen arrived before the courtyard had finished its cross-memorization. He came from the East Trail, robes singed at the hem, a strip of cloth wrapped around his left hand where the fabric had blistered against his palm. He did not stop at the well. He walked straight to Duan Wensi and stood breathing hard, his eyes carrying a knowledge that had not been there when he left. "The Copper Veil Storehouse," he said. "It is still burning." Duan Wensi rose. "Who said it?" "Crisis Committee Rider. He arrived an hour before I did." Ruo Beixuen's jaw tightened. "The outer rooms were already gone when I got there. Roof collapsed on the filing floor, but the fire did not reach the basement." Lanyu stepped away from the furnace vent, ash-stained sleeves rolling down as he approached. "How deep?" 3 levels down. The upper 2 are gutted. The lowest level has a sealed door with a relay ledger slot cut into the brick. Ruo Beixuen pulled a folded paper from his belt and handed it to Duan Wensi. "I found this in the courier's saddlebag before he could burn it with the rest." The paper was warm. Duan Wensi unfolded it, a manifest fragment. 7 entries. Each listed a sealed trial container with a date, a recipient district, and a notation in the margin. Cleared for dissent. No archive trace. She read the dates. The oldest was 3 years ago. The most recent had been logged 63 days before she woke in Kuo Kuliang's body. "You touched this," she said. "I wore gloves. That is not what I asked." Ruo Beixuen met her eyes. "The basement seal is intact. The fire crew is still working the upper floors. We have 2 hours, maybe 3, before the assembly sends a proper investigation team." He looked at her the way he had looked at her before the door broke on the 7th strike. "I need a refiner who can read a relay ledger. I need a furnace keeper who can tell me whether the heat in that basement came from the fire above or from something else. And I need them now." Duan Wensi folded the manifest fragment and tucked it inside her sleeve. "Sister Anmei holds the compound," she said. "Lanyu, bring the small portable core and your darkest robes." The Copper Veil Storehouse sat at the base of a shallow ravine where the road curved between 2 cliff faces. From a distance, it looked like a collapsed barn. Up close, it was a burned shell with ribs of blackened timber still smoking against the late afternoon sky. 3 fire crew workers moved around the perimeter, hauling buckets from a cart. None of them looked at Ruo Beixuen when he led Duan Wensi and Lanyu around the east wall to a delivery hatch whose lock had been forced. "The crew is assembly hired," Ruo Beixuen said, voice low. "They were here before the fire started. Same writers who burned the records probably paid them to stand ready." Lanyu crouched at the hatch, touched the edge of the frame, and went still. This lock was broken from inside. Duan Wensi looked at him. Someone was already in the basement when the fire started. They forced the hatch to get out, not to get in. Ruo Beixuen's expression did not change. "Then we are too late, or we are exactly on time." Duan Wensi lowered herself through the hatch. The heat trail still leads somewhere. The basement stairs were intact, but slick with ash slurry. Duan Wensi moved first, one hand on the wall, feeling the vibration of the fire crew's footsteps above through the brick. Lanyu followed 2 steps behind, the portable core's glow barely visible through the layers of cloth he had wrapped around it. The air changed at the second landing, thicker, older, laced with a mineral smell that did not come from the burned upper floors. Ruo Beishuan caught Duan Wensi's sleeve at the third landing. Here. A door, not wood. Cast iron, set into a frame of fitted stone with a narrow slot cut at waist height wide enough for a bundle of papers. The slot was sealed with a thin plate that had been levered open from the inside, its screws scattered across the landing. Duan Wensi crouched. Fresh scrapes on the stone, fine ash disturbed in a pattern that suggested someone had knelt here recently, working the plate loose with a blade. She touched the iron door. Warm, not from the fire above. There is a cultivation seal on the other side, she said. Active, recent. Lanyu lowered the portable core and pressed his palm flat against the door's surface. His eyes closed. His breathing slowed until it matched the rhythm of someone reading a pulse. See scars on the brickwork, he said. 3 distinct signatures. 1 entered, 2 waited, 1 left again after the fire started. Which direction did the one who leave take? Not the stairs. Lanyu opened his eyes and looked past Duan Wensi to the wall beside the doorframe, a section of stone that looked solid until he touched it and the mortar crumbled under his fingers, revealing a recessed handhold cut into the rock. A concealed passage. Ruo Beixuan moved past her and tested the handhold with his weight. The stone did not shift. It leads down, he said. Below the basement, below the water table. Duan Wensi pressed her palm to the same spot. The pressure behind her eyes sharpened, she felt it now. A slow current of heat rising from the passage. Not flame heat, but the warmth of something living that had passed through recently and left its residue in the stone. The courier did not burn the records, she said. He cleared them out before the fire. This is the exit route. Ruo Beishuan looked at the iron door, then at the passage. If we go down, we lose the chance to read whatever is still behind that door. If we do not go down, we never learn where the records went. Lanyu spoke without looking up from the handhold. The passage is still warm. Whoever took the records is ahead of us by less than an hour. If we wait, the trail dies. Duan Wensi made her decision. We go down. Ruo, seal the hatch behind us. If the fire crew finds the entrance before we come back, I want them to think we never entered. Ruo Beishuan held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded and turned toward the stairs. Lanyu slung the portable core higher on his shoulder and slipped his fingers into the handhold. Duan Wensi followed him into the dark. The passage narrowed after the first turn, forcing her to bend at the waist. The walls were raw stone, unworked, scratched with tool marks that predated the storehouse above by decades. The heat grew denser with every step, pressing against her face like breath from a living throat. Behind her, she heard Ruo Beixuan close the hatch. The lock clicked, and the dark closed around them, thick and patient, and full of the scent of something that had been burning long before the fire above started. Chapter 55. The passage narrowed. Heat pressed against Duan Wensi's face in waves, each pulse deeper than the last. The walls had changed. The raw tool marks gave way to fitted stone, laid in courses that did not match the storehouse foundation above. Older work, tighter joints, the kind of construction that predated the assembly's presence in Copper Vale by generations. Lanyu stopped at a bend where the ceiling dropped to chest height. He lowered the portable core and pressed his palm flat against the stone. This was not built as a tunnel. What was it? A drainage course, for something that was never meant to be drained. He pointed to the mortar. Duan Wensi crouched and saw it, a dark residue seeping from the joints, so old it had crystallized into a crystalline film that got the core's glow like frozen oil. She touched it. The pressure behind her eyes sharpened. She tasted ash, metal, and something else. A trace so faint it barely registered as scent, but her fingers read it like a formula's residue signature. Suppressed breakthrough, poison component. The same layered architecture she had traced in Sister Unmay's dependency ledgers. This is where the records came through, she said. Not just the trial containers, years of them, decades. Ruo Beishuan's voice came from behind her, low and careful. How can you tell? The walls remember the residue. The stone has absorbed it. Lanyu straightened and looked past her into the dark. Then whoever moved the containers knew this route existed before the storehouse was built. They planned this evacuation longer than the fire. Duan Wensi moved past him, ducking under the low ceiling. The passage opened again 20 paces later, not wider, but taller, the walls stepping back into alcoves spaced at regular intervals. Storage niches, each one empty, but each one marked with a faint discoloration on the stone floor where a crate had rested for years before being lifted away. She counted 12 before she stopped. "These were not built for emergency evacuation," she said. "This was a permanent transfer route. The storehouse above was a cover for the real operation below." Ruo Beixuan touched the edge of one alcove. His fingers came away dark. "Soil, not ash." Lanyu crouched at the base of the wall and ran his palm along the floor seam. "Water table is higher than I expected. There is seepage now, but someone kept this route dry long enough to move tons of material through it." Duan Wensi looked at the residue on her fingers. The pressure behind her eyes pulsed. She saw it then, not with sight, but with the locked perception that had settled into her skull since the counteragent bound. The tunnel's chi lingering in the stone like breath fog on cold glass. Footprints, handprints on the crate corners. The memory of movement pressed into the rock. One person had walked this route many times. The same person over years, carrying containers down and returning empty-handed. This was one operator, she said, not a crew. Someone small and precise, working alone for long enough to know every joint in these walls. Ruo Beixuan's expression did not change, but his hand tightened on the blade at his belt. A ghost courier. Lanyu looked up. "There is no such thing." "There is now." Duan Wensi moved forward. The passage sloped downward, the angle steep enough that she had to brace one hand against the wall to keep her balance. The heat thickened with every step. No longer the residual warmth of a recent passage, but something older, deeper, rising from below like breath from a buried lung. She felt it before she saw it. A change in the air pressure, a shift in the way sound carried. The tunnel opened into a chamber. Not large, the width of 3 storehouse bays, the ceiling low enough that Ruo Beixuan could not stand upright. But the walls were lined with shelves cut directly into the stone, rows of empty slots where sealed containers had rested in ordered ranks. And in the center of the floor, a single iron ring bolted into a stone slab. Lanyu lowered the core and walked the perimeter, counting the empty shelves under his breath. "Over 100 container slots," he said. "Not all used at once, but rotated. Some of these shelves show years of residue. Others are newer." Ruo Beixuan knelt at the iron ring and tested it with his weight. The slab did not shift. Sealed from below. Like the hatch in the basement. Exactly like the hatch in the basement. Duan Wensi stood at the edge of the shelves and let her perception unfurl. The pressure behind her eyes sharpened to a point. She tasted the air, the stone, the residue embedded in the mortar. The formulas that had passed through this chamber were not random. They followed a pattern, not by date or destination, but by type. Breakthrough aids, meridian stabilizers. A specific class of controlled substances that the assembly had suppressed not because they were dangerous, but because they worked. Her hand found the edge of a shelf where the stone was darker. She touched it, and she felt it. A signature so distinct it could only belong to one formula. The same decimal notation Jue Poyan had used 30 years ago. The same annotation style Duan Wensi had written in her own apprentice notes. This was not an assembly operation. This was someone who had learned the same system she knew. Kuliang. Ruo Beixuan's voice pulled her back. He was standing at the far wall, his hand pressed flat against the stone near the ceiling. "There are trap grooves cut into the mortar above the entrance, invisible from the approach angle, triggered when the slab is lifted." Lanyu moved to stand beneath the groove and looked up. "Collapse trigger?" "Delayed collapse. Whoever set this did not want to kill anyone immediately. They wanted to hold them here." Duan Wensi felt her blood cool. For how long? Long enough to miss something. The pressure behind her eyes pulsed once, hard. She understood the seal fluctuation. Whoever had evacuated the records knew she would follow. They had left the trail deliberately, the warm door, the broken lock, the passage open and inviting. The trap was not the fire. The trap was the timing. If she was still underground when the next fluctuation peaked, the second pulse would activate. Here, in the dark, with no furnace, no counteragent, no Jue Poyan. Ruo Beishuan saw the understanding cross her face. How long do we have? She looked at the iron ring bolted into the floor. The chamber was the lock, the passage was the trigger, and the person ahead had already closed the gate behind them. Chapter 56. The passage ended where the stone changed. Not a gradual shift, not the tool marks giving way to fitted blocks. One step on coarse, unworked tunnel floor, the next on polished black stone veined with silver that caught the core light and threw it back in fractured patterns. The air changed too, cooler, denser, pressing against the ears like the pressure before a storm. Duan Wensi stopped at the threshold. The chamber beyond was not a storage room. It was a hall, circular, wide enough that the core light did not reach the far wall. The ceiling arched into darkness above, and along the walls, set into recessed niches carved with the same precision as the stone, stood tablets, hundreds of them. Black stone tablets, each the width of a spread hand, stacked in ordered rows like a library built for readers who no longer existed. Hidanju raised the core higher, and the light crawled across the nearest tablets, catching characters etched so fine they seemed to float above the surface rather than cut into it. Trial records, he said. These are older than the assembly. Ruo Beishuan stepped past her into the hall, his hand still on his blade. He scanned the shadows at the far edge of the light, then the ceiling. No secondary entrance visible, only the passage we came through. The collapse trigger, Duan Wensi said. It covers the passage entrance, covered the entrance. The mortar grooves run the full width of the ceiling arch above the door frame. When it drops, there is no second way out. Then we do not trigger it. She moved to the nearest tablet and touched its surface. The stone was cold, smooth, polished by years of handling before it had been sealed away. The characters were not assembly script. They were older, denser. The strokes carved deep enough that the silver veins in the stone ran through the characters like rivers through a map. Her perception flared. The pressure behind her eyes sharpened, and the tablet's history bloomed across her senses like a flavor she had never tasted. Not ingredients, not furnace sequences, formula logic, cultivation theory, the architecture of a breakthrough aid designed to accelerate meridian expansion at twice the safe rate. Her hand jerked back. This is the Valley War formula? Ruo Beishuan went still. The one that killed 6,000. The one that was supposed to be destroyed. She traced the characters without touching them, reading the structure, the ratios, the fatal flaw embedded in the third refinement stage. This is the original, not a copy. The original formulation tablet, placed here before the seal was built. Lanyu moved deeper into the hall, his core light sweeping across row after row. Then these are all the suppressed formulas, not a question. Duan Wensi followed him, her eyes moving from tablet to tablet, her perception drinking the residue embedded in the stone like a starving thing. Breakthrough accelerants, meridian expanders, circulation catalysts designed to push a cultivator past natural thresholds in weeks instead of years. Each one carried the same signature: brilliant, dangerous, incomplete. The flaws were not hidden. They were written into the logic. The Valley War formula had no stabilizer at the third stage. The meridian expander burned through the body's natural toxin buffers too fast, leaving the cultivator exposed to anything that entered the bloodstream afterward. Every tablet in this hall contained a formula that worked, for a time, and then broke whoever used it. She stopped at a tablet set slightly apart from the others, angled toward the center of the hall, as if it had been placed for a reader who would stand in the middle of the room. The characters were smaller, denser, packed into the stone with a precision that bordered on obsession. A single formula, annotated in the margins with corrections, refinements, and a final note in a handwriting she recognized. Decimal system measurements. Jue Poyan's hand. She read the note, and the air left her lungs. This is the safe version. Ruo Beishuan came to stand beside her. What? The Valley War formula, the one that killed 6,000. She pressed her palm flat against the tablet, feeling the residue of the annotations, the corrections, the final signature. Someone fixed it. After the disaster, they found the stabilizer gap and filled it. This tablet has the corrected sequence, the safe ratio, a testing log showing it worked on 3 subjects without breakthrough failure. She turned to face them. And it was sealed down here with the originals. Not destroyed, not released, buried alongside the poison it could have prevented. The silence stretched. Lanyu spoke first. How many? She walked to the hall, her eyes moving across the tablets, her perception reading the residue of each formula's history. The safe versions were marked the same way every time. A decimal system annotation in the margin, a corrected ratio, a testing log. 42 tablets bore the mark. 42 formulas that could have saved thousands, buried alive in the dark. Jue Poyan knew, Duan Wensi said. She knew about this place. She knew the corrected formulas existed, and she never told anyone. Or she was not allowed to tell anyone, Ruo Beishuan said quietly. The assembly sealed this chamber. If she spoke, she would have joined the formulas in the dark. Duan Wensi turned back to the tablet with Jue Poyan's annotations. She said she had been preparing for 30 years. This is what she was preparing for, not the poison network, the truth beneath it. She touched the tablet's edge, where a single character was carved deeper than the rest, almost invisible in the shadow of the frame. A seal mark. The same bird-in-flight sigil that had sealed Jiao Sanqi's letter. The same sigil that had sealed the ceramic vial. This chamber was not hidden by the assembly. It was hidden by the heaven reader. He knew, she said. Jiao Sanqi knew the safe formulas existed. He knew they were buried here, and he kept them buried. Ruo Beishuan's jaw tightened. Why? Duan Wensi looked at the tablets, at the rows of corrected formulas that could have changed the Basin's history, and understood. Because if these formulas were released, the seal would break. Not because the formulas are dangerous, because they work. They would destabilize the entire control system. The assembly cannot maintain its monopoly on advancement if any cultivator with the right ingredients can break through safely. The seal is not just a physical barrier. It is a political one. She stepped back from the tablet. Jiao Sanqi did not bury the formulas to protect the Basin from chaos. He buried them to protect the assembly's power to define what chaos is. The core light flickered. Lanyu adjusted the portable core, his face tightening. The power draw is accelerating faster than expected. The passage was longer than I calculated. How long do we have? Half an hour, maybe less. Ruo Beishuan moved to the center of the hall, where the floor bore a circular recess carved with the same silver-veined stone as the tablets. He knelt and pressed his palm flat against the recess. Kuliang. She crossed to him. This is not decoration, this is a locking mechanism. The same cultivation seal architecture as the hatch in Jue Poyan's basement. This room was designed to be opened from below, not from above. He looked up at her. The collapse trigger is not the trap. It is the decoy. The real trap is whatever is beneath this floor. Duan Wensi felt the pressure behind her eyes pulse once, sharp and clear. She knelt beside him and pressed her palm against the stone. The residue hit her like a wave. Not one formula, dozens of signatures layered over each other like sediment, each one older than the last, each one carrying the same pattern, the same decimal system notation, the same corrections, the same sealed approval stamp. And beneath them all, a single character carved into the foundation stone itself. A name. Duan Wensi's breath caught. This is not a trial chamber. Ruo Beishuan read the change in her face. Then what is it? She looked at the rows of tablets, at the corrected formulas, at the name carved into the stone floor. This is a tomb. The core light dimmed, and from somewhere beneath the floor, deep enough that it might have been miles down or only inches, a vibration passed through the stone. Not the seal fluctuation, something else, something that knew they had arrived. Chapter 57. The vibration passed through Duan Wensi's palm like a heartbeat through stone. She pulled her hand back. The floor was warm now, warmer than the stone around it, and the warmth spread in concentric rings from the carved name at the center. Lin Yujing. What did you touch? Ruo Beishuan asked. I didn't touch anything. The stone responded to me. Lanyu stepped closer, the portable core casting long shadows across the chamber. The vibration pattern. It matches. Matches what? The seal fluctuation. The same frequency Jue Poyan described when she administered the counteragent. Duan Wensi's blood went cold. The second pulse was coming. Not in hours, not in minutes. Now. The floor trembled again, stronger this time, and the black stone tablets rattled in their niches. A low hum rose from beneath them, the sound of something awakening after long stillness. Duan Wensi's chest seized. The second pulse hit like a blade between her ribs. She doubled over, gasping, her hands braced against the warm stone floor. The pressure behind her eyes detonated into white fire, and she felt the lock in her meridians turn, grinding against the counteragent like a key in a rusted mechanism. "Kuliang!" Ruo Beishuan caught her before she hit the ground. Her vision split. She saw the chamber and the stone beneath it and the layers of residue sedimented in the foundation all at once, overlapping like translucent pages stacked on each other. She saw Lin Yujing's name, and beneath it, a formula. Etched into the foundation stone itself, carved so deep that the characters were visible only when the vibration passed through them. A circulation sequence, a counteragent logic, a pathway that did not match any assembly patent. She tried to speak. The words would not form. He, Lanyu, was already moving. He dropped to his knees beside her, pressed 2 fingers to her throat, and counted. 17 heartbeats. The second pulse is already in the bypass channel. Then we have no time, Ruo Beishuan said. Less than no time. The portable core cannot power an alchemical array down here. Then we do not use the core. He Lanyu looked at him. Duan Wensi forced air into her lungs. The wall. Both of them turned. She pointed with a shaking hand at the far end of the chamber, where the silver-veined stone was darker than the rest, almost black in the failing light. There is a formula carved into the foundation, a circulation sequence. I cannot read all of it. He Lanyu followed her gaze. Show me. Ruo Beishuan shifted to support her weight as she crawled toward the wall, her fingers scraping across the stone floor. The fire behind her eyes was spreading down her spine now, cold and hot at once, and she knew the 16th heartbeat was close. She reached the wall and pressed her palm against the carved characters. The residue hit her. Not one formula, 2. A primary sequence and a correction carved over it. The second set of characters angled slightly to fit between the first, as if someone had added the safer version after the original was already set in stone. The same handwriting as Jue Poyan's annotations, the same decimal system measurements. This is the answer, Duan Wensi said. The complete counteragent. Lanyu Jing's original work and Jue Poyan's correction layered together. He Lanyu read the characters by touch, his fingers tracing the grooves in the stone. Where is the binding point? 3rd stage, the flux valve. That is not safe. The original formula's flux valve is unstable. If we complete the counteragent with the original valve, the chamber could collapse. Duan Wensi's chest seized again. She counted the heartbeats, 15. She looked at the wall, at the correction carved over the original, and understood. The correction is not on the valve. It is on the containment seal. Jue Poyan moved the seal, not the valve. If we follow the correction, the valve stays open long enough to bind, but the seal holds the reaction inside the stone. He Lanyu's eyes moved across the characters. She is right. Ruo Beishuan was already measuring the distance from the wall to the center of the chamber, where the iron ring bolted into the floor marked the access point below. How do we power a binding array without a furnace? The ground shook. A crack appeared in the mortar above the entrance, where Ruo Beishuan had found the trap grooves earlier. The first collapse mechanism was triggering. He Lanyu stood and walked to the center of the chamber. He knelt beside the iron ring, placed his palm flat against the stone around it, and closed his eyes. The core cannot power the array, but I can. Ruo Beishuan's face went still. You will burn out your meridians. Yes. That is a death sentence. He Lanyu opened his eyes. So is standing here. 16 heartbeats. Duan Wensi felt the second pulse reach the root of her spine, the point where the bypass channel opened into the core of her cultivation. She looked at the wall, at the formula that could complete the binding or destroy them all, and made her choice. Follow the correction. Use the stone as the containment vessel. If the floor is warm, the seal is already active. It will hold. He Lanyu pressed both hands against the iron ring. His chi flared. The stone beneath him lit with silver veins, the same pattern as the walls, the same veins that connected every tablet in the chamber. The whole hall was a circuit. Duan Wensi understood. This was not a tomb. This was a furnace. Lanyu Jing's furnace. The vibration beneath the floor rose into a sustained note, and the iron ring began to turn. "The seal is opening," Ruo Beishuan said. He was right. But it was not the seal in the floor. It was the seal in Duan Wensi's chest. The second pulse reached her core, and the formula on the wall began to burn. Chapter 58. The silver veins in the stone blazed white as Lanyu's qi poured through the iron ring. The chamber shuddered. Dust sifted from the ceiling cracks, and the burning formula on the wall crawled outward like a slow fire eating parchment, the characters glowing amber, then red, then white, as the seal in Duan Wensi's chest answered. She felt it open, not like a door, like a wound that had been waiting to bleed. The second pulse reached her core, and something in the foundation stone beneath her palm began to hum, a low frequency that vibrated through her teeth and ribs and into the marrow of her spine. "The formula is degrading," Ruo Beishuan said. He was right. The carved characters were not bowing in sequence. The outer ring of the correction had already turned to ash, and the original characters beneath were darkening as the stone absorbed the heat. "Then we refine now," Lanyu said. His voice was thin, strained through teeth that were already grinding against the pain. The veins in his forearms had turned black under the skin, climbing toward his elbows as his qi burned through the meridian walls that should have contained it. "How do we refine without a furnace?" Ruo Beishuan said. "The floor," Duan Wensi said. Both of them looked at her. "The stone is Lanyu Jing's containment vessel. The silver veins are the circuit. The iron ring is the access point. This entire chamber is a furnace." She crawled to the center, where Lanyu knelt with both hands pressed to the iron ring. Her knee hit a loose stone, and she felt the bruise bloom through her robe, but the pain barely registered against the fire spreading through her chest. She pulled Jue Poyan's notes from her inner sleeve. The paper was singed at the edges from the earlier flame, but the decimal system notations were still legible. The correction carved into the wall matched these notes exactly. Jue Poyan had not just visited this chamber. She had built the correction here, tested it, left the proof embedded in the stone. "You have a plan," Ruo Beishuan said. It was not a question. "I have a formula. The plan is the same as the last 3 times. Follow the correction. Do not touch the valve. And if the correction fails, then we die here, and Lanyu dies for nothing." Lanyu's breath hitched. "Then do not let me die for nothing." Duan Wensi pressed the notes flat against the floor beside the iron ring. She reached for the wall and traced the burning characters with her fingertip, reading the residue by touch, by heat, by the way the stone trembled under each stroke. The correction had 3 parts. First, a containment seal that redirected the valve's output into the foundation stone, holding the reaction inside the chamber walls rather than bleeding into the cultivator's core. Second, a secondary flux channel that drew ambient qi from the room itself, not from a single cultivator, so the power cost was distributed. Third, a locking sequence that anchored the completed counteragent to the stone, not the body, meaning Duan Wensi would carry the binding but the seal would remain in the chamber. "Brilliant," she breathed. "What?" Ruo Beishuan said. "Jue Poyan designed this so the counteragent could be refined by someone who is already poisoned. The containment seal compensates for incomplete cultivation. The distributed power means one person does not have to supply all the qi." She looked at the Lanyu. "Which means you do not have to burr out alone." Lanyu's eyes widened. "What are you?" Ruo Beishuan touched the iron ring. "Lanyu, do not release your grip, but let Ruo Beishuan's qi flow into the circuit alongside yours. The chamber will draw from both of you, distributing the load." Ruo Beishuan moved without hesitation. He knelt on the opposite side of the ring and pressed both hands to the stone, fingers interlacing with Lanyu's, who looked briefly surprised but did not resist. "On your count," Ruo Beishuan said. Duan Wensi traced the wall formula one more time, memorizing every stroke. "On mine." She placed her left hand flat against the correction's center point, where the containment seal intersected the flux channel. Her right hand pressed against her own chest, over the seal that was opening beneath her sternum. Now, Lanyu and Ruo Beixuan pushed simultaneously. The silver veins surged. The throat rose from white to something beyond white, a color Duan Wensi had no name for, and the entire chamber vibrated like a struck bell. The burning formula on the wall stopped crawling and reversed direction, the ash reforming into characters as the stone absorbed the fire and converted it into structure. Duan Wensi felt the counteragent leave the wall and enter her hand. It traveled up her arm like liquid heat, following the meridian path that Jue Poyan's correction had mapped. The cold in her chest met the heat at the midpoint between her heart and her throat, and for a moment, the two forces held perfectly still, balanced on the edge of destruction. Then the containment seal activated. The heat folded around the cold and compressed, and the compression became a solid weight that settled behind her breastbone. The burning in her face subsided. The pressure behind her eyes softened to a hum. The counteragent had bound. She exhaled. The light in the silver veins dimmed. Lanyu's hands slid off the iron ring, and Ruo Beixuan caught him before he collapsed forward, easing him onto the stone floor. "Did it work?" Lanyu said. His voice was barely a whisper. Duan Wensi touched her chest. The seal was still there, but it was no longer opening. It had stopped at the threshold, held in place by the counteragent's weight. "It worked." Lanyu closed his eyes. "Good. That is good." His arms were still black-veined to the elbows. His chi had not stopped burning. "Ruo Beixuan, help me carry him. We need to get him above ground before—" A sound cut her off. From beyond the chamber doors, movement, slow, deliberate, the scrape of a boot on stone. Duan Wensi's head snapped toward the entrance, where the tunnel had already begun to collapse behind them. But the sound was not coming from the tunnel. It was coming from the doorway at the far end of the chamber, the one she had been too focused on the wall formula to notice. A slab of black stone, fitted so perfectly into the wall that it looked like part of the foundation, was sliding open. Darkness breathed from the gap, and something in the dark was breathing back. Chapter 59. The darkness beyond the black stone door did not move like a creature waiting. It breathed with a rhythm that was almost mechanical, a measured exhalation that carried the smell of old ash and dried blood. Duan Wensi's hand pressed flat against her chest, feeling the counteragent's weight settle behind her breastbone as she stared at the gap widening between the slab and the wall. Lanyu was still conscious, barely. Ruo Beixuan had one arm hooked under his shoulders, keeping him upright. Their eyes followed hers to the doorway. "Tell me that is part of the chamber," Ruo Beixuan said. "It is not." The slab continued sliding. The scrape of stone on stone was the only sound in the hall, a slow grinding that felt like it was happening inside her skull. The silver veins in the walls had dimmed to a dull glow, their light barely reaching past the first row of tablet niches. Then the movement stopped. The black stone door stood open to the height of a man. No one emerged. Duan Wensi's throat mark pulsed once, hot against her skin. She took a step toward the opening, and the breathing stopped. The silence that followed was worse. "Stay behind me," she said. "You cannot fight what you cannot see," Ruo Beixuan said. "I can identify what was on the wall. That is fight enough." She moved forward, keeping her weight on the balls of her feet. The pressure behind her eyes sharpened as she crossed the threshold, and the world bent into layered focus. The stone floor, the residual chi signatures in the air, the faint heat of bodies that had been here recently. Two sets of footprints in the dust, both led into the chamber, only one led back out. She stopped at the edge of the opening. The room beyond was small, a cube of fitted black stone with a single shelf carved into the far wall. On the shelf sat a leather-bound register, a handful of loose tablets, and a ceramic jar sealed with wax. And in the center of the floor, a single figure stood motionless. The figure wore gray robes, unmarked, hood drawn forward so the face was invisible. Its hands were empty. Its posture was still, almost patient, like someone who had been waiting for this exact arrival. "You are not Jiao Sun Shi," Duan Wensi said. The figure did not answer. "You are one of his, the ones he sends when the public face is no longer useful." A pause. Then the figure's hand moved to its chest and pressed something beneath the robe. Duan Wensi recognized the motion a heartbeat too late. The pill. The figure's hand pressed a self-destructing pill against its own core, and the reaction bloomed outward in a pulse of white-hot chi that hit Duan Wensi like a hammer. She was thrown backward. Her shoulder struck the stone floor of the main chamber, and the impact drove the air from her lungs. The light from the explosion blazed through the doorway, and in that light she saw the ceramic jar on the shelf shatter, its contents scattering across the floor. Then the heat hit. Fire talismans. Dozens of them tucked into the crevices of the small room, activated by the same chi pulse that had killed the operative. The black stone walls began to glow. "Up!" Duan Wensi gasped. "We have to go up, now." Rua Beishuan was already dragging He Lanyu toward the tunnel entrance. Duan Wensi scrambled to her feet, grabbed the charred edge of the black stone door for balance, and saw the leather-bound register lying half open on the shelf, its pages catching fire at the edges. She snatched it. The leather was hot enough to sear her palm, but she held on, clamping it against her chest as she ran. The fire spread behind them faster than it should have. The talismans had been packed into the mortar between the stones, not just in the small room, but along the tunnel walls. And as Duan Wensi followed Ruo Beishuan and He Lanyu up the passage, the stone around them began to crack. "The sealed containers," Ruo Beishuan said, his voice tight. "The ones on the manifest, they were already moved. The chamber was a decoy, the murder ground. Zhao Sanqia knew we would follow the passage. He left a cleaner to erase the evidence, and us with it." They reached the first landing, where the passage widened enough to stand. He Langyu's legs gave out, and Ruo Beishuan lowered him to the stone, breathing hard. "Keep moving," He Lanyu said. "I can crawl." "You cannot crawl through flame," Ruo Beishuan said. Duan Wensi looked up. The tunnel stretched above them, a narrow throat of stone still warm from the fire that had passed through hours ago. The trap grooves Ruo Beishuan had found were still intact, but the collapse mechanism had not triggered yet. It would trigger when the temperature reached a certain threshold. "They planned for this," she said. "The delayed collapse is keyed to the fire, not to a separate mechanism. They wanted us trapped underground while the talismans burned, and then buried while the fire consumed everything above us." Ruo Beishuan's jaw tightened. "Then we have one chance. We reach the surface before the stone reaches its breaking point." Duan Wensi looked at He Lanyu's arms, still black-veined, still burning with the remnant of his chi. He could not climb fast enough. She could not carry him and climb. "There is another way." She pulled the register from her robe. The leather was singed but intact. She flipped it open, scanning the entries in the orange glow of the spreading fire. The handwriting was blocky, functional, names of compounds, quantities, dates, origin points, destination points, and at the bottom of each page, a single seal mark. The same bird-in-flight sigil that had sealed Zhao Sanqi's letter, that had marked the suppressed formula tablets, that had sealed the ceramic vial that saved her life. This was the transport register of the poison network. Every shipment, every recipient, every dose. She closed the book and tucked it back into her robe. "This is proof," she said. "If we die here, it dies with us." Ruo Beishuan met her eyes. "Then we do not die here." He shifted He Lanyu's weight, pulling the furnace keeper's arm across his shoulders. He Lanyu made a sound, half protest, half pain, but did not pull away. "Can you carry him?" Duan Wensi said. "I can? Then I will lead." She turned and began climbing, the register pressed against her chest, the heat at her back growing with every step. The silver veins in the tunnel walls were dark now, their power spent, and the only light was the fire rising from below. They climbed through smoke. They climbed through heat that blistered the skin of her neck and hands. They climbed until the air grew thin and her vision blurred at the edges, until her fingers found a hatch made of cast iron, still hot from the fire that had burned through the storehouse above. She pushed. The hatch did not move. "Help me," she said. Ruo Beishuan braced He Lanyu against the wall and joined her, pressing his shoulder against the iron. Together they heaved, and the hatch groaned, then gave, swinging open to reveal a sky full of smoke and the charred ribs of the Coppervale storehouse. Duan Wensi pulled herself out first, then reached down for Lanyu. Ruo Baixuan lifted him, and she caught his weight, pulling him over the lip of the hatch onto the ash-covered ground. The storehouse was gone. Nothing remained but a blackened frame, the timbers still smoking, the stone foundation cracked and settling. They lay in the ash, breathing. Duan Wensi touched her chest. The counteragent was still there, a solid weight behind her breastbone. The register was still there, its leather cover warm against her skin. She had the proof. But Jiang Sanchai had just proved something too. He was burning his own channels, erasing his own operatives, leaving nothing behind that could be traced. A clean kill, a sealed record, no survivors to bear witness. She looked at the register, at the smoldering pages, at the name of a destination that had been written and then crossed out, rewritten in the same blocky hand. A compound name she did not recognize, a facility she had never heard of, and beneath it, a date. Tomorrow's date. She closed the book. The fire in the tunnel below them was still burning, and the collapse was still coming. But for this moment, they were alive, and she had a location to follow. Chapter 60. The compound gates loomed through the smoke-stained dawn, black iron streaked with ash. Duan Wensi's legs carried her forward on memory alone, the register pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Ruo Baixuan stumbled behind her, Lanyu's weight still draped across his shoulders. The furnace keeper's breath came in shallow pulls, black veins still visible at his wrists, but he was conscious. He had been conscious for the last mile. That meant he would live. The gate opened before she reached it. Sister Anmei stood in the gap, robes still patched, gray-threaded hair still pulled so tight it stretched her eyes. She did not ask questions. She simply looked at Duan Wensi's face, at the register in her hands, and stepped aside. "Inside," she said. "Now." The courtyard was empty. The witnesses Taring Nuo had brought, 20 suppliers, 5 healers, 3 cultivators, were nowhere in sight. The well stood silent. The compound held its breath. Jue Poyan met them in the workroom. The old woman sat at the table where she had measured ingredients for the counteragent, her lined face unreadable, her hands resting flat on the wood. A single oil lamp burned beside her, the flame low. She looked at the register before she looked at Duan Wensi. "You brought it out." "It came through the fire," Duan Wensi said. She set the book on the table. The leather was still warm, the edges charred, but the pages inside were intact. "The operative did not. Jiao Sanchi burned him." Jue Poyan did not react. She pulled the register toward her and opened it to the first page. The handwriting was blocky, functional. A clerk's hand, trained to record without ornament. Compound designation G13NW. Quantity 7 sealed containers. Recipient North Hollow Distribution Point Number 4. Date 14th of the 3rd moon. Jue Poyan turned the page. Compound designation G13SE. Quantity 12 sealed containers. Recipient South Ridge Station Number 2. Date 16th of the 3rd moon. She turned again. Compound designation V9C. Quantity 4 sealed containers. Recipient Coppervale Holding Chamber. Date 11th of the 2nd moon. G13, she said. V9. These are formula designations. Duan Wensi leaned over the table. The letters and numbers meant nothing to her, but the pattern was already visible. Every entry had a compound designation, a quantity, a recipient, and a date. The same bird-in-flight seal at the bottom of every page. "There are 230 entries here," Jue Poyan said, "spanning 3 years and 4 months. 3 years, Duan Wensi said. "That matches Sister Anmei's estimate. The managed toxicity system has been running at least that long." Duan Poyan turned to the back of the register. The last 10 pages were blank, but the 11th from the end held the listed names. Praxis Committee Standing Members, Term 47. 7 names, 7 titles. No seal marks, no annotations. Duan Wensi read them twice. "This is the rotating committee," she said. "The one that controls formula patents and distribution quotas. It is also the one that set the poison network in motion, Jue Poyan said. She did not look up from the page. Her voice was flat, measured, the voice of someone who had spent 40 years learning not to let emotion touch her craft. I knew some of them were involved. I did not know all 7 were. Duan Wensi stared at the names. She recognized 3 from the original novel, minor figures, administrative characters who had never been given interior lives. The other 4 were unfamiliar, names that appeared only in passing references to assembly budgets and patent hearings. One person could not sustain this, she said slowly. The volume, the geographical spread, the coordination between districts. It had to be a committee. A rotating committee, Jue Poyan said, which means the responsibility shifts every term. Every 3 years, a new set of 7 takes the seats, and the previous 7 are rotated out. They never serve consecutive terms. So no one person bears the full weight, and no one person can be held accountable. Duan Wensi pulled out a chair and sat down. The weight of the night pressed against her, the smoke, the heat, the collapse, the register warm in her hands. She had carried proof through fire. She had believed it would be enough. "We can expose this," she said. "The register, the seal marks, the compound designations. We can name the committee." "We can name them," Jue Poyan said, "but we cannot prove each one knew the full scope. The structure is designed for plausible deniability. Each member oversees one segment: supply, distribution, formula, patent review, enforcement. They do not see the whole map. Then we show them the whole map, and they will deny it, every single one. They will say the register is a forgery, the seal marks are fabrications, the compounds are mislabeled. They will invoke seal security law and declare all testimony void." Duan Wensi's jaw tightened. "Then what do we do?" Jue Poyan closed the register. Her hands rested on the charred cover, still and deliberate. "We choose which truth to tell first." The workroom fell silent. The oil lamp flickered, casting long shadows across the table. Somewhere in the compound, a door opened and closed, footsteps crossing the courtyard. Sister Anmei appeared in the doorway. "Assembly envoys at the gate," she said. Duan Wensi rose. "How many?" "3. Senior administrators. They are demanding emergency testimony regarding the Copper Veil fire and the destruction of assembly property. They are here to contain the damage," Jue Poyan said. "Before we can speak." She stood, her movements slow and deliberate, the weight of 40 years pressing on her shoulders. "They will call it an administrative hearing. They will frame it as an investigation into unauthorized archive access and supply chain disruption. They will try to make you the defendant." Duan Wensi looked at the register, at the list of 7 names, at the 230 entries that proved a system of engineered suffering. "Then I will tell them what I found, and they will bury it." "Not if I say it in front of witnesses." Jue Poyan met her eyes. For a moment, something flickered in the old woman's face. Not fear, not hope, but something between them. Recognition. "Then prepare yourself," Jue Poyan said, "because once you speak, there is no silence to return to." She turned toward the door. Duan Wensi followed, the register in her hands. The names of 7 committee members burned into her memory. The envoys were waiting. Chapter 61. The assembly hall smelled of old cedar and judicial ash. Duan Wensi walked through the double doors with the register pressed flat against her ribs, the charred cover kissing her chest through the fabric of her robe. The room opened around her in a wide semicircle, 5 tiers of raised stone benches, each occupied by figures in formal gray and blue. Senior administrators, formula reviewers, enforcement secretaries, their faces turned toward her like a single organism tracking movement. Jue Poyan walked beside her, robes brushed clean, hair bound tight, the woman who had not filed a patent in 40 years entering a room full of people who had built their careers on the patents she refused to file. The presiding administrator sat at the center of the lowest tier, a broad-shouldered man with iron-gray eyebrows and a voice that did not rise because it did not need to. "Apprentice Kuo Kuliang, you are called to give testimony regarding the destruction of assembly property at the Copper Veil Storehouse and your unauthorized access to restricted archive materials." Duan Wensi stopped at the marked line on the floor. I am here to give testimony regarding the systematic distribution of managed toxicity compounds across the Vermilion Basin over a period of 3 years and 4 months. The hall went still. The presiding administrator's eyebrows did not move. His hand rested on the stone arm of his chair, fingers spread, unmoving. That is not the subject of this hearing. Then this hearing is incomplete. She set the register on the low table before her. The charred cover left a smudge of ash on the polished wood. This document contains 230 entries of compound distribution. Each entry bears the bird-in-flight seal mark of the Heaven Reader's office. Each entry lists a formula designation, quantity, recipient, and date. The back of the register names the 7 members of the Crisis Committee, term 47, who oversaw the distribution. She opened the cover. The pages were blackened at the edges, but legible. She had checked everyone on the walk here. I am not here to defend my access to a storehouse fire. I am here to name the people who have been poisoning cultivators below the breakthrough threshold for 3 years. A ripple moved through the tears. Not loud, not overt. The kind of sound a room makes when people stop breathing in unison. The presiding administrator's hand curled into a fist on the arm of his chair. Apprentice Kuo, you are making an accusation that carries the weight of SEAL security law. If you cannot produce direct evidence tying each named individual to the distribution chain, you will face the same penalties as a forger of official documents. I understand the penalties. Do you understand that once spoken, these words cannot be retracted? Duan Wensi looked at the 7 names she had memorized in the workroom. 3 she recognized from the novel, 4 she did not. She looked at the room full of faces that had built careers on the patents those 7 names controlled. I understand. The presiding administrator's jaw tightened. Behind him, a door opened and a gray-robed clerk entered, leaned down, and whispered something into his ear. His face did not change, but his hand on the stone arm tightened. He looked up. The floor recognizes witness testimony. Duan Wensi turned. Sister Anmei stood at the side entrance, reed cloth bag across her shoulder, robes patched at both elbows. She walked to the marked line without looking at the tears, her steps measured, her spine straight. She did not carry a ledger. She carried nothing. The presiding administrator watched her approach. State your name and affiliation. Sister Anmei, Reed Mercy Cloister, physician and record keeper. You have testimony regarding the matter before this hearing? I have testimony regarding a death the Assembly's records officially deny. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded sheet. Not ledger paper, not official stationery. A page torn from a personal journal, the edges rough, the ink smudged. 3 months ago, a cultivator named Chang Wei died of breakthrough failure in the lower market district. The Assembly's death registry listed the cause as insufficient cultivation foundation. No family filed a challenge. No physician examined the body. She unfolded the paper. I examined the body. The meridian collapse pattern did not match breakthrough failure. It matched the withdrawal signature of a withheld stabilizer compound. Chang Wei had been receiving Assembly circulation pills for 14 months. When the dosage was reduced without warning, his body could not sustain the drop. She held up the paper. I documented the pattern. I recorded the date, the dosage history, and the signature. I submitted it to the Assembly Medical Archive. It was rejected on grounds of insufficient verification. The presiding administrator's voice stayed flat. That is a matter of medical procedure, not criminal negligence. Then explain why the stabilizer compound Chang Wei was dependent on appears in the transport register as entry 197, delivered to the lower market district distribution point 17 days before his death, with the notation, dosage reduction authorized. The hall shifted again. Duan Wensi turned to the register, flipped to the relevant page, and read aloud. G13, quantity, 60 units. Recipient designation, Market District Lower, Station 4. Date, 4 months ago. Notation, dosage reduction authorized, standard schedule. She looked up. Someone authorized that reduction. Someone knew Chang Wei would collapse. And someone decided the death would be recorded as a cultivation failure rather than a dependency crash. The presiding administrator was silent. The room waited. Then a voice from the 3rd tier, high and clipped, sharp as a blade. This is a serious charge. Duan Wensi looked up. The speaker was a woman in formal blue robes, her hair pinned tight, her face unreadable. She was not one of the 7 names on the list, but she sat in the tier reserved for patent reviewers. "It is," Duan Wensi said. "And you believe this register proves the committee knowingly caused that death?" "I believe the register proves the committee controlled the distribution and authorized the dosage reduction. Whether they knew Xianxia by name is irrelevant. They knew the system would produce deaths. They accepted that cost." The woman's eyes did not leave Duan Wensi's face. "Then you are accusing the crisis committee of murder by administrative design?" "I am." The word landed in the hall like a stone dropped into still water. The presiding administrator's hand moved to the gavel, but before he could strike, the door behind him opened again. A courier entered, moving fast, his robes wind-blown, his face pale. He crossed directly to the presiding administrator and placed a sealed scroll on the stone arm of the chair. The presiding administrator looked at the seal. His face changed. Not fear, not anger, something between them. He broke the seal and read. The room watched. Duan Wensi watched. The man's hand on the scroll did not shake, but his thumb pressed into the paper hard enough to leave a dent. He looked up. "The hearing is suspended for 1 hour." The room erupted. Voices rose from every tier, questions, objections, demands. The presiding administrator raised his hand, and the noise did not stop. He struck the gavel. The sound cut through the clamor. "The hearing is suspended. Witnesses will remain in the hall. Apprentice Kuo will remain under observation until the session resumes." Duan Wensi did not move. She looked at Jue Poyan, who stood at the edge of the marked line, her lined face unreadable. She looked at Sister Anmei, who had not folded the paper in her hand. She looked at the sealed scroll in the presiding administrator's hand. The seal mark was familiar. A bird in flight. Chapter 62. The presiding administrator's gavel struck once, and the hall's noise collapsed into reluctant stillness. Duan Wensi stood inside the marked line, the register still open in her hands. The bird-in-flight seal on the scroll had not moved from the stone arm of the chair. The presiding administrator had not dismissed the hearing. He had merely suspended it, and now the hour was over. He set the scroll aside without reading it aloud. "Apprentice Kuo, you will explain the poison's design." Not a request, a command. Duan Wensi had prepared for this moment since she first tasted the stabilizer's bitter metal signature through wax. She had rehearsed the words in her head 100 times, alone in the dark, cataloging symptoms and formulations while the compound slept. But knowing the words and speaking them in front of 5 tiers of assembly authority were 2 different things. She stepped forward until the toe of her boot touched the edge of the marked line. "The poison operates on 3 layers, she said. "The primary agent builds dependency over 14 to 18 months of continuous exposure. It enters through routine circulation pills, accumulates in the meridian junctions, and creates a tolerance threshold that cannot be sustained without increasing dosage." She held up the register. "The second layer is a masking compound that mimics standard breakthrough toxicity. Any physician examining a victim would see the same markers as a failed advancement. The death would be recorded as cultivation failure, not dependency collapse." She flipped to a marked page. "The third layer is a buried counteragent that neutralizes both the dependency and the masking agent. It exists. It was formulated. But it was never deployed except in cases where the target was considered useful, alive." The hall was silent. Duan Wensi looked up from the register. The system was not designed to kill indiscriminately. It was designed to keep cultivators below the threshold where they could threaten the assembly's monopoly on advancement. Every death was a calculated data point. Every survivor was a controlled variable. A voice from the 3rd tier, clipped and precise. "You claim to understand the formula logic of a poison you never refined." It was the woman in blue robes again, the patent reviewer. "I don't claim it," Duan Wensi said. "I can prove it." She set the register down on the stone floor and pulled a small leather wrap from her sleeve. Inside, a pinch of residue scraped from the copper veil mortar joints, preserved between 2 folded sheets of waxed paper. "Bring me a standard circulation pill. Any batch will do." The presiding administrator hesitated, then nodded to a clerk. The clerk left through a side door and returned within 3 minutes, carrying a ceramic jar. He set it on the stone arm of the presiding administrator's chair. Duan Wensi stepped forward and broke the seal. She scraped a fragment from the pill's surface, no larger than a grain of rice, and placed it on her tongue. She closed her eyes. The taste spread across the back of her tongue, a familiar bitterness layered over a metallic base. She held it, separated the components, traced each one back to its origin compound. When she opened her eyes, the hall was watching her. "This batch uses a modified base," she said. "The primary stabilizer has been replaced with a cheaper alternative that breaks down faster in the body. Anyone taking this pill for more than 12 months will develop a structural weakness in the third meridian junction." She looked directly at the woman in blue robes. "The replacement costs half as much to produce. It creates dependency in 60% of users within 8 months, and it leaves a residue trace that cannot be removed from the meridian once deposited." The room shifted again. The woman in blue robes said nothing. Duan Wensi turned back to the presiding administrator. "The suppressed formulas in the register's back pages include safe alternatives to every pill the assembly distributes. They were tested, they worked, and they were sealed by the crisis committee because releasing them would destabilize the supply monopoly." She let that land. "There is no shortage of safe formulas in the Vermilion Basin. There is only a shortage of permission to use them." The presiding administrator's hand moved toward the gavel, but he did not strike. Instead, he looked past Duan Wensi toward the edge of the hall where the shadows pooled near the entrance. Someone was standing there. Duan Wensi turned. Qi Wanjie stood in the doorway, broad-shouldered and travel-stained, his white teeth visible in the dim light. He was not smiling. He stepped into the hall, and the tiers of benches shifted as faces turned to recognize him. The canonical protagonist, the sect prodigy, the figure whose legend had shaped the Basin's expectations for a generation. He walked down the center aisle until he stood at the edge of the marked line, directly across from Duan Wensi. "I've been listening from the corridor," he said. His voice was quiet, but the hall had gone so still that every word carried. "I've heard your testimony. I've seen the register. I've watched the committee's faces as you spoke." He paused. "But there's something I don't understand." Duan Wensi felt the weight of his gaze settle on her. "You speak like someone who already knew what you would find. Not like someone discovering evidence for the first time, like someone who expected this exact chapter." The words hung in the air. The hall held its breath. Duan Wensi did not look away. "I knew a death was coming," she said. "I changed it, and I no longer trust the old shape of events." Qi Wanjie's eyes did not leave her face. "That's not the answer of a boy who stumbled into a conspiracy. That's the answer of someone who's been reading ahead." Duan Wensi said nothing. Qi Wanjie took a step closer. 3 months ago, one of my allies was approached by an assembly clerk, asking how my faction's movements could be predicted and redirected. The clerk wanted to know where I would be, what routes I would take, which supply depots I would target. They wanted to use my momentum as cover. He let that sink in. I thought it was routine intelligence gathering, but now I'm wondering. He looked at the register Duan Wensi had placed on the floor. How many of this year's crises were arranged to use my faction as noise around poison channels? Duan Wensi did not answer. She did not need to. Qi Wanjie's jaw tightened. The shrine raid, the supply line collapse in Eastern Hollow, the conflict at the Copper Vale checkpoint. Every incident involving my people happened at the same time as a documented poison distribution, didn't it? Duan Wensi nodded slowly. Qi Wanjie looked up at the tiers of assembly faces. "Someone has been writing the story," he said quietly, "and they've been using me as a decoy." The hall began to murmur. The presiding administrator raised his hand for silence, but the noise did not stop. The murmuring spread from tier to tier, voices overlapping, questions rising. Duan Wensi stood inside the marked line, the register at her feet, the residue still sharp on her tongue. And then, the wall behind the presiding administrator cracked. Not a sound, a shift in the stone. A hairline fracture ran from the ceiling to the floor, and through the gap, Duan Wensi saw a faint glow. Not torchlight, formation light. A tracking array set into the assembly hall's foundation, newly activated and locking onto a single point. Her chest. The counteragent in her body pulsed once. Someone had been tracking her since the moment she entered the hall, and now The tracker had found its target. Chapter 63. The tracking array's glow spread through the crack in the wall, a network of fine lines mapping the entire hall. Duan Wensi felt the counteragent in her chest pulse in rhythm with the light, each beat a confirmation that the array had found its anchor. The presiding administrator's hand froze above the gavel. Then the light gathered, drawing inward from the hairline fractures, condensing into a single point at the center of the cracked stone. The air thickened. A pressure built behind Duan Wensi's eyes, familiar now, the same weight she had felt when the second pulse activated beneath copper veil. The light shaped itself into a figure, not solid, a projection of formation light and chi, a silhouette burned into the air by the array's focus. But Duan Wensi recognized the lean build, the slightly stooped posture, the iron-gray hair bound with a black jade clasp. Master Zhao Sanqi stood inside the assembly hall without standing there at all. The tiers of benches went silent. No one moved. Zhao Sanqi's pale amber eyes swept the room once, then settled on Duan Wensi. His voice came through the formation light, thin and distant but perfectly clear, as though he were speaking from a great depth. I am the heaven reader of the Sovereign Pill Assembly. He did not introduce himself to the room. He stated it as a fact that needed no acknowledgement. The tracking array you see was placed in this foundation 31 years ago, during the reconstruction after the Lin Yujing incident. It was designed to detect one thing, a counteragent binding outside the approved protocol. His gaze did not leave Duan Wensi. You have bound a formula that was never meant to leave the containment chamber. The array recognized the signature the moment it activated in your chest. Someone on the third tier stood. The woman in blue robes, the patent reviewer from earlier. Her voice carried the same formal authority as before. Heaven Reader, this hall is in session. You cannot project into a formal hearing without, I am not here to interrupt the hearing. Zhao Sanqi's voice cut across hers without raising in volume. I am here to answer the accusation. The hall held its breath. Duan Wensi felt the counteragent pulse again, a second beat, a third, each one synchronized with the projection's light. The array was not just tracking her, it was feeding him something. Her location, her chi signature, the state of the binding in her body. He knew exactly how stable she was. Zhao Sanqi turned slightly, addressing the presiding administrator directly. You have before you a register of compound distribution spanning 3 years and 4 months. You have testimony describing a managed toxicity system designed to keep cultivators below the assembly's advancement threshold. You have a witness who died on paper before the compound that killed him was administered. He paused. And you have a boy who tasted a mortar joint and identified a poison modification by residue alone. His tone shifted, not softer, sharper. Every word of it is true. The murmur that followed was not loud. It was the sound of 30 people inhaling at once, a collective intake of breath that spread through the tiers like wind through dry grass. I do not deny the register's authenticity. I do not deny the crisis committee's seal on every entry. I do not deny that the compounds listed in those pages have been distributed to stations across the basin for the stated duration. Duan Wensi's hands were steady, but her pulse was not. She had expected denial. She had prepared arguments against denial. She had not prepared for confession. Zhao Sanqi raised his left hand, and the projection flickered. When it steadied, he held a roll of paper, yellowed with age, bound with a faded seal. Before you judge the arithmetic, you should see the numbers that preceded it. The roll unfurled in the light, and the characters appeared magnified on the wall behind him. Columns of names, dates, causes of death, a casualty table from 63 years ago, the Valley War. 6,000 cultivators died in 3 weeks when an unsafely accelerated breakthrough formula was released to 3 sects without containment protocols, Zhao Sanqi said. The cost of open access was measured in bodies stacked around a well to slow the seal tear. He let the image hang. The basin did not recover its stable cultivation threshold for 17 years. By the time the seal closed, 4,000 corpses had been absorbed by the membrane. The hall was silent. I am not asking for absolution. I am showing you what the alternative to suppression looks like. Jiao Sanchai's projection turned back to Duan Wensi. You have seen the suppressed formulas in the chamber beneath Copper Veil. You have seen Jue Poyan's corrected alternatives. You have tasted the difference between a safe stabilizer and a cheaper replacement. He paused. What you have not seen is what happens when those formulas circulate without the seal's containment. The projection shifted. The casualty table dissolved, replaced by a second set of records, smaller, more precise, a different hand. These are the deaths that did not happen because the suppression network existed. Poison distributors in 3 districts, sect infiltration attempts in 5 hollows, 2 assassination campaigns targeting assembly patent holders that were intercepted before they reached their targets. He looked at Duan Wensi. The register you carry documents 230 distributions. It does not document the 1,700 deaths those distributions prevented. Duan Wensi's eyes moved across the projected table. The numbers were clean. The logic was clean. Too clean. She looked closer. The table listed districts by designation: G13, V9, N4, the same markings from the register. Each district had a column for projected casualties without intervention, a column for actual deaths under the managed system, and a third column for the difference. The math worked. The numbers told the story Jiao Sanchi wanted them to tell. But there was a gap. Between N4 and V9, a district designation was missing. No entry, no projected casualties, no actual deaths. An empty slot in an otherwise continuous sequence. Duan Wensi's throat mark pulsed. She looked at the gap again. The district that was not there was the one whose numbers would not fit the story. She raised her hand. Heaven Reader. Jiao Sanchi's pale amber eyes fixed on her. Your table is missing a district. She pointed at the gap on the projected wall. Between N4 and V9, there should be another designation, a district whose projected casualties would change the arithmetic if included. The hall stirred. Jiao Sanchi did not answer immediately. The light of the projection flickered once, and Duan Wensi saw something pass across his face before he controlled it. Recognition. She had found the omission, and the omission had found her. The presiding administrator leaned forward. Heaven Reader, is there a missing district? Jiao Sanchi's projection held still for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried no visible weight, but the pause before it had already betrayed him. The table is complete as presented. Then what designation follows N4 in the register sequence? Duan Wensi's voice was quiet, but it carried through the still air. The marking system is continuous. I've seen the entries. N4 is not the last before V9. The woman in blue robes shifted in her seat. The patent reviewer's eyes were not on Jiao Sanchi. They were on Duan Wensi. Jiao Sanchi's projection flickered again, and this time the light did not fully stabilize. The edges of his silhouette blurred, as though the array was struggling to hold the connection. Some districts were closed before the current tracking system began, he said. Their records were transferred to Deep Archive. The table reflects active monitoring zones. Then produce the Deep Archive records. The words came from behind Duan Wensi. Qi Wanjie stepped forward, crossing the marked line without hesitation. His voice was calm, but his shoulders were set in a line that belonged to someone who had stopped treating this as a hearing and started treating it as a hunt. Produce the records for the closed district, he repeated. Let the hall see the full arithmetic. If the numbers support your claim, they will stand. Jiao Sanchi's gaze shifted to Qi Wanjie, and something in the projection's posture changed. Not defensiveness, something older, colder. The Deep Archive is under seal by the Crisis Committee. I cannot unilaterally... You projected yourself into a formal hearing to answer an accusation of murder, Qi Wanjie said. You cannot claim procedural limitation now. The hall erupted, voices overlapping, shouts from the upper tiers, the presiding administrator's gavel striking twice, 3 times, 4 times. The noise swallowed everything. Duan Wensi stood inside the marked line and watched Jiao Sanchi's face as the chaos rose around him. He was not looking at Qi Wanjie. He was looking at the gap in the table. And his expression was not anger. It was the calm of a man calculating how many bodies he had left to burn before the fire reached him. Chapter 64. The hall did not settle. Voices overlapped from every tier, the presiding administrator's gavel striking wood without effect, the noise building like heat in a sealed furnace. Duan Wensi stood inside the marked line and watched Jiao Sanxi's projection hold its ground, his pale amber eyes fixed on the space she had pointed at, the gap between N4 and V9, a district that existed in the register sequence, but not in his arithmetic. The woman in blue robes rose from the third tier, her voice cut through the chaos without effort. Heaven Reader, the boy has named an omission. Either the district exists and your table is incomplete, or it does not exist and the register is a forgery. Which is it? The hall went still. Jiao Sanxi's projection flickered. The light around his edges dimmed, then stabilized. The district designation H7 was closed 43 years ago, he said. Its population was relocated. Its records were sealed under crisis committee authority. The table reflects active monitoring zones. Then why does the register list H7 entries with dates from last year? Duan Wensi's voice carried through the stillness. She opened the register to the back pages, found the entry she had memorized during the walk from Copper Vale, read it aloud. H7, Station 3, 14 units of compound designation V9, recipient, District Clinic, ground floor storage, date, 8th month of last year, notation, standard schedule. Jiao Sanxi did not answer. The woman in blue robes turned to face him directly. Heaven Reader. A closed district does not receive supply shipments. If H7 was closed 43 years ago, the register is either a forgery or you have been operating a distribution network in a district that officially does not exist. Which explanation do you prefer the committee to record? A long silence. Then Sister Anmi stepped forward from the side corridor where she had been waiting. Her reed cloth bag was open. In her hand, she held a bundle of papers bound with torn cloth, the edges darkened by moisture and age. I have records from H7, she said. The hall turned to look at her. Sister Anme's voice was quiet, but it carried the weight of someone who had stopped being afraid of consequences. The Reed Mercy Cloister maintains satellite clinics in every district, including those the Assembly no longer recognizes on official maps. H7 is a cluster of 3 valleys in the eastern ridge. The population was never relocated. The Assembly stopped sending certified healers and began managing the territory through unmarked supply channels. She held up the bundle. These are treatment ledgers from H7 Station 3, the same station named in entry 217 of the register. The ledgers document a dependency collapse in the 8th month of last year. 43 cultivators died when a stabilizer formula was withheld from the clinic's shipment, replaced with a placebo compound that mimicked the original's appearance but lacked the active binding agents. Duan Wensi's throat mark pulsed. She looked at Jiao Sanxi's projection. The Heaven Reader's face had not changed, but his hands were no longer visible. He had folded them behind his back, a posture that belonged to someone preparing to absorb a blow. Sister Anme continued. The placebo was administered for 16 days before the clinic recognized the discrepancy. By then, 14 cultivators had already entered breakthrough attempts with compromised stabilizer levels. 9 died during the attempt. 5 survived with permanent meridian damage, unable to cultivate beyond the first threshold. She looked directly at Jiao Sanxi. The missing district is not missing, Heaven Reader. It is occupied, and the deaths your arithmetic credits to prevention were caused by the system itself. The presiding administrator's gavel dropped. It did not strike the block. It fell from his hand and hit the stone floor with a sound that carried through the sudden silence. The woman in blue robes moved down from the 3rd tier to the floor level, her steps measured. She stopped beside Duan Wensi and examined the register page. A7, she said. Station 3, 14 units. The compound designation V9 matches the placebo formula described in Sister Anme's ledgers? Duan Wensi nodded. And the crisis committee seal appears on this entry? Every entry. The woman looked at the presiding administrator. Then the crisis committee authorized the shipment of a placebo compound to a district it claims does not exist, knowing the stabilizer withdrawal would produce casualties, and recorded the shipment in a register bearing the Heaven Reader's personal seal. She paused. That is either murder by administrative design or a documentary coincidence so precise it requires the same explanation. The hall erupted again, but this time the voices were not formless. Duan Wensi heard names, committee names, term 47. The 7 names in the register's back pages. Someone in the upper tier shouted that the hearing had exceeded its authority. Another voice demanded the immediate arrest of all 7 committee members. Jiao Sanqi's projection did not move, his pale amber eyes fixed on Duan Wensi with an expression she could not read. Then he spoke. The District H7 was sealed because a formula variant tested there produced catastrophic failure rates in the early years of the suppression system. The placebo shipment was not a weapon. It was a containment protocol designed to phase out a territory where the original compound had already created irreversible dependency. The deaths Sister Anmei documents were caused by the first-generation formula, not the placebo. The placebo was an attempt to stabilize the population while the active compound was withdrawn from circulation. Sister Anmei did not flinch. Then why did the shipment manifest label it as standard schedule instead of specifying the phase-out protocol? Jiao Sanqi did not answer. Because the phase-out protocol was never authorized, Sister Anmei said. There was no committee vote, no medical review, no notification to the district clinic. Someone in the distribution chain made a decision to replace the stabilizer with a placebo, and the register records the shipment as routine supply. If the intention was stabilization, the documentation would reflect it. It does not. The woman in blue robes turned to the presiding administrator. I move that the register be entered as formal evidence in the assembly record, that the 7 named crisis committee members be summoned for immediate testimony, and that the deep archive seals on H7 records be broken by administrative order. The presiding administrator picked up his gavel. Before he could strike, a voice rose from the second tier. Elder Huo, one of the 7 names in the register's back pages. He was older than Duan Wensi had expected, grave-faced, with the hollowed look of someone who had been expecting this moment for years. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of someone who had already decided how far he was willing to go. The register is evidence of a crime, he said. The crime is unauthorized compound distribution. The accuser is an unregistered apprentice with no standing in assembly law. The witness is a cloister physician whose testimony is admissible only in matters of medical fact, not administrative procedure. He looked at Duan Wensi. Under seal security law, Article 31, any testimony that cannot be independently corroborated by a certified assembly reviewer is void if the accuser cannot produce direct chain of custody evidence for every document presented. The woman in blue robes went still. Elder Huo continued. The charred register has no chain of custody. It was recovered from a fire in a restricted facility by a party who was present at the facility without authorization. Sister Anmei's ledgers are not certified assembly records. The H7 district does not exist on current administrative maps. He paused. I move to declare all testimony presented in this hearing void under seal security law, and to refer the matter of the Copper Veil fire and unauthorized archive access to the Crisis Committee for disciplinary review. The hall went silent. The presiding administrator's hand hovered over the gavel. Duan Wensi looked at Sister Anmei. The physician's face was pale, but her grip on the ledgers did not loosen. Then Duan Wensi looked at Elder Huo, and she understood. He was not defending the system. He was burning it down to the foundation, hoping the ash would be too thick to sift through before the evidence could be verified. The tracking array on the far wall pulsed once. A low hum traveled through the stone floor. Duan Wensi felt the counteragent in her chest respond, a deep vibration that matched the array's frequency, and she knew with cold certainty that Jiao Sanqi was not done. The Heaven Reader had let Elder Huo speak because the Elder's motion served his purpose. Delay, confusion, enough chaos to burn one more channel before the fire reached him. The presiding administrator raised his gavel, and the array pulsed again, stronger this time. The light that poured from the foundation wall was not Jiao Sanqi's projection. It was something else, a shape that had no face, a silhouette that moved against the light without source or anchor. And as the hall turned to look, Duan Wensi heard the sound of something breathing through the stone. Chapter 65. The array pulse traveled through the stone floor like a heartbeat, and Duan Wensi felt the counteragent in her chest resonate with it, a locked frequency that matched the breathing in the light. Elder Huo was still speaking. Article 31 grants this body the authority to void any testimony that cannot be independently. His voice stopped, not because he chose to stop, because his throat seized mid-syllable. He raised a hand to his collar, fingers curling against the fabric as if something had caught from inside. His mouth opened. No sound came out. His eyes went wide, not with pain but with recognition, the look of a man who understood exactly what was happening and had known, somewhere deeper than hope, that this moment was waiting for him. He swayed. The presiding administrator called his name. Elder Hua's knees hit the stone floor. His hand found the bench edge, gripped, slipped. The breath that left him was thin, almost courteous, the sigh of a man laying down a weight he had carried too long. His body settled sideways against the second tier, and he did not move again. Silence. Then a woman screamed from the third tier. The hall fractured into noise. The woman in blue robes was already moving, crossing the floor in 4 strides, dropping to one knee beside Elder Hua. She pressed 2 fingers to his throat, held them there, then looked up. Dead. The word landed like a furnace door slamming shut. "He was fine moments ago," someone shouted from the back. "He was arguing," another voice answered. The presiding administrator struck his gavel once, twice, a third time, but the noise did not settle. Voices overlapped, accusing and defensive, and Duan Wensi stood frozen with the counteragent thrumming against her breastbone, watching the ripple spread. Elder Hua had invoked Article 31, and 30 breaths later he was dead. Sister Anmei moved past her before she could speak, crouching beside the body with diagnostic tools already in hand. The physician's fingers found the jaw, the throat, the base of the skull. She pulled back the elder's collar and stopped. "Pinpoint hemorrhage at the cervical junction," she said. "Meridian rupture. Instant." "Was it poison?" the woman in blue robes asked. Sister Anmei did not answer immediately. She pressed 2 fingertips to the skin below Elder Huo's ear, then withdrew them, studying something only she could see. "Not poison," she said. "A seal. Preset in the meridian wall, triggered remotely." The hall went quieter than silence. Duan Wensi looked at the tracking array. The faceless silhouette was gone. The breathing had stopped. The light in the foundation wall had dimmed to a faint pulse, steady as a resting heart. And she understood that the array had not projected anything into the room. It had reached into Elder Huo from the floor beneath him. Zhao Sanqi had killed him through the stone. No trace, no weapon, no hand visible. The presiding administrator's gavel hit the bench again, harder this time. "Guards," he said. "Seal the hall. No one leaves." A murmur of protest rose from the tiers, but the guards at the side doors did not move. The presiding administrator repeated the order, and still the guards did not move. They were not listening to him. The woman in blue robes straightened. "The guards answer to the crisis committee," she said, "not to this hearing." The presiding administrator's face went pale. Duan Wensi scanned the room. The second and third tiers were packed with administrators, patent reviewers, enforcement secretaries, clerks. Any one of them could be carrying the next preset seal. Any one of them could be next. And then she saw it. 2 figures in the upper tier rising from their seats, moving toward the rear exit with the careful calm of people who knew exactly when to leave. One of the 7 names. 2 of the 7 names. They had watched Elder Hua die, and they were leaving before the same hand reached for them. "They're running," Duan Wensi said. Sister Anmei followed her gaze. The woman in blue robes turned. The 2 figures reached the rear door, and the door opened before they touched it, swinging inward as if someone on the other side had anticipated their arrival. They stepped through. The door closed. The lock engaged. Gone. The hall erupted again. The presiding administrator slammed his gavel until the handle cracked, but the chaos did not submit. Voices demanded answers, demanded the hall be opened, demanded someone name who had killed Elder Hua and who had let the 2 committee members vanish. And then Jue Poyan stood. She had not moved from her position near the lower tier since entering. She had spoken once when she walked beside Duan Wensi, and then she had been still, watching, measuring. She stood now. The noise did not stop, but it changed. The sharp edges of accusation dulled into waiting, as if the hall understood that when Jue Poyan rose, the space around her became a different kind of courtroom. The tracking array beneath this hall, she said, was placed 31 years ago, during post-Lanyu Jing reconstruction. The Heaven Reader claimed it was designed to detect counteragent bindings outside approved protocol. She looked at the array. That was not its only purpose. She walked toward the foundation wall. Every seal placed inside a committee member during the reconstruction period was keyed to the same array. Trigger 1, and the architect can reach any of them through the stone. She stopped in front of the wall. I know because I was present when the array was designed. I was not told its full purpose until after the seals were already placed. She turned to face the hall. Elder Huo died because Jiao Sanxi decided he was expendable. The two who vanished were given the same choice he was: die on the floor or disappear before the question could be asked. A voice from the upper tier, sharp with fear. How do we know you are not sealed too? Jue Poyan did not answer the question. She reached into her robe and withdrew a folded document, worn at the edges, sealed with a mark that Duan Wensi had never seen before. Under Assembly Emergency Protocols, Article 4, Subsection 12, any Grand Alchemist with 30 consecutive years of uncontested certification may assume temporary authority over a contaminated supply channel when 2 or more committee members are rendered unable to fulfill their oversight duties. She held the document up. The woman in blue robes read it in silence. The presiding administrator read it with his hand still gripping the cracked gavel. And Duan Wensi read it from where she stood, angle poor but intent clear, and realized what Jue Poyan had just done. She had not waited for permission. She had prepared the claim in advance, folded and sealed, carried into the hearing knowing that the committee would fracture before the day ended. The woman in blue robes spoke first. The authority extends only to supply channels under direct crisis committee oversight, not to assembly-wide governance. I know, Jue Poyan said, and it expires at the next rotation unless ratified by a full committee quorum. I know. The woman in blue robes met Jue Poyan's eyes. The channels you were claiming authority over include the distribution routes for every stabilization formula currently in circulation across the basin. If you take control, you assume liability for every pill that fails, every patient who collapses, and every accusation of overreach the surviving committee members will file against you before the day ends. Jue Poyan did not blink. Then I will file my response before they finish writing theirs. She turned to the presiding administrator. I move to assume emergency authority over all contaminated supply channels under Article 4, Subsection 12, effective immediately. I move to place the register from Copper Vale under sealed protection pending independent chain of custody verification. And I move to suspend the Article 31 motion until the H7 Deep Archive records can be produced and examined by an impartial reviewer appointed outside the Crisis Committee's jurisdiction. The presiding administrator looked at the document, looked at Jue Poyan, looked at the empty seats where 2 committee members had been sitting before they vanished through a door that should have been locked. His hand moved. The gavel struck the bench, a single, clean sound. So ordered. The hall released a breath that was not quite relief, and the array in the foundation wall pulsed a third time. Duan Wensi turned. The faceless silhouette had returned, but this time it was not alone. Behind it, visible in the light as if standing on the other side of a membrane, a second shape waited, smaller, older, familiar, and Duan Wensi recognized the line of the shoulders before she recognized the face. Lanyu Jing. She had never seen the woman alive. But she knew the posture from a dozen archive sketches, 100 trial ground descriptions, a single line in the original novel that described her as standing like someone who had already made peace with the door she was walking through. The silhouette of Lanyu Jing stood behind the faceless shape, still, silent, and watching. The breathing in the stone had stopped, but something else had started. Something the hearing had just made possible by giving Jue Poyan authority over the very channels that had been sealed against the dead woman's knowledge for 30 years. Duan Wensi felt the counteragent in her chest shift, a pressure that was not pain, a warmth that was not fever, and she understood. The array was not just tracking her, it was waiting for her. And Lin Yujing's silhouette in the light meant the waiting was over. Chapter 66. The hall had not cleared. It had emptied the way a wound drains, slow at first, then all at once. Guards moved through the tiers, speaking in low voices, their hands empty of weapons but their eyes tracking every person who remained. The woman in blue robes stood at the third tier, reading Jue Poyan's document by the last light of the array, her lips moving as she traced each line. Duan Wensi stood where the hearing had left her, the register pressed against her ribs. The counteragent sat warm and heavy behind her breastbone, and Lin Yujing's silhouette had vanished the moment the gavel struck, dissolving back into the stone as if it had never been there. She wanted to follow it. She wanted to walk into the array light and find out what lay on the other side of the membrane, what the dead woman had been waiting 31 years to show her. But Jue Poyan's hand landed on her shoulder before she could move. Not yet. Duan Wensi turned. Jue Poyan's face was gray with exhaustion, the skin pulled tight across her cheekbones, but her eyes were still the same shade of knowing that had read Duan Wensi like a formula from the first meeting. They will need time to reorganize, Jue Poyan said, and we need time to decide what we do with the ground we have taken. The ground we have taken. Duan Wensi heard her own voice, flat and wrong. Elder Huo is dead on the floor. 2 committee members walked out through a door that should have been locked, and Zhao Sanchai is still breathing. Yes, he confessed. He stood in front of the entire assembly and admitted every death, every suppressed formula, every shipment on every page of this register. And the hall let him speak, and then let him walk away. He did not walk away. Jue Poyan's voice was patient, relentless. He projected himself through an array. His physical body is elsewhere, and we do not know where. Then we find him. With what authority? I have control over contaminated supply channels, not over the Heaven Reader's movements. The moment I send guards to search for him, the surviving committee members will claim overreach and file a counter-motion that strips my emergency authority before the ink dries. Duan Wensi's hands curled into fists. The rage came from somewhere deeper than thought, from the part of her that had spent every day since waking in Kuo Kuliang's body calculating, always calculating. And still the poison network was running, still the districts were bleeding, still Jiao Sanqi was somewhere in the dark, deciding how many more bodies he needed to burn. So this is it, she said. We save a few channels, we release one formula. We tell ourselves that 43 deaths in H7 are better than 6,000 in the Valley War, and the rest of the system stays intact. Jue Poyan did not answer. The silence was worse than a denial. Kuliang. Rulo Beishuan's voice came from her left. He had moved close without her noticing, still carrying the burned smell of copper veil in his robes, his blistered hand wrapped in cloth. You are doing it again. She turned on him. Doing what? Calculating the cost of every breath before you take it. Measuring every person in this room as a variable in a formula you are trying to solve alone. I am trying to survive. No, he held her gaze. You are trying to win. And you are furious because winning looks like a partial result when you wanted a full annihilation. But that is not the same as losing. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that he did not understand, that he had not woken in a dead boy's body with a death sentence stamped on his name, that he had never known what it meant to carry a script in his head that ended at chapter 47, and to realize that even after breaking the script, the hand that wrote it was still moving. But the words would not come, because he was looking at her the way he had looked at her in the compost corner, the way he had looked at her when she told him the truth and waited for him to walk away. He had not walked away then. He was not walking away now. You told me once that you did not know how to ask for help. His voice was quiet, meant only for her. You are still learning. But you are not alone in this room, and you are not the only one who gets to decide what happens next. The anger did not leave, but something else moved beneath it. A crack in the wall she had built around herself, thin and fragile and terrifying. She looked at Jue Poyan, standing with the emergency authority document still in her hand, the weight of 30 years of preparation settling across her shoulders like a cloak she had never wanted. She looked at Lanyu, leaning against the wall near the exit, dark eyes watching her with the same steady patience he brought to a furnace, waiting for the flame to settle before he adjusted the vent. She looked at Sister Anmei, who had written names on her own skin to keep them from being burned. And she looked at Ruo Beishuan, whose hand was not quite touching her arm, close enough to reach but not close enough to claim. "One step," Jue Poyan said. "The next one. Not the war, just the next step." Duan Wensi let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "What is the next step?" Jue Poyan folded the document and tucked it back into her robe. "There is a facility listed in the register with tomorrow's date as a destination, the same name you did not recognize. If Zhao Sanqi is burning his networks, that facility may be his next target. If we reach it before he does, we may find something worth more than the ground we have already taken." The Duan Wensi nodded. The counteragent pulsed once, a warm shift behind her breastbone. And somewhere beneath the assembly hall, Lin Yujing's silhouette waited in the dark. Chapter 67. The compound gate opened before the first courier reached it. Jue Poyan had not waited for formal approval. She had walked out of the assembly hall with the emergency authority document in her hand and begun giving orders before the echo of the presiding administrator's gavel faded. By the time Duan Wensi caught up, 3 apprentices were already pulling sealed formula bundles from the ashwood cabinet, and Sister Anmei was marking clinic routes on a torn map. "We released the G7 stabilizer first." Jue Poyan's voice carried the flat precision of a woman who had spent 30 years imagining this moment. "It is the simplest to produce, the least dependent on restricted ingredients, and the one with the most surviving test data." "G7? Duan Wensi's throat felt raw. She had not realized she was still clenching her jaw. "One of the 42 corrected formulas from the chamber. The circulation stabilizer that was replaced with the cheaper variant. The one that causes third meridian weakness in the current assembly batches." Sister Ame looked up from the map. "We have 5 clinics within a day's travel that can receive and distribute. 2 more if we push the couriers through the night. Then we push them." Jue Poyan, the woman in blue robes, had followed them from the hall. She stood at the compound threshold, arms crossed, face unreadable. "You understand what you are doing. I am releasing a medical formula to clinics that have been receiving poison in its place. I understand exactly what I am doing. You are breaking the assembly's monopoly on stabilizer production. The moment those bundles leave this compound, every patent holder on the current circulation formula will file a grievance. The sect elders who control the ingredient routes will cut supply lines. The committee members who did not flee will call for an emergency vote to strip your certification." Jue Poyan did not pause in her work. "Then they will have to catch me first." The woman in blue robes held her gaze for a long moment. Then she turned and walked back toward the assembly hall without another word. Duan Wensi watched her go. "She is right," she said quietly. "This is going to bring everything down on us. Everything was already coming down on us." Jue Poyan sealed the first bundle with a strip of wax, pressing her personal seal into it with a sharp twist. "The only difference is whether we are standing when it lands." The first courier departed within the hour. He was a wiry man with a limp, one of the compound's oldest runners, and he took the G7 bundle wrapped in oilcloth against his chest without a single question. 2 disciples from the furnace yard flanked him, their cultivation still low, but their eyes sharp. They moved fast through the north gate and vanished into the mist before the sun cleared the ridge. The second courier left 30 breaths after the first, then the third. Duan Wensi stood at the compound wall and watched them go, counting the fading footsteps until they disappeared into the mountain silence. "This is what it looks like," Ruo Beishuan said beside her. She did not turn. What looks like?" "A beginning, small, fragile, a few bundles and a few people who chose to carry them." He paused. "You should be watching this, not calculating how long until it fails." "I am not calculating." "You are. I can see it in your shoulders." She pressed her palms flat against the stone wall. The counteragent pulsed warm beneath her breastbone, steady as a second heartbeat. "He's still out there," she said. "Zhao Sanqi, he let us have this hearing. He confessed in front of the entire assembly and then walked away through a projection array. That means he wanted something. He is not running, he is repositioning. I know. Which means every courier we just sent out is a target. Every clinic that accepts that formula is marked. We are painting a map for him of exactly who to hit next. I know that too. She finally turned. And you are still standing here. Ruo Beixuan met her eyes. I told you, you are not the only one who gets to decide what happens next. She wanted to argue. The reflex was already there, the sharp retort honed by months of calculating alone, of treating every alliance as a temporary arrangement, of assuming that dependence was a trap disguised as comfort. But the words did not come, because she had asked for help once in Jue Poyan's study, and she was still alive. Because Ruo Beixuan had stood beside her through a burning tunnel and a collapsing chamber and a hearing that had turned into a slaughter. Because Lanyu had burned his own meridians for her, and Sister Anmei had written names on her skin, and Jue Poyan had waited 30 years for a moment that might never come. She was not alone. The realization landed like a weight in her chest, heavy and unfamiliar, and not entirely welcome. Duan Wensi. Jue Poyan's voice cut through the courtyard. Come inside. There is something you need to see. She pushed off the wall and walked toward the study, Ruo Beixuan falling into step beside her. The study smelled of ink and old paper. Jue Poyan stood at the table with the register open to the page Duan Wensi had not been able to read, the one with the facility name she did not recognize and tomorrow's date. It is not a facility, Jue Poyan said. I thought it was at first. A storage depot, a processing station, a relay. But the coordinates do not match any known assembly infrastructure. What is it then? Jue Poyan turned the register so Duan Wensi could see. The entry was written in a different hand from the rest of the register. Smaller, more careful, as if the writer had been afraid of making a mistake. The compound designation was followed by a set of numbers that meant nothing to her. But below it, almost invisible, someone had scratched a single character in the margin. Not a name, a question mark. This entry was not made by the same scribe who wrote the other 229, Jue Poyan said. And the destination date is tomorrow, which means whoever wrote this expected someone to find it before the delivery arrived. Duan Wensi traced the question mark with her fingertip. Someone inside Jiao Sanqi's network left us a message. Or a trap. Or both. The counteragent pulsed once, harder, and the tracking array in the assembly hall foundation was still live, still locked onto her chest, still feeding her location to whatever waited on the other side of the membrane. She looked up at Jue Poyan. How fast can we get there? Before dawn, if we ride through the night. Then we ride. The first report came as she was buckling her saddle. A runner from the north gate, breathless, his robe torn at the shoulder. He collapsed against the compound wall and gasped out the words before anyone could ask. The first courier. They hit him at the Stone Hollow crossing. 3 armed riders, no insignia. They took the bundle and left him in the road. Duan Wensi's hands went still on the leather strap. Alive? Barely. They broke his cultivation base. He will not refine again. Ruo Beixuan swore under his breath. Jue Poyan's face did not change. She turned to the second runner, who was already approaching with news from the east. It told Duan Wensi something she had not wanted to confirm. Jiao Sanqi was not running. He was hunting. Chapter 68. Streaking Nuo arrived before the morning bell, with a map unrolled across her saddle and 3 caravaneers already scenting the air for trouble. You have 2 hours, she said, sliding off her horse. I can get the bundles to the first 4 clinics if we move before the assembly figures out which roads are still ours. Duan Wensi took the map. Red marks at Stone Hollow, Copper Vale Pass, the eastern fork where the first courier had fallen. Blue marks where String Nuo's route partners still held. The 5th clinic is exposed, Duan Wensi said. The 5th clinic is a risk, but they have 47 patients waiting who will not survive another cycle on the Ode stabilizer. Stringy Nuo pulled off her gloves. I am not asking permission. I'm telling you where I am going so you can decide what to do with the batch that stays. Duan Wensi looked at the compound yard. Madame Tenzering Nuo's people were already unloading supply crates, moving with the economy of long practice. Lanyu had the furnaces running, the heat bleeding across the courtyard stones like a second dawn. She thought about what would happen if the fifth clinic was hit. If Tenzering Nuo did not come back. If the map of blue marks shrank to nothing. Take the fifth route, she said, but change your departure time. Leave at dusk instead of midday, and take the ridgeline path, not the valley road. Tenzering Nuo studied her for a moment. You think they are watching the valley? I know they are watching the valley. The first courier used the valley road and was hit within an hour of leaving the gate. They have a pattern. They hit predictable routes at predictable times. And the ridgeline is less predictable. It is harder to ambush, slower for you, harder for them. Tenzering Nuo nodded once. Dusk, ridgeline. I will be back by the third bell, or not at all. She walked away before Duan Wensi could answer. The compound had become something Duan Wensi had never seen before. Not a workshop, not a sanctuary, a production line. Lanyu had split the furnace teams into 3 shifts, rotating workers so the fires never went dark. Sister Anmei had set up a triage station in the covered walkway, where runners could report symptoms and receive stabilization doses without entering the main building. Ruo Beixuan had organized the raw ingredient storage so that everything was measured, labeled, and within reach of the furnaces before the previous batch was finished. They had been working for 6 hours when Duan Wensi noticed the old man at the grinding station. He was thin, gray-robed, with hands that shook from something older than exhaustion. He worked the mortar with a rhythm that did not match the others. Slower, more careful, as if he had been doing this work for longer than anyone else in the compound had been alive. She walked over. You are not supposed to be here. The old man did not look up. Madame Tenzering Nuo brought me, said you needed hands. I need hands that will not collapse before the shift ends. I have been grinding herbs since before your master's master was born. He adjusted the mortar with a precise turn of his wrist. I will last longer than you. She watched him work. The tremor was in his hands, but not in his technique. Every rotation was exact. Every scrape of the pestle against the mortar wall was measured. How many years? 43. In the G17 district, before they closed it. G17, one of the districts that had been slowly poisoned into silence. One of the places where the Assembly's arithmetic had subtracted people from the map. Did you know what was happening? The old man paused, his hands stilled over the mortar. We knew something was wrong. People were advancing slower, breaking through at lower levels, dying from pills that should have been safe. He resumed grinding. But we did not have proof. And without proof, it is just a feeling. He looked up at her then. His eyes were clear, steady. Until you came. Duan Wensi did not know what to say to that. She went to the next station. By midday, the first report came back from the second clinic. A runner arrived with a sealed message from Sister Anmei's relay network. Duan Wensi broke the seal and read it standing in the middle of the compound yard, surrounded by noise and movement. 7 patients showing improvement, meridian readings stabilizing, toxicity markers dropping across all measured cases. Request additional supply for 15 more patients identified this morning. She read it twice. It was working. The corrected formula was not a theory anymore. It was entering bodies and undoing what the poison had done. People who had been slowly dying for months were getting better. She folded the message and slipped it into her sleeve. Lanyu appeared beside her, wiping soot from his forehead. Good news? The formula is working. He nodded slowly. And the bad news? She looked at him. The same thing that makes it good news also makes it a target. Every patient we cure is proof that the Assembly's system was broken. Every district that receives the formula is a place Jiao Sanqi will want to silence. And the people who need it will stop needing it. She met his eyes. The people who need it will get it. He held her gaze for a beat longer, then nodded again and went back to the furnaces. Cyrano left at dusk. Duan Wensi watched from the compound wall as the caravan filed out through the north gate. 8 riders, 6 pack horses, and the old grinder who had insisted on going because he knew the G17 roads better than any map. Ruo Beixuan climbed up beside her. 5 clinics now, he said. If she makes it through the night, we will have distribution in every major district within a week. Unless Jiao Sanqi hits another route. Unless that. They stood in silence as the caravan disappeared into the dark. The counteragent, Ruo Beixuan said. Is it still active? She touched her chest. The warmth was there, steady, patient. Yes. Can they still track you? I do not know how to stop it. Jue Poyan is working on a countermeasure, but she has not found one yet. Which means you are still the beacon. Which means I am still the beacon. She turned from the wall, which is why I need to move. The longer I stay here, the more heat I draw to the compound. And if you leave, then the heat follows me, and the compound has a chance to distribute the formula without being watched. Ruo Beixuan was quiet for a long moment. Where would you go? The unknown facility from the register, the one with tomorrow's date. If it is still intact, if Jiao Sanqi has not already purged it, then it holds something he does not want me to find. And if it is a trap, then it is a trap I need to walk into anyway. He stepped closer. Then I am coming with you. She started to argue. The reflex was there, the same sharp refusal she had been honing for months. But the words did not come. Because she had asked for help before. Because she was still alive. Because the compound was full of people who had chosen to stay. Pack for 3 days, she said. We leave before dawn. She walked back into the compound. The furnaces were still burning. The workers were still moving. Lanyu was at the second station, adjusting a flame that had run too hot. Sister Anmei was writing names on fresh paper, recording the morning's results. The old grinder was gone, riding toward a district that no longer existed on any map to deliver medicine that the assembly had never allowed. She stopped in the middle of the yard. The counteragent pulsed warm beneath her breastbone, and for the first time since she had woken in Kuo Kuliang's body, she did not feel like she was running toward a death that had already been written. She felt like she was walking toward something she had chosen. The night bell rang. The second runner arrived. This one did not bring good news. He fell through the compound gate with a wound in his shoulder and a message that made Duan Wensi's blood go cold. Soar at Yingno's caravan, he gasped. They did not take the valley road. They took the ridgeline, just like you said. His face was gray with blood loss. But someone was already on the ridgeline, waiting for them. Duan Wensi caught him as he collapsed. How many survived? The runner's eyes were already going unfocused. None. The word hit her like a physical blow. None, he repeated. Every single one. He grabbed her arm with his last strength. They knew. They knew she was coming. Chapter 69. The runner's words hum in the air like smoke that would not clear. None. Duan Wensi's hand was still gripping the wounded man's arm. His pulse was fading, a thin thing beneath her fingers. She could feel the exact moment his grip slackened, the moment the runner's eyes went still. She let him down gently. The compound yard had gone silent. Every face turned toward her, waiting for words that would not matter. Ruo Beixuan reached her first. Turing Nuo was not a fool, he said, low enough that only she could hear. If she took the ridgeline, she had a reason. I gave her the route. You gave her a suggestion. She chose to trust it. The distinction did not soften the blow. Duan Wensi's throat felt tight, the same cold that had spread through her chest when the second pulse hit. But this was not counteragent binding. This was the weight of having sent people into a kill zone with a guess. Get the runner inside, she said. Anmei will want to examine his wound pattern. And then? We pack. We leave before dawn, same plan. Ruo Beixuan studied her face for a moment, then nodded and lifted the runner's body. She stood alone in the yard, the furnaces still burned. He, Lanyu, was at the second station, pretending not to have heard. The compound's rhythm had not stopped because production could not stop. Every pill refined meant another dose delivered, another life extended, another thread pulled loose from Jiao Sanqi's weave. But the cost of each thread was tracking back to her. The departure happened without ceremony. Duan Wensi carried a single satchel, 3 days of travel rations, and the register entry torn from its binding. The question mark in the margin seemed darker in the pre-dawn gray, scratched deep, as if the scribe had pressed harder than necessary to leave the mark. Ruo Baixuan led 2 horses through the north gate. He had not asked to come again. He had simply packed. They rode in silence through the first watch. The road to the unknown facility passed through abandoned terraces, fields where herb crops had been left to rot, irrigation channels choked with silt. The assembly's poison did not only kill cultivators, it killed the land's ability to sustain those who survived. Duan Wensi's chest pulsed with steady warmth. The tracking beacon. She could feel it now. Not as a threat, but as an anchor, a point of connection that stretched across the terrain like a thread tied to her ribs. "He knows where we are," she said. Ruo Baixuan did not slow his horse. "He has always known. The legal victory only made him honest about it." "Then why are we still riding toward his facility?" "Because it is the only place he did not already burn." She turned the question over. The register entry had survived the Copper Veil fire. The other 229 entries matched a system Zhao Sanqi had spent years operating. But the unknown entry, the one written in a different hand, the one with the question mark, it was a crack in his architecture, a place where someone had left a message meant to be found. The first sign of pursuit came at mid-morning, a dust plume on the eastern ridgeline, far enough away that a normal traveler would not notice. But Duan Wensi had learned to read terrain through Tsering Nuo's map, and Ruo Baixuan had learned to read pursuit through years of watching. "Riders," he said. 4, maybe 5, matching pace. Zhao Sanqi's hunters? Or the assembly enforcing a containment order? It does not matter which. They pushed the horses harder. The terrain shifted from abandoned terraces to scrubland, then to the broken edge of a dry riverbed where the road gave way to stone. The facility was somewhere ahead, marked on no map but the register's margin, hidden in the same geography that held the sealed districts, the forgotten valleys, the places the assembly had closed and then pretended never existed. Duan Wensi's counteragent pulsed again, closer now. "The tracking beacon is getting warmer," she said. "He is narrowing the range." The dust plume behind them had grown. They reached the riverbed's end as the sun climbed past noon. A structure sat against the cliff face at the bend, low-roofed, constructed of the same gray stone as the assembly hall, but older, weathered, with windows that had been sealed with mortar and panels that had not opened in decades. The unknown facility. Duan Wensi dismounted before the horse had fully stopped. The front entrance was a single iron door, rusted at the hinges, with no visible lock or handle. A seal was pressed into the metal at eye level, the same bird in-flight pattern that marked every entry in the poison register. But the seal was cracked. A thin line ran from the bird's wing across the iron, as if someone had struck the door from the inside and the seal had shattered. Ruo Baixuan stood beside her. "This is not a storage depot. No, this is a prison." She pressed her hand against the iron. The seal was warm, not from sunlight, from recent use. "Someone opened this door," she said, "within the last day. Zhao Sanqi, or whoever left the question mark." She pushed. The door swung inward, grinding against rusted hinges, revealing a darkness that smelled of dry stone, sealed air, and something else. Something metallic, something that made her throat mark pulse cold. Ruo Baixuan drew his blade. They stepped inside. The door swung shut behind them. And in the darkness, a voice spoke. "I was wondering when you would arrive, Kuo Kuliang. Or should I say, Duan Wensi." The counteragent in her chest went ice cold. She knew that voice. Zhao Sanqi had been waiting. Chapter 70. The iron door groaned shut behind them, cutting the gray light to a thread. Then, nothing. Duan Wensi stood blind in the dark, one hand still pressed to the cold metal, the counteragent in her chest a solid knot of warmth that pulsed in time with something deeper in the stone. She heard Ruo Baixuan's blade leave its sheath, then the voice again, closer now, moving through the dark with the dry rustle of robes against stone. "You rode through the night. You did not bring a third rider. You did not send word ahead. A pause. The sound of breath, unhurried. That is discipline, or desperation. I have not decided which. Duan Wensi's hand dropped from the iron. She turned toward the voice. The darkness pressed against her eyes, absolute, but the tracking beacon in her chest gave her a direction, a line of heat that pulled toward the sound. You knew we would come. I knew you would try. A spark caught in the dark, not flame. A pale amber light, thin as a blade, that grew from a small stone on the floor between them. It revealed the narrow corridor, walls of the same gray stone as the outer structure, with a single door at the far end, iron, rusted, bearing the same cracked bird-in-flight seal. Jiao Sanqi stood at the corridor's midpoint, hands clasped behind his back. His iron-gray hair was bound tight, his pale amber eyes fixed on her with the stillness of a man who had stopped being surprised by anything. You did not bring the register. It is not here. I know, I would have sensed it. He tilted his head. You left it with Jue Poyan. Good. She will keep it safe longer than you could. Ruo Baixuan stepped forward, blade low, body angled between Jiao Sanqi and Duan Wensi. You burned your own network. You killed your own people. And now you wait in a prison, alone, for the one person who can prove what you did. Yao Sanqi's gaze flickered to him, then back to Duan Wensi. The boy who carries her, the one who chose loyalty after watching her too long. His tone was almost thoughtful. You would die in this corridor without hesitation, but she would not let you. Duan Wensi's throat mark went cold. What do you want, Jiao Sanqi? He did not answer immediately. He turned and walked toward the far door, his steps deliberate, each one landing exactly where the previous had. There is a room beyond this door. I want you to see it before you decide what to do next. Decide what? He paused with his hand on the iron latch. Whether to trust the one who left the question mark in your margin. The door swung open. Beyond it, a chamber larger than the corridor, lit by the same thin amber light, with walls lined not with empty shelves, but with tablets. Hundreds of them. Stacked in racks, arranged by date, by district, by signature. The full archive of the poison network. Not the register, but the records behind it. The orders, the receipts, the names of everyone who had ever handled a shipment. Duan Wensi stepped past him before she could stop herself. The tablets covered 4 walls, floor to ceiling. The earliest bore a date 43 years ago, 2 years before Lanyu Jing's death. The most recent was stamped 5 days ago, with a destination mark that matched the torn register entry in her pocket. She turned. Jiao Sanqi stood in the doorway, arms at his sides. You think I burned my network, he said. I preserved it. Every name, every shipment, every district that received suppressed formula. Because the poison was never the goal, the silence was. He met her eyes, and the silence is breaking. Ruo Baixuan stepped into the chamber behind her, scanning the racks, his blade still drawn. You expect us to believe you saved evidence against yourself? I expect you to understand that when the seal fractures, the Basin will need to know exactly who held the knife and who held the cloth. I am not asking for trust, Duan Wensi. He said her true name again, deliberate, letting it sit in the air between them. I am asking you to look at the wall behind the tablets. She turned. The rear wall was bare stone, darker than the rest, polished to a sheen that caught the amber light. On it, carved in the same hand as the question mark margin, was a name. Lanyu Jing. Below it, a single line of text. I was the first to see the crack. You are the second. The counteragent in Duan Wensi's chest went cold, then hot, then both at once, as if the stone itself were reading her pulse. She heard a sound behind her, a soft click, and spun. The iron door to the corridor was closed. Jiao Sanqi had not moved. The tracking array in the assembly hall was not the only one, he said. There are 7, one beneath each major district, one beneath this facility, and one beneath the road you traveled to reach me. He paused. They are all waking now. Chapter 71. The shrine had no roof. 3 walls of cracked stone stood against the wind. The 4th collapsed into a pile of rubble that had grown moss in layered green sheets. A stone altar at the center bore the remains of a small figure, arms broken off, face worn smooth by weather, a guardian whose name no one remembered. Duan Wensi sat with her back against the altar's base, knees drawn up, watching the opening where the fourth wall had been. The ridgeline beyond was empty. No riders, no torches, just the gray pre-dawn light spreading like water across stone. Qi Wanjie stood at the collapsed wall, his broad shoulders blocking what remained of the wind. He had not asked a question since they reached the shrine. He had built a small fire in the sheltered corner, checked the perimeter twice, and waited. That waiting was the question. Duan Wensi pressed her palms flat against the stone floor. The cold traveled up through her arms, settled behind her breastbone where the counteragent still pulsed, warm and heavy, a second heart that beat to a rhythm she had not chosen. "I knew a death was coming," she said. Qi Wanjie did not turn. "Not my death, someone else's. A boy who should have died in a room I recognized the moment I opened my eyes in it." She paused. The words felt wrong in her mouth, too simple for the weight they carried, too precise for a truth that had no clean edges. "I changed it. Not the death, the path to it. And now I do not trust anything I thought I knew about how events are supposed to move." Qi Wanjie turned. His face was unreadable in the gray light, but his posture had shifted, shoulders no longer braced against the wind but angled toward her, listening. "You speak like someone who read a story and walked into it." Duan Wensi's throat mark went cold. "That is not possible," she said. "No." He stepped closer, boots crunching on broken stone. "Neither is tasting a sealed pill through wax and identifying the stabilizer by residue pattern. Neither is a 14-year-old boy surviving an assembly hearing that killed a grand elder on the floor. Neither is the heaven reader knowing your true name before you spoke it in this province." He stopped at the altar's edge, looking down at her. "I have spent 6 months watching things that should not happen. Routes that closed with no reason. Records that vanished between one inspection and the next. Allies who spoke of events they had no way to predict." His jaw tightened. "When you told me someone was using my faction as noise, I believed you before I understood why. Because I had seen the pattern too long to pretend it was accident." Duan Wensi held his gaze. "I do not know how much of what I remember is true," she said. "The records I trusted were incomplete. The story I thought I understood was missing districts, missing deaths, missing names. The boy I replaced was written as a villain, but someone needed him to look like one, so no one would ask what he found." She drew a breath. "I know that the assembly suppressed formulas for 43 years. I know that Jiao Sanqi preserved the evidence instead of destroying it. I know there are 7 tracking arrays beneath the basin, and they are waking now." Qi Wanjie's face did not change, but something in his eyes sharpened, a focus that had not been there before. 7. 1 beneath the assembly hall, 1 beneath each major district, 1 beneath the prison where Jiao Sanqi waited for me, 1 beneath the road I traveled to reach him. He was silent for a long moment. Then he crouched, bringing himself level with her, his voice low. "A clerk approached one of my allies 3 months ago. Asked how to predict where my faction would move, what operations we were planning, how to place a decoy where the protagonist would draw attention." The word hit Duan Wensi like cold water. Protagonist. "They did not say it like that," Qi Wanjie continued. "They asked how to use momentum, how to place a signal where it would attract the most interference, how to make the center of attention a cover for something happening at the edges." He held her gaze. "I thought it was a faction game, a rival sect trying to map our movements. But the questions were too precise. They assumed I operated on a predictable cycle, that my decisions followed a pattern someone outside could read." Duan Wensi's chest went cold and hot at once. "Did you learn who sent the clerk?" "No. The ally never saw them again, but they described the clerk's face to a scribe, and the scribe recognized the description." Qi Wanjie paused. "It matched a file clerk in the assembly archive who died 7 years ago of breakthrough failure." The wind moved through the ruined walls, carrying the smell of damp stone and distant smoke. Someone is using a dead man's face to ask how to weaponize a protagonist's path, Duan Wensi said. Yes. She looked past him, through the broken wall and at the ridgeline where the first light was beginning to catch the edges of the stone. The counteragent in her chest pulsed once, hard, as if responding to something beneath the ground. Chao San Chi said the arrays are waking. If someone has been studying Qi Wanji's trajectory long enough to predict it, long enough to use it as cover, they knew the shape of events before I arrived. They knew what a protagonist's momentum looked like. They built a system around it. Chao San Chi? No. She shook her head. Chao San Chi preserved the archive. He wanted someone to find it. But the person who designed the poison network, who set the districts on a map and dosed them unequally, who filed a death certificate for Kuo Kuliang 6 months before he was supposed to die, that person is still in the dark. The fire crackled in the corner. A log shifted, sending sparks up through the broken roof. Qi Wanjie stood. Then we need to find out who taught the clerk to speak of momentum and decoys before the 7 arrays wake completely and the Basin learns what a crack in fate feels like. Duan Wensi rose, brushing stone dust from her robes. I left the register with Jue Poyan. The archive is still in the prison, and Jiao San Chi is somewhere in the dark, waiting for me to decide whether to trust the question mark he left in the margin. She met Qi Wanjie's eyes. But if the poison architect is not Jiao San Chi, and the architect knows how to read a protagonist's path, then the architect knows I am here. With you. And ruin with no roof, in the first light of a day the old story never reached. The ground trembled beneath them. Faint, deep, a pulse that came from below, not above. Qi Wanjie's hand moved to his blade. The arrays, he said. Duan Wensi felt the counteragent in her chest pulse in answer, a rhythm that matched something beneath the stone, beneath the shrine, beneath the entire basin. That was the first one waking fully, she said. A second tremor followed, stronger, from a different direction, as if the ground itself were learning to breathe. Chapter 72. The second tremor did not stop. It rolled through the stone beneath the ruined shrine, a low vibration that climbed the walls and shook loose dust from the gaps between mortared blocks. Duan Wensi felt it in her chest first, the counteragent pulsing in time with something far below, something the Basin had been hiding for longer than the assembly had stood. Qi Wanjie had his blade half drawn, his body turned toward the broken wall where the ridgeline caught the first light. That was not the same direction as the first. No, the first had come from beneath the assembly hall. She knew that now, the way she knew the rhythm of her own heartbeat. The second had risen from somewhere east, past the market districts, past the terraced urge slopes, toward the sealed valleys the maps no longer named. How many more? Qi Wanjie asked. 5. The word hung between them. 5 more pulses waiting beneath the basin's stone. 5 more arrays waking in sequence, and no one in the assembly hall had known they existed until an hour ago. Qi Wanjie sheathed his blade but did not take his hand from the hilt. The clerk who approached my ally, he said, 3 months ago. They asked about momentum, about how to place a decoy where the protagonist would draw attention. You said that already. I did not tell you what my ally answered. Duan Wensi turned to face him fully. The firelight caught the side of his face, sharpening the line of his jaw, the set of his mouth. He told them about the shrine raid. She waited. 18 of us hit a supply depot in the eastern ridge. Assembly-sanctioned materials, rerouted through unofficial channels. We took 70 sealed jars, 3 transport ledgers, and a list of delivery schedules covering 6 districts. It was the largest single operation my faction had run in 2 years. And the clerk listened, asked specific questions. How many fighters, which gate we used, how long we held the depot before withdrawing. Qi Wanjie's voice was flat, deliberate. My ally thought they were mapping our capacity, testing whether we could be predicted. They were not. No. He crouched again, picking up a fragment of broken roof tile, turning it over in his fingers. 3 weeks after that conversation, the assembly announced a full audit of the eastern supply corridor. Every depot, every route, every seal record. They said it was standard procedure after the Copper Veil fire. Duan Wensi's breath caught. Copper Veil was 3 weeks after the clerk's questions. Yes, the connection locked into place like a key turning in a rusted mechanism. Qi Wanji's faction had been studied, measured, and timed. The clerk had not been gathering intelligence on the faction's capacity. They had been calibrating a distraction. They used your raid as cover, Duan Wensi said. They knew the audit would follow. They knew the assembly would focus on the eastern corridor while something else happened elsewhere. I reviewed the audit findings after the hearing. They seized 17 transport ledgers from eastern depots. All of them listed standard circulation pill shipments. The assembly spent 6 weeks investigating supply routes that had already been cleaned. And the real shipments moved through the gap. Qi Wanji dropped the tile fragment. It struck the stone floor and split in two. The Eastern Hollow Convoy, he said. The one that arrived 3 days before the quota summons. I assumed it was routine restocking, but the manifest listed 3 times the standard volume, and the receiving station was a satellite depot that had not filed a requisition in 8 months. They used your legend as momentum, Duan Wensi said. They studied how you moved, how the assembly reacted to you, how long the investigation would take. Then they built a schedule around your pattern. And I walked into it. His voice was quiet, not ashamed, but measured, as if he were testing the weight of the admission. I thought we were winning. Hitting depots, disrupting supply lines, keeping the assembly off balance. I thought we were the threat. You were the noise. The word landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. Qi Wanji was silent for a long moment. The fire crackled. The wind moved through the broken walls, carrying the smell of damp earth and distant ash. How many operations did your faction run in the past year? Duan Wensi asked. 12, maybe 13. How many produced actionable intelligence? Supply changes, formula shifts, route closures that meant something. He did not answer immediately. His hand found the hilt of his blade again, not drawing, just resting against the wrapped leather. 3, he said finally. Maybe 4. The rest were diversions. The assembly knew about them before we moved. We were walking into empty rooms and calling it victory. And every time you walked into an empty room, something real was happening somewhere else. He looked at her. In the firelight, his face was unreadable, but his eyes held something she had not seen there before. Not suspicion, not calculation, a recognition that cut deeper than either of them had expected. The shrine raid, he said, the audit, the Eastern Hollow Convoy, the assembly quota summons, the Copper Veil fire. He paused. The hearing. The hearing was the trap that failed, Duan Wensi said. They expected you to stay in the noise pattern, to keep hitting depots and drawing attention while they finished the poison distribution and sealed the records. But you stopped. You came to the hearing instead. Because you found the register. Because you named the committee members in open session. Because you turned the hearing into a stage instead of a cover. The ground trembled again. A third pulse, fainter than the first two, from a direction Duan Wensi could not place. The counteragent in her chest answered, a thrum that vibrated through her ribs and into her teeth. 3, Qi Wanji said. 3. We are running out of time. Duan Wensi looked at the broken wall, at the ridgeline where the sun was beginning to crest the stone. The light was thin and cold, the kind of light that came before the heat, before the day fully committed to being day. The poison architect designed the system around protagonist momentum, she said. They knew Qi Wanji would draw attention. They knew how the assembly would react. They built a decade of operations around the assumption that you would keep being the hero of the story. And now? Now the story has changed. You are standing in a ruined shrine with a dead boy who should have died in Chapter 47, comparing notes on how your entire faction was used as camouflage. She turned to face him fully. The architect knows I am here. They knew before I arrived. They filed Kuo Kuliang's death certificate 6 months early, not because they knew I would wake in his body, but because they knew someone would. Qi Wanji's hand tightened on the hilt. You think they were waiting for you? I think they designed the system to filter for anomalies. Zhao Sanqi preserved the archive because he wanted someone to find it. But the person who built the poison network, who set the districts on a map and dosed them unequally, who taught a dead clerk to speak of protagonist momentum, That person has been waiting for an impossible reader to walk into their net. The fire popped. A spark landed on the stone floor and died. And now the arrays are waking, Xianxia said. And now the arrays are waking. He stood, brushing dust from his robes. The movement was deliberate, unhurried, as if he had already made a decision that did not require further consideration. Then we find the architect before the arrays finish waking. That is the plan? That is the only plan that does not end with the basin eating itself. He walked toward the broken wall, toward the ridgeline and the growing light. Duan Wensi followed, her hand pressed against her chest where the counteragent pulsed, a third heartbeat that matched the rhythm of something vast and varied. The light outside was thin and gray, the sky the color of old bone. The ridgeline cut across the horizon like a scar, and somewhere beyond it, beyond the sealed valleys and the forgotten districts, the remaining arrays were waking one by one. Xianxia stopped at the edge of the shrine's collapsed threshold. He did not turn. "The clerk who approached my ally," he said. "They did not just ask about momentum, they asked about luck. They asked whether my faction always seemed to arrive at the right moment, whether things fell into place around us, whether we felt watched." The words settled into Duan Wensi's chest like cold water. "What did your ally say?" He said yes. The silence stretched. The wind carried the sound of something distant, a crack, a shift, the groan of stone moving against stone. Then the shrine ward cracked. Duan Wensi felt it before she heard it, a rupture in the defensive seal that had kept the shrine invisible to passing cultivators. The air changed, thickened, lost its protective stillness. Xianxia's blade was out before the sound finished reaching them, and somewhere beyond the broken wall, beyond the ridgeline, footsteps were already moving toward the gap. Chapter 73. The footsteps were close now. Moving through the gap the cracked ward had opened. Duan Wensi's hand pressed against her chest where the counteragent pulsed, a third heartbeat counting down to something she could not name. Xianxia stood at the broken threshold, blade angled low, body braced for the first shape to emerge through the light. The wind carried dust and the smell of dry stone. The footsteps did not slow. Then a voice cut through the gray air. "Stand down. It is me." Ruo Basin stepped through the gap, blade sheathed, robes travel-stained and torn at the left sleeve. Behind him, 4 figures in Jue Poyan's compound colors fanned out across the ridgeline, bows drawn, but aimed low, covering the approach. Duan Wensi's breath caught. She had not sent word. She had not told anyone where she was going. One's eyes found her immediately, scanned her for wounds, then moved to Xianxia and held there a moment too long. "You are supposed to be at the Eastern Supply Depot," Xianxia said. "The depot was a decoy. Yours and theirs." Basin stepped past him, closing the distance to Duan Wensi. "Jue sent me. She said you would not send word, but the tracking array told her where you stopped moving." Duan Wensi said nothing. The counteragent in her chest pulsed warm, a reminder she was never truly invisible. "The shrine ward was intact when we started climbing," Basin continued. "It cracked 3 minutes ago. That is not coincidence. Someone is collapsing defensive seals ahead of a sweep." He reached into his inner robe and pulled out a sealed packet, square and flat, bound in gray cloth with no visible seal or marking. This was recovered from the relay station Xianxia abandoned when he fled the hearing. The station was empty, papers scattered, fire still burning in 2 braziers. This packet was wedged beneath a loose floor stone, deliberately hidden, not left behind. Duan Wensi took it. The cloth was warm, as if it had been held close during the ride. "Why did you bring it to me?" Baishuan's jaw tightened. He looked at Xianxia, then back at her, and something in his expression shifted, a door opening that had been locked since the first day they met. "Because I chose." The words hung in the air, simple and irreversible. "I know you are not Kuo Kuliang. I know you arrived in his body with knowledge no one in the Basin should possess. I know you speak of chapters and scripts and protagonists as if the world were a story someone else wrote, and I know you have been running toward a death that was written before you woke." He stopped. His hand moved to his blade hilt, not drawing, just touching it, grounding himself. I have spent months watching you, measuring you, waiting for the mask to slip. But the mask never slipped because it was never a mask. You are exactly as strange and dangerous as you appeared, and you have never once used that strangeness to harm anyone who trusted you. Qi Wanji had not moved. His blade was still low, but his attention had shifted entirely to Beichuan. You are declaring yourself, Qi Wanji said. It was not an accusation, it was a recognition. I am. Beichuan's voice was steady. To her, in front of you, so there is no ambiguity later. Duan Wensi's throat tightened. The packet in her hands suddenly felt heavier than paper and cloth. Your faction, she started, will not understand, Beichuan finished. But they do not need to understand. They need to survive. And you are the only one who has shown me a path that does not end with the Basin eating its own children to preserve a lie. He held her gaze. I am no longer watching you, Duan Wensi. I am standing beside you. Qi Wanji sheathed his blade. The sound was deliberate, a statement of trust extended to both of them. Then we are three, he said, and we need to move before the next array wakes. Duan Wensi looked down at the packet. The gray cloth was plain, unmarked, but the way it had been folded suggested care, precision, a message left by someone who expected a specific hand to find it. She pulled the cloth open. Inside was a single sheet of paper, dense with characters written in a hand she recognized from the prison wall. Lanyu Jing's hand. The ink was old, the paper yellowed, but the characters were still sharp, as if they had been waiting for decades to be read. And beneath the paper, pressed into the cloth lining, a small piece of dream residue tablet, pale bone etched with fracture lines that pulsed faintly in the morning light. The counteragent in her chest went cold. What is it? Beichuan asked. Duan Wensi looked up at him, then at Qi Wanji, then at the ridgeline where the sun was climbing higher, burning away the gray. It is Lanyu Jing's account of what she found before the assembly silenced her, and a map of the crack she was trying to seal. The dream residue tablet pulsed again, a rhythm that matched the counteragent in her chest exactly. Beichuan's hand moved to his blade. Qi Wanji's eyes narrowed. Where does the map lead? Qi Wanji asked. Duan Wensi traced the fracture lines with her thumb, reading the pattern the way she had once read formulas through wax, by feel, by instinct, by something older than conscious thought. To the site of the first tracking array, the one beneath the assembly hall. Lanyu Jing did not build it. She found it already there, buried in the foundation stone, and she has been waiting for someone who could read what it was built to contain. The wind shifted. The shrine's broken ward groaned, and from somewhere deep beneath their feet, so faint it might have been imagination, a fourth pulse began to build. Chapter 74. The paper was thinner than she expected. 60 years of waiting had turned it the color of bone, but the characters still held their edge, pressed deep by a hand that meant every stroke to survive. Duan Wensi read standing, the broken shrine wall at her back, Beichuan and Qi Wanji flanking her in silence. They told me I was the finest alchemist of my generation. They did not tell me what the foundation was built on. She turned to the page. The dream residue tablet pressed against her ribs through the cloth, pulsing in the same rhythm as the counteragent in her chest. I found the array in the 3rd month of reconstruction, 31 feet beneath the hall, buried in stone that predated the assembly by 400 years. The builders did not know what they were building on. I did not tell them. Lanyu Jing's handwriting shifted after that paragraph, the strokes growing tighter, smaller, as if she had been running out of space and time. The array is not a sensor. It is a cage for something that was never meant to wake. The seal was old when the first assembly elder laid the foundation stone. I spent 12 years studying it. I learned that it has a voice. I learned that it has been calling for longer than the basin has been sealed. Duan Wensi's thumb traced the edge of the page. The paper was warm where she touched it, as if Lanyu Jing's hand had only just left the ink. I am the first to hear it clearly. You will be the second. By the time you read this, the membrane will already be thinning. Do not trust the heaven reader. He serves the cage, not the people locked inside it. But do not destroy him either. He is the only one who knows how to close the door if the crack widens. The next sentence was struck through so hard the paper had torn. Duan Wensi held it to the light, trying to read what had been erased, but the ink had been gouged out, a violence done in the moment of writing. Below the tear, a single line remained. When the fourth pulse comes, you must choose. The array will open, or it will seal forever. There is no third door. Bishwan shifted beside her. What does it say? Duan Wensi folded the paper without answering and reached for the dream residue tablet. The moment her fingers touched it, the counteragent in her chest went cold enough to make her breath catch. The tablet was small, no larger than her palm, pale bone etched with fracture lines that caught the morning light like veins of frozen water. She had seen dream residue tablets before, in Jiao Sanqi's office, in the archive, always static, always recording pressure already passed. This one was different. It was still active. The fracture lines moved under her thumb, shifting like cracks spreading across drying mud, and she felt the answer before she understood it. The tablet was not a record of the past. It was a map of the future, a network of pressure points where the seal would fail and the basin would tear open. She traced the largest fracture with her fingertip. It ran from the Assembly Hall Foundation, beneath the market districts, through the sealed valleys, and ended at a point she did not recognize. A site beyond the scope of the original novel, beyond the map she had memorized in another life. What is that? Qi Wanjie asked. Duan Wensi did not look up. A death line. 60 years of pressure waiting to break through the seal. To where? She followed the fracture's path with her eyes, reading the smaller tributaries branching off it like veins. One led toward the eastern ridge where Jiao Sanqi's prison facility stood. Another curved north, toward a district she knew only from the suppressed archive records. A third ran straight through the Copper Vale ravine where Kuo Kuliang's body had been found in the original serial. And then she saw it. A single mark at the fracture's terminus, etched so lightly it might have been a flaw in the bone. A character she recognized from the novel's most obscure footnote. A description of a site that should not exist for another 3 books. A convergence point where seal pressure, formula access, and faction war would collide in a timeline that was no longer following the original script. The counteragent in her chest pulsed hard enough to make her stagger. Beixuan caught her elbow. What is it? She looked up at him, then at Qi Wanjie, and felt the weight of what she had just understood settle into her bones like lead. Jiao Sanqi was not hiding evidence. He was preserving a warning. The poison network, the suppressed formulas, the tracking arrays, everything he built was meant to control the basin's population, because he knew the seal was failing, and believed the only way to prevent a collapse was to keep everyone weak enough not to trigger it. She held up the tablet. But this map marks something else. A site where the seal will break first, where everything the assembly suppressed will surface at once. And the date annotation is in Lin Weijing's hand. She calculated when it would happen. Qi Wanjie's voice was flat. When? Duan Wensi looked at the character etched at the fracture's terminus. The date was not a year, not a season. It was a distance, measured in pulses. 4 arrays had already woken. The 5th was building beneath their feet. When the last array opens, she wrote it so that no one could act until it was already too late. The wind shifted. The shrine's broken ward groaned again, and from somewhere beyond the ridgeline, a 5th pulse began to build, deeper than the others, carrying a vibration that made the loose stones around them shudder. Duan Wensi grabbed Beixuan's wrist. We are running out of time. The map leads to the Assembly Hall Foundation. If the 5th array wakes before we get there, the seal will open, and everything Lin Yujing tried to prevent will happen at once. Qi Wanjie was already moving toward the gap in the shrine ward. Then we do not stop moving? Duan Wensi followed, the dream residue tablet pressed against her chest, the counteragent pulsing in time with the approaching tremor, and behind them, the shrine's remaining wall collapsed into dust as the 5th array woke beneath the basin. Chapter 75. They reached the Assembly Hall Foundation through a service entrance Jue Poyan had unsealed 30 years ago and never told anyone she kept. The door was iron, low-ceiled, set into the retaining wall behind the east drainage channel where the stone wept moisture year-round. Qi Wanjie had to duck through the frame. Beixuan's blade scraped the lintel as he followed, and the sound rang through the corridor like a bell struck underwater. Duan Wensi's counteragent pulsed twice in quick succession, responding to something ahead that her eyes had not yet reached. The corridor bent twice, then opened into a chamber that should not have existed beneath the government hall. The ceiling was too high, the walls too thick, and the air carried a mineral weight that pressed against her ears like depth pressure. Fitted stone blocks lined every surface, dressed and sealed with a precision that made the assembly's work above look like field repairs. Jue Poyan stood at the chamber center, a single oil lamp burning at her feet, casting her shadow long and thin across the floor. She did not turn when they entered. Her voice carried without volume. "I expected you before the fifth pulse, not after." Duan Wensi stepped forward. "The fifth pulse woke before we reached the ridge. There was no path that would have brought me here sooner." Jue Poyan turned. Her face was lined deeper than Duan Wensi remembered, the fatigue of 30 years showing in the set of her jaw and the stillness of her hands. "The fifth pulse woke because the fourth opened something beneath the sealed valleys. Whatever Lanyu Jing's map measured, it is accelerating." She held up a folded document, sealed with the assembly's emergency marker, the red wax still warm. "This arrived at the compound an hour ago. A formal acknowledgement from the presiding administrator, signed under protest, that Kuo Kuliang was targeted over evidence tied to suppressed formulas. Not punished for the crimes of rumor, the record has been corrected." Duan Wensi took the document. The language was careful, narrow, engineered to protect the assembly's structure while conceding the minimum truth required to close the hearing's public damage. Her name, Kuo Kuliang's name, sat in the first paragraph as vindicated actor, not dead witness. The handwriting was tight, professional, the ink fresh. She read it twice before the weight of it settled. "She wrote the sentence you refused to give the original Kuliang." Jue Poyan's voice was quiet. "I wrote it because I am still alive to write it. He was not." The chamber fell silent. Baishwen shifted his weight. Qiwanjie's breath slowed, deliberately, the way a man controls himself when anger wants to surface. Duan Wensi folded the document and pressed it against her chest, next to the place where the counteragent pulsed beneath her skin. "Official vindication is containment." Jue Poyan nodded once. "The wording clears your name and closes the investigation. The assembly admits a 14-year-old apprentice was targeted for uncovering evidence they wanted buried. They admit nothing about who ordered it, who carried it out, or how long the suppression system has been running. The record is corrected but sealed. Your name is clean and meaningless in the same stroke." Qiwanjie's voice came from the doorway. "Then what do we do with it?" Duan Wensi looked at the document in her hands. The paper was good quality, heavy, watermarked with the assembly's scale and flame insignia. Official enough to be believed, narrow enough to protect the structure that had tried to kill her. She looked up at Jue Poyan. "Where is the sixth pulse building?" Jue Poyan's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a recognition that Duan Wensi had understood the game and was already moving past it. "Beneath the sealed valleys, the same cluster where Lanyu Jing's fracture line terminates. The assembly has already sent containment teams to the access points. They will not let anyone through." "I am not asking for permission." "I know." Jue Poyan reached into a sleeve and produced a second document, smaller, folded tight, sealed with black wax and a character Duan Wensi had never seen before. "The original floor plan of the valley's lower structure, drawn by Lanyu Jing's hand before she was contained. The assembly archive burned the copy, but she left the original with someone who understood what it meant before they died." She held it out. Duan Wensi took it. "Who kept it?" "A woman who filed nothing for 40 years and knew the cost of every formula she refused to patent." Duan Wensi opened the fold. The ink was faded, the lines drawn with a precision that matched Lanyu Jing's handwriting from the hidden packet, the same steady hand that had carved the message into the prison chamber wall. The map showed a structure beneath the sealed valleys that predated everything above it. A circular chamber at the lowest depth, access through 3 converging tunnels, and at the center, a symbol Duan Wensi recognized from the dream residue tablet. The same fracture point, the same terminus. "This is where the seal will break." Jue Poyan's voice was barely audible. "If it does, the basin opens. Everything the assembly suppressed, every truth buried in the archive, Every formula they locked away will surface. The outer cultivation world will see the Vermilion Basin for what it has always been. Then we go there before the sixth pulse finishes waking. The assembly will try to stop you. The crisis committee will try to stop you. And if the seal breaks while you are inside the chamber, you will be standing at the center of a collapse that has been building for 400 years. Duan Wensi folded the map and pressed it against the first document. Then I will stand at the center of it and decide what happens next. She turned toward the corridor. Bei Xuan fell into step beside her without a word. Qi Wanjie followed a half-beat later, his blade free of its sheath, the steel catching the lamplight. Behind them, Jue Poyan did not move. Duan Wensi. She stopped, did not turn. If the assembly sends someone to kill you before you reach the valley, do not let them slow you down. Duan Wensi looked back over her shoulder. Jue Poyan's face was unreadable, but her hands were shaking, the fingers of her left hand pressing against the heel of her right the way a refiner braced for a furnace that was about to rupture. I did not save you to watch you die in a place I could have warned you about. Duan Wensi held her gaze for 3 heartbeats. Then trust that I will not die there. She stepped into the corridor, and the counteragent in her chest pulsed a 6th time, deeper than the others, the vibration traveling up through her ribs and into her teeth. And she felt the seal beneath the sealed valleys shift in answer. Chapter 76. The compound smelled different at dawn. Not the usual mix of furnace ash and herb steam and damp stone, but something quieter, warmer. The smoke from the chimneys rose straight instead of scattering, and when Duan Wensi walked through the courtyard, no one looked at her with the particular tightness that had marked every morning for the last 3 weeks. She stopped in the middle of the yard and let herself feel it. The day after, chapter 47. No poison in her lungs, no cold climbing her meridians, no messenger arriving with a seal that meant the script had closed. She stood there long enough for Sister Anmei to notice from the covered walkway and set down her mortar. The nun crossed the yard with the unhurried precision of someone who had learned to read bodies the way alchemists read flames. You are counting something, Anmei said. Not counting, testing whether it is real. And is it? Duan Wensi looked at her hands. Clean, steady. The ink-burn scar across the right thumb had not existed when she woke in this body, but it was forming now, thin and pale, the mark of a refiner who had survived more than one furnace crisis. I do not know yet. Anmei did not press. She returned to the walkway and her mortar, and the compound breathed around them like something that had been holding its lungs for days, and finally remembered how to let go. Bei Xuan found her near the east wall an hour later. He did not speak at first, just stood at the same height, facing the same direction, watching the ridgeline where torchlights had gathered yesterday and now showed nothing but morning mist. How does it feel? He asked. Like the floor stopped moving and my body has not caught up. That is fair. She glanced at him. He had not slept. The shadows under his eyes were deeper than yesterday, and his left hand kept brushing his belt where his blade usually rested, checking for something that was not there. You should rest. I will, when the assembly stops sending letters. Something cold settled in her chest that had nothing to do with the counteragent. What letters? He pulled the folded paper from his sleeve. The seal was already broken, the paper creased from being read multiple times. She took it and read the single line written in a hand she did not recognize. Workshop 7, Compound K-4, is hereby placed under extended review pending completion of crisis committee investigation. All formula production, ingredient storage, and personnel movements are subject to inspection without notice. Duration indefinite. The seal at the bottom was not the assembly's scale and flame insignia. It was the bird-in-flight mark of the Heaven Reader's office. When did this arrive? An hour before dawn. A courier left it at the gate and walked away before anyone could respond. She folded the paper and handed it back, her mind already moving through the implications. Extended review meant the compound was frozen. No new formulas, no ingredient shipments, no distribution routes. Everything they had fought for over the last 3 days was now contained in a single, bureaucratic stroke. Jue Poyan knows? She was reading it when I left. Duan Wensi crossed the courtyard before she finished the thought. The workshop door was closed, which it never was during daylight hours, and she knocked twice before pushing it open. Jue Poyan sat at the workbench with the letter spread in front of her, her hands flat on either side of the paper, as if she were measuring the distance between two irreconcilable facts. "I should have expected this," she said without looking up. The hearing failed. The emergency release succeeded. The Assembly cannot tolerate a precedent where individual alchemists override their authority and survive. They need to contain the breach before it spreads. Duan Wensi stepped closer, reading the letter again over Jue Poyan's shoulder. The wording was precise, surgical. It did not accuse Jue Poyan of wrongdoing. It did not cite a specific violation. It simply suspended her operation under the authority of an investigation that had no defined endpoint. "They are not trying to prove anything," she said. "They are trying to starve you out." Jue Poyan nodded slowly. "If I cannot produce, I cannot prove continued value. If I cannot prove value, the Assembly can dissolve my standing without a formal expulsion. Cleaner than killing me. Quieter than a trial." "There is a clause," Duan Wensi said. "Article 12, the section on extended reviews. If the review runs past 45 days without a finding, the subject can petition for automatic termination of the hold." Jue Poyan looked up, and for the first time that morning, something other than exhaustion crossed her face. Curiosity. "You read the Assembly Procedural Code?" "I read everything with words in this compound. There were scrolls in the archive annex. I memorized the relevant sections." "The archive annex keeps the full procedural code?" "The public version, 47 sections. Article 12 is buried in the middle, deliberately obscured by dense language about fee schedules and filing deadlines, but it is there." Jue Poyan sat back, her hands finally leaving the paper. "How many days did you give us?" 45 from the date of the review order. If we can produce documentation proving active formula development, ingredient procurement, and distribution contracts within that window, the review collapses. The Assembly cannot extend it without a formal vote of the full Crisis Committee. The full committee that just lost 2 members to flight and 1 to death. Exactly. Jue Poyan looked at the letter again. Something shifted in her posture, the set of her shoulders changing from weight to readiness. "Then we have 45 days to prove we are too valuable to contain." 44 now, Duan Wensi said. "The order is time-stamped at midnight. We lost the first hour while you were deciding whether to tell me." The corner of Jue Poyan's mouth moved, not quite a smile, but close. "When did you stop being a frightened apprentice who needed my protection?" Duan Wensi met her gaze. "The day I realized you needed mine." The silence that followed was not uncomfortable. It felt like the first honest exchange between them, stripped of hierarchy and pretense. 2 people who had recognized each other across the divide of 30 years and a decimal system no one else understood. "Lanyu Jing's floor plan," Jue Poyan said finally. "The sealed valleys. How long before you leave?" Duan Wensi thought about the counteragent in her chest, the 6th pulse that had answered her departure from the Assembly Hall, the shift beneath the valleys that had matched her heartbeat. "The 6th pulse is building. I can feel it in my teeth. If I wait until the review deadline, the seal will break before I reach the chamber. Then you leave before the Assembly formally blocks the access routes. The containment teams are already there. Jia Sun Chai's people, or whoever survived the committee purge. They will not let me through the front gate." Jue Poyan reached into her sleeve and produced a small leather pouch, worn soft at the edges, tied with a cord that had been reknotted so many times the fibers had fused. "There is a passage beneath the old well in the eastern courtyard. It was sealed 30 years ago, but the seal was never reinforced. The passage connects to the drainage system under the Assembly's northern patrol route. If you follow it to the 3rd junction and turn east, it will surface a 1/4 mile from the valley access point." Duan Wensi took the pouch. It was heavier than it looked, and when she loosened the cord, she found a key inside. Black iron, 3 tines, unmarked. The flame-shaped key from the copyist's packet. The same. The copyist did not know what it opened, but she knew it was important enough to sew into her lining and die for. Lanyu Jing's floor plan shows a lock at the terminus of the eastern tunnel. The key fits there. Duan Wensi closed the pouch and pressed it against her chest. "How did you know I would find it?" Jue Poyan's eyes were very old and very tired and very bright all at once. I did not know. I hoped. The workshop door opened behind them, and Qi Wanjie's voice came through the gap before his body did. The assembly just posted a containment order on the sealed valleys. Official notice. All unauthorized entry is punishable by immediate base sealing. Duan Wensi turned. He stood in the doorway, blade free, his expression the particular blankness of someone who had seen a door close and was already looking for a window. How immediate. The posted notice says enforcement begins at sunset. Duan Wensi looked at the key in her hand, then at the floor plan folded in her sleeve, then at Jue Poyan's face, which had not changed because Jue Poyan had known this was coming. Then I leave now. Qi Wanjie stepped aside without argument. Ruo Basin appeared behind him, his blade already in his hand, no questions on his face. Duan Wensi walked past them both, and the counteragent in her chest pulsed a seventh time, deeper than before, the vibration traveling down into her bones and up into the roof of her mouth, and somewhere beneath the sealed valleys, something answered. Chapter 77. The seventh pulse arrived before the sun cleared the compound wall. Duan Wensi felt it in the hollow of her chest, a deep thrum that traveled through her ribs and settled at the base of her skull like a second heartbeat, waiting for permission to take over. She stopped at the eastern courtyard's edge. Behind her, the workshop door stood open. Qi Wanjie and Ruo Basin had not followed, giving her space to measure the new rhythm against the old one. 6 pulses had come before. This one was different, not harder but more patient, as if the seal beneath the valleys had learned her body's cadence and was matching it deliberately. She pressed a hand to her breastbone. The counteragent answered. Warmth, then cold, then the same deep patience returning from somewhere below the visible world. Kuo Kuliang. Sister Anmei's voice came from the infirmary doorway. Reed cloth bag slung across her chest, gray threaded hair pulled tight, the corners of her eyes stretched into permanent alertness. She had not slept. Her robes showed fresh ash across the left sleeve where she had been burning used bandages. The containment order, Duan Wensi said, posted at every gate. They are photographing the seal with memory talismans before sunset so that anyone who tries to modify or destroy it leaves trace residue. Sunset gives us 8 hours. Sister Anmei's mouth tightened. It gives you 8 hours to reach the valley access point. The compound has 44 days to prove production value, and I am counting the minutes we spend standing here. Duan Wensi looked at the old well in the center of the courtyard. Stone lip worn smooth by generations of ropes. Bucket chain rusted at the 4th link. The passage beneath it had been sealed for 30 years, and Jue Poyan had never told anyone. She walked to the well and looked down. Dark water, still surface, no reflection. The key opens a lock at the terminus of the eastern tunnel, she said, more to herself than to Anmei. Lanyu Jing's floor plan shows 3 converging tunnels beneath the sealed valleys. The eastern one is the shortest approach to the circular chamber at the fracture point. Assuming the tunnels have not collapsed in 40 years. Assuming that. Sister Anmei stepped beside her and looked into the well. Her reflection wavered on the dark surface. Robes, patched elbows, a face that had seen too many deathbeds to flinch at an old sealed passage. Jue Poyan has reclassified the compound's work as medical emergency production under Section 9 of the Assembly's Health Code, she said. The review order still applies, but it cannot restrict compound operations while a documented epidemic stabilizer is in active distribution. She filed the reclassification notice at dawn, before the couriers left for the 5 clinics. How long before the Assembly challenges it? 3 days, if the Heaven Reader's office reviews it directly. Longer if the crisis committee's surviving members are still trying to coordinate a response to Elder Huo's death. 3 days. Duan Wensi calculated the arithmetic in her head. The valley access point was a quarter mile from the patrol route surface exit. The eastern tunnel terminated in a circular chamber at the lowest depth of Lanyu Jing's fracture line. The 7th pulse had already begun its slow build, and whatever answered it beneath the valleys had recognized her approach. Anmei. The districts receiving the released formula. What is happening to them? Sister Anmei's hands stilled. She had been reaching for the bucket chain, and her fingers stopped mid-motion, hovering over the rusted iron links. The assembly posted containment teams at all 5 clinic access points this morning. They are not blocking delivery. They are auditing every dose, recording patient names, tracking which formulas are being distributed and to whom. Auditing or cataloging? Cataloging. They are building a list of everyone who receives the corrected formula, everyone who improves, everyone who survives. Duan Wensi understood the shape of the trap immediately. The assembly was not trying to stop the cure. They were documenting it. Every patient who recovered became a living record of the poison network's existence. Every improved meridian reading was evidence that the suppressed formula worked. The containment teams were not there to enforce the order. They were there to collect the proof, patient by patient, name by name, so that when the Vindication papers were challenged, the assembly could produce a registry of survivors who had profited from illegal formula distribution. Jue Poyan knows, Sister Anmei said. She filed the reclassification anyway. She told me that some battles are won by forcing the enemy to reveal their own arithmetic, and that Duan Wensi taught her the way. The words settled in Duan Wensi's chest with the same weight as the 7th pulse. She had learned to trust others, but she had not yet learned to accept that her presence in this world was changing people, not just outcomes. Jue Poyan had filed the reclassification because Duan Wensi had shown her that survival and truth did not have to be separated. Sister Anmei had marked the district deaths on her own skin because Duan Wensi had given her a reason to break the Mercy Cloister's silence. The compound was not just a shelter anymore. It was a weapon aimed at the assembly's foundation, and the assembly knew it. The key, Sister Anmei said. You need to go before the enforcement teams arrive at the perimeter. The enforcement teams are already at the clinics. They will move inward once the audit is complete. Then you have until the audit finishes. Duan Wensi turned from the well. Qi Wanjie stood at the courtyard's edge, blade free, his expression the particular blankness of someone who had seen too many doors close and was done counting them. Rua Baixuan was behind him, one hand resting on the hilt of his knife, the other holding a lantern he had already lit. 3 people entering a sealed passage, Qi Wanjie said. If the assembly catches us, they will claim we were planning to breach the valley containment by force. Were we not? Duan Wensi asked. The corner of his mouth moved. There is a difference between intention and evidence. I intend for us to reach the chamber before the 7th pulse completes. The assembly's claim is that we acted with deliberate malice against the seal's integrity. And are we acting with deliberate malice? We are acting with curiosity. The assembly classified curiosity as a crime only when it uncovers things they cannot control. Ruo Baixuan stepped forward and held out the lantern. There is a rope ladder in the well, bolted to the inner wall 15 feet down. Jue Poyan's people installed it 30 years ago and sealed the passage entrance with a false floor that looks like solid rock. The ladder is iron, rusted but load-bearing. I checked it while you were speaking with the nun. You checked it. I checked it. Duan Wensi took the lantern. The flame reflected in her eyes, warm and steady, the same particular steadiness she had learned to recognize in people who had already made their choice and were no longer asking for permission. The passage surfaces a quarter mile from the valley access point. The assembly posted containment teams at every known entrance. They do not know about the drainage connection. Then let us make sure they do not discover it until we are already past. Duan Wensi lowered herself onto the well's stone lip. The bucket chain clanked against the inner wall, and the lantern light spilled across the dark water 10 feet below, where a false floor covered the passage that Jue Poyan had kept sealed for 30 years and opened for the first time at dawn. She looked up once. Sister Anmei stood at the well's edge, her face unreadable, the reed cloth bag pressed against her chest. 44 days, Anmei said. 43 now, then do not waste them. Duan Wensi stepped off the lip and descended into the dark. The lantern light followed her, and above her, the compound's walls caught the morning sun, and somewhere beneath the sealed valleys, the 7th pulse built toward the moment when the seal would open or close forever, and there was no third door. Chapter 78. The passage narrowed 30 feet in, the walls closing until Duan Wensi could touch both sides with her elbows. The lantern flame steadied in the still air, casting her shadow long and thin across the stone. Behind her, Qi Wanjie's footsteps measured the distance in counts she did not ask him to keep. Farther back, Ruo Beishuan's breathing remained even, unhurried, a rhythm she had learned to trust without checking. The ceiling dripped. Not water. Something thicker, mineral-scented, that beaded on the stone and caught the lantern light like eyes closing. Duan Wensi slowed. The passage curved left, then right, then opened into a wider chamber where the roof rose beyond the lantern's reach. The floor changed from fitted stone to raw bedrock veined with silver thread, the same formation she had seen beneath Copper Veil. She stopped at the threshold and raised the lantern. No door, no seal, no inscription, just the rock, waiting. "We are under the patrol route," she said. "The drainage connection should surface a quarter-mile from the valley access point." Qi Wanjie stopped beside her. "That is not what made you stop." It was not a question. Duan Wensi did not answer immediately. She lowered the lantern and stood in the chamber's center, feeling the silence press against her ears. The seventh pulse had not come again, but the space between pulses had grown longer, more patient, as if whatever waited beneath the valleys was learning to hold its breath. "I was 19 years old," she said, "when I first read the serial that contained this world." Qi Wanjie did not interrupt. "I read it in a single night. I had an examination the next morning. I failed it because I could not stop turning pages. I told myself it was escape, that the world I was reading was more interesting than the one I lived in, but I was also watching for something I could not name. A pattern, a way to understand why certain characters were written to die and others to live." She turned her palm open and studied the lines there, the faint meridian glow visible through the skin. "The original Kuo Kuliang died in chapter 47. I remembered exactly where and how. A minor villain poisoned at a supply depot after making himself too inconvenient to spare. The writing was efficient. It made you feel he deserved it. He was resentful, petty, quick to blame others for his failures. The text gave you permission not to grieve him." The lantern flame shifted. "But the text was wrong." She said it aloud for the first time, and the words settled in the chamber like a seal clicking shut. "The person who wrote that story did not know what I have found. They did not know about the suppressed formulas, or the tracking arrays, or the seal beneath the assembly hall. They did not know that Kuo Kuliang had been poisoned twice before the story even began, that someone had been trying to kill him before he could find what I found. The text called him a villain because that was the perspective it was written from, not because it was true." Qi Wanjie was very still. "But I believed it," Duan Wensi said. "For years I believed it. I thought I was redeeming him by being better than he was, that I was saving a broken character by writing over his flaws with my competence. I thought the story was incomplete because it was a story and I was making it real." She looked up. That was arrogance. He was not waiting for me to say him. He was a dead child who had been miswritten by a system that needed him to be disposable. The assembly did not poison him because he was a villain. They poisoned him because he was inconvenient. And the serial I loved was the same kind of system, deciding whose death mattered enough to be mourned and whose could be efficient. The silence stretched. Ruo Beishuan spoke from the darkness. "You are not the first person to discover that the story you were told was written by someone with an interest in its ending." Duan Wensi turned. He stood at the chamber's edge, lantern shadow pooling at his feet, his face unreadable in the half-light. "There is a formulation in the Assembly's training manuals," he said. "Every margin contains a margin. It means that what is left out of the record is always larger than what is preserved. The data you do not collect determines the conclusion as surely as the data you do." "When did you learn that?" "In the archive, before I was assigned to Jue Poyan's compound. I was trained to read what was missing from documents. It is why I noticed your decimal notes before anyone else." Duan Wensi studied him. "You never told me that. You never asked." The words carried no accusation, only the flat weight of a fact that had been waiting. She thought of Jue Poyan, filing nothing for 40 years. Sister An Mei marking deaths on her own skin because paper could be burned. Lin Yujing carving her name into a hidden wall with the words, "I was the first to see the crack," because she knew the record above ground would be erased. All of them had been living in the margin of the margin, and the text she had trusted was not incomplete by accident. It was incomplete by design, because the perspective it adopted was the same perspective that had needed Kuo Kuliang to die quietly in a supply depot, far from witnesses, so that no one would ask why a 14-year-old boy had been marked for elimination by a system that controlled every formula, every route, every threshold of advancement in the Basin. "You are saying the serial was propaganda?" she said. "I am saying that all stories serve a perspective. The question is whether you recognize the perspective before it shapes your judgment." Duan Wensi turned back to the dark passage beyond the chamber. Ahead, the seventh pulse waited. Behind, the assembly's containment teams were cataloging survivors, building a registry of the cured that could be used as evidence. And somewhere above, Jiao Sanqi was still moving through the margin of the margin, preserving warnings he had never expected anyone to read. She took a step forward. Then the air changed. It was subtle, a shift in pressure, a thinning of something she could not name. The lantern flame did not move, but the shadows in the chamber stretched in a direction that did not match the light. A piece of paper lay at the chamber's center. It had not been there a moment ago. Duan Wensi walked toward it slowly. The paper was plain, unmarked, folded once, with no seal, no messenger's signature, nothing to indicate how it had arrived in a sealed chamber beneath the assembly's patrol route. She picked it up. The characters were written in a hand she recognized. "You have passed the first filter. The second begins at the chamber beneath the valleys. I will meet you there as steward, enemy, and witness. Do not bring more than 3. The seal will not tolerate more than 4. You were right about the text, but being right does not make you safe. The crack Lin Yujing saw is wider now. You will see it for yourself before dawn." A reader of the same broken margin. Duan Wensi read the message twice. Then she folded it and placed it in her sleeve beside the flame-shaped key. "The heaven reader knows we are here," she said. Qi Wanji drew his blade. Ruo Beishuen's hand went to his knife. "How?" Qi Wanji asked. Duan Wensi looked at the paper, the unmarked seal, the absence of any messenger. "Because he was watching the same margins I was reading, and he has been waiting for someone to reach the 7th pulse before the seal closes." She turned toward the passage ahead. "He knows our number. He knows our destination, and he is going to meet us at the chamber." The shadows shifted again. Somewhere beneath the sealed valleys, the 7th pulse drew closer to completion. Sector 79. They moved through the narrowing passage in single file, the lantern casting their shadows long and distorted against the raw stone walls. Duan Wensi's chest hummed with the 7th pulse, a steady vibration she no longer tried to separate from her own heartbeat. Qi Wanjie walked ahead, blade drawn, his shoulder brushing the left wall. Ruo Beishuan followed behind, his hand never leaving the knife at his belt. The passage curved east, then south, following the drainage system's original survey lines. The stone changed from worked blocks to natural bedrock veined with the same silver thread they had seen beneath Copper Vale. The air grew heavier, pressed down by the weight of the sealed valleys above them. Duan Wensi read the heaven reader's message again in her mind. "You have passed the first filter. The second begins at the chamber beneath the valleys." She had been tested. The poison network, the quota summons, the hearing, the assassins, the tracking arrays, all of it had been a sieve designed to catch anomaly and hold it still until measured. And she had passed through, which meant the heaven reader had drawn a conclusion about her. The question was whether that conclusion classified her as asset to use or anomaly to erase. The passage opened into a wider chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness above the lantern's reach. The floor was smooth black stone, polished to a sheen that caught the light and reflected it back in distorted ripples. At the chamber's center, a single column rose from floor to darkness, its surface covered in characters Duan Wensi did not recognize. Qi Wanjie stopped at the column's base. He ran his fingers over the first line of characters, his expression unreadable. "This is older than the assembly," he said. "Older than the seal." Ruanai Bixuan circled the columns slowly, counting the lines. 47. the same as your chapter number. Duan Wensi's throat tightened. She stepped closer and read the characters she could not read. They moved under her attention, shifting like water, forming shapes that her eyes followed but her mind refused to hold. Then a voice spoke from everywhere and nowhere at once. You stand at the 40th pillar of the sealing array. The first 46 were placed before the vermilion basin was sealed. The 47th was added after the crack appeared, to contain what the earlier pillars could not. Duan Wensi turned. A figure stood at the chamber's far edge, where the darkness was thickest. Pale amber eyes caught the lantern light. Iron-gray hair bound with a black jade clasp. Lean, slightly stooped frame. The thin burn scar across the left wrist caught the light like a second seam. Master Jiao Sanqi. He did not move toward them. He stood with his hands folded before him, his expression neither hostile nor welcoming, simply present, as if he had been waiting for this meeting since before any of them were born. Qi Wanjie's blade came up. Ruo Beishuan's hand tightened on his knife. Duan Wensi held up her hand. Wait. She walked toward Jiao Sanqi, her footsteps echoing against the polished stone. The 7th pulse in her chest beat against her ribs, steady and patient, matching the rhythm of something beneath the floor. Is this the second filter? She asked. This is the acknowledgement that you have passed the first. Jiao Sanqi's voice was calm, unhurried. The message I left in the sealed chamber was the formal notice. This is the confirmation in person, because you deserve to see the face of the one who has been testing you. You burned Turing Huo. You destroyed Lanyu's meridians. You poisoned every district in the basin for 40 years. I preserved every district in the basin. The poison was the leash that kept cultivators from advancing too fast and triggering the seal's collapse. The suppression was the wall that kept the outer heavens from consuming this province the way they consumed the territories beyond the mountain wall. And the deaths were calculated. Every life I ended was weighed against the lives that would be lost if the seal opened. The arithmetic is brutal, but it is honest. Duan Wensi stopped 10 paces from him. The pulse in her chest had changed, no longer matching her heartbeat but finding a new rhythm, deeper, slower, the rhythm of something ancient and patient beneath the stone. You named 3 future pressure points in your message. I did. What are they? Jiao Sanqi's pale amber eyes held hers without blinking. The sealed valley chamber, where the crack Lanyu Jing saw will be visible before dawn. The assembly hall foundation, where the first array was buried and never meant to be found. And the convergence point at the terminus of the fracture line, which should not exist for 3 more books in the serial you read. Qi Wanjie drew a sharp breath. Ruo Beishuan's knife scraped free of its sheath. You know about the serial? Duan Wensi's voice stayed level, but her hands were cold. I have been reading the margins of the same text you were reading. The difference is that I have been reading them for 40 years, and I have never been able to change what the margins predicted. Jiao Sanqi's gaze did not waver. You have. That is why you passed the first filter. And the second will determine whether you can survive what comes through the crack after it opens. The floor vibrated beneath Duan Wensi's feet. The 7th pulse was no longer distant. It was here, pressing up through the polished black stone, resonating with the counteragent in her chest until she felt every bone in her body hum with its frequency. Jiao Sanqi stepped forward for the first time. His movement was slow, deliberate, the movement of a man who had already calculated every possible outcome of this meeting. I am not your enemy, he said. I am the steward of a system I did not design. I am the enemy of everyone who would break the seal without understanding what waits beyond it. And I am the witness to whatever choice you make in the chamber beneath the valleys. Then why did you preserve the Poison Network archive? Why leave the question mark margin? Why wait for me? Because I have been reading the same text you read, and I recognized, before you were born, that the margins contained a reader who would one day be able to change the story. Jiao Sanqi's voice dropped. I preserved the evidence of my methods so that when you arrived, you would understand the cost of what I have been doing and judge whether it was worth preserving. He reached into his sleeve and withdrew a leather-bound register, its cover charred along the edges, its pages cracked with age. This is the record of every agent I burned to keep the network silent. The 3 crisis committee members I had eliminated after the hearing. The couriers I intercepted before they could reach the distribution clinics. The alchemists I silenced before they could publish the corrected formulas you found. He held it out. In my message, I said I would meet you as steward, enemy, and witness. I am the steward because I have maintained the system that kept the Basin alive. I am the enemy because you and I want opposite futures for this province. And I am the witness because I have watched you break every prediction the margins made, and I need to see what happens when the crack opens. Duan Wensi took the register. Its weight was warm, as if it had been held against someone's body for a long time. The sealed valleys, before dawn. Jiao Sanchai turned and walked toward the darkness. I will be waiting at the chamber. Bring your 2 companions, but no more. The seal cannot tolerate more than 4. How do I trust you? You do not. He paused at the edge of the dark. But you have already proven that you are willing to walk into traps if the truth is on the other side. He stepped into the darkness and was gone. The 7th pulse swelled beneath Duan Wensi's feet, pressing up through the polished stone, through the soles of her boots, through her bones, until she felt the crack opening beneath the sealed valleys, wide and waiting. She looked at the register in her hands, at the charred edges, at the names that were still visible through the soot. Jue Poyan had been right. The Heaven Reader had burned his lesser agents, but he had not burned the record. He had given it to her. Qi Wenjie sheathed his blade. That was a threat dressed as a farewell. It was both, Duan Wensi said. He wants me to walk into the chamber knowing what he has done, and knowing that he will do it again if I fail. And if you succeed? She looked at the register, at the thousands of names she had not yet read. Then he wants me to judge him. Beneath her feet, the stone cracked, a hairline fissure running from the column's base toward the passage ahead, toward the sealed valleys, toward the chamber where Lin Yujing had seen the crack and carved her name into the wall. The 7th pulse was no longer drawing closer. It had arrived. Chapter 80. The stone still vibrated beneath her feet. Duan Wensi held the charred register against her chest, feeling the 7th pulse thrum through her ribs, through the names still visible through the soot. The crack at the column's base had stopped spreading, but it had not closed. It waited, a hairline seam running toward the passage ahead. Qi Wenjie stood at the edge of the light, blade sheathed but hand still resting on the hilt. He meant every word. I know. The question is whether he also meant the register. She looked down at the leather-bound cover, at the names she had not yet read, thousands of them, preserved in Jiao Sanchi's careful hand, each one a calculation he had made and a cost he had accepted. He preserved this for a reason, she said. He wants me to know exactly what he has done before I judge whether it was worth it. Rui Beixuan moved closer, his lantern casting long shadows across the polished floor. And the chamber? Before dawn. He said he would wait. Then we have hours, not days. She nodded. The 7th pulse had fully arrived. It was no longer approaching. It was here, pressed into the stone, into her chest, into the space where the counteragent hummed against her breastbone. They walked back through the passage in silence. The compound courtyard was gray with pre-dawn light when they surfaced. Sister Anmei sat on the well's stone rim, her reed cloth bag at her feet, her hands stained with something dark that was not ash. She looked up as Duan Wensi climbed out. You found him. He found me. And? Duan Wensi held up the register. He gave me a list of everyone he burned. Sister Anmei's gaze dropped to the charred cover. She did not reach for it. How many? I have not counted yet. Will you? The question hung in the air, heavier than the register itself. Yes, Duan Wensi said. But not now. She crossed the courtyard toward the workshop. The door was ajar, yellow light spilling through the gap. Lanyu sat at the bench, her hands wrapped in clean bandages, her face drawn but steady. You should be resting. I should be refining. Lanyu did not look up. But the furnace is cold, and Jue Poyan said to wait for you. Where is she? Study. She has been writing all night. Duan Wensi left the register on the bench beside Lanyu.
Keep this. Read it if you want. If you do not, burn it.
Lanyu's hand moved to the charred cover. She did not open it.
Which one should I choose?
Both. Neither. Whatever lets you look at the furnace tomorrow. Jue Poyan sat at her study desk, 3 scrolls unrolled before her, her brush still wet. She did not turn when Duan Wensi entered. The assembly will challenge the Section 9 filing within 48 hours.
I know.
There are 17 distribution clinics still running the corrected formula. The assembly has sealed access to 12 of them. Then we use the 5 that remain. Jue Poyan set down her brush and turned. Her face was lined with exhaustion, but her eyes were sharp. The Heaven Reader gave you his register. Yes, and you are still standing.
I am?
Jue Poyan held her gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, and reached for a 4th scroll.
I will have transport routes ready by midday.
Sister Anmei and Lanyu will handle the clinic coordination. Ruo Beishuan will run cover between the compound and the distribution points. And me? You will go to the sealed valleys before the assembly's containment teams fully close the perimeter. Qi Wanji will accompany you. Duan Wensi said nothing. Jue Poyan's voice dropped. I have been preparing for this confrontation for 30 years. I did not expect it to arrive with you holding a register of names I have not read, but I prepared nonetheless. She picked up her brush again. Go, I will hold the compound as long as I can. Dawn broke gray and cold. Duan Wensi stood at the courtyard's edge, the flame-shaped key in her palm, the counteragent pulsing steady and patient against her ribs. Qi Wanji stood beside her, blade sharp, posture loose. Ruo Beishuan approached with a leather satchel. Supplies for 3 days, bandages, a spare route map, 1 flare if you need extraction.
1?
If you need more than 1, extraction will not reach you in time. She took the satchel.
Thank you.
He held her gaze. You said once that you did not know how to ask for help.
I remember.
That was before. He stepped back. Now you have people who will offer it without being asked. She felt the words settle somewhere deep, somewhere the counteragent had not reached. Qi Wanji cleared his throat. 1 question. Asked? You told me you walked into a story you had already read. His voice was quiet. You said Kuo Kuliang died in chapter 47, and you outlived it. So what happens now? What does the next chapter say? She looked at the crack in the stone beneath her feet, at the passage that led to the sealed valleys, at the future she had broken free of the old script to reach. There is no next chapter, she said. The text ends at 47. Everything after is unwritten. Qi Wanji smiled, thin and sharp. Then we are writing it ourselves. He turned and walked toward the passage. Duan Wensi followed. There were 3 steps into the tunnel when the ground trembled. Not the pulse, something else. A vibration that traveled through the walls, not through her chest. Ruo Beishuan appeared at the entrance, his face tight. Rider at the north gate, blood on the saddle. He says the first site is burning. Which site? The Assembly Hall Foundation, the buried array. He paused. Someone reached it before you.